Chapter 751. Han Xing sighed, the Moon Shadow Beast. In addition to its powerful origin power, there is a chance that the Moon Shadow Core will appear in its body. According to the information from the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, the effect of this Moon Shadow Core is even better than the Mind Power Bug Crystal. Many lords who control the Moon System or Water System will try to find a Moon Shadow Beast and obtain the Moon Shadow Core in their bodies. However, because this monster is too rare and powerful, few lords can find this beast. Including Han Xing himself, it took more than 10 million origin coins to buy this information. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and said, I hope these more than 10 million origin coins are worth it. The next moment Han Xing shot an arrow directly. Swoosh! A burning arrow instantly crossed countless distances under the water and came directly to the monster. Puff! The arrow sank directly into the opponent's body. The eyes of this Moon Shadow Beast suddenly widened. Even it probably didn't expect that the human in front of it, who was only at the intermediate lord level, would attack so quickly. The sudden severe pain instantly angered it. Just when this Moon Shadow Beast was about to roar, an explosion sounded faster than it. Boom! A dull explosion sounded deep under the water, and a bloody hole was directly blasted on the body of this monster. Hiss! A piercing scream sounded instantly, and a huge sound wave formed a circle of ripples under the water. Just listening to this sound will make people feel scalp numb, and their heads may even explode. Han Xing was completely unmoved and continued to draw the bowstring. Swish! Swish! Arrows came at high speed. After taking Han Xing's arrow, he knew how powerful it was. The huge body began to roll rapidly, stirring the bottom of the water and bringing out undercurrents. Ding ding ding. As the dull collision sounds rang out, Han Xing was somewhat surprised to find that all his arrows were bounced away. This Moon Shadow Beast actually used the hardest scales on its back to take Han Xing's attack. Interesting. Not only does it control the powerful Moon origin and Water origin, but its physical defense is also so strong. However, no matter how powerful the physical body is, it can't withstand a few rounds of my concentrated fire. The next moment, Han Xing drew the bowstring again. Just as he was about to directly activate Instant Prison Shadow Kill, the Moon Shadow Beast seemed to feel the horror of the human in front of him. Instantly, a mysterious aura suddenly emanated from it. The two eyes, as huge as the full moon, suddenly widened. Buzz! At this moment, Han Xing suddenly felt an invisible force of confinement coming. It was as if he was frozen in ice, and it became extremely difficult to move. When he glanced around with the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a huge moon appearing around him. Han Xing himself was sealed in the center of this moon, as if embedded in amber. Seeing this scene, Han Xing's mouth twitched. Damn! This scene seems a little familiar? Isn't this my Shattered Moon skill? Now it's used on me? Broken Moon, as the first legendary skill he obtained after entering the Sky Island world, has played a miraculous role in many cases. Not only does it have a super high coefficient of killing value, but it can also seal the enemy across levels. In the early stage, it was his all-around magic skill. But later, as Han Xing became more and more powerful, this skill was no longer able to keep up and gradually withdrew from the stage. Unexpectedly, in the Lord Continent, I actually saw such a monster, using the skill on myself. At the same time, after seeing Han Xing being fixed, the huge Moon Shadow Beast's pupil showed a look of looking at a dead person. The next moment, its eyes widened again, as if there were endless energy fluctuations that were absorbed into its body. Buzz! The endless deep water area was stirred again. Then, the two eyes of the Moon Shadow Beast began to emit a blazing white light, and as time passed, the two blazing white lights became stronger and stronger, and even Han Xing felt a sense of crisis in it. It is obvious that the Moon Shadow Beast is brewing an extremely powerful killing move. This attack can even easily kill high-level lords. Han Xing sighed. What a powerful monster. Such abnormal controllability and physical strength, coupled with this killing move now, even among high-level lords, it is quite a difficult existence. If I can use it, maybe I can add another powerful creature to the territory. But unfortunately, compared to that, I need the Moon Shadow Core in your body more. The next moment, a terrifying breath suddenly rose from him. Instant Prison Shadow Kill. Start, Lord of the Galaxy. Open, Immortal Body. Open, Infinite Domain. Bless. As he stacked up one terrifying status skill after another, Han Xing's aura became more and more terrifying. Even the round moon that sealed him had already appeared with dense cracks on it, and it looked like it would break at any time. At the same time, Han Xing's hands had regained their ability to move. He slowly pulled the bowstring, and pulled it into a full moon shape. An arrow containing the triple origins of fire, darkness, and space was ready to be launched. Even the moon shadow beast felt the horror of Han Xing's arrow and couldn't help but speed up the condensation speed of the killing move. However, no matter how fast it was still faster than Han Xing. In other words, in the hands of Han Xing, who possessed the three major skills of time stop, time acceleration, and time beast body, as long as it was not a lord who also mastered the origin of time, even the lord of the divine realm could not be faster than him in releasing the killing move. However, the origin of time is one of the two most powerful origins in the world. The lords who can master this origin are rare, and anyone who appears, even the weakest primary chaos lord, will attract widespread attention from a large number of powerful people. Obviously, this moon shadow beast does not have this ability. At this moment, its time is infinitely slowed down, while the time flow rate on Han Xing's side is in a normal state. He did not use the two killer moves of time stop and time acceleration, but simply triggered the passive effect of the body of the time beast. Body of the time beast, passive skill. Effect 1, time healing. When attacked, activate the time healing effect, speed up the time flow around the body by 100%, and increase the healing ability by 100%, lasting for 3 seconds. This passive effect can speed up the time flow around Han Xing by 100% for 3 seconds. And it will be triggered as long as it is attacked. In other words, when this moon shadow beast used that immobilization skill on Han Xing, it had already triggered this passive effect. The next moment, the arrow in Han Xing's hand had already been shot out. Swish! There was a sudden wave in the water ahead. However, strangely, the arrow disappeared directly from the spot, as if it had shot into another piece of air. When the arrow appeared again, it had already arrived in front of the moon shadow beast's body. Then it instantly penetrated into it. Puff! As the first flesh-penetrating sound rang out, 6 consecutive flesh-penetrating sounds followed. Then, there was another earth-shaking explosion. Boom! After the violent roar, the entire bottom of the water erupted like a volcano, rising a terrifying heat wave, and it directly swallowed up the huge moon shadow beast on the spot. Woo! After a low humming sound, the killing move that the moon shadow beast was brewing was directly interrupted. At this moment, Han Xing slowly broke free from the seal, and then looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction. He nodded and said, "The power of this arrow is not bad. It combines the 4 killing moves of Star Combo, Space Travel, Instant Prison Shadow Kill, and Meteoric Arrow to directly create this effect. If it were an ordinary high-level lord, I would have killed him on the spot. Even a powerful lord like Moon Shadow Beast couldn't dodge it at all, and could only take my attack. Han Xing's arrow was too weird and too fast. No one below the Lord of the Divine Realm could dodge it. As long as he was hit by this arrow, even a being like the Great Beast Lord, who was good at physical body, would be seriously injured." Han Xing stared at the explosion in front of him, silently waiting for the flames to recede. A moment later, when the rolling wave stopped, a terrifying monster with its belly turned upside down and covered with dark blue scales appeared in front of him. However, compared with before, the state of this moon shadow beast was extremely bad. The 7 blood holes on its body that were transparent from front to back looked shocking. Especially the area that was hit by the explosion of the meteoric god arrow was blown into a bloody mess. As Han Xing expected, even a powerful moon shadow beast could not withstand his combined burst skill. The test is almost done, and then we can completely solve it. Thinking of this, Han Xing was just about to pull the bowstring. But he saw that the moon shadow beast, which was originally fainted by the explosion, suddenly opened its eyes. Buzz! The 2 big moons rose again, and the moon shadow beast rolled up. At this moment, it began to drill deeper into the water at an extremely terrifying speed. The last time it looked at Han Xing, there was a deep emotion in its eyes, and that emotion was fear, and at this moment, Han Xing also realized this instantly. Want to run? The next moment, his figure moved. Buzz! After a strange wave, the moon shadow beast that was escaping at a high speed was frozen in place. However, Han Xing did not use the skill of time stop, but another powerful burst skill, the ultimate shadow prison. Clang! 100 clones suddenly appeared, and then attacked the moon shadow beast at the same time. Puff! Puff puff puff! After a series of penetration sounds, the body of the moon shadow beast exploded with a bang and turned into countless fragments. Successfully killed the moon shadow beast LV-130, high-level lord-level creature, and gained experience pool 11849620000. Talent: Endless Absorption activated. successfully absorbed the opponent's moon source power asterisk 6.572 billion, water source power asterisk 3.142 billion, and physical source power asterisk 1.576 billion. Seeing the prompt, Han Xing put away the longbow. He stared at the front. After all, he came here this time not just to kill this monster. When the endless blood and water dissipated, the pieces of meat on the moon shadow beast also died with it, turning into pure source power and dissipating in the water. In front of him, there were only 3 things left. 2 round spheres that were as big as planets and emitted soft white light. And a fist-sized thing that looks like a human heart and a brain core. This thing also exudes a vast source of power. Han Xing quickly approached and put all 3 things into his backpack. Obtained, moon eyes, color, asterisk 2. Obtained, moon shadow core, color, asterisk 1. Moon eyes? This thing should be the 2 eyes that burst out from the moon shadow beast, but I don't know what they do. But since it was rated as a phantom level, and in that terrifying explosion, this monster was blasted into pieces by Han Xing, and these 2 eyes were still intact, it was enough to prove that it was special. However, Han Xing didn't check it immediately. After all, his goal this time was to get the insect crystal that was said to be comparable to the one on the telekinetic insect man, the moon shadow core of the same level. He took out the fist-sized brain core. He looked at the properties. Moon shadow core color. Quality, illusion level. Introduction. Contains an extremely pure core of the origin of the moon, which can only be born in the legendary creature moon shadow beast, and is extremely precious. Effect. After absorption, it will immediately increase 1 billion points of the origin of the moon, and you can choose to strengthen the effect of a combat skill with the same origin. Note, if you have not learned the moon origin combat skill, after absorbing this crystal core, you will randomly activate a moon combat skill at the primary lord level. Sure enough, like the telekinetic insect crystal, it can strengthen combat skills. But unlike the telekinetic insect crystal, if this thing is not used to strengthen the moon combat skill, it will randomly activate a moon combat skill. Interesting. Han Xing smiled with interest. Obviously, if you want to maximize the value of this moon shadow core, you should use it to strengthen the moon skills. Otherwise, randomly activating the moon skills of the primary lord level is not very meaningful to Han Xing. And in my skill column, there is only 1 moon skill, which is the Broken Moon skill of Control and Burst. The best effect is to upgrade Broken Moon to the high-level Lord level first, and then use this Moon Shadow core to strengthen it. But I still have 500,000 legendary points that can be used to extract 5 skills. I wonder if I can draw a Moon skill that is more powerful than Broken Moon. Han Xing was in hesitation. After thinking for a moment, he quickly made a decision. That is, use this Moon Shadow core to strengthen Broken Moon. Chapter 752. Han Xing decided to use this Moon Shadow core to strengthen the Broken Moon. After all, this skill is a true divine skill. Powerful control plus super high coefficient burst, even able to cross-level seal the enemy. As long as the enemy is controlled, it is time for Han Xing to burst out and kill the opponent instantly. He has used this trick many times before. Let's do it. After making the decision, Han Xing was ready to leave this water area and find a safe place to improve the Broken Moon skill. But before that, he took another look at the properties of the 2 eyes he had just obtained. Moon eye color. Quality, fantasy level. Item type, territory treasure. Item introduction. The 2 eyes burst out from the powerful and rare beast Moon Shadow Beast, which has the vast origin of the moon. It can be hung above the territory to bring light to the night. Effect of the item. When suspended in the air above the territory, it can increase the growth rate of all plants by 20% and increase the health of all creatures in the territory by 20%. A maximum of 2 can be hung, currently, 0 out of 2. Note, legend has it that every time it opens its eyes, it indicates that the night is coming, and every time it closes its eyes, it means that it is about to fall into eternal night. After reading the properties of these 2 eyes, Han Xing's eyes widened instantly. Wow! Can it be hung in the sky like the moon? And can it increase the health by 20%? This thing. It's a bit outrageous. 1 moon pupil can increase the health by 20%, and 2 are a full 40% increase. For a strong man of Han Xing's level, a 40% increase is already quite terrifying, and can even determine the outcome of a battle. Well, this is an unexpected gain. These 10 million origin coins are really worth spending. Han Xing thought happily. After checking all the rewards, just as he was about to leave here, he suddenly sensed that there seemed to be some strange signs in the dark abyss under his feet. He looked down. Deep under the water, he could faintly see bursts of light. The light was very weak, just like a glowing stone in the endless deep sea. Didn't they say that all creatures in the area where the moon shadow beast is located are extinct, and there is no possibility of any life? What's under here? Han Xing couldn't help but show a curious look in his heart. At his level, the strong have already completely controlled their sixth sense, and even magnified it. They will believe in the choices brought by the sixth sense, including sensing danger, judging the authenticity of the other party's words, and even what bad effects will occur after making this decision now. To put it in a more popular way, it is to control destiny. Compared to the fate of ordinary people, the road of life is basically a straight line to the end. And those who are chosen by heaven, or those with extremely special identities, are destined to be extraordinary from the moment they are born. But at that time, everyone can follow the trajectory of fate, practice step by step, and break through. But once he breaks the limit of the God King and becomes a Lord-level strongman, it is equivalent to breaking free from the shackles of fate. The sixth sense of the lords under this realm will become extremely sharp. They will believe in their own feelings and make the most correct judgment. Any lord, after breaking free from the shackles of fate, basically has unlimited potential, including Han Xing at this time. He also had a premonition that the glowing thing below was attracted to him. This is exactly the feeling brought by the sixth sense. Attraction? Is it a treasure that can help me? With a puzzled look, Han Xing began to go deeper. In the blink of an eye, he dived into the 100,000-meter water depth area. At this depth, the water pressure has become extremely terrifying, and the surrounding darkness is so thick that it is almost suffocating. Coupled with the sound of water rushing in the ears, ordinary people in such an environment would be scared to death, but Han Xing ignored everything. He looked firm and continued to dive downwards. 200,000 meters. 300,000 meters. 400,000 meters. Even after diving 800,000 meters, he still did not reach the deepest part of this strange pool. It was as if this pool of water was the deepest part of the Lord's continent. A strange look appeared in Han Xing's eyes. This small pool of water actually hides such a huge and deep underwater world. You are worthy of being the Lord. All kinds of things really subvert my imagination. Shaking his head, he continued to dive down, because he could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the glowing thing. Splash. The sound of water flow kept ringing in his ears. The water pressure was getting more and more terrifying. Every hair on his body was now bearing the weight of a planet. Even those powerful lords, their bodies were blown up on the spot under this terrifying pressure. However, Han Xing's immortal body was like an indestructible piece of 10,000-year-old black iron, completely unmoved. Until he came directly to a depth of 1 million meters. In front of him, the area that was only emitting a faint light suddenly lit up. The dazzling flash even made Han Xing squint his eyes slightly. When the light faded, Han Xing finally saw clearly what the glowing thing was. It was not a glowing gem, nor a treasure. It was a round hole. This hole seemed to lead to another world, and there was a faint power that made Han Xing feel palpitations. Is this a passage? Where does this passage connect to? How could this moon shadow beast open a passage deep in the pool where it is? Or did it come out of this passage? A lot of doubts began to surge in his mind. But Han Xing did not deduce a definite answer. But what is certain is that this passage is dangerous. There must be some existence or power beyond his imagination behind it. At this moment, Han Xing stopped again, and was caught in the choice of whether to leave immediately or go in to explore. Although, the sixth sense in his mind told him that there must be danger behind this passage. But the curiosity in his heart drove him to go in and take a look. After some entanglement, Han Xing made a decision. That is to go in and take a look. Damn, the place where the moon shadow beast is located is hard to find. And at the bottom of the pool, where the moon shadow beast is located, there is a passage leading to the location area, which is unheard of. This passage is so hidden, there must be a secret beyond imagination. Let's do it. Han Xing is now considered to be skilled and daring. He has a lot of killer weapons, and anyone below the Lord of the Divine Realm will almost certainly die if they encounter him. In addition, he brought everyone in the entire territory this time. If he encounters danger, he can send all those troops to cover the rear and escape by himself. For various reasons, Han Xing finally decided to go in and explore. But still can't be reckless. Before going in, I have to improve my strength as much as possible, such as upgrading the Broken Moon skill to the high-level Lord level, and then strengthen it. Then draw another 500,000 legendary points to see if I can draw other skills that can immediately improve my strength. And after going in, you must keep a low profile. It is best to put on the skin of Harlequin and enter the dual hidden state of space and time. With tens of millions of spiritual attributes, Han Xing's brain turned quickly. In a very short time, he made a decision. The next moment, he casually cast a shadow force to block the glowing hole, and silently memorized the location. Then his figure flashed and began to rush to the water surface. He couldn't improve underwater. After all, the noise when he strengthened his skills was too loud. If there was really some kind of danger or powerful existence hidden behind this passage, it might be sensed by the other party. A few seconds later, with a sound of breaking water, a man wearing starry sky armor and carrying a longbow quickly rushed out of the water. Moreover, Han Xing turned around again and cast a shadow force, completely sealing the pool below. In addition, the moon shadow beast inside was also killed by him. In this way, except for Han Xing and Tianji Chamber of Commerce, basically no one could find this place. Half an hour later, Han Xing appeared in a distant area at least 1 or 2 light years away from the pool. This is a high mountain. Han Xing casually entered the mountain and created an excellent breakthrough environment for himself. Then he sat cross-legged and prepared to enter the state. As usual, he released Cold Ball and Miao Qing from the territory, and gave some instructions to the man and the wolf, asking them to help keep an eye on them. They also understood what Han Xing meant, and nodded solemnly. Then, Han Xing directly opened the skill panel, and found the plus sign behind the Broken Moon skill. Max it out at once! Do you want to consume the Moon's Origin asterisk 3.58 billion to upgrade the skill Broken Moon to high-level Lord level LV1? Yes! As Han Xing clicked to confirm, a vast wave suddenly erupted from his body. This wave was so strong that the surrounding area of more than 100,000 kilometers was shaking. Strong earthquakes occurred in the mountains, and countless birds and beasts were scared and fled everywhere. Then, those creatures saw that the mountain at the center of the earthquake burst out with a strong white light. The white light revealed endless majesty and power, as if it could illuminate the whole world. The birds and beasts were so scared that they knelt on the spot and dared not move. Han Xing had expected this, so he deliberately chose an area far away from the pool. Then, he began to accept the impact of the vast memory again. Hualala. Endless memory fragments came like waves. At the same time, they were accompanied by archery skills again and again. Han Xing gritted his teeth at this moment, trying his best to absorb the information in these memory fragments. Every time he absorbed it, his archery skills would increase dramatically, but at the same time, his brain was also suffering from severe pain. His whole body was oozing with fine blood and sweat, which looked quite creepy. However, Han Xing had long been accustomed to this kind of scene. Including Meiqiu and Miu, after seeing Han Xing like this several times, they no longer worried as before. Time began to pass by minute. In the blink of an eye, about half an hour had passed. As Han Xing absorbed his memory, the soft white light emanating from him became stronger and stronger. At this moment, it not only illuminated the high mountain where he was, but also completely covered the surrounding area of more than 100,000 kilometers. Those animals covered by the white light were now lying on the ground trembling with fear. At this moment, they suddenly felt a strange power in their bodies. This power made them lighter, and even their combat effectiveness was significantly improved. These animals or beasts suddenly had excited lights in their eyes. As creatures that can live in the Lord's continent, they are very intelligent. At this moment, they also instantly understood that their changes were due to this white light. And this white light was emitted by a certain existence that they could not provoke. For a time, a large number of animals began to worship in the direction of Han Xing. More and more animals also felt that this white light helped them, and they all moved closer to this area. In the blink of an eye, countless beasts and mountain spirits gathered. Every beast and mountain spirit had a strong enthusiasm and joy on their faces. Chirp, chirp, roar, roar. Various noisy sounds continued, and the area became extremely lively. Just as they were about to call friends and more companions to enjoy the amplification of this white light, the scene in front of them changed again. Buzz! After a magical wave, the white light that was still expanding began to shrink rapidly, converging towards the high mountain. In a short time, it shrank to a diameter of less than 100,000 meters. Without the cover of the white light, their constantly improving physical fitness stopped instantly. The beasts stared at this scene in a daze, and before they could react, they saw that the white light had shrunk to a diameter of only 10,000 meters, and was still shrinking rapidly. In a few seconds, it completely disappeared. The next moment, a powerful and vast wave of power erupted again. The beasts and mountain spirits were horrified to see a bright moon rising from the mountain. The moon continued to rise into the sky, illuminating the mountains and rivers, all the animals and plants, at the moment of seeing the bright moon, seemed to be bound by some strange power and froze in place. Even the breeze and the air stopped swinging. Only the bright moon in the sky continued to emit soft white light. This picture even created an effect similar to time stopping. Congratulations. Your skill, Broken Moon, has been successfully upgraded to high-level Lord level LV1. When the system prompt appeared, Han Xing opened his eyes instantly. In his pupils, there seemed to be 2 round moons rotating. Everything was still as far as the eye could see. Even Meichio and Muqing beside him were stunned and froze in place at this moment. They were also directly frozen. Chapter 753. Even Meichio and Muqing beside him were frozen in place at this moment. Although they were in a fixed state, they seemed to be able to think, and looked at Han Xing with a look of shock in their eyes. And Han Xing was thoughtful, thinking in his heart, just upgrading this skill to the high-level Lord level will cause this effect? It seems that this new version of Broken Moon will be very powerful. With a look of expectation, Han Xing opened the skill panel. Broken Moon, high-level Lord level LV1. Skill attributes: condensing the powerful origin of the moon, gathering a bright moon, and forcibly sealing the target for 0.1 seconds to 5 seconds. This sealing state can only be effective for the Lord level of the God realm, but will be affected by the opponent's strength and resistance. When the sealing state ends, the bright moon explodes instantly, causing 4,800% true damage to the enemy. Cooling time, 2 hours. After reading the attributes of this skill, Han Xing's eyes showed surprise. Good. This enhanced Broken Moon is really powerful. Now it can even seal the strong men at the level of the Lord of the Divine Realm. It's too abnormal. Although the control time is only 0.1 seconds, for the strong men at the level of the Lord of Chaos, this short time is enough for them to throw out all their skills and cause terrible damage to the enemy. And the most important thing is that Han Xing also has the ability of time pause. In other words, he can extend the time of this control, then cause even more terrible damage to the enemy. Also, I have a Moon Shadow Core in my hand, which can strengthen the Broken Moon skill again. Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't wait to take out the Moon Shadow Core. Buzz! A sphere emitting faint light appeared in his hand, emitting the vast origin of the moon. It seemed that what Han Xing held in his hand was the moon of a world. Do you want to consume the Moon Shadow Core color to enhance the skill Broken Moon, high-level Lord level LV1? He turned around and told Miao Qing and Meichio, I will continue to break through next, and I may appear in that special state. Be prepared. Miao Qing's expression suddenly condensed, and he nodded gently. I know, sir. Including the figure of Xiao Meichio, it gradually became dim, as if it disappeared into the space. After everything was ready, Xing directly clicked OK. The next moment, the Moon Shadow Core in his hand disappeared instantly. A vast power of the origin of the moon poured into Han Xing's mind. Buzz! At this moment, the birds and beasts within a radius of 1 million kilometers saw a strange scene again. The huge moon that was originally lying across the earth suddenly rose into the sky. The bright moonlight illuminated the surrounding light years, and the light it emitted was even comparable to that of a sun. The moon stopped after flying to an altitude of nearly hundreds of thousands of meters. Under its illumination, the entire earth seemed to be covered with a layer of silver gauze. Many animals even began to mutate. A woof! Roar! The roars of various beasts came one after another. And at this moment, the birds and beasts seemed to have discovered something abnormal. In the sky, above the moon, another ball of light appeared. And it was rapidly attacking the moon at a terrifying speed. When they saw the shadow of the bright light clearly, they were shocked. It was another moon. The moon below seemed to be pulled by something and rushed to the sky at high speed. Then, the 2 moons began to run in both directions. A few flashes, and they crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Hualala! The infinite origin of the moon spread, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded in white light. Then, they saw the 2 moons touch each other. Bang! With a dull sound of impact, the sight of all creatures was instantly deprived, and a crisis of death enveloped the whole body. This crisis was so strong that they simply gave up resistance. Because they knew that in front of such a strong man, even if the other party only released a little bit of power, it would be enough to kill them countless times. In their hearts, these creatures were silently waiting for the moment of death. However, the expected scene did not appear. In addition to the explosive white light, there was no other scene. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Han Xing. You have successfully absorbed Moon Shadow Core, color, the moon origin increased by 1 billion, the skill, Broken Moon, high-level Lord level LV1, was successfully enhanced, and the skill name was changed to Broken Moon Double Moon Flying, High-level Lord level LV1. Huh? Han Xing took a deep breath and then opened his eyes. Miao Qing, who was next to him, saw this and immediately smiled and said, "My lord, you are awake. We just saw two moons appear, and then they rushed towards each other, and then exploded." Han Xing nodded gently. "I know, this is the scene of my breakthrough. Don't worry about it." Hearing this, Miao Qing nodded obediently, and sensibly stopped asking. At this moment, Han Xing once again focused his eyes on his panel. He thought to himself, "The time for this strengthening is shorter than the time I absorbed the insect crystal last time. But the effect is not inferior to the insect crystal at all. It even changed the form of the skill. Interesting." With anticipation, Han Xing unfolded the attributes of this new skill. Broken Moon Double Moons in the Sky, Enhanced Version. Skill Level, High-level Lord level LV1. Skill Attributes, Condensing the powerful moon essence, gathering 2 bright moons. The first bright moon will force the target to seal for 0.3 seconds to 6 seconds. This seal state can be effective for the Lord-level creatures of the Divine Realm at most, but it will be affected by the opponent's strength and resistance, affecting the control time. When being sealed, the target's armor will be reduced by 50%. When the seal state ends, the second bright moon will descend and explode at the same time as the first bright moon, causing 5,200%, 5,600% real damage to the enemy. Cooling time, 2 hours. Hiss. Han Xing took a breath of cold air. Isn't this enhanced Broken Moon a bit too abnormal? Not only does it increase the control time, but it also adds a 50% armor reduction attribute. Plus the final explosion damage, it is more than doubled. Obviously, the attributes of this enhanced skill far exceeded Han Xing's expectations. The final 10,800% true damage alone is enough to cause heavy damage to the existence of the high-level lord. Okay, this way, I have another killer. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. However, after the excitement, Han Xing regained his composure. Now, the number of killers has increased again, and it's time to integrate my trump cards again. Han Xing quickly sorted out all his skills in his mind. Currently, my most commonly used status skill is Instant Prison Shadow Kill, High-level Lord level LV1, which can increase the attack power by a full 2,000% after activation. And the Lord of the Galaxy on the Holy Relic set can increase all attributes by 500%, plus the 1,300% increase in the Infinite Domain, and the 500% increase in all attributes from the territory feedback. Then, there are the Flame Arrow plus the Earth Arrow plus the Gold Arrow plus the Immortal Body. These 4 skills add up to a total of 2,000% attack power increase. All added up, the cumulative attack power increase is 4,000%, and the total attribute increase is 2,300%. This is also the status that Han Xing usually uses most. With such a terrifying increase, he can easily fight across levels. However, this is just my stacking attribute. I have many real killer moves. The burst form of Instant Prison Shadow Kill, Ultimate Shadow Prison, can instantly deal terrifying burst damage. The Arrow of the Fallen God can also deal extremely high coefficient true damage. In addition, there are 3 burst skills, including the stacking of Divine Bow Sharp Gold Piercing Shots plus Space Shuttle plus Dark Star Flash Star combo. Under extreme conditions, I will use all these skills. Even a being like the Great Beast Lord will be beaten to the point of near death by me. Even if he is careless, he will be killed instantly by me. Han Xing's eyes flickered, and his mind frantically simulated the scene of his battle with the Great Beast Lord. No wonder he regarded the Great Beast Lord as an imaginary enemy. After all, the opponent is the most powerful high-level Lord Han Xing has encountered so far. The power here does not refer to his personal strength, but also includes the strength of his territory and the combat power of his troops. In his mind, Han Xing is in an endless wasteland with the Great Beast Lord, and both sides have their troops, including the 2 lords who personally took the field and launched a crazy battle. With his current mental strength, he can already do this. Of course, the Great Beast Lord simulated here is only the one in Han Xing's cognition. It is based on his exposed means and combat power, and finally simulated. This level of strong must have a lot of hidden cards that are not revealed. Just like Han Xing. Han Xing simulated it 10,852 times in his mind, and finally killed the Great Beast Lord 5,215 times, and he was also killed more than 5,000 times. The winning rate is about 49.48%. And after he used the new version of Broken Moon and Double Moon Flying skill, the winning rate instantly soared to 85.42%. The Great Beast Lord was fixed by his Broken Moon again, and then Han Xing used all his skills and took him away on the spot. When he turned the tables, Han Xing did not kill him instantly, but only beat him to a near-death state. The Great Beast Lord used some secret method to directly recover all his injuries, and then killed Han Xing. After simulating it, Han Xing opened his eyes. The enhanced version of Broken Moon, this skill is really good, it has improved my winning rate a lot. Then, he continued to enter the simulation scene. After Han Xing used Broken Moon, he used another burst method, Tidal Arrow. Even if the Great Beast Lord was not killed instantly by Broken Moon double moons in the sky, after taking his 3 arrows Tidal Arrow, he had no chance. The winning rate directly reached 100%. After getting this result, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Very good, with all these skills, it is enough for me to defeat the existence of the Great Beast Lord. In other words, if I only expose these trump cards now, I can make it into the top 100,000. In addition, I have more trump cards, including the enhanced version of 9 Yuan Soul Destroying Art, the rebirth effect of Immortal Body, and the biggest and strongest killer, Time Acceleration plus Time Pause. With all these trump cards, even Han Xing doesn't know how strong he is. There is even hope to make it into the top 10,000. With more effort, it is possible to make it into the top 1,000. As long as he enters the top 1,000, he will get a lot of eternal land as a reward, and the materials to break through to the high-level lord will also be available. Thinking of this, a surging fighting spirit emerged in his heart. But before that, I still have to go to the cave below the deep pool to explore. Han Xing was really curious about what was in that cave, and his strength has almost improved. It's time to take action. Thinking of this, Han Xing said to Miao Qing and Mei Qiu beside him, "Next I'm going to a place where there may be some unknown dangers. Before that, I take you into the territory first." Hearing this, Miao Qing and Mei Qiu responded at the same time. Then, Han Xing waved his hand and took them into the territory. After doing this, Han Xing's face became serious again. That place is not simple. Even I have to be fully prepared. When necessary, you can directly let Mei Qiu activate the power of the sad statue to delay time, and then we will enter the space crack to escape. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly put on the Halkin skin, and the whole person's breath disappeared without a trace on the spot, as if he had left this world. Not only that, he activated the passive effect of Time Beast's body, Time Concealment. At this moment, not only did Han Xing's body disappear in space, but even his existence disappeared on the timeline. The dual concealment of space and time seemed to make Han Xing completely disappear from this world. And this ability also triggered a series of chain reactions. The first was a golden stone tablet in the central continent of the southern region, which recorded a series of names, estimated rankings, and their races and strengths in great detail. Han Xing's name was among them. His ranking was 98,523, just barely making it into the top 100,000. At this time, Han Xing's name suddenly faded on the stone tablet, and as time went by, it completely dissipated. A strange scene appeared on the stone tablet. Number 98522, Quinn Iron Arm, Mechanical Clan, High-Level Lord Level Strength, a Third Path Lord, controls the origin of gold, good at defense and attack. Number 98524, Gaudi, Centaur Clan, High-Level Lord Level Strength, has the fate of a Centaur King, controls the origin of 3 systems, and fights in the following way. Number 98525. A blank appeared above, with neither a name nor a ranking. This strange scene immediately attracted the attention of the old man basking in the sun. Chapter 754. At this moment, the old man was leaning on a rocking chair woven with long vines, covering half of his face with a straw hat, and basking in the sun leisurely. After noticing the changes in the stone tablet, he opened his eyes instantly. He put away his cynical expression, frowned and said, "The golden tablet cannot record this person's name. Even I can't do it. This little." Just as he was about to blurt out, a look of confusion suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Who is this person?" he tried to echo. As time went by, the confusion on his face became more intense, and then it was twisted together. "Damn it! It actually affected my memory. How is this possible?" He stood up instantly. A vast and boundless momentum rose from his body. In an instant, it enveloped the entire central continent. At this moment, in the countless territories gathered in the central continent, the Chaos Lords and the Divine Domain Lords froze at the same time. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Those Lord-level beings in the God realm murmured, "Eternal, Eternal Lord." There really is a terrifying existence at the level of Eternal Lord in the central continent. Oh my God! But fortunately, that terrifying aura only flashed by. But it also left a very deep impression on these countless lords. Everyone knew a fact. That is, there really was an eternal lord-level strongman in charge of this challenge. Those lords, who originally had some small ideas and wanted to make some moves outside the field, were like cats whose tails were stepped on, and they were so scared that they didn't dare to make any moves at all. After the old man put away his aura, he seemed to understand something. So that's it. It's not that some eternal lord was bored and wanted to destroy the result of the game. It's that this person used some means to remove himself from the cause and effect of the world. It's a terrible means, but it's a bit too immature. Otherwise, even I wouldn't notice it. Let me figure it out. Who is it? Thinking of this, the old man's figure flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. On the other side, Ling Hui and Long Yu, and even the great beast lord were in seclusion, and were suddenly awakened by the old man's aura. While sighing at the horror of this level of strong people, they suddenly had some strange feelings in their hearts. That is, they seemed to have forgotten something. Moreover, what they forgot was a very important thing. However, no matter how they recalled it, they couldn't remember a single thing. Strange. The great beast lord muttered to himself. After thinking for a while, she couldn't figure out the reason, so she stopped worrying and continued to enter the state of retreat. Including Long Yu, she closed her eyes again. Only Lord Ling Hui frowned and rushed out of the retreat, as if she wanted to find something. However, no matter how she looked, she couldn't find any traces. Until her eyes fell on the high tower in Lingyao City, she always felt a sense of déjà vu. But in the end, she shook her head and returned to her lord's mansion. However, she felt a little empty in her heart. At the same time, the impact caused by Han Xing's double concealment in time and space was still spreading. It even spread to the distant Holy Spirit Realm. The Holy Spirit Realm at this moment. Countless fragments of the Sky Island float in the air and keep the trajectory of movement, converging in the same direction. If you look down from the sky, you will see a strange scene. Those fragments of the Sky Island are like meteors, attracted by a strange place, rushing towards that area, and the center of this place is the territory of the Wu clan. At this moment, there is a huge land with a very wide range and a diameter of the size of a star in the territory of the Wu clan. This land floats in the air, and a large number of buildings are built on it. There are tree houses and towns full of natural style. There are witch towers, and witch cities full of magical style. There are also modern cities, and high-rise buildings built by a group of human survivors. More than 10 years have passed since the decisive battle, and the human race has already established a firm foothold in this world. And because of those people, the human race has even become the most powerful race in the Holy Spirit Realm. However, now is the era of co-governance of all races, and all races have ushered in a great unification. At the same time, in the sky, 4 powerful figures stood in a row. Chung Jianyong held the immortal giant in his hand, and began to rotate continuously, and an invisible gravitational force swept across the entire Holy Spirit Realm. On the other side, Zhang Lianmeng held the staff in his hand, and suppressed the space in the entire Holy Spirit Realm, where cracks kept appearing. Su Xiaoyang kept shooting arrows, blasting some of the fragments of the Sky Island that were contaminated by the power of the void. Xin Yun exuded a strong holy light, providing a powerful sacred power for the entire Holy Spirit Realm. The plants on the Sky Island began to grow rapidly under his illumination. The actions of these 4 people were actually creating the world, gathering the fragments of the entire Holy Spirit Realm together to create a complete and vibrant world. At this time, Xin Yun said, "Xiao Yongzi, how is it? It's been a few years, and you haven't gathered all the fragments yet? Can you do it?" Hearing this, Chung Jianyong stopped waving, turned his head and said contemptuously, "How about you come? I'm worried that the power of waving is too strong, and the Holy Spirit Realm will be directly chopped up. For a God-King level existence like us, the power is too terrifying. It's just like constantly cutting a blade on a balloon. If you're not careful, the balloon will explode." If Sister Lianmeng hadn't been helping me suppress the space, the Holy Spirit Realm would have been gone long ago. Chung Jianyong's metaphor is very vivid, and Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmeng next to him also showed gentle smiles on their faces. Xin Yun immediately said happily, "Great, Xiao Yongzi, you can use metaphors now." Chung Jianyong said proudly, "Of course, we will gather all the fragments of the entire Holy Spirit Realm now. When he comes back, he will be shocked by our feat." At this point, Chung Jianyong's face showed a touch of longing. Including Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang, the eyes of the others also showed longing and admiration. And at this moment, the 4 of them suddenly frowned at the same time. They all stopped what they were doing. The countless fragments of the Sky Island that were gathering towards the Wu clan's territory also seemed to have lost their traction direction and began to wander irregularly. The atmosphere fell into a strange silence. After a moment, Chung Jianyong broke the silence first and looked up and asked, "By the way, who is he?" Hearing this, the other three also looked confused. "Yeah, who is he?" Shen Yun frowned and rubbed his temples. "We seem to have been waiting for someone to come back, but it seems that there has never been such a person, so strange." Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmeng were also confused. They all realized that they seemed to have forgotten something. The things they forgot were quite important at first. But now they think about it, it seems not so important. Even the feeling of emptiness in their hearts disappeared. However, deeper in their hearts, there was a thought calling them. "We must not forget him. We must not forget him." The inner cry was as turbulent as the tide, but it could not break through some invisible constraints, as if it was shrouded by a thick fog. Until then, two girls in long gauze dresses suddenly appeared beside them. One of the girls was elegant and refined, and the other was lively and cute. They looked a bit like Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang in the crowd. They looked only 11 or 12 years old. Although they had not grown up yet, it was already clear that they were two peerless beauties. Among them, the elegant girl whispered, "Mom, let's go downstairs to eat. Grandma made a lot of delicious food today." The girl's crisp voice was like a breeze, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang both showed a doting look on their faces. Gentle response. "Okay, let's go down together." The next moment, 6 figures flew together to the Wu clan continent below. At the same time, in the Lord continent, after entering the double hidden state, Han Xing once again had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if he had transcended everything, and would not be captured by any observable form. Even the scene in front of him turned into a long line. Interesting, this time and space hiding is really effective. I guess even the existence of the God Realm Lord level can't find me. Thinking of this, Han Xing's heart once again became a little confident. Then, he flashed and rushed to the depths of the pool. After he left, the birds and beasts resumed their original wandering mode, including the mountains that were destroyed because of his breakthrough, and they began to recover automatically. All traces of Han Xing just left were wiped out, as if they had never existed. Just a moment later, Han Xing arrived at the pool. Looking at the deep and dark pool below, Han Xing jumped into the water without any hesitation. This time, there was not even a splash of water, and the lake was extremely calm. It seemed that no creature had entered the pool at all. Not only that, Han Xing was surprised to find that even if he kept swimming in the water, he would not stir the surrounding water. It was as if he would not be touched by anything. After realizing this, Han Xing's eyes once again showed a strange look. Not only the consciousness, but also the physical perception has completely disappeared. So do I exist now or not? The changes caused by the superposition of time and space concealment were too strange, and even Han Xing was a little unsure of what state he was in now. But this was also a good thing for him. At least Han Xing's concealment ability had reached a perverted level. Thinking of this, he rushed to the bottom of the water even faster. The original glowing hole was blocked by Han Xing, so there was no light at this moment. But fortunately, Han Xing remembered the location and rushed straight to that area. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the destination. He waved his hand casually, and a barrier formed by the origin of darkness dissipated, revealing the hole emitting faint light. Looking at the scene inside the hole, Han Xing still felt a little creepy in his heart. But it was not as strong as before. Even I feel a little uneasy when I enter the state of time and space concealment. The place where this hole leads to seems to be very unusual. This also aroused Han Xing's curiosity even more. He no longer hesitated, and jumped directly into the cave. The next moment, his figure was swallowed by white light. A dizzy feeling came over him, and Han Xing seemed to have entered a time and space channel. The invisible teleportation force sent him to an unknown area. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a second had passed, and it seemed like more than an hour had passed. In this state, the passage of time entered a distorted state. Han Xing only saw long lines passing in front of him, and at an extremely fast speed. Even, he couldn't capture the picture contained in the long lines. After a while, this strange state finally disappeared. Han Xing's figure appeared in a strange area. The surroundings here were empty, surrounded by endless airspace, and nothing existed. Whether it was the origin, the law, or even the air, or even the physical rules, they were all gone. Here, it cannot be described as absolute darkness, because Han Xing could see that there were long glowing lines in front of him. These long lines were about 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter, which was about the same as the place where Han Xing just jumped in. In other words, these long lines are likely to be passages. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help frowning and said, "Where do these passages lead to? Isn't this the Lord's continent?" At the same time, a system message appeared in front of him. "Survivor Han Xing, please pay attention. You have discovered an unknown area? This area has exceeded the detection range of the system, and it may contain some unknown power. Please act with caution." When the prompt ended, Han Xing frowned again. A place that even the system can't detect? Is it so strange here? Obviously, the mystery of this unknown area far exceeded Han Xing's imagination. Even in the Lord continent, there may not be many strong people who know the horror of this area. And this also made Han Xing more vigilant. He silently remembered the location where he appeared, and the long glowing line behind him. It can also be said to be a pillar of light. This pillar of light is his passage back to the Lord continent. Although space and time no longer exist in this area, coordinates naturally do not exist. But strong people of their level also have their own unique marking methods. After carefully marking, Han Xing took a deep breath. Explore the area ahead. He moved forward aimlessly, and maintained a relatively stable speed. Keep moving forward, move forward. Chapter 755. During this period, he has been maintaining the dual hidden form of time and space. As he moved forward, Han Xing saw a flash of light in a certain area ahead. When he looked again, another beam of light appeared, as if connecting to an unknown area. Where do these beams of light lead to? Will they all be the Lord's continent? Then what exactly is this place? A lot of questions arose in his mind. Han Xing decided to try to walk to the end of a passage and take a look. He continued to move forward. This unknown area is really large, as if it is endless. Even Han Xing didn't know how long he had been moving forward. He had only one goal, which was to go to the other end of a passage and see what was there. However, after a period of time, Han Xing stopped. Because he discovered a fact. That is, he had been moving forward for so long, not only did he not get close to the end of the beam of light, but he was getting farther and farther away. It was as if he could never reach the end. Is this the light column extending continuously, or am I just wandering in the same place? This unknown area is too strange, and it is completely beyond Han Xing's understanding. But he can be sure that this place is definitely not simple. After all, there are so many light columns here, and each light column represents a transmission channel. Although I don't know where these transmission channels lead to. But there must be quite a few in the Lord continent. Even, some of the light columns are connected to other worlds. Of course, this is just Han Xing's speculation. As he continued to speculate, new questions emerged again. That is, why do we need to open so many transmission channels here? Could it be that the creatures in this unknown area want to enter the Lord's continent? Or, in fact, many creatures have already entered the Lord's continent through these channels. Then how do they exist? Or do they communicate, talk, and even practice with us like normal creatures? When Han Xing thought of this, he got goosebumps on his back. If it is really as he speculated, then the creatures in this unknown area have great ambitions. Han Xing felt that he should not wade into this muddy water, and he could not continue to explore. After all, strictly speaking, he is not an aboriginal of the Lord's continent. The water in the Lord's continent is deeper than he imagined. Even if there is some unknown creature that is plotting against the Lord's continent, it has nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, Han Xing took a deep breath. Let's go back first, so as not to waste too much time here and miss the start of the third round of the competition. He quickly turned back. And he also maintained a relatively uniform speed. Time passed slowly. Han Xing didn't know how long he had been here. He only knew that he was getting closer and closer to the marked position. When he was halfway to the marked position, he suddenly saw a little light in the distance. That light was rushing towards him at an extremely terrifying speed. Buzz! Wherever the light passed, it seemed to leave a string of invisible marks. Seeing this scene, Han Xing instantly grasped the weapon in his hand, and his eyes became solemn. Have you been discovered? Is this coming for me? Although he knew that the existence of this area was absolutely terrifying beyond imagination, it was still beyond Han Xing's expectation that he was discovered so quickly. He had decided that if this white light was really coming for him, then Han Xing would burst out all his states without hesitation and kill the enemy instantly. Then he rushed to the place he marked at the fastest speed. When he returned to the Lord continent, he would announce the matter of this channel. Took a deep breath again. In such a place, Han Xing always felt a pressure in his heart. The white light was getting closer and closer, and Han Xing's hand holding the longbow was getting tighter and tighter. At this time, the white light seemed to shift a little. It was not rushing towards him, but towards the area above his head. Seeing this, Han Xing frowned and said, "It didn't come to me, and I didn't find any attacking tendency in this white light. That is to say, I was not discovered." Thinking of this, he gradually relaxed a little. After relaxing, Han Xing began to observe the white light. As it approached, Han Xing saw a series of light spots left behind it. These light spots contacted and merged with each other, gradually turning into a pipe-like effect. Seeing this scene, Han Xing instantly understood something. Is this opening a transmission channel? That is to say, the white light is the means to connect to the Lord continent. Obviously, his speculation should be true. After figuring this out, Han Xing fell into thought again. At this time, an idea popped up in his mind. Since this white light can open the transmission channel, can I capture this white light and see what it is? When this idea emerged, it grew like wild grass, completely unstoppable. After some entanglement, Han Xing finally decided to do it. Anyway, I still have a chance to summon that person. Even if I really encounter an enemy beyond imagination, I will move that person here. The existence of the Eternal Lord level has exceeded my imagination. If he knows about this unknown area, it will definitely set off a storm in the Lord continent. With a trump card in hand, he also had confidence in his heart. Han Xing quickly deviated from the direction and took the initiative to come to the trajectory of the white light, waiting silently. After a while, the white light was getting closer and closer. As it approached, the passage behind it became more and more conspicuous. Until Han Xing finally saw the shape of the white light. It looked like a strange bug. It was round and crystal clear, as if it was carved from the purest jade. Seeing this, Han Xing's eyes once again showed a strange look. Bug? How could there be such a creature here? The doubts in his heart increased, making Han Xing even more curious. He secretly mobilized part of his body's strength, and was ready to catch it at any time. And the bug seemed to have no idea of Han Xing in front of it, and still rushed straight over. As it approached, more and more powerful spatial fluctuations appeared, as if it could suck Han Xing into the passage. Just when it was about to pass by Han Xing took action. He condensed a large amount of original power to form a large net, and then threw the large net out in an instant. The next moment, the glowing jade insect seemed to encounter some kind of resistance, and its movement suddenly stagnated. A puzzled look appeared in its eyes, as if it was a little strange why it found such a thing. But at this moment, Han Xing's eyes showed surprise. Very good, it works. The next moment, he suddenly exerted force, and the large net in his hand suddenly tightened. It also directly trapped the glowing jade insect. And the jade insect also reacted. A strong light burst out from it, as if it wanted to break free. Han Xing condensed a large amount of original power to weave a large net, which dissolved in an instant. However, in such a short moment, he had already stretched out his right hand. His eyes were extremely firm. The next moment, Han Xing grabbed the jade worm and stuffed it directly into his territory. Get? ? When the system prompt ended, Han Xing turned around without hesitation and rushed to the marked area behind him. At the same time, just when he put the jade worm into his backpack, this unknown area, in the extremely distant depths, seemed to have sensed something. Boom boom. The whole world was shaking crazily, as if an ancient existence had awakened. At this moment, Han Xing felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Even his scalp was almost about to explode. Fuck. 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 What level of creature is this? Why is it so scary? Han Xing exclaimed. Although he had already made a high assessment of the danger in this unknown area, it was still beyond his imagination after the outbreak. Han Xing had already held the black stone in his backpack in his hand, ready to shake people at any time. At the same time, his movements did not stop at all, and he rushed towards the passage frantically, and as the ancient will awakened, an invisible wave swept across the entire airspace. Even Han Xing was swept by this will. However, he was now in a state of time and space concealment, and this will pass through him without any hindrance, and did not cause any impact on him. Seeing this scene, Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The double concealment state is really powerful. It seems that there is no need to shake people. Just as he thought so, he suddenly felt a turbulence in his breath. He almost exited the time and space concealment state. A sense of crisis of death enveloped him. At this moment, Han Xing understood what happened. It's my territory. He quickly separated a part of his mind and entered the territory. The jade bug he had just caught was now rampaging in the territory. And it seemed to have a special power. Wherever it passed, all matter disappeared and turned into an empty passage. It was as if it was swallowed by this bug. Even the barrier of Han Xing's world was punched out with several big holes by it, and it was about to pass through the territory world and force its way to the outside world. Seeing this scene, Han Xing's eyes condensed, and he quickly ordered, "All combatants listen to my order, suppress this bug at all costs." The moment they heard the order, a terrifying aura rose up in the entire territory world. Although they didn't know who was talking to them, and they didn't have any memory of this person in their minds. But their instincts made them subconsciously choose to obey. For a while, Ming, Aiden, Cold Ball, and others all went out and started a crazy insect-catching operation in the inner world. In the eyes of countless creatures in this world, they only saw strongmen rushing into the sky, chasing a white light. The insects kept fleeing, and their movements were extremely flexible. In a flash, they went from one end of the territory to the other. Then, they left big holes on the road. Ming and others shouted loudly, "Action separately, catch it!" Hearing the sound, the figures of those Lord-level strongmen flashed, and they rushed towards the white worm frantically from different directions. However, they still underestimated the flexibility of this white worm. No matter how they surrounded and blocked it, this white worm could open a passage on the spot at a critical moment and disappear in front of them. If it weren't for the restrictions of the world barrier, the white jade worm would have disappeared long ago. Meichio and Ming were so angry that they burst out with all their strength and pursued each other relentlessly. Boom boom. The worm kept escaping and destroying, making big holes in his territory. This also caused Han Xing in the outside world to suffer a lot of backlash, and his aura was turbulent. Moreover, there was another bad news. That is, the terrifying outside seemed to become extremely angry because it didn't find anyone. Waves of terrifying waves kept sweeping over, as if they were determined to pull Han Xing out before they would stop. Seeing this, Han Xing knew that he couldn't stay any longer. "I don't have time to care about the territory in my body. Now I have to return to that channel as soon as possible." Thinking of this, he forced himself to suppress the turbulent breath in his body, and then moved quickly towards the marked area. This place is not far from the marked area. As Han Xing moved forward, the will continued to release terrifying power, and swept through continuously. What shocked Han Xing even more was that deeper in this area, it seemed that another terrifying will awakened. Fuck. Such a powerful existence. One is already outrageous enough, but two appeared at once. At this moment, Han Xing realized that he might have only explored the tip of the iceberg of this area. It is estimated that two such terrifying existences are only part of it. Thinking of this, he became more curious about this place. What are these powerful wills? Why did they open so many transmission channels, including the Lord Continent? How many strong people are there here? Compared with the Eternal Lord, who is stronger, a lot of questions arise. But Han Xing also knew that this was not something he could detect now. Now he just needed to run. Run like crazy. Buzz. As his speed continued to increase, coupled with the chaos in his territory, the control of his power gradually became unbalanced. He was even about to exit the state of space-time concealment. But in an instant, Han Xing adjusted his physical state. However, just this moment, the two terrifying wills also noticed something. An invisible force swept over Han Xing again, but did not find his trace. This made the other party even more angry. Woo! A strange low hum sounding like the roar of a beast, and like the cry of a sea creature. Just hearing this sound, people feel that their brains are about to explode. Chapter 756. Just hearing this kind of sound makes people feel that their brains are about to explode, and their bodies are covered with dense goosebumps, including Han Xing's internal territory. The white jade worm also entered a more frantic escape state after hearing this sound. Puff, puff. More holes appeared in Han Xing's internal territory. Damn it! It's the last moment. No one can influence me. Suppress it. Han Xing gritted his teeth, and the entire territory world was directly closed. Let the white jade worm run rampant inside, and don't care at all. This is determined to keep it. At the same time, the two terrifying beings behind him continued to make waves of weird sounds, sweeping like waves. Every time this sound wave entered the ear, it was like being attacked by some kind of mental attack, and the brain seemed to explode. But fortunately, his 1,000 yuan soul shield withstood this impact again and again. It can be said that if it weren't for this skill, Han Xing would have been exposed and in great danger. But even so, his current condition was not good. His brain felt as if it was pierced by thousands of needles, and waves of terrible pain came over him. In an instant, blood oozed out of his pores, including his eyes and nostrils. It can be said that he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Han Xing could only endure this pain and rushed madly towards the glowing entrance. Hualala. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out tens of thousands of kilometers. And the entrance was getting closer and closer. Hope rose in Han Xing's heart. However, the white jade insect he caught seemed to be quite important to these terrifying beings. Even if they didn't find anyone, they were still releasing their mental power unremittingly, sweeping over and over again. Woo woo! A series of low voices came, as if they would never give up until they found the guy who stole their white jade bugs. At this moment, Han Xing's Qianyuan Yuhuan shield in his mind had already appeared with dense cracks. As if it was about to break? It's almost there. Hold on. Hold on. Han Xing gritted his teeth and rushed forward frantically. Finally, when the cracks on the Qianyuan Yuhuan shield became more and more, and it was about to break, Han Xing came to the side of the shining light circle, and those terrifying beings also realized something. They made a strange sound again. Han Xing instantly sensed that the shining light circles around him began to dim one after another. Han Xing's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately realized what these guys were doing. They actually wanted to close all these transmission channels and completely seal Han Xing here. At that time, Han Xing would be isolated and helpless in this unknown space, and the consequences would be disastrous. At this moment, he no longer delayed, and directly burst out with unprecedented strength, rushing forward. However, it seemed that because his speed was too fast, it triggered some strange fluctuations, causing these strange beings to notice it. A pair of strange eyes looked over from countless light years, making Han Xing feel uneasy. But fortunately, Han Xing's space-time hiding state was too abnormal to be described by common sense. These strange beings could vaguely feel that something was wrong, but they just couldn't find Han Xing's existence. Han Xing vaguely heard these beings making doubtful sounds. However, although they could not find Han Xing, they also saw a glowing transmission channel in front of them. Woo! With a low humming sound, Han Xing saw that the channel dimmed instantly. Not good. Han Xing screamed in his heart. A sense of urgency came suddenly. At the critical moment, Han Xing directly used his trump card Time Pause. Buzz! After a wonderful energy fluctuation, everything around fell into a state of stagnation. Whether it was those strange sights, the dimming transmission channel, or even the violent fluctuations in this unknown area. At this moment, they were all frozen, and all the storm subsided. Looking at the surrounding scenes, Han Xing sighed again. Time Pause is really a perverted ability, which has violated the rules. No wonder time and space are listed as one of the two most powerful origins. It's really outrageous. Fortunately, this outrageous power was mastered by Han Xing. Without any delay, he entered the glowing passage in a flash. A few seconds later, time began to pass. Boom! Crash! A strong storm once again swept through this unknown area. And those strange beings seemed to realize that the person they were looking for had disappeared from the spot, and a surge of anger appeared. Woo! Like an angry beast, it made a series of terrifying cries. The whole world had undergone some strange and terrible changes. Of course, these had nothing to do with Han Xing. He has passed through the passage and returned to the bottom of the deep lake. You have arrived at Lord Continent. When the prompt sounded, Han Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god! I'm finally back. Damn, this experience is really a life and death experience. If I hadn't been in the state of space-time concealment, even if the Lord of the Divine Realm went in, he wouldn't be able to make a splash. Although Han Xing didn't know how terrifying the strength of those beings was. But he was sure that the strong men at the level of the Lord of the Divine Realm were just ants in front of him. It can be said that if Han Xing's space-time concealment hadn't avoided detection, if his 1,000-yuan soul shield hadn't blocked the mental attack, if his time hadn't stopped at the last moment, helping him rush out of the passage. Without any of these factors, Han Xing would not have been able to escape, and would have been left there forever. But fortunately, he succeeded. Just as Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief, his face suddenly turned pale, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff! The bright red blood spread in the dark water, and the vitality contained in it turned the pool of water into a spiritual spring in the mouths of ordinary people. The next moment, Han Xing's breath began to fall into chaos. There were also many terrifying wounds on his body. Puff! Puff puff puff! Blood pillars burst out. The loss of control of his breath made Han Xing directly exit the time and space hidden state. Han Xing's name also reappeared on the stone tablet in the center of the continent. Including everyone's memory of Han Xing, it was instantly restored. At this moment, Han Xing was pressing his chest and angrily said, "Damn it, I will deal with you in a while." He knew why he was in his current state. The white jade worm in his body was destroying the territory world crazily. It not only destroyed a large amount of his territory, but also destroyed his world barrier and opened holes on it. This was the backlash caused to the Lord after the territory was damaged. But now, Han Xing needs to leave here as soon as possible, lest those terrifying beings in the strange world connected by the passage behind him rush through the passage and attack him. Splash. A sound of water passed by. Han Xing suppressed his injuries again and rushed madly towards the area of the central continent. He couldn't heal his injuries now. Only when he reached the central continent could he feel completely at ease. Time passed. 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Han Xing was basically rushing at full speed. There was no way. The place where the Moon Shadow Beast was located was too far away from the central continent. Han Xing could only divide his mind and suppress the white jade worm in his body while moving forward at a high speed. The price was that the territory in his body was destroyed in a larger area, and the gap was getting bigger and bigger. The backlash made him vomit blood almost all the way. Damn! This worm is really crazy. It has been a few days, and it seems that it will never give up. Han Xing was helpless by this crazy struggling worm. I didn't expect it to be so tenacious, and it seemed that it would never give in. But it doesn't matter. Han Xing has sensed that the strength of this worm is not strong. At most, it is only at the level of a high-level lord. It is almost equivalent to the level of a big beast lord. When he returns to the vicinity of the central continent and stabilizes, there are many ways to deal with this worm. Gritting his teeth, Han Xing ran again. Another day passed, and Han Xing finally arrived near the territory of Lord Ling Hui. In front of him was the territory of Lord Das Ho. At this moment, Han Xing felt a sense of security. Although Lord Ling Hui and Lord Das Ho were not strong, to the strange existence of that unknown world, they were not even ants. However, this was near the central continent, gathering countless geniuses and evildoers from the entire southern region. There were also a large number of lords of the divine realm, and it was even clear that an eternal lord was in charge of this competition. Since these guys have been acting in secret, they certainly don't want their affairs to be exposed. Therefore, they definitely dare not show up in front of the eternal lord. As long as Han Xing is given some time to solve the white jade worm in his body, he will be completely safe. Thinking of this, Han Xing took a deep breath, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and rushed into the territory of Ling Hui. Soon after he approached, Ling Hui, Lung Yu, and even the great beast lord, who were in retreat, opened their eyes. They all sensed how chaotic Han Xing's aura was at the moment. If it were an ordinary mid-level lord, he would have exploded and died by now. It was a miracle that he could hold on until now. What did this kid do when he went out? How could he become like this? Did he meet a strong enemy? The great beast lord murmured. Although they were confused, they also knew that Han Xing was at a critical moment and needed to adjust his aura as soon as possible. So, they suppressed their curiosity and did not disturb him. After Han Xing came back, he rushed directly to the top floor of the tower, and then cast hundreds of seals in succession, completely sealing the entire tower. He himself also went into seclusion mode. At the same time went back to 3 days ago. Shortly after Han Xing left the pool, the dim transmission channel behind him emitted a faint light again. A strange black shadow quickly emerged from it. This black shadow seemed to have no fixed shape. It turned into a geometric pattern for a while, and then into a long line, which looked extremely strange. After a while, this black shadow seemed to be adjusting its state, and the black air on its body flowed like liquid. Gradually, a human figure emerged. Then, limbs, brain, and facial features grew out of it. But there was nothing on his body, and the expression on his face was as pale and stiff as a dead person. Then, his neck gradually tilted to one side, and his limbs began to shake uncoordinatedly. Crack! Crack! The whole body made a series of bone-cracking sounds. After a while, he seemed to adapt to this new body. Then he rushed out of the water at an extremely terrifying speed. He searched around in the forest where Han Xing was originally. Finally, he seemed to have found something and moved forward at a very fast speed in one direction. The direction he chased was the direction Han Xing fled. And the speed was extremely fast, even far beyond the level of Chaos Lord, if Han Xing hadn't kept some caution. When his state was slightly stable, he would enter the time and space hidden state from time to make his actions and tricks out of this world. Otherwise, this strange existence would have caught up with him long ago. After 3 consecutive days of tracking, this strange existence stopped where it was. His eyes were fixed on the looming continent in the distance, and a vigilant look appeared in his pupils. After a moment, he said in a hollow voice, "There is a special life form. Cannot get close. Apply to return." The next moment, he turned around and wanted to leave here. At this moment, a special wave suddenly came from above his head. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky. Then, he saw a black dot rapidly enlarged in his sight. And it turned into the shape of a finger. He spoke expressionlessly. Special. Life form. Discovered. Quick. Run. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, the finger had already fallen. With a pop, the man's body exploded on the spot and turned into a ball of black gas, and this ball of black gas was evaporated in an instant and disappeared without a trace. There is no trace of this man in the world anymore. He had just arrived in the Lord continent, and it had been less than 3 days. He was stabbed to death by a finger. It was a real finger-crushing death, with no resistance at all. And in that mysterious area, those strange beings sensed that this strange life had died and were immediately furious. The terrifying aura swept the entire space again. However, they seemed to be afraid of something and did not dare to come over. Even, they took the initiative to close a large number of transmission channels. In the central continent, the old man who was lying on a rattan chair and lazily basking in the sun used his index finger to pick his ears and pick his nose. It seemed that he picked out some kind of sticky liquid, which he rubbed directly on his fingertips, and then flicked it out casually. There was a look of disdain in his eyes. Hee. A bunch of stinky rats in the gutter dare to show up in front of me. Chapter 757. Hee. A bunch of stinky rats in the gutter dare to show up in front of me. The old man stood up casually, and then spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm like an old man who just got up. Huh? After spitting out this phlegm, he seemed to be much more relaxed, and said casually, "Thousands of epochs ago, I could beat you to a pulp. Thousands of epochs later, I can still beat you like a grandson." Then, his eyes fell on the stone tablet in the center of the continent. At the same time, he also noticed that the name of Han Xing reappeared on the blank ranking. A look of interest appeared at the corners of his dry mouth. Interesting. A little guy who has mastered the dual origins of time and space? It's really rare. However, the use of these two origins is still at a superficial level, and it's okay to perfunctorily deal with the Lord of the Divine Realm. In front of the Eternal Lord, it will be discovered instantly. Speaking of this, he stroked his beard and thought, should I remind this kid? Such a good seedling will grow up to be a good existence in the future. In that ancient battlefield, we don't have an Eternal Lord who can control the dual origins of time and space. But after a moment, he shook his head and said, forget it, let's wait and see after this kid finishes the game. See how he performs. If he only has this ability but a bad character, he is destined to have no chance to become the Eternal Lord in the future. Thinking of this, the old man lay back on the rattan chair. At the same time, at this moment, Han Xing has completely entered a state of retreat. He didn't know that during his retreat, the unknown world really sent out a strange life form to track him. But it was discovered by a terrifying strongman and crushed to death with one finger. Han Xing kept taking deep breaths and exhaling streams of burning gas. After a whole day of adjustment, he finally stopped the injuries in his body and stopped them from getting worse. The situation seemed to have stabilized. But Han Xing knew that this was only external. In his inner world, the white jade worm was still destroying crazily. However, after he solved the injuries in his body, he also had more strength and was able to devote himself to the territory world and suppress the white jade worm. Han Xing opened his eyes, revealing a bit of coldness in his eyes. Damn it, I spent so much money to get you here. If you don't behave yourself, I will kill you directly. The next moment, Han Xing's consciousness sank, and he directly entered the territory world. At the same time, in that huge continent, countless creatures inside were trembling in their shelters, looking at the sky with fear. In the past 4 days, they seemed to have experienced a doomsday scene. A white light rushed into their world and rampaged here. Wherever the white light passed, it seemed to swallow everything. Even the earth had holes that were transparent from front to back. Including the sky, it was bitten out by it with huge holes. From these holes, waves of terrifying auras continued to overflow, and any overflow could make them die. These are the chaotic space forces. Something worth mentioning. Since this white jade worm entered Han Xing's territory and destroyed the world barrier, it broke the 1:100,000 time flow rate. This is equivalent to a closed world that can grow, and at just time it will. Now that the world barrier has been broken, it is equivalent to this closed world being open and connected to the time of the Lord's continent. So the time flow rate has also become 1:1. Of course, this impact is not serious. As long as Han Xing does not completely merge the territory with the Lord's world, there is still a chance to save it. As long as he seals the world loophole, he can also restore the time flow rate of 1:100,000. At the same time, the heroes of the entire territory and those arms are bursting out with all their strength to intercept this white jade worm everywhere. Ming shouted, "All Chaos Lancers, form a blockade formation to stop it." Ingwa also kept commanding, "Moon Swordsman, release the power of the moon and freeze that area completely." "Where is the gargoyle?" "Quickly activate the petrification skill." The soldiers followed their orders one after another. Including Cole Ball, Muching, Death Knight and others, they all burst out with all their strength and chased the worm frantically. However, this guy seemed too flexible and too weird. It seemed that nothing could trap it. Every time everyone formed an encirclement, even completely blocked the space, thinking that they could catch it. The worm would burst out with endless white light, open a space channel on the spot, and disappear in front of everyone. "Damn it!" Aiden cursed. "This can't go on. If it continues, our world will be completely hollowed out by this worm. We have to think of a way." However, everyone on the field also knew that they had to think of a way now. But what way can they think of? In the past 4 days, they can be said to have used all means, but they just can't trap this worm. For a moment, everyone's face showed a helpless look. And at this moment, the billions of creatures in the entire territory suddenly raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky. A dazzling white light fell from the sky, like a god descending from heaven. At this moment, everyone's eyes showed a look of hope, because they knew what the appearance of this white light meant. "It's the Lord! The Lord is here! Great, after the Lord appears, we are saved." All living beings crawled on the ground and kept worshipping in the direction of Han Xing. Including Aiden, He Ming and others in the distance, looking at Han Xing, there was also a light of hope in their eyes. At this moment, Han Xing, after entering the world of the territory, quickly scanned the surrounding scene. After taking in the situation of the entire territory, he had already understood the damage caused by the white jade worm. Then, his eyes gradually locked on the creature that was fleeing frantically on the field. A terrifying breath came instantly. At this moment, the body of the white jade worm suddenly shrank, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and became extremely frightened. Its movements became faster. Buzz, buzz. A series of white lights flashed continuously, leaving a series of passages. In a short period of time, it caused huge losses to Han Xing's territory. Anger appeared in the eyes of those territory heroes. "Damn it, you dare to act violently in front of the Lord. Everyone, do it together. Kill!" The killing intent surged in them. They felt that the scene in front of them was an insult to the Lord, and in the case of absolute loyalty, they even regarded Han Xing's reputation as more important than their own lives. Voila! The strong men were about to rush over. And Han Xing said calmly, "Okay, stop it." Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed confusion, as if they didn't understand why Han Xing gave such an order. However, they obeyed the Lord's words 100%. At the same time, the white jade worm saw that no one continued to chase it, and doubts appeared in its small eyes. But this is also a good thing for it. These days, it was because these people kept chasing it that it couldn't attack the world barrier with peace of mind. Otherwise, with its ability, it would have completely bitten through Han Xing's inner world and rushed out of the Lord's continent. At that time, the sea is wide, and the fish can leap. These guys can't do anything to it. Just when the white jade worm was about to continue attacking the world barrier, an invisible force instantly enveloped it and suppressed it on the spot. Plop! The white jade worm fell violently into the mountains below like a fly that was slapped down, sinking hundreds of thousands of meters directly. Moreover, this force also contains many kinds of strange original forces. Light, darkness, water, fire. There are even forces such as space and time. Especially the last two powers, which suppressed the white jade worm so much that it could not move. As the lord of this world, it is equivalent to the master of the world. Han Xing can do this easily. On the field, the heroes saw this scene and showed strong shock on their faces. You know, they tried their best in the past few days, but they never let the white jade worm stop for a moment. And now, the Lord came and suppressed the opponent without even moving. This great power is a miracle in their eyes. Chaos Lancer Aiden said enthusiastically, "The Lord is really powerful. This strange creature is just suppressed by him." Ming beside him also nodded in agreement. "Yes, the Lord is omnipotent. Praise the Lord." In an instant, the whole world inside the body was filled with fanatical worship. At this moment, the suppressed white jade worm was still struggling frantically. Chiji. It was constantly emitting strong white light, trying to repeat the same trick and open a passage to escape from here. It was indeed almost successful. This white light was too strange. Even the seal caused by the origin of time and space was broken by it in a short time. And at this moment, the young man's faint voice suddenly sounded in his ears. If you make any move again, I will kill you directly. You should know that I can do this. Although his voice was plain, it fell into the ears of this white jade insect, making its heart tighten, because it knew that this man could really do it. However, it didn't want to surrender. After all, as long as it could break out of the Lord's continent, Han Xing would have no way to deal with it. And now, there are more and more loopholes in this world, and it can do this immediately. Buzz! A familiar white light appeared. A white passage appeared again in the original place. Then, the white jade worm appeared at the other end of the passage, ready to attack his world barrier. Seeing this scene, Han Xing's eyes showed a look of regret. Sure enough, I can only kill it by force? This worm is quite magical, and its abilities are also very special. If possible, it would be best to master this power in your hands. However, it would rather die than surrender. Then Han Xing could only kill it. Thinking of this, he raised his hand again. A vast force of heaven and earth fell. The white jade worm also sensed this force of heaven and earth, and was about to escape. But as mentioned before, this is Han Xing's territory. It had no place to escape. The power of heaven and earth followed it like a shadow, suppressing it directly. Then, Han Xing pulled the bowstring. Buzz! As a buzzing sound rang out, waves of terrifying aura gradually erupted from Han Xing's body. The states of instant prison, shadow kill, and Galaxy Lord were superimposed crazily. It raised his strength to a terrifying level. The next moment, an arrow containing many original powers appeared out of thin air. With this arrow, ordinary high-level lords would definitely die. Even a being like the Great Beast Lord would be seriously injured. Han Xing was 80% sure that he could kill this bug instantly. His eyes instantly aimed at the target, and the arrow in his hand was ready to go. At this moment, the white jade insect suddenly turned to Cao Xing, with a pleading look in its eyes. Chiji, Chiji. After a strange cry, a series of voices appeared in Han Xing's ears. No, don't kill me. I admit defeat. This sound sounded very strange, like a babbling child, communicating with himself in a clumsy and stiff language. At this moment, a strange look appeared on Han Xing's face. The action of shooting the arrow also stopped. He asked in confusion, "Can you speak?" Then, the childlike voice came again in his mind. Just learn. Don't kill me. Han Xing's eyes showed enlightenment, and he continued, "If you want to live, give up resistance and come to me." Hearing this, the voice replied obediently, "Okay." Then, the white jade worm began to wriggle, and approached Han Xing. The heroes next to him raised their weapons, and were ready to attack at any time. They were afraid that the worm would suddenly attack Han Xing. Then, they could protect the Lord. However, Han Xing was very calm. Not to mention his current strength, and now that he was in his territory, the worm could not cause any trouble. When the white jade bug came to him, he took the initiative to say, "I am here. Can you let me go?" "Let you go?" Han Xing held his chin up and asked with interest, "Where do you want to go? Go back to that world?" In his mind, the voice replied seriously, "Yes. I want to return to my tribe. My tribe members are all there. There are only a few left. If I don't go back, my tribe members will die." As it continued to speak, the context became more and more fluent, and it was almost able to communicate with Han Xing like a normal person. Chapter 758. After listening to the narration of the white jade worm, Han Xing thought for a moment again. In that mysterious area, he did see several white lights in addition to the white jade worm. They were all opening passages. However, there were very few of them. There were only 4 in total. Han Xing asked, "Why would your people die if you don't go back?" The white jade worm quickly replied, "Because they want us to open the passage. But because the barrier between the Lord continent and that space is too thick. It takes the power of our entire tribe to get through. If I don't go back, they will lose their function and be eaten by those monsters." Hearing this, Han Xing thought for a moment again. Through the words of the white jade worm, he deduced a lot of information. First of all, the space barrier of the Lord continent is very thick, and even those strange beings cannot easily come over, so they need to borrow the power of this worm. Then, these bugs were not originally creatures of that space, but were captured by them, equivalent to a group of coolies. Han Xing seemed to understand something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, If you don't go back, your tribe will not die. If you go back, your tribe will die. Hearing this, the white jade bug's eyes appeared confused again. Why? Say that. Han Xing chuckled. You also said that the barrier of the Lord continent is very thick, and only the power of your tribe can break it. If they eat all your people, what will they use to open the passage? The white jade worm's eyes flashed with a glimmer, as if he felt that what he said did make sense. Han Xing continued to analyze. As long as you don't go back, they won't be able to open the passage, and your people can be temporarily safe. After all, you were captured by me, and you didn't escape on your own initiative. They will definitely try every means to capture you back now. And once you go back, you'd be really dead. Because if you really open the passage and let those terrifying guys enter the Lord's continent, it will definitely attract the attention of those strong people in this continent. When the two sides fight, creatures like you will definitely be the focus of attention. Then, your people will usher in real destruction. After listening to Han Xing's analysis, the white jade worm seemed to understand something. It murmured, you mean? Those terrible beings were lying to us before? Will they really not eat us? Han Xing's face was speechless. Although this white jade worm has strange and powerful means, its IQ is really worrying. It is equivalent to a human child. It just believed it after being fooled by someone. Of course, will you eat something that is very useful to you? The white jade worm twisted its fat head and shook its head slowly. No, no. So, they really lied to us. Angry, angry. Bursts of white light emanated from it, as if expressing angry emotions. Then, it raised its head again, with a hopeful look in its eyes. You mean, as long as I don't go back, my people won't be in danger, right? Han Xing nodded. That should be the case. Hearing this, the white jade worm's eyes glowed again. Then, can I stay here? I don't want my people to get hurt. Han Xing's face showed a strange look, although he wanted to subdue the white jade worm at the beginning. As a result, before he mentioned it, the other party took the initiative to speak. Of course, Han Xing did not agree immediately, but said, I can let you stay here. But as a condition, you need to join my territory and become a creature of my territory. Join? The territory? Its tone was a little confused, as if it did not understand what Han Xing meant. Han Xing nodded and said, yes, as long as you join my territory, you can live here. But you have to listen to me, and only me in the future. If you disobey my orders, the consequences will be serious. There was a hidden threat in his tone. And the white jade worm seemed to understand what Han Xing meant. It looked around, looked at the coal ball and others next to it, and asked, is it becoming the same existence as them? Han Xing nodded and said, yes. The white jade worm showed hesitation in its eyes again, as if thinking about something. Han Xing did not urge it, but let it think about it slowly. Including the atmosphere on the field, it was a bit weird. And the faces of Aiden, Ming and others showed weird expressions. At first, everyone hated this strange bug. After all, it caused serious damage to the world, but they couldn't do anything about it. And if this bug joined their territory and became a partner. Sounds not bad. After a while, the bug's voice sounded. I am willing to join your territory. But, can you please not let me go out normally? I don't want to expose myself. It will attract those scary guys. Han Xing nodded and said, of course, I can't deal with those guys with my current strength. Before that, I will try my best to hide you. The bug responded, thank you. In order to repay your help, please accept this. After that, it opened its mouth and slowly spit out a white bead. The bead exuded a mysterious white light, which seemed to contain some special power. Han Xing smiled. This guy was quite polite, and even knew to prepare a gift. However, this bead seems to have no effect, but it is also a token of the bug's intention. He nodded and said, okay, I accept your gift. He waved his hand, and pulled the bead over. Just as he was about to put it in his backpack, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Obtained, core of all things, color. At this moment, Han Xing's hand stopped in midair. A look of doubt appeared in his eyes. This thing is actually a fantasy-level bead? What does it do? With a puzzled look, Han Xing looked at the properties of the bead. Core of all things, color. Quality, fantasy level. Item effect 1. Can be used to strengthen weapons or equipment, and increase the equipment level by 30 to 100 levels, depending on the user's level. Note, the highest level of equipment that can be strengthened is holy. Item effect 2. Can directly absorb the core of all things, and increase its own basic properties by 50%, can be used up to 1 time. Item effect 3. Can integrate the core of all things into the territory, replacing 50 kilograms of eternal soil. After reading the properties of this bead, Han Xing's eyes were already filled with strong shock and disbelief. It was not until a moment later that he came back to his senses. He looked at the insect in front of him, and asked with a slight tremor in his voice, "How did this bead come from?" Han Xing almost widened his eyes, and stared at the white jade insect. No wonder he was so excited. It was because the properties of this bead were too abnormal. 3 major functions, each of which was incredible. The former could upgrade the level of equipment, even equipment like holy objects. What does this mean? It means that Han Xing could even upgrade his set of holy objects and the Eternal Night War bow to over 100 levels. The second function was equally incredible, with a 50% increase in basic properties, allowing him to far surpass lords of the same level. The third function was equally outrageous. What was the concept of 50 kilograms of eternal soil? It could instantly increase Han Xing's territory heritage by a large margin. Even the hundreds of kilograms of eternal soil that he needed to break through to a high-level lord filled a large gap. Compared to this, the damage caused by this white jade worm to his territory seems insignificant. And looking at Han Xing's excited eyes, the white jade worm's small eyes still have a puzzled look. It slowly said, "This is the white bead in my body. Is there any problem?" Han Xing shook his head and said, "No, there is no problem. I want to ask, where did this kind of bead come from? Can it be produced continuously?" After all, if it can be produced continuously, Han Xing is equivalent to mastering a way to obtain the Eternal Land. If people know about it, even those lords of the divine domain will go crazy. Hearing this question, the white jade worm seemed to understand what he meant. Slowly nodded, of course. After getting its confirmation, Han Xing became even more excited. At this time, the next sentence of the white jade worm interrupted his thoughts. "But, to continue to spit out this kind of bead, I need to swallow a lot of things. Pile all these things up in my body, and then digest them. After a while, a bead can be produced." After listening to its explanation, Han Xing's eyes showed a look of enlightenment. At the same time, he also realized why this bead is called core of all things. It turns out that this is a bead that is formed by swallowing and digesting all things in the world. He continued to ask, "Then do you know how many things you need to swallow to produce a bead of this kind?" The white jade worm thought for a moment, looked around again, and then replied, "Probably. For a territory like yours, swallowing 1,000 is enough." Hearing this, Han Xing suddenly felt a little toothache. "What do you mean by 1,000 is enough? This number is already exaggerated, isn't it? You know, his territory is already very large. It is almost 1,000th of the territory of the great beast lord." According to the meaning of this white jade worm, if you devour the territory of a high-level limit lord who is taking the second path, you can produce a core of all things. This price is really high. Of course, there is a faster and more convenient way. That is, find an uninhabited area in the Lord's continent, release the white jade worm directly, and let it start to devour the land and mountains. Anyway, the Lord's continent is large enough. Even if it swallows until the end of time, it is impossible to swallow up all the materials in this world. However, there is also a disadvantage to doing this. That is, after its breath appears, it may be detected by some strong people. So the safest way is for Han Xing to transfer the external materials into the territory, and then let this white jade worm devour them. Han Xing nodded slightly and said, "I understand. I will try and find more food for you to eat." Hearing this, the worm also showed a happy mood. "Great. I love eating the most. Thank you." Han Xing smiled. Just when he was about to recruit this white jade worm as a member of the territory, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. "Do you want to tame it and make it my pet?" You know, Han Xing has only one pet, Coal Ball, so far. Although the name and race of this white jade worm are unknown, its specialness is not inferior to that of Coal Balls. As a pet, it is qualified enough. So, Han Xing decided to do it. Do you want to tame it as your second pet? Note, before taming it as a pet, you need to make it surrender. Han Xing directly clicked OK. At the same time, the white jade worm seemed to sense something. It stretched out its tentacles on the top of its head and swayed slightly in the air. Then, a system prompt appeared. Taming is successful. The special creature has become your pet, and the number of pets has increased by 1. Because the system has not come into contact with this creature, it is unlocking the biological illustration. The next moment, a white light suddenly fell from the sky and enveloped the white jade worm. The white light did not seem to be harmful, but just kept passing over it, as if scanning something. The worm also stood there very cooperatively. After a moment, a system prompt appeared. Scanning successful. Special creature, Void Devourer, the illustration has been unlocked. Survivor Han Xing gets the illustration unlocking reward. Eternal Soil * 20 kg, Cell Selected Origin Power * 1 billion. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing's face suddenly showed surprise. Wow, unlocking this new creature also has an illustration reward? And the reward is so high. Then can I specifically look for this strange creature to unlock, and then continue to trigger the reward? He seemed to see a new way to get rich, and a strong golden light burst out in his eyes. But soon, he denied this conjecture. After all, with the power of the system, almost 99% of the creatures in the entire Lord continent are included in the system illustration. At least until now, except for this Void Devourer, Han Xing has not seen any creature that the system has not seen. And the Void Devourer is not a creature of the Lord continent, but Han Xing snatched it back from an unknown space. Chapter 759. This also reminded Han Xing of the scene at that time. He remembered that creatures, like the Void Devourer, seemed to be opening channels everywhere. And those channels were connected to planes. That is, in addition to the Lord's continent, there were some other planes. So, in these planes, are there some creatures that the system has never explored? Of course, this is all later. Han Xing now needs to collect the reward first. In the random attribute source power, he chose time source without hesitation. The system prompt appeared. Selection successful. You get the illustration reward. Eternal Soil * 20 kilograms, time source power * 1 billion. Looking at the 20 kilograms of Eternal Soil that suddenly appeared in the backpack, Han Xing's face showed satisfaction. Yes, the Eternal Soil in my hand is almost more than 30 kilograms. If you count the core of all things, there are almost 80 kilograms of Eternal Soil. I am one step closer to gathering all the conditions to break through the high-level Chaos Lord. Of course, precious things like the core of all things need to be used on the blade. The first two attributes, whether used to enhance the level of the holy object or to improve the attributes, can immediately improve Han Xing's strength. For a moment, he was a little entangled. Is it better to use it to enhance the equipment or to improve my own attributes? After thinking for a few minutes, he did not make a decision. Han Xing shook his head, and finally decided not to consider these things for the time being. Let's take a look at the attributes of this new pet I got. Pull open the attributes of this white jade insect. Pet information, Void Devourer. Race, unknown. Level 130. Attributes, Strength 54.12 million, Agility 63.81 million, Spirit 77.24 million, Constitution 54.19 million. Favorability, 74. Satiation, 96. Growth max. Skills, Psychic Tearing, Surprise Bite, Devourer Field, etc. A total of 124 skills. Talent skill, Devourer, Void Devourer can devour all matter, no prison can control it. Talent skill 2, Void Channel, Void Worldworm can open a transmission channel in any area by devouring the origin of space. Note, the longer the route to open the channel, the longer it takes. Talent skill 3, Material Conversion, Void Worldworm transforms a large amount of matter into the core of all things in its body by devouring a large amount of matter. Current conversion progress, 0/100. After reading the long attributes of this devourer, Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Only high-level Lord-level strength? However, its strength is not the most important thing. What is more important is the role of the devourer. These three talents are a bit outrageous. With the first and second talents combined, there is no area in the world that can trap it. Even Han Xing locked it in his own territory, and it almost escaped. If Ming and Meichio hadn't been chasing it constantly, giving this devourer some time, it would really be able to bite through his world barrier. This creature with superb escapability is really outrageous. In addition to the ability to escape, its auxiliary ability is also quite powerful. As long as this devourer is here, if I'm trapped in a desperate area in the future, I can release it and open a transmission channel for me. In this way, I can explore some more dangerous places. Thinking of this, Han Xing smiled again. I have to say that he really found a treasure by catching this devourer. So, he looked at the fat white insect and said, "Since I snatched you from that strange place, from now on, you will be called Debeo." Pet, Debeo is named successfully. Debeo. The devourer tilted its head and seemed a little confused. But after a moment, it accepted the name. Okay. Master. I will be called Debeo from now on. Han Xing smiled. After dealing with this pet, Han Xing looked around again. At this moment, heroes such as Ming, Aiden, Ingwe, etc. were waiting nearby. Han Xing also noticed the devastated territory around him. You all performed very well this time. Next, everyone will start repairing the territory and fill in the area destroyed by Debao. Everyone looked at each other and responded respectfully. Yes, Lord. After dealing with matters related to the territory, Han Xing flashed and his consciousness returned to the tower. But this time, he also released Meiqiu and Niuqing. Looking at the man and the wolf beside him, Han Xing said, "There is less than half a month before the third round of the challenge match and the ring match begins. During this half month, I will enter a state of seclusion." Miao Qing understood what he meant and replied respectfully, "Yes, sir. I will guard the tower with Meiqiu and prevent anyone from disturbing you." Han Xing nodded slightly. Then he closed his eyes. In the following time, he began to sort out the skills he had mastered and simulated and collided them in his mind, hoping to find a better match. Before, I simply combined those combat skills together. For example, the arrow of the falling god plus the burning body of evil flames. For example, space travel plus the twinkling of stars. The fusion of these skills is too simple. So, I now need to further master the mysteries of these skills. In this way, I can also play a stronger explosive power when fighting against the enemy. Thinking of this, Han Xing continued to simulate the state. Including other lords are also in seclusion at this moment, seizing the time to improve their attributes. From the palace of the great beast lord, there are continuous roars of wild beasts. He also seems to be preparing for the next ring match. Time flies. Half a month has passed. On this day, a stone tablet emerged from the huge land in the center of the southern continent. This stone tablet suddenly rushed into the sky, and the golden light illuminated the surrounding area for billions of kilometers. At the same time, a voice appeared in the ears of all the lords nearby. Southern Territory Tianju Challenge. The third round of the ring competition is about to start. Please prepare all contestants. The number of lords who will advance this time is 2185423 people. The following are the rules of the competition. Please listen carefully. These 2.18 million lords will be randomly assigned to groups of 10,000 people, a total of 219 groups. Each group has a corresponding number. Due to venue restrictions, the third round of competition needs to be divided into 22 days. Every day, 10 groups of lords will compete. For example, the first day is 1 to 10 groups, a total of 100,000 lords will participate in the ring competition. The second day is 11 to 20 groups, participating in the ring competition, and so on, until all participating lords finish the competition. The 100,000 lords participating on the first day will be randomly assigned an opponent for a one-on-one fight. The winner will enter the champion mode and be promoted to bronze champion. Bronze champions can choose to continue to challenge other champions, or wait for other champions to challenge them. If you choose to continue to challenge, the system will assign you an opponent of similar strength. For each battle won, the champion will receive 1 point, and if lost, 1 point will be deducted. The champion with 10 points will be promoted to silver champion and automatically qualified for promotion. The champion with 100 points will be promoted to gold champion and receive additional rewards. Elimination mechanism. Each lord will enter the loser group after losing the first game. Loser group lords can have one resurrection match, and can re-enter the champion mode after winning, and will be eliminated if they fail. Hosts with less than 0 points will be automatically eliminated. Allocation of promotion quota. The final number of promotion quotas for each group is 5,000. In theory, as long as you become a silver champion, you will automatically get the opportunity to advance. However, if the number of silver champions in today's competition is higher than 5,000, it will be allocated to the lord with the highest points first according to personal points. If the points are the same, they will be ranked according to combat performance, such as combat time, etc. If the number of silver champions in today's competition is lower than 5,000, the lord with the highest points will be selected from the bronze champions to supplement. When the long prompt ended, the entire central continent, hundreds of millions of territories were silent for a moment. Then, there were tsunamis of shouts and discussions. The rules of this tournament are a bit complicated. Yes, there are bronze champions and silver champions, which confuses me. At this time, a lord said disdainfully, "What's so confusing about this? Isn't it very clear? 100,000 people in each game, and only 5,000 people can advance at most each time. According to your battle points, you will be promoted to a stronger champion level. If you can't tell such a simple rule, what kind of lord are you?" After the lord finished speaking, he was also echoed by many people, including Han Xing, the big beast lord. Ling Wei and others also woke up one after another. They gathered in Han Xing's tower again. including Yiqing and Meizhou. The Great Beast Lord spoke first. Brother Han Xing, do you understand the rules of this competition? Han Xing nodded. I understand. 100,000 people compete every day, and 95,000 people are eliminated. It's very simple and direct. That's right. The Great Beast Lord also nodded, but this kind of ring competition has a special rule. You need to pay attention to it. Huh? What is it? Han Xing asked in confusion. The Great Beast Lord had participated in several Tianju challenges before, either sending his own lords or personally taking part. So he knows more about the rules in this regard than Han Xing. He said slowly, after we fight in the first round and defeat our opponents, we will become bronze champions. Once you become a bronze champion, you can refuse challenges from champions of higher levels than you, but you cannot refuse challenges from champions of lower levels than you. And everyone only has 3 chances to refuse. Hearing this, Lord Linghui and Longyu frowned. Longyu asked, Father, you mean that if the bronze champion challenges the silver champion, he will not have the chance to refuse? On the contrary, if the silver champion challenges the bronze champion, if he has used up his 3 chances to refuse, he can only accept the challenge? Lord Daso nodded yes. This is also specially arranged by the official, in order to make all lords brave enough to accept the challenge and complete the battle in the shortest time. After all, the competition time for a group is only 1 day. Some lords tend to fight defensively, and it is possible for a battle to last for a year or 2. Speaking of this, he seemed to remember something. By the way, in addition to this hidden rule, there is another rule. That is, the time of each game cannot exceed 10 minutes. Once it exceeds 10 minutes, and neither lord dies, then both sides will be automatically judged as losers, and each will lose 1 point. Hearing this, everyone's eyes became even weirder. Miao Qing whispered, what if the lord who is extremely good at defense deliberately drags the other lords until the time is up? The Great Beast Lord chuckled and nodded, yes, so the promotion rules of the game are that only those who become silver champions can qualify, and there are only 5,000 fixed promotion spots. Everyone nodded suddenly. The Great Beast Lord seemed to remember something again, and continued to add, in addition, there is another secret that is not a secret. Everyone looked at him again. That is, there is a winning streak mechanism in the ring match. If you choose to continue the challenge, the organizer will randomly assign you an opponent of similar strength. But if your winning streak is too high, the strength of the assigned opponent may be far beyond your level. Of course, you can also wait for other lords to challenge you, which can also increase the winning streak. Han Xing thought for a moment and asked, then can I win 2 or 3 games and deliberately lose 1 game, so that I won't accumulate winning streaks? As if knowing what he would say, the Great Beast Lord had a meaningful smile on his face. Of course, unless you only want to advance and don't want extra rewards. Extra rewards? Han Xing was even more confused. Yes. The Great Beast Lord was about to explain. Suddenly, a notice message appeared in front of all the lords again. All lords, please note that the rewards for the 3rd round of the ring match will be announced now. A lord who has 1 point and is promoted to bronze champion will receive basic rewards, 100,000 original coins. A lord who has 10 points and is promoted to silver champion will receive special rewards, 500,000 original coins, 1 earth stone. A lord who has 100 points and is promoted to gold champion will receive special rewards, 1 million original coins, 3 earth stones, 3 kilograms of eternal soil. Note, according to the original competition rules, the highest champion can only be a gold champion, but due to the particularity of this competition, the platinum champion level is added. A lord who has 1,000 points will be promoted to platinum champion and receive special rewards, 50 million original coins, 10 earth stones, 1 sacred herb, 10 kilograms of eternal soil. When the prompt ended, countless lords around the entire central continent were directly excited. Chapter 760. Near the entire central continent, countless lords were directly boiling with excitement. As long as you advance to the bronze champion, even if you are eliminated, you can still get 100,000 origin coins. There are more than 2 million lords in this competition. Even if only half of them can become bronze champions, the organizer will have to pay at least tens of billions of origin coins. They are really rich. Yes, it's even more outrageous later. Even the divine object such as the eternal soil is rewarded by kilograms. Don't forget the Earth God Stone, which is a divine object that can increase the foundation of our territory and is as valuable as the eternal soil. This time the organizer has spent a lot of money. It seems that this ring competition will be very lively. As the Lord said. After seeing the rewards for the 3rd round, countless terrifying auras rose up, Those pairs of terrifying eyes scanned the entire central continent, as if they were eager to rush up and fight to get the rewards for the competition. Obviously, this competition will definitely be unprecedented. At the same time, Han Xing looked at the Great Beast Lord next to him and asked, "Is this the reward you mentioned?" The Great Beast Lord was also in a daze at this moment. After a while, he came back to his senses and nodded solemnly, "Yes." However, this time the reward is many times more terrifying than any previous session. Before becoming the gold champion, only 100 G of eternal soil was rewarded. This time the direct reward is 3 kilograms, and there are even 3 earth gods. Too crazy. You know, the Great Beast Lord has trained so many geniuses before, hoping that they can get a good ranking in this challenge, just to get a little eternal soil reward. But at that time, even if you entered the top 10,000, the total reward was less than 1 kilogram of eternal soil. Not to mention, now it's only the 3rd round, and so many rewards have been given out, even the Great Beast Lord swallowed his saliva. It seems I have to sprint hard in this competition to see if I can get a gold champion. Then, he looked at Han Xing and continued, "If possible, I suggest you also strive for a gold champion. It's best to reach the hidden level, platinum champion. The rewards this time are still very good, especially the Earth God Stone." Han Xing thought for a moment and asked, "What is the Earth God Stone? Is it more precious than the eternal soil?" The Great Beast Lord was stunned for a moment, and seemed to have not expected that Han Xing didn't even know what the Earth God Stone was. However, he still patiently explained, "The Earth God Stone is not more precious than the eternal soil, and is almost of the same level. Legend has it that the Earth God Stone and the eternal soil come from the same place, and contain magical power. Both of these things can increase the foundation of the territory. I think you also know the function of the eternal soil. It can increase the area of the territory, and increase the probability of rare mineral veins. As for the Earth God Stone, after it is integrated into the territory, it will increase the solidity of your territory, and ordinary attacks will not be able to destroy your territory." After a pause, the Great Beast Lord continued, "Of course, this is only one of its functions. The second function is to increase the defense of all creatures in the entire territory, including your own defense. The more Earth God Stones you incorporate, the more obvious the improvement effect will be. It is said that if you can integrate 10,000 Earth God Stones into your territory will become indestructible, and even the Lord of the Divine Realm cannot shake it. Including all the creatures in the entire territory, the defense will also increase dramatically." Hearing the last sentence, Han Xing's eyes gradually lit up. Increasing the defense of the territory sounds useless. After all, lords like Han Xing who are on the 3rd path all hide the territory in their bodies. But after the incident half a month ago, when the virtual spirit-devouring insect rampaged in his territory, Han Xing also realized the importance of territory defense. What's more, this Earth God Stone can also increase everyone's defense. This thing is really a good thing. Han Xing's eyes showed a trace of desire, and he asked again, "Then, there is another reward. What about the sacred herbs?" Hearing this, including Ling Wei and Lung Yu, people also showed curiosity on their faces. After thinking for a moment, the Great Beast Lord shook his head and said, "Holy herb. I don't know what this thing is. I have participated in so many Southern Region Pride challenges, but this is the first time I have seen the organizer give out such a reward." Han Xing nodded suddenly, and did not continue to ask. The Great Beast Lord said, "Let's talk about the winning streak mechanism. Didn't you just say that you can win 2 or 3 games, and then deliberately lose 1 game, so that you can steadily increase your points without increasing your winning streak?" Han Xing nodded, "Yes. Is this plan feasible?" The Great Beast Lord nodded, "It is indeed feasible, but it is limited to the impact of the gold champion. But if you want to challenge the hidden level, the platinum champion, you can't do this, because the battle time is not enough. Think about it, the platinum champion needs 1,000 points. If you win and lose, the growth rate of points will be very slow. In addition, as your points increase, the matching time will also be extended. It is very likely that you will not be able to accumulate 1,000 points when the game time is over. So I suggest that if possible, keep winning streak. Because as long as you win, you will get extra points reward." Han Xing nodded suddenly. After the explanation of the Great Beast Lord, he has a better understanding of the next ring match. "Thank you for clearing up my doubts." Han Xing thanked him. And the rough man chuckled and waved his hand and said, "Why thank you, I still hope you can get a good ranking. After all, you are fighting for my territory this time." Han Xing was stunned, and seemed to remember this. A smile appeared on his face. The Great Beast Lord continued, "Wait here for a while, we will be divided into groups soon. I hope we are not divided into the same group. Han Xing also nodded. At the same time, a notice appeared in front of everyone again. The lords who advanced to the third round are being divided into groups. Please check your numbers. A golden light fell on Han Xing and the Great Beast Lord respectively. After about 5 seconds, the two of them were divided into groups. The Great Beast Lord spoke first. I am in group 17, how about you? Han Xing glanced. I am in group 48. The Great Beast Lord nodded suddenly. According to the 10-group competition per day, I will participate on the 2nd day. You are on the 5th day. During this period, we can improve ourselves. After a pause, the Great Beast Lord continued, Then, I will go back first and wait for the competition to start the day after tomorrow. Yes. Han Xing nodded. Then, the Great Beast Lord disappeared from the spot. On the spot, Han Xing, Miao Qing, Ling Hui Long Yu, and Mei Qiu were left. The 4 people and 1 wolf were reunited again. At this moment, Ling Hui and Long Yu both raised their heads and looked at Han Xing. Noticing their eyes, Han Xing asked in confusion, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Ling Hui shook his head and asked first, Next, do you want to continue to retreat? Han Xing thought for a moment and shook his head, Probably not. He has been studying the combination and application of various skills for half a month, although he has some experience. But it is not a big improvement. There is no point in continuing the retreat. After hearing this, Long Yu immediately responded, Then let's stay here and watch the game together tomorrow. Anyway, Ling Hui and I have been eliminated, so we can cheer for you and my father next time. Han Xing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Okay, you can stay here if you want. But I won't serve you. Before Ling Hui and Long Yu spoke, Miao Qing beside them whispered, I can. If you need anything, just call me. Hearing this, the two women looked at each other, and a smile gradually appeared at the corners of their mouths. Then each of them took Miao Qing's hand and walked to the corner of the tower. A day passed in a flash. The next day. Today is also the day when the third round of the Southern Region Tianju Challenge begins. When the dawn light emerges, it shines on the entire Lord continent. A message appears in front of the Lords. Lords of groups 1 to 10, please note that the first day of the arena competition is about to begin. Please be prepared for battle. When the prompt ends, a terrifying aura rises from the floating territories around. Buzz. Boom. Some roar like a strong wind, some are as hot as a volcanic eruption, and some are like a drizzle, long, fine, and silent. Each of these lords is full of vigor and ready for battle. The next moment, 100,000 golden lights emerge. All these lords were teleported away from their territories. When they reappeared, they had come to a dark space. At the same time, the prompt appeared again. The game is about to start. We are randomly assigning you opponents. The estimated time for the assignment is 30 seconds. Assignment is successful. The battle will start in 1 minute. Please be ready. When the prompt ended, the light in front of the 100,000 lords flashed again. Then, they appeared in a huge and ancient coliseum. 100,000 lords were assigned to 50,000 arenas, facing each other and standing in different directions. In the center of the arena, there was a countdown. 59. 58. 57. This is the time left for both players to prepare. No one can launch an attack before the countdown ends. These lords also began to observe their opponents at the first time. Some lords were ecstatic after seeing the appearance of their opponents. Some lords looked ashen, as if they had lost hope in the game. Before the battle began, they had basically understood the strength of those promoted lords. So they also knew which people should not be provoked, and which people were soft persimmons. For a while, it can be said that the sound of surprise and sighs continued to sound. At the same time, from the sky above these competition venues, a huge projection appeared. A full 50,000 projections appeared above the continent. With the mental strength and thinking ability of those lord-level strongmen, it is more than enough to watch the games on 50,000 battlefields at the same time. They shouted excitedly, the game is about to start. Look at the first day of the game, there are those monsters. I saw that woman seems to be Yao Lian, from the Liantai territory. In the previous points competition and the city defense battle, she won the 2nd place and the 18,524th place. And with the appearance of this woman called Yao Lian, in a huge territory in the distance, countless creatures shouted, Demon Lotus Saint Lord. Sweep everything. Demon Lotus Saint Lord. Sweep everything. The lord who matched with this woman turned pale, and a bitterness appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everyone continued to look for the first group of well-known geniuses. Look, That's Yupa from the Tianwei clan. It is said that he has the title of the top 10 handsome men in the southern region, and his combat power is even more terrifying. The camera locked onto the field of the game. A man with fluttering white hair, wearing a plain long gown and an extraordinary temperament, appeared in front of everyone. Just a back view is enough to make people marvel at the perfection of this man. At this moment, cheers were heard not only in the area where the Tianwei clan was located. Other territories also heard enthusiastic calls one after another. Yupa! Yupa! The handsome man in the camera seemed to have noticed something, raised his handsome face, and smiled at the camera. At this moment, countless races and women in their prime were directly conquered by this smile. Their eyes flashed with obsession and admiration, as if the whole world was brightened because of him. With the appearance of this man and woman, more and more geniuses were discovered. The territories where they were located also issued deafening cheers, cheering for their lords. Hundreds of billions of creatures kept shouting, and the sound waves formed were like a tsunami. Even the tower where Han Xing was located began to shake slightly. At this moment, four figures at the top of the tower also raised their heads and looked at the projections. I don't know where Miao Qing brought the old stools from. Now, the four people and the wolf are all leaning on the stools, holding some spiritual fruits in their hands. They are eating spiritual fruits while watching the projection screen. It feels quite leisurely. Long Yu took the lead and said, "The game is about to start." Everyone nodded. Han Xing said, "These geniuses are very popular." Miao Qing glanced at him and chuckled. "What's wrong, are you envious?" Han Xing rolled his eyes, and was about to say what this has to do with him. Miao Qing said on the side, "I will cheer for the adults." Looking at the well-behaved Miao Qing, Han Xing smiled again. "You can't cheer me on. You are from my territory, and you are supposed to go to the competition with me." Miao Qing seemed to have just remembered this, and a look of realization appeared in her eyes. Chapter 761. Yes. I want to compete with you. Miao Qing stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Looking at the interaction between the two, Ling Wei next to him had a strange expression on his face. At this time, Long Yu said, "Look above, some words have appeared on the projection screen." After hearing this, everyone looked up again. Sure enough, they saw a series of messages appearing on these screens. The third round of the ring competition is about to start, and the guessing mode is now turned on. Before each battle begins, all spectators can place bets and guess who will win. According to the results of the game, you will get the corresponding source currency. The minimum bet is 1 source currency, and when the game starts, the guessing will stop. Attention! Because the strength of the two sides is different, the odds will be adjusted according to the strength of the players before each game starts. Seeing this information, all the lords on the field were stunned for a moment again. Then, there was an excited cheer. Haha, the organizers of this competition actually opened this mode this time. Great. You can bet on who will be the winner of the competition. If you win, you will get the original coins paid by the organizer. If you lose, you will lose everything. Everyone should be cautious. Indeed, and the odds of this competition will be adjusted according to the strength of the players on both sides. Unless it is a big upset, basically no one will make much money. That makes sense, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? It's quite interesting. I also bet 100 original coins for fun and bet on Yalian to win. Then I bet on Nemo to win. I bet on Uepa. A large number of lords place bets on the lords they favored. Of course, the most bets are placed on the famous lords. For example, Yalian, Uepa, Nemo and other evil spirits. The bet numbers of both players will appear above the projection screen. Now, there are tens of billions of lords who bet on Yao Lian to win, and the original coins in the prize pool have reached a terrifying number of hundreds of billions, and there are only a few hundred pitiful people who bet on the opponent to win, and the total original coins are only a few 100,000. However, the odds of both sides are not at the same level. Now the odds of Yao Lian are 1.00001. In other words, even if you bet 1 million original coins, and Yao Lian wins in the end, you will only get 100,0010 original coins as a reward. It is equivalent to earning 10 points of original coins. Although not much, it is already quite terrifying for the number of lords betting this time. The organizer will have to pay at least tens of millions of original coins for one game alone. And now, there are as many as 50,000 games going on at the same time. There are many people betting on almost every game. It is conceivable that the number of bets on the original coins has accumulated to a terrifying number. However, since the organizer dares to launch this guessing and betting mode, it will naturally not do such a loss-making business. You should know that not all lords in the competition will have a winning rate of more than 99% like Yelyan and Uepa. Other lords have a 50 to 50 winning rate. After all, there are basically no weak lords who can make it to the third round after 2 rounds of competition. And the odds are all calculated carefully by the organizer. In other words, you may make money, but the organizer will never lose money. In addition, those bold lords can also bet on the opponent's player to be upset and make a fortune. The smaller the winning rate, the higher the odds. For example, the lord who is fighting against Yelyan now has an odds of 1:10,000. What does this mean? If you bet 1 million origin coins, this lord's microcosm explodes and defeats Yelyan. Then you will get 10 billion origin coins. Although the probability is very small, such a high odds will still attract many lords to invest. For a while, the emotions of all lords were mobilized. They were all betting crazily before the game started. The entire South Region Center ushered in an unprecedented grand occasion. At this moment, Han Xing and others were still lying on the chair, staring at the projection screen. The countdown above has the last 23 seconds. This means that the first game is about to begin. Long Yu asked, should we try to bet on it? Ling Hui seemed to be interested and asked, who should I bet on? Do you have any idea? Long Yu thought for a moment and shook his head, no. There are too many people betting on those popular players, and the odds are very low. Even if I bet on them, I won't make much original coins. It's better to find some unpopular lords to bet on. Hearing this, Lord Ling Hui also fell into thought. It's a bit difficult to find that kind of unpopular player and ensure his winning rate. If you are not careful, you may lose all your money. There are only 15 seconds left before the start of the game. At this time, Miao Qing said, how about you try to bet on Yan Luo with me? Yan Luo, who is it? Not only Long Yu and Ling Hui, but even Han Xing had doubts in their eyes. Miao Qing pointed to one of the projection screens and said, that person over there is Yan Luo. Everyone looked over there. On that projection, there was a woman with gray hair. She emitted gray smoke from time to time, covering her figure, and her specific strength could not be seen. Opposite her, there was a ferocious monster that was over 3 meters tall, covered with black spikes, and holding 4 swords. Just seeing her opponent, one could not help but wonder, how likely is this woman to win against such a monster? Han Xing asked in confusion, do you know her? Or does she have any tricks? Miao Qing shook her head gently, I don't know her, but I have paid some attention to this woman in the previous few competitions. Her combat power is not strong, at least not compared to the group of lords who have advanced. However, her tricks are a bit weird, similar to an illusion plus mental attack. Twice before, she encountered an enemy stronger than herself, but she dragged them into the mist and disappeared. So I think Yan Luo's chance of winning against her opponent will be higher. After listening to Miao Qing's explanation, everyone nodded, and a thoughtful look appeared in their eyes again, looking at the projection screen at this time. Now, Yan Luo's opponent is a high-level lord named Thorns. The odds of both sides are quite different. The odds of Thorn are 1.04, and the odds of Yan Luo have reached 4.25. Most of the lords voted for Thorn. His cumulative bets of origin coins have reached about 300 million. Although not as exaggerated as Yao Lian and others, it is not bad. As for Yan Luo's bets of origin coins, it is only a pitiful 200,000. At this time, there are only 5 seconds left before the start of the game. Han Xing raised his head and said, then I will bet 10 million origin coins for fun. Ling Hui and Miao Qing's eyes widened instantly. It seems that they didn't expect that Han Xing would be so generous right from the start. 10 million origin coins is not a small amount. However, what they don't know is that Han Xing knows Miao Qing quite well. When she just followed him, she showed good business talent, and her thinking and observation skills were different from ordinary people. That's why Han Xing believed her. But Ling Hui and Long Yu didn't know this. However, seeing that the Korean star had bet 10 million, they also said, then let's bet 5 million as well. Okay, let's do it together. With 5 seconds left before the game started, the 3 of them quickly placed their bets. The prize pool of Yan Luo soared from 200,000 to more than 20 million. The odds also dropped a little. But the drop was not much, from the original 4.25 to 4.1. Of course, the players in the game were completely unaware of these things. At the same time, there were only 3 seconds left before the game started. A message appeared in front of all the lords again. Attention, participating lords. Because the guessing mode is turned on, fake matches are now prohibited. All lords please take every game seriously, and do not deliberately let the game go or fail on their own initiative. Once discovered, they will be kicked out of the ring match directly, and the rules of the game will be cancelled, and the results of this guessing will be invalid. When this message ended, the participating lords looked confused. However, they soon understood something. Their eyes became more serious. The lords outside started a heated discussion again. Wow, they actually added such a rule. They are not going to give us any loopholes. Indeed, some guys who wanted to secretly manipulate the results of the game failed. Very good, fair and just, I accept it even if I lose. Many lords expressed their approval of this newly added rule. At this moment, Han Xing felt a little bit of a toothache. Oh my! I can't play a fake match, that's a bit troublesome. After all, according to the Big Beast Lord, this ring match will have a winning streak mechanism. The higher the winning streak, the stronger the opponent will be. Although Han Xing is very confident in his own strength, he dare not say that he can sweep all the enemies all the way. There must be someone stronger than him. In other words, this is forcing him to go all out, but soon, Han Xing adjusted his mentality. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the rules this time are not aimed at me alone. I guess many lords, who think the same as me, will have to change their strategies temporarily. Obviously, this is bad news for most lords, who want to get the Platinum Champion reward. While Han Xing was thinking about this, the countdown on the projection screen has ended. At this moment, on 50,000 battlefields, 100,000 lords have made different reactions. Like those lords who took the third path, they waved their hands in an instant, and a large number of troops emerged. And the power of the territory has increased the strength of all troops. The lords of the second road can summon countless troops with just a wave of their hands. Compared to the lords of the second road, they have more troops. But the difference is that these troops will not be blessed by the territory, and the quality is much worse. As for the lords of the first road, that is, the lords who rely purely on physical strength, they turned into a flash of lightning and killed the enemy at the moment the game started. Schwa! The speed of the instant burst was far beyond that of ordinary high-level lords. They knew that in terms of the advantages of the territory and the number of people, they could not be the opponents of the lords of the second or third roads. So what they had to do now was to kill the enemy at the fastest speed before they released more troops. Buzz! The weapons vibrated as if they could cut through the space. With the power of destruction, they killed their opponents. How could those lords not see their plans? In an instant, they each used defensive means. Some covered themselves with a thick layer of crystal armor, some directly let some soldiers, who are good at defense, protect themselves, and some even chose to fight head-on with the opponent. Bang! Boom! In the first second of the battles on most battlefields entered a white-hot stage. All the lords showed their magical powers. The battle situation changed in an instant, and it was even a bit overwhelming. Everyone was paying attention to the 50,000 projection areas. Now the battle has just passed the third second, and there is still a long way to go before the 10-minute time stipulated in the game. However, many lords have been directly eliminated. Top masters like Yao Lian and Yupa suppressed their opponents with a wave of their hands at the moment the battle began. Then they used their attack methods to kill the enemy. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. Even the crowd did not see clearly how they attacked. This also made some lords, who wanted to spy on the methods of these top masters through fighting, fail. The results of this game were made public in real time and settled immediately. The lords who placed bets all received a little bit of meager profit. Of course, except for these top existences. Most of the other battlefields were in a stage of equal strength. The organizers' matching mechanism was still very powerful, and basically the strength of the opponents was about the same. Everyone was in a close fight. Of course, there were also some battles in the battlefield that attracted more attention from the crowd. Look, Hongming seems to be in trouble. He hasn't taken down the enemy for such a long time. What? Isn't Hongming one of those top lords? Although he is a little worse than Yelian and Yuepa, his strength is also quite terrifying. Is there anyone else in this group who can cause him trouble? Just take a look and you will know. Instantly many people's eyes were cast on one of the projection screens. Including Han Xing also cast his eyes. He was still very interested in the battle between these strong men. On the screen, a man in a red robe, holding a spear, fought against a middle-aged man with bare hands. The middle-aged man had a lot of injuries on his body, all of which were caused by Hongming's spear. Blood gushed out of his wounds. But even so, the middle-aged man's momentum did not weaken at all, and the expression on his face was very focused. It seemed that in his eyes, there was only his opponent. Everything around him was completely ignored by him. The next moment, both sides moved at the same time. Boom! A red figure holding a spear took the initiative to kill the middle-aged man. Chapter 762. A red shadow holding a spear took the initiative to kill the middle-aged man. At the moment of close contact, the two sides fought at least hundreds of times. Ding! Ding ding ding! Various metal interlocking sounds continued. The middle-aged man relied on his strong body to continuously block Hong Ming's spear. The two sides seemed to be fighting hard. Hong Ming even had a tendency to be suppressed. Seeing this scene, the lords who were watching the battle showed confusion in their eyes. Am I seeing this right? Hong Ming is actually at a disadvantage? Good guy. Who is the man fighting him? This man seems to be called Lauren, a strong man born in a small territory. What? Shock appeared in everyone's eyes. And those lords, who had already bet on Hong Ming, stared at the projection screen. On the battlefield, Hong Ming's spears were like rain, and they were crazy and continuous, which could be said to be flawless. Lauren, with his bare hands, kept twisting and turning on the field with only his strong body and quick reaction. He avoided the opponent's spear attack again and again. If he couldn't avoid it, he chose to use his body to take it. After a few rounds, many blood holes appeared on Lauren's body. However, this person's physical defense was extremely strong. Every time he was injured, he would attack Hong Ming. Although Hong Ming dodged most of the time, there were still several times when Hong Ming was hit by the opponent's terrifying fist. His chest was sunken, and he vomited blood. Ding! Ding ding! After several head-on collisions, Hong Ming had a slight flaw. And Lauren instantly seized this opportunity, stepped forward, and then fiercely delivered his fists. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. This punch was earth-shattering. It directly knocked Hong Ming back and vomited blood. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was in an uproar. What did I see? Hong Ming was knocked over by a punch. God, is the guy fighting him a monster? Damn it! What is Hong Ming doing? He is going to lose to such an unknown guy? I bet 50 million original coins on you. If you lose, I will lose everything. I also bet 10 million original coins. Hong Ming must not lose. Ha ha ha, I see you all bet on Hong Ming, so I bet on Lauren on the opposite side for 1 million original coins. The odds are 13 times, and I will make a fortune now. The battle situation on the field instantly caused countless lords to discuss. The lords who bet on Hong Ming were furious, and their faces turned red. The other lords, who had suppressed Lauren, were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. At this moment, Han Xing and others were sitting on the recliners, still looking at the projection screen leisurely. After noticing the battle situation above, even Han Xing became interested in the points. Han Xing exclaimed, "This Lauren is quite interesting." Ling Wei beside him also nodded and said, "This person is indeed extraordinary. Along the way, he has changed his fate several times with his great perseverance. He is the kind of person who has both luck and strength." "Oh, you know him?" Han Xing was interested. Including Muqing and Long Yu on the field, they all cast their eyes over. Ling Wei nodded slightly and said, "Many years ago, I had a contact with him, and he left some impression on me at that time. Lauren was originally a creature born in the territory of a junior lord. He had good talent, and was trained by this lord to become a hero. However, because this junior lord was doing so badly, he borrowed a large amount of origin coins when he broke through to the lord level and owed many people. Later, he was chased by other lords for debts. With no other choice, he publicly sold the materials in his territory and directly gave up the third option and began to integrate the territory into the lord continent. Then, those lords who owed debts divided up the property in his territory. Among these properties, Lauren was included. However, it was this property division that changed Lauren's life. After a pause, Ling Wei continued, Lauren left the territory and got rid of the incompetent lord and followed a mid-level lord. But because his cultivation method is special, he needs to devour a lot of origin coins. In addition, Lauren's early combat power was not strong, and the mid-level lord felt that it was too unprofitable to train him, so he resold him. In this way, Lauren was passed on several times. During this period, he lived in various territories for a period of time, and studied hard and learned the combat methods of those lords. Among them, there is my territory. Everyone nodded slightly, and understood what Ling Wei said about some intersections. She continued, but later something happened, and this Lauren became the target of many lords wanted, causing him to not appear in front of people for many years. Huh? Wanted target, what is the reason? Everyone was interested again. Ling Wei replied, it is said that he later attacked and killed a lord, and because of this, at least a dozen lords went out to hunt him down. Everyone was surprised. The Lord Devourer. Attacked the lord? Yes, Ling Wei said solemnly. Han Xing nodded suddenly. I see. No wonder those lords were so excited. After all, Lord Devourer is a very serious matter, whether in the Lord Continent or other worlds. Just like Han Xing himself, he would never allow a traitor to appear in his territory. What happened later? Ling Wei replied. Later, many lords went to kill him, but he killed several of them in some dangerous places by taking advantage of the terrain. But more and more lords went to kill him later. Under no choice, Loran hid himself. He hid for 10,000 or 20,000 years. I didn't expect that after so long, he would come back again, and this time he directly entered the ring match. Everyone's eyes were suddenly clear again. According to Ling Wei, Loran is indeed not simple. He started from a humble background, and then was sold to lords one by one, and went through many twists and turns. But even so, he still did not give up practicing, and was always trying to improve himself. Including the Lord Devourer at the time, it was probably a decision he had made long ago. Now, after lying dormant for many years, he came out again and directly amazed the world. Interesting. Han Xing's mouth curled up a curve. His eyes also looked at the projection screen on the field. At this moment, Hong Ming was hit hard by a blow and also hit the real fire. He directly opened the complete form. The red flames on his body rose up, and he grew another pair of hands. At this moment, he directly held two spears in his hands, attacked crazily, and entered the violent form. Bang! 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 Dense cracks appeared in the space because of his spear attack. Every time the gun energy burst out, it caused a shocking explosion. Boom! Boom! The entire arena was filled with this terrifying energy, even drowning the figures of the two. At this moment, a figure with a bare upper body rushed towards the enemy like a beast through the endless gun shadows. Hongming saw the enemy rushing towards him, and his red eyes instantly locked on the opponent. Still want to suppress me with close-range tactics? Dream on! Today, I show you my famous skills. Double life penetrates. Break the sky. He fiercely handed out the spear in his hand, and two terrifying gun energies burst out instantly, directly pointing out dense cracks in the space in front. At this juncture, the figure with a bare upper body directly rushed to the opponent despite this horror. The two sides came into contact instantly. Then, a shocking explosion occurred. Boom! The violent energy fluctuations rose, and completely blocked the entire stadium. The projection screen turned blank. The lords stared at the stadium, and even their breathing became a little rapid. How is the fight going? Who is suppressing whom now? I don't know what happened inside. This fierce battle attracted the attention of more and more powerful people. They all looked over. Most lords hoped that Hongming could win. After all, it was related to their origin coins. If they lost, this wave would be a huge loss. Many lords even put all their wealth into it. Finally, after more than 10 seconds, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The scene on the field was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, the two figures stood still, less than 3 meters apart. This distance is basically equivalent to nothing for a lord-level warrior. At the same time, Hongming's two spears pierced Loran's shoulders and heart. A third spear appeared in his hand and pierced the opponent's abdomen. This move, among the lords of the same level, basically no one could resist. However, Loran at this time still raised his fist, which emitted a faint smoke, and made a fist-shaking gesture. As his opponent, Hongming, the upper body had disappeared, leaving only the broken meat on the ground. He was actually blown up by Loran's punch. At the same time, a white light flashed on Loran. A message flashed on the projection screen. Loran wins this game. Just a few simple words, but made countless lords boil and cry. Ah! Damn it, my 50 million origin coins, that's all my wealth. I lost all of it. I want to report, they are playing a fake game. How can Loran beat Red Life? Yes, I will report it too. This is impossible. Calm down, everyone. This game is supervised by the Eternal Lord. Do you mean to question a great Eternal Lord? Hearing this, the group of lords who shouted to report suddenly sobered up. After all, what the other party said made sense. If they dared to report, it would be equivalent to questioning the Eternal Lord and the fairness of the game. Losing tens of millions of origin coins is a small matter. If they offend such an existence, then there will be no place for them in the entire southern region, and those lords who broke the big upset were overjoyed. Haha, not bad, not bad. With a 13-fold odds, I made nearly 20 million original coins. I also made about 4 million. This Loran is really good. At the same time, the victorious lords entered a dark space again and started the next round of battle. As for the defeated lords, they entered the loser group and waited for the next distribution. and Han Xing and others turned their attention to the battlefield they were concerned about. Yan Luo and CIG. On Yan Luo, they bet a total of 20 million original coins. If they won, according to the odds of 4.25, they could make tens of millions. At this time, the battle between Yan Luo and CIG has almost entered the white-hot stage. CIG transformed into a black steel monster, covered with spikes, and rushed across the field. As the Lord of the Third Road, Yan Luo also has many types of soldiers under his command. However, she had just summoned out her troops, and was ready to intercept the thorns. As a result, the moment she came into contact with the opponent's terrifying body, she was ruthlessly crushed and turned into a blood mist on the ground. After a few times, Yan Luo gave up. After all, her troops were not infinite. According to the rules of the game, when the victorious lord starts the next round of challenges, the troops lost in the previous battle will not be restored. Including your own injuries, they will not help you recover unless you have your own means of recovery. This is also a test for the winning lord. If you want to keep winning, you must have absolutely strong strength to be able to deal with round after round of challenges from strong people. As long as you lose once, the number of consecutive wins accumulated before will be reset to 0, and 1 point will be reduced. But similarly, if you die and then revive again, your status will be restored to full, including the damaged troops. This mechanism is tantamount to increasing the difficulty of winning streaks. Later, you may face a lord in full strength in every game. And because you have been winning streaks, your troops and physical strength have been greatly consumed. With one side gaining and the other losing, you are no match for the enemy. Therefore, Yan Luo on the field is obviously also going for a winning streak. At least, she wants to impact the silver champion. Voila! Waves of gray smoke surged, covering the entire arena. And in it, there was a black monster with spikes all over its body constantly shuttling through it. Its speed was extremely fast, like a black lightning. Wherever it passed, Yan Luo could only keep avoiding it. There were several times when she was unable to dodge, and had several bloody holes poked on her body. At the critical moment, she turned into a puff of smoke and escaped the deadly collision of the thorns. After seeing the blood, the lords watching outside became even more excited. That's right, that's it, thorns charge, pierce this woman into a hedgehog. Yes, pierce a few more holes in her body. Crush her to death. These excited guys shouted wantonly, and even forgot that the players currently on the field were not people they could afford to offend. After all, as mentioned earlier, the lords who could pass the third round were all powerful and well connected. Fortunately, the lords on the field could not hear the shouts of these guys. At the same time, the field changed again. Chapter 763. The match changed again. Yan Luo, who was dodging, suddenly changed her style and became extremely aggressive. A large amount of smoke emanated from her body, turning into energy shocks, and madly attacked the thorns. Bang! Bang! After colliding with the thorns, the smoke was instantly defeated and looked vulnerable. The monster, who was pitch black and covered with spikes, had a grim smile on his face. Is that all you have? It doesn't look that good? Are you tickling me? The woman in the gray robe on the opposite side glanced at him lightly, with no fluctuations in her expression. Seeing that she didn't speak, the thorn seemed even more excited. It seems that you really have no tricks. Then let me put an end to you now. The moment the words fell, its body curled up again, turned into a black lightning, and rushed towards Yan Luo. Yan Luo also turned into a gray mist and began to dodge frantically. Seeing that it was about to be forced into a corner, it could retreat. Seeing this scene, the lords outside became even more excited. Ha ha! This woman has been forced into a desperate situation, and even used this kind of attack. Indeed, she could still use the advantage of speed to deal with the thorns before, but now, she has completely lost hope. Sure enough, the lords who took the first path are still very strong. Although the lords of the third path have many types of troops, they are completely vulnerable. It is better to invest all resources in yourself. Relying on those types of troops to fight is completely unreliable. They all seem to have seen the scene where Yan Luo was killed by CIG. Including Ling Hui and Long Yu, they couldn't help but get a little nervous. But at this moment, Han Xing said lightly, CIG is going to lose. Hearing this, the two women were a little confused. Because the situation in front of them looked like Yan Luo was forced into a desperate situation. In this situation, it was impossible to turn the tables. However, as an almighty strongman, Han Xing was also very good at mental aspects. He had seen Yan Luo's methods. Everything before was just a preparation for the current outbreak. At the same time, many eyes also cast their eyes on the battlefield where Yan Luo and CIG were. The black monster was about to pounce in front of Yen Luo. The dense spikes on its body were shining with cold light, as if they were going to pierce her whole body. The breathing of those lords became a little rapid. However, at this moment, Yen Luo suddenly stopped. The panic expression on her face disappeared, and she became extremely indifferent. Why didn't this woman run away? Has she given up? The lords watching the battle asked in confusion. I think so, but it's normal to think about it. After all, it's a loss anyway, so it's better to lose openly. Yeah. Including her opponent, CIG also saw the changes in Yen Luo at this time. Instinctively felt that something was wrong. However, it didn't know what was wrong. The warning sound in its heart kept reminding it, but it really couldn't see what was wrong. Finally, CIG gritted his teeth. Damn it, who cares? Kill this woman first. So, it rushed over again, the moment it came into contact with Yen Luo's body. Yen Luo's body was like an illusion, dissipating in an instant. At the same time, the gray fog on the entire field surged a lot, directly obscuring the figure of CIG. Until then, this guy realized that something was wrong. I don't know when. Yen Luo has spread a lot of gray fog on the field, almost filling every corner. The next moment, it seems that countless black shadows appeared in the gray fog. Indistinctly, the faint voice of the woman was heard. The fog is like the world of life and death. Voila! At this moment, the gray fog began to surge wildly, and it also completely obscured the view of the live broadcast. But at this moment, CIG seemed to have come to another world. Before it could react, it saw countless black shadows in the fog rushing towards its body. Puff! Puff! All these black shadows rushed into CIG's body, and all kinds of terrifying illusions appeared, causing this black monster to scream in fear. Ah! Damn it! What are these things? Bugs? So many bugs! My body is rotting. Damn it! The horrible screams came through the mist, making people shudder. But from Yen Luo's perspective, what he saw was that Thorn fell to the ground, frantically committing self-mutilation. This is the horror of a strong man of the spiritual system. He will pull you into the illusion he has woven without you knowing it. When you react, it's too late. It's even possible that your so-called reaction is also a false illusion deliberately created by the other party. Then, they will fall into the endless abyss. Until death. After more than 30 seconds, the smoke gradually dissipated. During this time, other lords did not know what happened. They only knew that when the smoke dissipated, there was only one figure left standing on the field. It was that woman Yen Luo. A few lines of words also appeared on the projection screen. Yen Luo won this game. At this moment, many lords collapsed and shouted. A game made them lose all their money, and Han Xing and his friends had a slight smile on their faces. Because they had seen a prompt. The player you bet on, Yen Luo has won this game. This bet, 10 million original coins, odds 4.25, original coins obtained, 42.5 million original coins. Looking at the sudden increase of more than 40 million original coins in the backpack, Han Xing smiled. Not bad, not bad, we made another 30 million. Long Yu and Ling Hui were also very happy. They each made more than 15 million origin coins. For a mid-level lord, this is a considerable sum of money. The two girls looked at each other, then nodded, as if they had made some kind of decision. They came to Miao Qing together, grabbed her slender hands, and stuffed a backpack into her hands. After seeing the things in the backpack, Miao Qing opened her mouth slightly. This, Lord Ling Hui, Miss Long Yu, what are you doing? Long Yu chuckled and said, Sister Miao Qing, thank you for leading us to bet, this is our dividend to you. Ling Hui also nodded, without you, we can't earn these origin coins, keep them. Miao Qing looked embarrassed after hearing this. She looked at Han Xing for help, my lord. Han Xing thought for a moment and asked, how much did they give you? 2 million. Miao Qing replied in a low voice. Han Xing smiled and replied, then keep it, as your reward. I won't give you any dividends. I saved some origin coins later, and exchanged them for a few more combat skills for you. Hearing this, Miao Qing was stunned. But in the end, she still took the 2 million origin coins. Looking at the two lords in front of her, she said softly, thank you, Lord Ling Hui, thank you, Miss Long Yu. Ling Hui waved his hand casually, and then returned to his seat. Long Yu took her hand and said enthusiastically, Sister Miao Qing, which other players do you think are good? Sister will continue to listen to you and bet with you. The small prophet just now also made Long Yu even more excited. Hearing this question, Miao Qing thought for a moment and nodded gently. There are indeed a few more. As soon as this was said, Han Xing and Ling Hui looked at her again. Including the little coal ball, it also widened its eyes and looked at this woman. It doesn't care about the result of the game. It only knows that the owner has made money and will take it to eat delicious food later. Great, then I will bet with you later, Long Yu said excitedly. Muqing shook her head gently and said, however, the people behind still need to be based on the actual situation of the game. Since they have different opponents in each game, we'd better analyze the opponent's strength first, and then it's not too late to place bets. Hearing this, Long Yu nodded and said, of course, let's analyze together and then place bets together. Yeah. Next, in this tower, the 4 people and the wolf gathered together to analyze the situation of the game and place bets. During this period, there were also losses and wins. There were several times when they thought there would be upsets, but they lost because the players did not perform well or were restrained by the attributes of the opponent's lord. But in general, Han Xing and his team still made money. Throughout the day today, they bet on 37 games in total, won 25 games, and lost 12 games. In the end, Han Xing made a total of 147 million origin coins. Long Yu and Miao Qing also made more than 50 million origin coins respectively. Then, they gave Miao Qing a dividend of nearly 10 million origin coins. At this moment, the 4 people and the wolf gathered together excitedly, with the joy of harvest on their faces. Han Xing said with emotion, this speed of earning origin coins is really fast. I earned 150 million origin coins in one day. Even if I raised Starry Sky unicorns, it would take me 10 years to earn so much. Beside him, Ling Wei and Long Yu widened their eyes when they heard that he could earn so many origin coins in 10 years. What did you say? You can earn so much by raising Starry Sky unicorns? Long Yu asked in surprise. How many unicorns do you raise in your territory? Han Xing quickly coughed twice, and knew that he had let the cat out of the bag. Not much. Raising Starry Sky unicorns is quite difficult, and I have spent a lot of thought on it. Hearing this, the 2 girls looked even weirder. Lord Lingwei rolled his eyes at him and said, if I had known you were so rich now, I wouldn't have waived your rent. You've lived in my tower for so many years, remember to pay me the rent. Han Xing nodded awkwardly. Muqing on the side interrupted, 2 sisters, and adults, this kind of betting can only happen once in a while. No one can guarantee that they can always win, and they must not indulge in it, just thinking about earning origin coins by this. Many lords are like this, and they start to bet frequently later, which eventually leads to their loss and asking for leave on the spot. It is most important for us to stop when we are ahead. The 3 of them nodded, and they also knew that this was Muqing's warning to themselves. At this time, Han Xing changed the subject and smiled, we made a lot of money this time. Let's go to Tianyin Tower, I treat you. Without waiting for the girls to respond, Cole Ball on the side had already jumped out. Awah! It dragged out its milky voice, and seemed extremely excited. After all, for Cole Ball, going out for a big meal is a rare enjoyment. The girls looked at each other and nodded. Although in terms of their strength, these mortal food is just like air, and will be digested and evaporated instantly after entering the stomach. But today they are happy, and they also want to join in the fun. For people and 1 wolf, the figure flashed, and disappeared from the spot. On this day, Tianyin Tower received the most important guests in their history. At the same time, the first day of the competition has ended. In the end, among the 5,000 promotion places, there were a total of 6 platinum champions, 172 gold champions, and the rest were silver champions. Needless to say, the platinum champions all have more than 1,000 points and have won all the way. Compared with the gold champions and silver champions, their strength is almost a terrible gap. People of this level are all aiming for the top 10,000, and the strength of each person can be said to subvert everyone's imagination. Among them are Yupa, Yao Lian, and others, who were the most popular before. But even so, these 2 monsters also experienced several setbacks after advancing to the Platinum Champion arena. After all, at their level, they are already at the peak of the Lord. The gap between everyone is not big. What determines the victory or defeat is still their own fighting style and means. If you encounter a Lord who restrains you, there is absolutely no way. This also makes everyone more aware that there are people beyond people in this game. Time flies, and it is the 2nd day. The 2nd round of the ring competition is about to begin. At this moment, Han Xing and others continue to lie on the recliners in the tower, watching the information on the field. All participating lords from groups 11 to 20, please be prepared. Instantly, from the surrounding territories, waves of powerful aura rose. After yesterday's battle, everyone had a deeper understanding of the upcoming ring match. Everyone knows that none of the contestants who can participate are simple. so they are also well prepared to deal with the next game in the best condition. At the same time, in the palace of the great beast lord, the rough man has left his throne at this moment, and stood respectfully in front of a tall man in black clothes. The man turned his head, looked at the great beast lord and said, "Beast, you are the one with the worst potential among all the disciples I have accepted. But I hope that you can advance to the third round this time, and it would be best if you can get the top 100,000. Hearing the man say that he is poor talent, the great beast lord's face did not change at all. Instead, he said respectfully, "Master is right. I will work hard to get into the top 100,000. Chapter 764. Master is right. I will work hard to get into the top 100,000. The great beast lord replied respectfully. But the man shook his head and said, "It's not hard work, but a must. Do you know why?" He turned his head and looked at the great beast lord. Doubt appeared in the great beast's eyes, and then he bowed and said, "My disciple is dull. Please help me, master." The man in black exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, "Because next, the core battlefield area of the Lord's battlefield will be opened." Core battlefield? The great beast lord asked in confusion. Before, he had only heard of the Lord's battlefield. After all, it was in the previous Southern Region Tinju Challenge. Only those who made it into the top 1,000 could get a chance to enter. It is said that it is one of the largest secret realms in the entire Southern region. There are many powerful arms nests, blueprints, and even some legendary arms, etc. The lords who survived the battles in the Lord's battlefield in the past generations would at least reach the level of the Lord of the Divine Realm in the future, and he had never heard of the so-called Central Battlefield. The man in black also knew that he did not understand, and slowly explained, "The core battlefield, as the name suggests, is the most central location of the Lord's battlefield. Similarly, this is also the area with the most opportunities in the entire battlefield secret realm. Even the lords of the Divine Realm will go crazy for it." Hearing this, the great beast lord immediately straightened his face, and realized the importance of the matter. After all, the fact that the lords of the Divine Realm went crazy for it was enough to prove the value of the core battlefield. At their level, there are very few things that will move their hearts. And the things that can make them feel crazy are definitely beyond imagination. The man in black continued, "Before, we only explored the periphery of the Lord's battlefield and gained some opportunities. But even so, many gods' domain lords were born in our southern region. This time, the opening of the core battlefield also allowed many lords, like me, to see opportunities. Everyone wants to enter that mysterious opportunity, and explore their own opportunities." Speaking of this, a trace of desire also emerged in the eyes of the man in black. But soon, he suppressed this emotion. He continued, however, "The number of places in the core battlefield is limited, and only the lords of the Divine Realm can enter. Now, the rules given to us by those people are that all lords of the Divine Realm can only lead 5 Chaos Lords to enter. Moreover, these 5 Chaos Lords must be the top 100,000 seeded players in this Tinju Challenge. So, do you understand why I ask you to enter the top 100,000? The great beast lord's expression was stern, and then he replied solemnly, "Disciple understands." After a pause, he was a little puzzled and said, "However, Master, you have accepted a total of 12 disciples. The other 11 people are all more talented than me, and they are all lords, who have taken the first and third paths, and their potential is much higher than mine. Why?" He wanted to ask why the man in black gave him one of the only 5 places instead of giving it to those brothers with more potential. After all, although there are 3 ways to become a lord, each has its own specialties. But in the eyes of those top masters, the lords of the second path are also the lords with the least potential, because they have exhausted their foundation and chose to merge with the Lord continent. It can be said that it is extremely difficult to improve in the future. The man in black seemed to know that he would ask this question, and chuckled, "Beast, you only had the strength of a mid-level lord at the beginning. Why did I accept you as my apprentice?" The big beast lord was slightly stunned. "Is it because, Master, you successfully expressed your love with the Shieling God Lord that day, and you were ready to choose a day to end your marriage, and you were in a good mood and accepted me?" Hearing this answer, the man in black was also a little embarrassed. He coughed twice, and then said, "This is only part of the reason. Another more important point is that I see a characteristic in you. That characteristic is called persistence." Persistence? The big beast lord still had a puzzled look on his face. "Yes." The man in black nodded and said, "Perseverance can also be called persistence. For anyone who can cultivate to the level of a mid-level lord, they have their own persistence, otherwise they can't reach this height. And you? Give me a different feeling. Your persistence is stronger than others. I don't know what you have experienced in the past, But I can see that you have a strong will in your heart. This will keep you going." Hearing this, the Beast Lord fell silent. A trace of imperceptible sadness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. He solemnly bowed his hands and said, "Thank you for the high hopes placed on me, Master. I will do my best to strive to enter the top 100,000. The man in black had a satisfied look on his face, and then nodded. At this time, the great Beast Lord seemed to remember something and asked again, "By the way, Master, I have something else I want to ask your opinion on." The man in black turned his head and glanced at him. After a moment, he slowly said, "What is it?" "About Han Xing." Han Xing. The man in black thought for a moment. "You mean the little guy who offended the Lord of Desire?" "Yes." The man in black chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I have already dealt with the Lord of Desire. That guy should not cause any trouble to him in a short time. However, you still have to remind him not to use the thing on his body easily, or it may attract the covetousness of other lords of the God realm." The great Beast Lord's expression moved slightly. He didn't know that the thing the man in black was talking about was the sad statue in the coal ball. He did not ask any more questions, but said solemnly, "Thank you, Master. This time, I trouble you again." The man in black waved his hand and said, "Nothing, I am usually idle, and don't bother to care about you. But since it is your commission, and it also involves the Lord of the Divine Realm, I will naturally try my best to complete it." The Lord of the Great Beasts was moved again. Then, as if chatting normally, he asked, "Then, Master, what do you think of this little guy Han Xing?" The man in black thought for a moment, and said with a smile, "He is an interesting little guy. In this Tianju challenge, several of our friends calculated which lords had the probability of entering the top 10,000. Finally, we came to a conclusion that this little guy has a chance of more than 40%. At this point," he added, "you only have a chance of 0.1%, or even lower." Hearing this, the great Beast Lord's face suddenly fell. He asked in disbelief, "Is the gap so big? But isn't he only at the mid-level lord level?" The man in black chuckled. "What else do you think? This little guy is hiding deeper than you think. He definitely has many tricks that he hasn't used yet. If it weren't for his mid-level lord level strength, we would even have rated him as the top 1,000 seeded players." The great Beast Lord opened his mouth and finally shook his head somewhat dejectedly. "Then, Master, in this case, do you want to accept him as a disciple? After all, Han Xing's potential is so amazing. If he becomes a high-level lord or even a lord of the God realm in the future, won't our line be able to grow even stronger?" The man in black glanced at him, then smiled. "Do you think I don't want to?" The great Beast Lord was puzzled. In fact, top-notch evildoers like him have long been targeted by many God realm lords and old monsters among the God realm lords. There are many beings more powerful than me. For example, Lord Tianji, Lord Chaoxiong. These guys are secretly investing in this little guy. The man in black chuckled and shook his head. "Compared with these old lords among the God realm lords, I am not even a little bit behind." The great Beast Lord hurriedly said, "I think Master is the strongest. Even if you are not a match for those lords now, you will be able to catch up with them in the future, or even surpass them. Stop flattering me." The man in black rolled his eyes at him, not having the airs of a God domain lord at all. After a pause, he continued, "In addition to the above reason, there is another more important reason. That is, I am used to being alone, so it's okay for me to help out and resolve some disputes. I have no interest in teaching others. Not only you, but also your fellow apprentices, I am letting them go. This Han Xing has great potential. If he can grow up, he will definitely be a giant. So, I'd better not mislead my students." Hearing what he said, the great Beast Lord forced a smile on his face again. "So according to this, even Master, you will have to flatter him in the future?" The man in black looked at him speechlessly again. "Stop talking nonsense. The game is about to start, get ready." The great Beast Lord also saw the countdown above his head, and his expression immediately became serious. "Yes." At the same time, words flashed on those screens. "Attention all participating lords. Please stand in your respective territories and wait to be teleported into the arena." For a moment, the lords from groups 11 to 20 returned to the center of the territory, waiting for the teleportation. Buzz! As the white light rose up, these territories were shrouded in dazzling white light. Then, their figures disappeared on the spot. In front of them, a dark space appeared again, and there was a 60-second countdown in front. All the lords were ready, waiting for the countdown to end, and then it was time to fight. At the same time, Han Xing, Lord Ling Wei and others also sat up from their chairs excitedly. "The game is about to start," Long Yu said beside him. I found my father's competition venue, and his opponent is Raven Queen Astrid. Hearing this, everyone looked over. Han Xing asked, "Do you have any information about Raven Queen Astrid?" Ling Wei said first, "I have some knowledge of this Raven Queen. She is a lord with a deep foundation. From the moment she started, she enjoyed the best resource training. Her mother is the goddess of 10,000 demons, and her father is the lord of great equipment. Both are lords of the divine realm. So she also received the best training, and the foundation of her territory is much stronger than that of other lords. It is said that the time flow rate of the Raven Queen's territory has reached an astonishing 1:6,000. Hearing this number, Long Yu's eyes showed a slight surprise. So high? Yes. Ling Wei Lord nodded and said, so her territory produces soldiers very quickly. Plus, her mother, the goddess of 10,000 demons, specially trained a nearly omnipotent soldier for her, the Storm Crow. Each of these black crows has extremely terrifying speed and attack power, and they will split twice or 3 times after death. It can be said that they are quite difficult to deal with. On the field, everyone frowned slightly. Han Xing said, according to you, this Crow Queen is a rich second generation. Rich second generation. Ling Wei Lord was a little confused, and didn't seem to understand what he meant. Han Xing explained, it's the kind of person who is more dependent on his parents, and his own combat power should not be very good. Lord Ling Wei shook his head and said, no, although the Queen of Crows has a lot of help from her parents, she is also a very hard-working and competitive lord. In her life, after accepting the first gift from her parents, she took the initiative to leave their territory and ventured alone in the Lord's continent. Even during that time, she deliberately changed her identity and stayed in the Sin Domain for a while. The Sin Domain is an extremely vicious place, where a large number of powerful beings are imprisoned. They are all extremely vicious beings. But even so, she still relied on her own strength to fight her way through the Sin Domain and broke through to the intermediate Lord Realm in one fell swoop. However, because she was in the Sin Domain, she killed many lords wantonly, triggering the siege of those vicious people. But no matter what she encountered, she never revealed her identity and power. She earned the title of Raven Queen. Until later, she offended a lord of the Divine Realm, and that lord of the Divine Realm directly attacked her and almost killed the Raven Queen. This triggered the anger of her parents, and the 3 lords of the Divine Realm fought to the death, causing unrest in a large area. Later, a series of things happened. Those lords of the Divine Realm all had their own network of contacts, and everyone called friends, and the situation became more and more complicated. In short, this woman should not be underestimated. After listening to Lord Ling Hui's words, everyone on the field nodded seriously. It seems that this Raven Queen is really not simple. Not only does she have a strong background and sufficient resources, but she is also hardworking. It is just as the saying goes, you are not afraid of your enemy being stronger than you, but you are afraid that your enemy is stronger than you and works harder. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a little worried about the great beast lord. Father, come on! Long Yu prayed silently in his heart. Chapter 765. There were many top monsters participating in the second round of the competition. The great beast lord and the Raven Queen were not the most powerful among them. In fact, they could only squeeze into the 3rd row. But these two have been famous for a long time, and their personal experiences are somewhat legendary. So their competition has also attracted the attention of many people. Who do you think will win in this battle between these two? It's hard to say. They are both top-notch among high-level lords. The difference is that one takes the second path, and the other takes the third path. In terms of background, the Raven Queen may not be as good as the Great Beast Lord, but she has a pair of parents at the level of God Realm Lords, and the types of troops in her territory should not be much different from those of the Great Beast Lord. In terms of strength, the Raven Queen is a lord of the third path, and can be increased by the territory. In terms of personal strength, she should be much stronger than the Great Beast Lord. According to my speculation, the Raven Queen should win this game. After hearing this person's analysis, other lords also felt that it made sense. So they began to bet on the Raven Queen. In an instant, the amount of bets on the Queen of Crows exceeded 30 billion. Of course, her odds also dropped a lot. It dropped to about 1.15. The odds of the Great Beast Lord also rose to 1.58. Han Xing and others were also paying attention to this event. Ling Wei next to him suddenly said, should we bet a little bit? Han Xing asked, who? Hearing this question, Ling Wei Lord looked confused. Who? Of course, the Great Beast Lord. Han Xing chuckled and said, are you sure that the Great Beast Lord can win? Ling Wei thought for a moment and replied, Das Ho is not a simple man. He looks rough, but he is thoughtful and his fighting style is rather sinister. Speaking of this, she paused, as if she realized that his daughter Lung Yu was still here. Then she changed her words. He has many and complicated fighting styles. Over the years, I have rarely seen him take action. But every time he takes action, he uses different moves and methods. So far, we don't know how strong the Great Beast Lord can be when he uses all his methods. I think Lung Yu also knows this. After hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Lung Yu next to them. The woman with a somewhat enchanting face showed a thoughtful look in her eyes. After a moment, she nodded and said, Ling Wei is right. My father has not used his full strength so far. Even I don't know how many tricks he has. Han Xing continued to shake his head and said, the Great Beast Lord is indeed very strong and may have hidden cards. But who knows, the Raven Queen has no cards. After all, in terms of background, this woman is much more terrifying than the Great Beast Lord. Everyone on the field was stunned. Han Xing continued, so, we should not participate in this uncertain game. Put the original currency on other games. After all, betting on the Great Beast Lord will not increase his chances of winning. After listening to Han Xing's analysis, the three people on the field nodded and felt that it made sense. After all, what he said was true. In this case of unknown winning rate, betting on the Great Beast Lord to win is too risky. And the odds on the Beast Lord's side were not as high as expected. It would be better to bet the origin coins on other games to earn more profits. Thinking of this, everyone turned their attention to other venues and began to look for some players who could make upsets, or players whose odds were not high but had a higher winning rate. There were still 30 seconds before the game started. However, 30 seconds was enough for them, the Lord-level powerhouses, to do a lot of things. Even consciousness communication could be carried out thousands of times. So, they quickly discussed the objects of the bet. In the end, everyone bet together, Afra, Rust, Grum and other players. The three of them bet a total of nearly 400 million origin coins. Through yesterday's betting, everyone made a lot of money. So the bets were much bolder. Even Han Xing couldn't help but sigh that this thing was really scary, and people were trapped in it unknowingly. But fortunately, these origin coins are all won by us. Even if we lose them all, it will not affect the operation of our territory. So we still have to do what we can. Just as he was thinking about this, the second day's game was about to begin. As the countdown on the screen continued to decrease, hundreds of billions of lords around couldn't help but hold their breath. The atmosphere instantly became extremely solemn. Countdown 3 seconds. Countdown 2 seconds. Countdown 1 second. When the countdown was cleared, a tsunami-like cheering rose to the sky. Roar! Kill! Knock down the opponent. Come on, Nita, I bet my entire fortune on you. I must kill the opponent. Cheng Wenxia, don't let me down. These lords were shouting frantically, hoping that the object they bet on would show their power. And the 50,000 stadiums ahead had already started a crazy battle. At the moment the game started, almost all the lords used all their means. A large number of troops appeared, and with the lord's big hand waved, they flooded towards the enemy like an overwhelming force. Into the enemy lord in the desperate roar. Even from the beginning to the end, the lords did not move their positions at all, and they solved the battle, which made people excited. Good. This is the momentum that the lord should have. With a wave of the hand, slaughter all living beings. Can the lords of the first road do it? Kill! At the same time, the top lords of the first road burst out with terrifying physical strength, moving in and out of the large number of troops. The strength of their physical bodies has reached a new level. The breath they exude can instantly evaporate those approaching troops or explode them into fragments on the ground. Bang! 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 As the explosion sounded, these lords were like entering an empty space. They rushed directly to the front of the opposing lord and harvested his life with ease. The performance of these lords also caused a lot of applause. Good. So cool. This is the strength that a truly powerful lord should have. That's right. No matter how many types of troops you have, can 100 million ants attack together to overthrow a god? You are just a group of guys who like to hide behind and shrink, and you dare to call yourself a lord? Hearing this, a large number of lords, who took the second path immediately refuted. What did you say? You simple-minded guys are going crazy. That's right, you only know how to charge into battle. Do you know what tactics are? Do you know what the combination of arms is? Do you dare to stand up and fight me to the death? I won't take action. If you can kill 10% of my arms, I will consider you powerful. Kill! Kill all these guys. The two sides can be said to be full of gunpowder. In the Lord continent, the lords of the first and second roads can be said to look down on each other. And no one is convinced by the other, and everyone thinks that their own way is right. This contradiction can be said to have existed for many years, and no one can reconcile it. After all, even the existence of the Eternal Lord level has fought a war because of this problem. In the end, no one is convinced by the other. 3 advanced routes, each of which can lead to the Eternal Realm, can be said to have its own advantages and disadvantages. While they were arguing, more than half of the arena has ended the battle. After all, the strong at this level will fight very quickly. Moreover, this first match was a crucial one, which would determine whether they could advance to bronze champions or be eliminated and enter the loser group. So once the two sides met, it was the most powerful means. However, there were still some arenas on the field that were still in a tense battle. The lords of both sides fought evenly and refused to give in to each other, which made the lords watching couldn't help but clench their fists. Among them was the arena between the Lord of Great Beast and the Lord of Raven Queen. Although Han Xing and others did not bet on the Lord of Great Beast, they were also paying attention to his battle situation. At this moment, the Lord of Great Beast seemed to be in a disadvantageous situation. The army of storm crows on the side of the Raven Queen is endless, and according to the characteristics of these crows, they are divided into lightning crows that are good at fast combat and shadow crows that are good at surprise attacks. There are also fire explosion crows that can directly self-destruct and screaming crows that are good at mental attacks. These crows are of various types and work very closely together. At the beginning of the battle, the troops on the side of the Great Beast Lord suffered a large-scale rout and were slaughtered unilaterally. Long Yu frowned beside her and whispered, "My father's Iron Shield Spinosaurus troops were killed. This is a melee troop that he spent a lot of resources to cultivate. Without the Iron Shield Spinosaurus, the formation behind will be quickly dispersed, and there will be no chance at all." Hearing this, everyone frowned, watching the situation on the field again. At this moment, the Great Beast Lord and the Raven Queen stood on both sides of the huge ancient Roman Colosseum. The two men floated in the air, constantly commanding their massive troops to adjust and switch formations. And from time to time, they commanded more troops to devour the opponent's units. Roar! Cry! The roar of the beast army and the sound of the storm crows resounded through the sky. Millions of troops died every second on both sides. However, there was no change on their faces. They just kept sending more troops to join the field and forming more surprise attack teams, hoping to tear open the enemy's formation. In this kind of battlefield, and everyone is not a lord walking the same path, so no one will be the first to go down in person. Because once the opponent goes down in person, it means that his foundation is almost exhausted. Next, it was time for him to lose. There were only a few outliers, like Han Xing. When the territory was still strong, his own strength was even more terrifying. Boom! With a shocking explosion, a huge mushroom cloud rushed up to tens of thousands of meters in the sky. Millions of fire crows exploded at the same time, once again tearing open a line of defense for the Great Beast Lord's army of beasts. Seeing this scene, the Queen of Crow's strange face gradually raised a smile at the corner of her blue-black mouth. Then, a cold and charming voice came out of her mouth. "Big Beast, it looks like you're going to lose." After she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the black robe on her body fluttered in the air. At the same time, a special army of crows covered with dark golden feathers, and with golden light flashing in their pupils rushed out at an extremely terrifying speed. Then, this army of dark golden crows instantly arrived at the battlefield below, and rushed directly into the crack torn by the previous flame explosion crows through self-explosion. Crashing, they flapped their wings and rushed directly into the army of beasts, the werewolf hunters, dog-headed archers, shadow beast mages, and other long-range units. At the moment of contact with the wings of these crows, golden thin lines appeared on their bodies. These thin lines were like ropes that wrapped them up. Huh? When the dark golden crow army flew over, a sound of flesh cutting suddenly rang out. Puff! Puff puff puff! The bodies of these beasts were cut into dozens, or even hundreds of pieces, and they died instantly. What's even more terrifying is that this strange army of crows is still advancing like a hot knife through butter, rushing madly towards the depths of the army. The target was the big beast lord hiding in the back. The Queen of Ravens actually wanted to attack Huanglong directly and defeat the opponent in one wave. Seeing this scene, there was a sound of inhalation outside the field. This is the army of golden wind crows of the Queen of Ravens. It is said that each golden wind crow has extremely terrifying lethality. Even ordinary high-level lords will be cut into pieces on the spot if they come into contact with it. And when the number of golden crows gathers to a certain extent, It will activate a more terrifying Legion effect, which can instantly lock the enemy and then strangle it. Once there was a top lord who took the first path. He tried to rely on his powerful body to tough the golden crows, and then raid the Queen of Ravens. As a result, he was cut into blood foam as soon as he met Big Beast Lord. It's dangerous. Hearing this, countless lords looked at the field. They watched the game at this moment, and watched the great Beast Lord, who was still standing in the same place, as if they had seen him being cut into pieces. However, the great Beast Lord looked at the rushing Golden Line Ravens, and although there was some surprise in his eyes, he was not as panicked as imagined. Golden Line Wind Ravens? It is indeed an extremely rare and precious type of soldier. If I am not careful, I might really fall into your hands. But fortunately, I have made some preparations. After saying that, he waved his hand. From behind him, a group of figures as tall as mountains appeared. They were glowing with cold light, like ghosts without entities. The long tails behind them were dragging on the ground, and with the beast-like heads, they looked like a group of dinosaurs with spiritual bodies. Then, this group of ghost dinosaur-like monsters suddenly opened their huge mouths. In their throats, it seemed that some terrifying energy was gathering. The next moment, these energies turned into a dark blue beam of light, and suddenly erupted. Voila! Chapter 766. Voila! Dozens of dark blue light beams converged together, causing some kind of qualitative change, forming a dark blue wave. The surrounding space was ignited by this dark blue flame, forming a burning area. At the same time, the group of golden wind crows had already rushed over, and because of their speed, they had no time to slow down, and could only pass through this dark blue flame area. Even though their speed was so fast that it was fleeting, they were inevitably contaminated by the dark blue flame. In an instant, this dark blue flame seemed to have come into contact with some kind of fuel, and began to surge wildly. Whoo! In the blink of an eye, all the passing golden wind crows were ignited. Cry! Cry! Bursts of shrill screams came, and these wind crows seemed to be experiencing some kind of soul-burning pain, and the golden pupils also showed pain. Seeing this scene, the Queen of Crows on the opposite side frowned. What kind of flame is this? It can't be extinguished once it's contaminated, and it seems to be very effective against my golden crows? Just as she was thinking about this, all the golden crows were ignited, and then fell to the ground like burning blue planets. Puff, puff! In the blink of an eye, these golden crows were burned to ashes. And the dozen or so behemoths behind the great beast lord were still standing behind him at this moment. They were like a dozen loyal guardians, guarding their lord. Seeing this scene, the lords watching were once again in an uproar. Wow! The great beast lord actually has this trick, and he directly wiped out the golden crows behind the Crow Queen. It's really terrifying. Indeed, these behind him should be spiritual disaster beasts. Only in the A-level catastrophe area can you find a few of them. He actually collected so many directly. It's incredible. The big beast lord is really well hidden. With these beasts, the result of this game is probably going to be reversed by him. Hearing this, the group of lords, who bet on the Queen of Ravens suddenly looked bitter. Because once the Queen of Ravens loses, the more than 30 billion origin coins will be gone. At this time, a lord gritted his teeth and said, the Queen of Ravens will not lose. Her methods are not just this. Just wait and see, the Queen of Ravens will definitely win in the end. After hearing this, these lords rekindled their hope again, including Han Xing and Ling Wei. There was also a look of surprise on their faces. Spiritual disaster beasts. This kind of soldiers can be obtained by your father. It's really not easy. Han Xing smiled. Ling Wei also nodded. Over the years, the great beast lord has put a lot of effort into the military forces, including the leaf spine insect king we gave him a few days ago, which is also a powerful military force. In terms of military force foundation, the Raven Queen may not be as good as him. Long Yu did not speak, but silently cheered for her father in her heart. Next, the great beast lord and the Raven Queen started a difficult tug-of-war again. Both sides can be said to have continuously played amazing trump cards. Many times, the military forces they appeared were never seen by others. And each of these military forces is extremely powerful and has strange means. If it were given to other lords, only one type would make their strength surge. But now, these two lords played them one after another, which made people envious and excited. However, after 7 minutes of tug-of-war, the number of soldiers killed on both sides was not less than 100 million, but tens of millions. After playing 7 or 8 cards of various trump cards, they still failed to defeat the other side. Raven Queen Astrid frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something. After a moment, Her black lips slightly opened, and she said directly, "Big Beast, let's fight to the death. We can't use up our trump cards anymore, otherwise we won't be able to play the rest of the game. Let's fight in close combat, and whoever loses will enter the loser group." After hearing this, the Lord of the Big Beast still had a kind smile on his face. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Although I still have a lot of soldiers in my hand that haven't been played, if you want a decisive battle, then let's fight to the death." Hearing the latter sentence, Raven Queen Astrid was a little surprised. After all, they have each used nearly 10 trump cards so far, and even the Raven Queen herself doesn't have many. As a result, the big guy on the opposite side still looks at ease. In her heart, she couldn't help but think highly of him again. At the same time, it also aroused the fighting spirit of the Raven Queen. From her body, a terrifying black mist rose up, sweeping around like a storm. At this moment, waves of black air emanated from the pupils of the Raven Queen, and the whole person became more cold and beautiful from the previous weirdness. Under the majestic temperament, there is a special beauty. Wow! The black mist storm swept, directly clearing a large area under the field. On the other side, a battle axe appeared in the hands of the great beast lord. He moved his feet for the first time since the war began, and as he stepped in, it was like a prehistoric giant awakening. Boom! After the dull footsteps, countless fine cracks appeared on the ground under his feet. It was as if he stepped on the ground and it collapsed, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. When he continued to move forward, the vast army of beasts automatically separated for him, as if making way for a king. Boom! 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 Every time he took a step, there would be a dull loud noise, echoing in everyone's heart. At the same time, the aura of the Beast Lord would rise again. The terrifying sense of oppression almost condensed into substance, and the surrounding space was overwhelmed by his physical strength. The momentum of both sides has reached its peak. Seeing this scene, the lords watching the battle outside all held their breath. They said excitedly, "Is this preparing for a decisive battle?" It seems so. Both sides are ready to fight in real life. But they still look like they have many arms left to fight. How come they are fighting so soon? Aren't you talking nonsense? The two of them are almost the same strength. They may not be able to defeat each other even if the time is up, and they will also expose their own strength. Instead of both entering the loser group, it is better to start the decisive battle now. After listening to this person's explanation, everyone also became enlightened. Then, they once again fixed their eyes on the projection area of the battlefield. At the same time, the two powerful lords have already started a head-on collision. Boom! The black storm broke out instantly, directly covering the entire stadium. It also covered the projection screen above their heads. Everyone could only sense that a terrible battle was taking place in that area, but it was still unclear what happened. Everyone knew that the Great Beast Lord and the Crow Queen were fighting to the death, and their hearts couldn't help but tighten. Boom boom! The vibrations in that area continued to come. It was not until about a minute later that it gradually subsided. At the same time, the black fog gradually dissipated, and everyone held their breath, almost concentrating on the screen on the projection. When the fog completely dissipated, there was only one figure standing on the entire battlefield. He was holding a broken giant axe in his hand, and there were dense scars on his body. Some of the scars even pierced his body. If it were an ordinary lord, he would have died long ago with such injuries, but he still stood firmly in place. And his opponent had disappeared. The result of this game was already obvious. Several lines of big words appeared on the projection screen. In this game, the Great Beast Lord wins. Wow! In an instant, the whole audience was in an uproar. Countless lords stood up, staring blankly at the figure on the screen. Crow Queen Astrid lost? How is that possible? No! Damn my origin coins! How could this happen? How could this happen? How could the Crow Queen lose to the Great Beast? Most of the lords found it unbelievable, and some could not accept it. And a small number of them laughed. Ha ha ha! The Great Beast Lord is indeed a veteran high-level lord. His strength is really amazing. Indeed, with the odds of 1.56, I made a small profit of 8 million origin coins, which is really good. Haha, I will be a loyal supporter of the Great Beast Lord from now on. This battle can be said to have directly spread the reputation of the Great Beast Lord. After that, the name of the Great Beast Lord will basically be known in the entire Southern Chaos Lord level circle. Han Xing, Ling Wei and others also smiled. Ling Wei praised. As expected of a great beast, he has become the silver champion and should be able to advance to the third round. And the number of lords who advanced to the third round was only 110,000. In other words, he even had a high probability of breaking into the top 100,000. When they thought of this possibility, they couldn't help but get excited. After all, the value of this Tianju challenge was too high. The top 100,000 was comparable to the top 100 in the past. And they also heard that as long as they entered the top 100,000, they would be noticed by the Lord of the Divine Realm and even accepted as a disciple. I don't know how many lords would go crazy with this item alone. After all, in the Lord continent, in addition to strong personal strength, a strong background is also extremely important. If you have a master at the level of a Lord of the Divine Realm as a backer, it can be said that you can save a lot of trouble. This is also something that countless lords are eager for. However, the threshold to join the Lord of the Divine Realm is too high. To be noticed by such a being, one needs extremely extraordinary talent and performance. Although the Great Beast Lord already has a master at the level of the God Realm Lord, this does not prevent them from being happy for the Great Beast. At this time, Han Xing chuckled and said, "Don't be too happy too early. He has just won the first round. There are still more than a dozen rounds of battles waiting for him. You have to become a silver champion to have a chance to advance." At this time, Han Xing changed the subject. "However, the Great Beast Lord is so hidden. I feel that he must have many tricks that he has not used yet. With his ability, it should not be difficult to advance to the silver champion. Maybe he wants to challenge the gold champion." Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and a thoughtful look appeared in their eyes. Because what Han Xing said is indeed very likely. At the same time, the Great Beast Lord and other lords in the winner group continue to start the subsequent ring games. They have to defeat waves of enemies and finally advance to the silver champion, gold champion, and even the strongest platinum champion, then advance to the third round. Time flies. A day passed in the blink of an eye. It was similar to the battle situation yesterday. Among the 5,000 promotion places, 7 platinum champions, 106 gold champions, and the rest were silver champions. But what was a little surprising was that the Great Beast Lord's final score was 74 points, stopping at the silver champion. And the Crow Queen Atreus, who was defeated by him, killed all the way up from the loser group, and won all the way, directly scored 114 points, and became one of the gold champions. But in general, as long as the Beast Lord advances, it's a good thing. Then, it's about the bets of the 3 of them today. Today, they bet on 17 games in total, with a principal of 400 million origin coins, and finally reached 670 million. In total, they made about 270 million. This is a very amazing number. For a lord like Ling Wei, it would take at least 1,000 years to accumulate 100 million origin coins. And now, in just 2 days, she has almost made so much. It can be said that she got rich directly, and Han Xing made more. In 2 days, he made almost 230 million origin coins. Awooh! Before everyone could speak, Cole Ball on the side had already shouted first. And he jumped directly onto Han Xing's shoulder, looking at him with eager eyes. Obviously, after hearing that they made money again, the little guy Machio wanted Han Xing to take him to Tianyin Tower for a big meal again. Han Xing touched his head and comforted him. "Don't worry, I take you there in a while." For him, a big meal in Tianyin Tower would cost only tens of thousands of origin coins at most. With his current financial resources, he can let Machio eat as much as he wants every day. Awu Machio responded obediently. Ling Wei, Muqing and other women beside him also showed doting smiles on their faces. Just as everyone was about to go to the restaurant, a strong figure flashed and appeared beside everyone. He carried a murderous aura on his body, as if he had just returned from the battlefield. This figure was the Great Beast Lord. "Father!" Long Yu shouted in surprise. Others on the field also cast their eyes on this powerful figure. After all, today, the Great Beast Lord can be said to have shown an absolutely powerful strength, which made everyone look at him with new eyes. At this moment, the Great Beast Lord has quickly suppressed the murderous aura on his body and chuckled. "What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like this?" Hearing this, everyone also knew that their behavior was a bit strange, so they all retracted their gazes. Han Xing smiled and replied, "Great Beast Lord, you are really hidden. If it weren't for this competition, we wouldn't know that you still have so many cards hidden." Hearing this, the Great Beast Lord did not have any pride on his face, but shook his head and said, "It's just a means of struggle after the potential is exhausted. For lords like us who are on the second path, it is already difficult to improve ourselves, so we can only start with the type of soldiers. These are all the foundation I have accumulated over the years." Chapter 767. Everyone nodded after hearing this. The lords of the second path can gain powerful strength in a short period of time, and can be called a huge territory. The price is that the difficulty of advancing will instantly increase by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. In fact, in the early years, as long as these lords of the second path merged with the Lord continent, it was equivalent to completely cutting off the possibility of the future. But there is always a way out. That day, some strange changes occurred in the Lord continent, and the divine object Eternal Earth appeared in this world. It also made it possible for these lords to break through. Of course, the premise is that a large amount of Eternal Earth needs to be prepared. For a mid-level lord like Ling Wei, if he wants to break through to a high-level lord, he needs dozens of kilograms of Eternal Earth. And for a high-level lord like the Great Beast Lord, if he wants to sprint to the God Realm Lord, the amount required is even more astronomical. Many high-level lords have given up the possibility of sprinting to the God Realm Lord after merging their territories. But the Great Beast Lord is different. He started preparing many years ago. He trained a large number of soldiers and heroes, and constantly participated in the Southern Region Tianju Challenge, accumulating the Eternal Land bit by bit. Although he didn't know how much he had accumulated now, it also gave him hope. After a pause, the Great Beast Lord continued, "Friend Han Xing, your group is 48, and you will compete in 3 days. I looked in advance, and there are many top powerhouses in your group. Among them, there are 12 people with the potential to be Platinum Champions, and about 157 people with the potential to be Gold Champions. This is the list I compiled, which records their names, characteristics, and the trump cards revealed in the previous battle. Go back and study it." After saying that, he waved his hand, and a list of intelligence appeared in his hand. There were more than 100 names densely recorded on it. Han Xing looked at the Great Beast Lord with some surprise, as if he didn't expect that he would prepare this information specifically for him. The Great Beast Lord naturally saw his thoughts and chuckled. "Don't think too much, I just want you to rush to a higher ranking, so that I can get a better reward." Han Xing also laughed. "Okay, I know." After saying that, he took the information directly. He was going to study it carefully after returning. At this time, a simple stone appeared in the hand of the Great Beast Lord. The surface of this stone looked blue-gray, similar to a common stone on the roadside. However, this stone exuded an extremely strong original breath. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Great Beast Lord. "Is this the Earth God Stone?" Han Xing asked in confusion. The Great Beast Lord nodded slightly. "Yes, it's a pity that I was more than 10 points away from advancing to the Gold Champion, and I only got one Earth God Stone as a reward. Otherwise, integrating into the territory would increase my strength a lot." Then, he looked at Han Xing and chuckled. "How about it? Do you want to make a deal with me?" What deal?" Han Xing asked in confusion. The Great Beast Lord said, "With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to impact the Gold Champion, and by then, you should be able to experience the magic of the Earth God Stone. According to my speculation, there should be Earth God Stones as rewards in the next competition. I don't need this thing now, but you are about to break through to the high-level Lord Realm, so this thing is more important." Han Xing's eyes showed doubt again. The Great Beast Lord explained, "Because the Earth God Stone and the Eternal Soil can increase the foundation of the territory, but the direction of their increase is different. Many lords will only integrate the Eternal Soil when they break through. Although it has no effect, I heard a piece of gossip from my master." Hearing the gossip, Ling Wei and Long Yu also looked over. After all, his master is a lord of the God Realm. The gossip of such a strong man must be very extraordinary. The Great Beast Lord did not keep the secret and said directly, "Before each advancement, integrate a large amount of Earth God Stones into the territory until the limit of the territory is reached. When the transformation is successful later, these Earth God Stones will be integrated into your territory together with the Eternal Soil, thus bringing a new change to the territory. It is even possible to give birth to a powerful divine material such as Earth Gold." Han Xing listened, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. The Great Beast Lord's meaning is very simple. That is to smash the Eternal Soil and the Earth God Stones into his own territory together, and directly create a most powerful high-level territory. The specific number is unknown, but it must be quite amazing. So far, he has not even a single Earth God Stone, let alone smash it into the territory. The Great Beast Lord saw his thoughts and chuckled. "So I want to say that you can use the Eternal Soil in your hand to exchange the Earth God Stone with me. How about 1 piece of Earth God Stone for 1 kilogram of Eternal Soil?" Han Xing finally understood the Great Beast Lord's plan after hearing this. He knew that with his own strength, there would be many opportunities to obtain Eternal Soil in the future. And the Great Beast needed a lot of Eternal Soil to break through the Divine Domain Lord. So he set his sights on himself. Of course, This was a fair deal, and the other party did not take advantage of him. But Han Xing himself also had a big gap in the eternal soil. He shook his head and said, "Let's talk about it later. I am now worried about where to get the eternal soil." The great beast lord smiled after hearing this. "Okay, let's talk about it later. Then I won't bother you anymore. I go back and consolidate my strength so that I can cope with the 4th round." After a pause he said, "By the way, a reminder. If you successfully advance this time, some god domain lords will probably contact you and want to take you in. Don't rush to agree. First look at the strength of these god domain lords and the conditions they offer. Then decide, understand?" He was like an elder brother, admonishing Han Xing. Han Xing chuckled and said, "I understand. Wait for the price. Don't worry, I won't agree if they don't give me enough benefits." The great beast lord smiled and shook his head. "Well, but don't go too far, just be moderate. After all, having a god domain lord as a backer is still very important in the Lord continent." "Okay, I understand." After the conversation, the figure of the great beast lord disappeared on the spot. On the field, Ling Hui, Long Yu and others looked at Han Xing with envy, because they knew that with the potential Han Xing showed, there would definitely be many God Realm lords vying to recruit him as their disciple. By then, Han Xing would really soar to the sky. Muching next to him said happily, "Congratulations, sir, you will soon have a God Realm Lord level master." Han Xing smiled and shook his head. "It's too early to say these now. Let's concentrate on the next game." Everyone nodded. Then, Han Xing continued to take the cold balls to Tianyin Tower for a full meal. Then, he took Muching, Ling Hui and others back to the tower to continue studying the next few days of the game. Time passed in a flash, and 2 days passed. During these 2 days, they continued to maintain the previous rhythm. While analyzing the strength of the lords on the field, they bet on the targets they were more optimistic about. However, they didn't make as much money in these 2 days as before. In 2 days, the 3 of them only made 200 million original coins. There were several times when they placed bets, hoping that this lord would be able to surprise. In fact, these lords worked hard enough, and they broke out again and again, forcing their opponents into a desperate situation. As a result, his opponent took out various trump cards, directly reversed the situation, and won from defeat. After several times, he lost a lot again. But overall, it was not bad. After all, without this game, where would they go to earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of origin coins every day? So Han Xing and the others were already satisfied. Finally, it was the 5th day of the game. That was the day when Han Xing played. A piece of information emerged. "Lords of groups 41 to 50, please be prepared. We will teleport you to the center of the arena for a battle. Here we come." Han Xing stood in the tower and tightened the Eternal Night War bow in his hand. Then he waved his hand and took Miao Qing and made Xiao into the territory. After all, this was his territory's combat power. This time the opponent was too strong, so even he had to go all out. Buzz! As a golden light enveloped Han Xing, he felt a force of the origin of space, wrapping himself, as if he was going to be teleported to a certain area. Behind him, Ling Hui and Leng Yu's voices came, "Be careful." Han Xing turned around and said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, it's just a game, you won't really die in it. By the way, you two remember to look at the winning rate and my odds, don't bet on me mindlessly. If I lose once, it will be a big loss." Ling Hui and Leng Yu looked at each other after hearing this, and then a smile appeared on their faces. "Okay, we got it. Don't worry, if your opponent is one of those perverts on the list, we will definitely vote for the other side." These 2 days, several people gathered together and carefully studied the list that the great beast lord gave them. They also memorized the names of some monsters and their areas of expertise. There are several perverts among them, especially those who are qualified as platinum champions. Even Han Xing is not very sure to defeat them. Han Xing smiled, "Okay." At the same time, the golden light completely covered his figure. Then, he disappeared directly on the spot. Including the areas near the continent, a total of 100,000 golden lights appeared in those territories. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dense golden lights continued to emerge. Then, all the lords disappeared. Attention all lords. The 3rd round of the Southern Region Pride Challenge, the 5th day officially begins. Wow! Instantly, the whole place was boiling again. The battle situation in the previous 4 days had already aroused the enthusiasm of countless lords. Many of their lords won the original currency, and gradually became complacent. More lords lost everything, and were very angry at this time. Many people even started to borrow money everywhere, hoping to make up for their losses today. It can be said that the grand occasion was unprecedented. After a feeling of dizziness, Han Xing gradually stood firm. When he opened his eyes again, a dark space appeared in front of him. It was completely dark here, and he couldn't see anything, including his body. It was as if an invisible force had fixed his figure. However, he could vaguely feel that there was a strong breath in front of him. No less than the high-level Lord level. Obviously, that breath should be his opponent. 59 seconds left. Han Xing muttered in his heart, silently waiting for the moment when the game started. At the same time, the lords outside entered the betting stage. They kept scanning the major arenas, looking for those who thought they had a high chance of winning. Among them, the most popular ones were naturally those monsters who were considered to have the potential to become platinum champions according to the intelligence of the big beast lords. Their arenas almost attracted the attention of most lords. Of course, there were also many lords who looked around other arenas, looking for some lords with a relatively stable winning rate and decent odds. At this time, they saw Han Xing's side. Look, that's the Killing Star. The monster that shot out the power of the God Realm Lord with one arrow and cleared the entire map. Hearing this, many lords looked over. It's him. Let me see his odds. The odds are 1.85, which is not bad. And his opponent's odds are 1.4? Huh? What's going on? It's even lower than the Killing Star's odds? Not only this lord, but also other lords showed surprise in their eyes. You know, through the previous few days of competition, they already know that the initial odds set by the organizer are almost calculated based on the strength of both sides. The stronger the player, the lower the initial odds. Even if the bet wins, it will not get much profit. But the advantage is that it is relatively stable. And the initial odds of weak players will be much higher. The risk is high, and the return rate is also high. Now, Han Xing's odds are even higher than the opponent's. This means that the organizers believe that Han Xing will most likely lose to his opponent in this game. Look, who is his opponent? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the projection screen. Han Xing versus Rachel. Seeing this name, many lords looked confused. Who is Rachel? I haven't heard of her. Is she better than the Killer Star? Many people were puzzled. Forget it, who cares? I will directly bet 20 million original coins on the Killer Star, and I must get my money back this time. Damn it! Then I will also bet 15 million. I will do it too. Compared with fame, Han Xing is actually better than this Rachel. His total bet of original coins has directly reached 2.146 billion. The odds have also dropped a little, but not much, from the original 1.85 to 1.83. Seeing this, other lords also began to bet wildly on Korean stars. Just then, a lord suddenly said, "Wait a minute, I know this Rachel." Chapter 768. A lord suddenly said, "Wait a minute to place a bet, I know this Rachel. She is the physical lord of the first path." Hearing this, the other lord said in confusion, "What's wrong with the physical lord of the first path? Killing Star even killed the 100-armed sky demon. Is this Rachel stronger than the 100-armed sky demon?" Yes. Killing Star fired an arrow with the power of the Lord of the Divine Realm, alarming the existence of so many old monsters. Can't this be a sure win? The Lord said solemnly, "You are right. This Rachel is really stronger than the 100-armed sky demon. First of all, she has the physique of the Thunder Source holy body first. Secondly, it is said that she inherited the legacy of a Thunder God Domain Lord, and her Thunder Sword skills are superb and terrifying. Then, she also used some kind of divine object to temper her body, resulting in her body's strength far exceeding those top lords. So, this woman is an all-round player, powerful in all aspects. Many God Domain Lords have already set their sights on her, and are only ready to take her under their wing after the third round. It is not certain that the Killer Star will win against her." Hearing this, all the lords on the field were stunned for a moment. Then, they began to frantically retrieve the information of this Rachel. You don't know until you see it, and you'd be shocked when you see it. Rachel's performance in the first 2 rounds of the game was extremely amazing. In the first round of eliminations, she killed thousands of lords in a row, resulting in her being hunted down by a strong man from a major alliance. She was on the run for the next few days. Until she found an opportunity later, she began to strongly counterattack this big alliance, killing tens of thousands of lords in one fell swoop. Finally, she rushed directly into the top 10. In the second round of the city defense battle, she also showed her terrifying combat power. She cleared more than a dozen surrounding territories by herself, and her points almost entered the top 100,000. Although not as amazing as Han Xing's performance, this woman's performance can be said to be quite stable. More importantly, her close combat ability is too terrifying, and she can be called the nemesis of other lords. As the lord of the first road, she can be said to have developed the way of the flesh to the extreme. In addition to the terrifying Thunder Source holy body, ordinary weak soldiers can't even get close to her. I don't know how many lords of the third road wanted to use the advantage of numbers to surround and kill this woman. But she broke through strongly, and then killed her at the fastest speed. After seeing Rachel's terrifying record, for a time, many lords frowned. Some were worried about whether Killing Star could win against this Rachel. At the same time, the number of bets on Rachel's side also began to increase significantly. It reached 400 million in a short while, surpassing Han Xing's side in one fell swoop. This Rachel's melee ability is too terrifying. I feel that Shashing will be restrained by her. Yes. Her Thunder Source holy body, and that kind of thunder swordsmanship are natural counters to those lords, who rely on arms to fight. No matter how evil Shashing is, he is only a mid-level lord. I feel that he will fail this time. For a while, many lords began to sing bad words about Han Xing's side. Including Long Yu and Ling Wei who were watching the game, they also quickly checked Rachel's record. After a moment, Long Yu frowned slightly. This woman is not easy to deal with. Ling Wei nodded. Yes, her ability is too restraining to Han Xing. Han Xing's strongest point is his own combat power, and his military type is not too outstanding. However, this woman is stronger than Han Xing in personal combat power. And as a melee fighter, it is also extremely restrained to Han Xing's long-range attack. As long as she is close, there is basically no hope of a comeback. Thinking of this, the two women looked at each other. Long Yu asked, "What do you mean? Do we still bet on Han Xing?" Ling Wei thought for a moment and said, "Wait a little longer, now more and more people are betting on Rachel, and Han Xing's odds are also rising. Let's see how much Han Xing's odds can be in the last 3 seconds. If the risk is too great, we will give up." Long Yu nodded, and knew that what she said made sense. Time passed slowly. Soon, it was the last 10 seconds before the battle began. Since Han Xing and Rachel are both highly watched players, their match has also attracted the attention of a large number of lords. Now, the total bets of the two sides have exceeded 4 billion origin coins. The total origin coins in Han Xing's pool are 1 billion, with odds of 1.85. And the total origin coins in Rachel's pool are 3.1 billion, with odds of 1.31. The odds of the two have not changed much, which has also made many lords, who want to make a fortune start to bet on the two crazily. Especially in the last 10 seconds, it became particularly crazy. The number of origin coins in the pools of both sides increased by hundreds of millions every second. In the last 3 seconds, the total bet of origin coins has exceeded 6 billion. It is even catching up with the competitions of the top monsters. At this time, Ling Wei finally said, "Bet Han Xing, 100 million. Long Yu next to him was stunned and said in surprise, 100 million? Such a big bet? Didn't he say that we should not bet on him when the winning rate is uncertain?" When Ling Wei heard this, a smile appeared on her weird face. He said his, "I do mine. Even if I lose in the end, I am willing to accept the loss." After a pause, she added, "Moreover, with the speed at which this monster becomes stronger, who knows if he has become stronger again in this month?" Hearing this, Long Yu also realized this. She said solemnly, "Okay, I will bet 100 million with you." In an instant, the two women placed bets at the same time. At the same time, the countdown has been reset. At this moment, a message appeared in front of Han Xing. "The game has begun. Please do your best to defeat your opponent." Then, the surrounding darkness receded like a tide. A huge arena appeared in front of Han Xing, with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers. The surroundings were empty, and nothing could be seen. Even his opponent, at such a long distance, was not even as big as a grain. However, with the vision of these lord-level strongmen, they could clearly see the expressions on their opponents' faces even across several light years. Not to mention this mere 10,000 kilometers. At the same time, waves of terrifying sound came to his ears. Countless creatures were shouting the names of their supporters. Because the sound was so intense, it even caused ripples in the space. In it, many people could be heard shouting his name. Han Xing held the bow in his hand and chuckled. What a crazy bunch. Then, he looked at the opponent in front of him. It was a woman with blue hair. She was wearing a plain cloth dress, and her hands were empty. The most conspicuous thing was her dark blue skin, on which there were lightning-like lines. You could faintly see the flash of lightning on it. At this moment, neither side made any move, but looked at the opponent. Compared with other arenas, those lords started to burst out with all their strength, wanting to kill their opponents as quickly as possible. The arena on Han Xing's side seemed a little strangely quiet. The lords who were watching the arena had doubts in their eyes. What are they doing? It seems that they are observing the opponent's strength, so they are not acting rashly. Hearing this, some lords showed puzzled expressions on their faces. That's not right. Others are observing the opponent's strength, so why is Shashing standing there in a daze? Isn't he the lord of the third path? Yes. Why doesn't Shashing release his troops? It's over. This period of time at the beginning of the battle is the most precious, and Han Xing didn't seize it. As long as Rachel explodes, he will have no chance. Yes, Shashing is going to fail this time. Hearing the comments of the crowd, some lords who bet on Han Xing suddenly had red eyes. Shashing, what are you doing? Hurry up. Damn it. Stop standing there in a daze. I've staked my entire fortune on you. Killer Star, hurry up and do it. Han Xing naturally couldn't hear these offstage noises. Or rather, even if he heard them, he wouldn't care. Now, all his mind and body were on the opponent in front of him. This strange woman, the thunder attribute source power on her body was too strong. So strong that Han Xing felt that the person in front of him was not a human being, but an incarnation of an element. Interesting. The thunder attribute is good at attacking, and the speed is extremely fast. Plus, it also comes with a good group attack effect. Those mid-level soldiers will almost be destroyed by her when they are released. This kind of enemy really restrains me. Thinking of this, Han Xing moved his hands. Directly summoned a large number of chaos shooters from behind. Hua la la. Hundreds of thousands of archers appeared, and everyone had a resolute look on their faces, as if they could shoot through all obstacles. The lords watching the battle outside couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Han Xing finally summon the first type of soldiers. They sighed. The killer finally made a move. Fortunately, he is not so stupid. Yes. The type of soldiers is the lord's advantage. If he doesn't summon the type of soldiers, he can't be Rachel's opponent at all. But why did he only summon one type of soldiers, and it was a long-range unit? What about those ground units? Just when they were puzzled, Han Xing's opponent also moved. The woman with blue hair burst into dazzling lightning all over her body. Zizi. Zizi. As if the calm lake was broken, the vast power of thunder and lightning spread like water waves, covering the entire stadium in an instant. Buzz. With a slight tremor, all the objects on the ground, whether scattered stones or other debris. The moment they came into contact with this lightning power, they were directly evaporated and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, they finally understood why Han Xing did not summon other ground units. Because Rachel was born with a holy body of thunder source, this field would be completely covered by her lightning power. All the soldiers would be seriously injured if they came into contact with her lightning power. There will be heavy losses in an instant. The lords, who were still complaining about not being able to summon soldiers to fight, shut their mouths instantly. However, this terrifying lightning-covering attack was just the effect of Rachel's energy release. What she was really powerful about was her terrifying speed and destructive power. The next moment, Rachel moved. The figure disappeared without a sign. When she appeared again, she was less than a few dozen kilometers away from Han Xing. Until this time, a lightning trail appeared behind her. The speed was so fast that even the top lords were unable to react. Zizi. Zizi. A lightning sword appeared out of thin air in Rachel's hand, and she slowly grasped it. The next moment, a dazzling lightning burst out, directly covering the entire arena. Buzz. All the lords who were watching the game were filled with lightning in front of their eyes, and could not see anything. At this time, a lord seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "It's bad. This is Rachel's killer move, the source-destroying divine sword. Not only does it have a wide attack range and extremely fast speed, but it also has extremely terrifying lethality. Even the flesh of a high-level lord will be easily cut in two. She used this sword to directly kill tens of thousands of lords, and her point soared by tens of thousands." Hearing this, the other lords also showed horror in their eyes. What? This is the killing move right from the start. Isn't that a killer star in danger? For a moment, many eyes began to stare at the arena. At this moment, Rachel's sword had accumulated to the extreme. Then, with all her strength, she slashed out fiercely. Swish. The area changed again. In a dazzling flash of lightning, everyone saw a stream of light passing through the center, with unparalleled lethality. It seemed that even the space was cut open by this sword. Even across the projection screen, these lords felt a fatal sense of crisis. They had no information at all, and they could survive Rachel's sword. Including Ling Hui and Long Yu, they also frowned. Under everyone's nervous gaze, The electric light in that area gradually dissipated. They cast their eyes almost immediately. In the terrifying smoke, only a figure could be vaguely seen still standing. Seeing this scene, the lords on the field all looked confused. Is this the battle over? Who won? Some lords immediately replied, is there any need to think about it? It must be Rachel. Under that level of attack, it is impossible for a mid-level lord like Shawshing to survive. Yes. Rachel's attack is too unsolvable. She starts with a large-scale group attack plus paralysis, and then directly bursts out the strongest killing move. After this set, no matter which lord is on the road, he will suffer a big loss. Han Xing is defeated this time. Many people are sure that Han Xing has been killed by Rachel in this game. The lords who bet on Han Xing's victory were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet, regretting it. However, when all the smoke and dust cleared, the scene before them shocked them. Chapter 769. On that field, a figure stood proudly. However, it was not Rachel, who they had high hopes for. It was Han Xing. He still held the pure black bow in his hand, keeping the bowstring stretched, and even the armor on his body was not damaged at all. But his opponent Rachel had disappeared at this moment. Seeing this scene, many lords looked confused. They asked in a daze, what is going on? Han Xing is still standing. He survived that sword? What about Rachel? Rachel should be hiding somewhere. So this battle is not over yet? However, the next moment, several messages appeared on the projection screen on the field. This game, Han Xing wins. When this message appeared, the whole place fell into a brief silence again. Then wow! A terrifying cry rang out. I don't know how many lords looked shocked. Han Xing won? Rachel lost? How is this possible? Did the organizer make a mistake? The total duration of this match was less than a second. How could the winner be decided so quickly? Yes. However, no matter how much they didn't believe it, everything in front of them was the truth. Han Xing really withstood Rachel's killer combo in just 1 second and fought back. In fact, he didn't make any extra moves. The speed and attack power that this woman burst out instantly were indeed far beyond imagination. Even Han Xing, who was not in a state of full burst, felt inferior. But this doesn't mean that Han Xing has no other means of response. He just casually used Enhanced Broken Moon to freeze Rachel. Then, before her sword burst out, he cooperated with the Chaos Archer Corps behind him to launch a wave of 1 million arrows. When any attack * 1 million, it will reach an extremely terrifying level. Not to mention the Chaos Archers under Han Xing's command, who are already powerful. Then, as expected, Rachel's body was shot into a sieve under their stormy rain of arrows. And it exploded into a pile of lightning element molecules on the spot, and disappeared on the spot. The Enhanced Broken Moon is really easy to use. As long as the enemy is alone, he will basically die if he is fixed. The so-called Rachel restrains the Lord of the Third Road. That's because he didn't meet Han Xing. If he met Han Xing, he would restrain Rachel. So, the battle ended so easily. At the same time, a prompt appeared in front of Han Xing. You have successfully defeated your opponent, obtained 1 point of competition points, and have automatically advanced to Bronze Champion. Do you want to enter the Champion Arena and continue the competition? Without any hesitation, Han Xing directly clicked yes. The contestant has made a choice, and is being transferred to the new arena. When the prompt ended, the light in front of Han Xing's eyes flashed, and then went dark again. Outside world. Ling Wei and Long Yu looked at the extra 183 million origin coins in their backpacks, and a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Ling Wei chuckled and said, Han Xing didn't disappoint us. We made the right bet on him this time. Long Yu also nodded excitedly. If he knew that we bet on him and won more than 80 million origin coins, he would definitely be very happy. Hearing this, Ling Wei smiled and said, Are you happy? I'm afraid he wants to ask us for dividends. Long Yu was slightly stunned, and realized that this was really something Han Xing could do. She smiled and shook her head again. Anyway, we also made money this time. Lord Ling Wei, should we still bet on him? Ling Wei thought for a moment, and said, Let's see who his next opponent is. At the same time, Han Xing appeared in a dark space again. However, compared with the complete darkness before, there are a few more paragraphs of floating text this time. On the left is, Current Points. 1 on the right is, Remaining Number of Resurrections. 2 in the middle is, Search for Opponents. All 3 paragraphs of text are quite concise and clear. The points on the left determine his ranking and champion level. The number of resurrections on the right means that Han Xing can revive twice. If all are used up, he can no longer challenge. The middle option is to continue fighting. Han Xing did not hesitate and directly clicked on the search opponent. Then, this message began to scroll. Looking for opponents of similar strength. Cleaning the bodies of both players. Cheer for the two-handed players. Makeup and dressing up for both players. A long paragraph of meaningless information passed by, making Han Xing's mouth twitch. This thing should be set by the organizer, right? Is this to prevent the players from getting bored while waiting, or is it the organizer's personal bad taste? Just as he was thinking about this, the scrolling information finally stopped. The matching player has been found, please prepare for the battle. There are 60 seconds left before the game starts. The next moment, the 3 pieces of information in front of Han Xing all disappeared. He fell into an empty world again. It seemed that there was nothing here, and he could only vaguely sense that there was a strong breath in front of him. That is my new opponent? The breath on his body seems to be hot and dry, and he should be a strong man with fire attribute. But his physical strength did not give me a sense of oppression, that is. He should be the Lord of the Third Road. Han Xing quickly analyzed the opponent's information in his mind. Including his opponent, he was also trying his best to sense Han Xing's information. In this way, after the countdown ends, both sides can make the best battle plan. At the same time, on the projection screen outside, another projection of the stadium appeared. A piece of information floated over it again. This competition, Bronze Champion Han Xing versus Bronze Champion Xu Tong. When this projection appeared, a large number of lords discovered this place. They exclaimed, "Look over there, the Killing Star game is about to start again." What? So fast? Doesn't he take a break? Yes, many champions haven't finished their first round of games yet, and the loser group games haven't started yet, but he has already started the second game. Many lords were surprised by Han Xing's speed. And some lords seemed to realize something. I guess that Xia Xing's goal this time is also to challenge the Platinum Champion. Look, the top monsters in the 5th group, Qin Yao, Yanqing, Brad, etc., have already started the second round of battle. If they don't hurry up, they may not have enough points to become the Platinum Champion. Hearing this, the Lord's eyes showed surprise again. What? Xia Xing also wants to challenge the Platinum Champion. Isn't that unlikely? Yes. Although his strength is indeed very strong, compared with those top monsters, there is still a huge gap. I also feel that he has no hope. Many lords are a little skeptical about Han Xing's idea of challenging the Platinum Champion. As mentioned before, the gap between Han Xing and those top monsters is too big. He is only a mid-level lord now, which is his biggest flaw. Some lords shook their heads and said, "Why worry so much? Just watch. In the last game, Xia Xing won so easily that we didn't know what happened. Maybe, some miracles will really happen to this man." Hearing this, many lords couldn't help but look forward to it. Then, it was Han Xing's odds in this game. His odds were 1.05, which was quite low. And his opponent, Xu Tong's odds were an astonishing 2.35. This meant that the organizer had confirmed that Han Xing's winning rate in this game had reached a terrifying level. And such low odds also made those lords lose interest in betting. After all, only those lords with equal strength had high odds for both sides. However, there are still many lords who bet a large amount of origin coins on Han Xing. Although they don't make much money, they are looking for stability. Ling Wei and Long Yu, on the other hand, turned to other arenas with little interest. At the same time, after the countdown on Han Xing's side ended, the picture appeared. In front of him, a thin man who looked like a bamboo pole appeared. What made Han Xing feel even more weird was that the man was still wearing the ancient costumes on Blue Star. In addition to the books in his hands and the bamboo basket on his back, he really had the temperament of the ancients. Han Xing couldn't help but become a little interested. The Lord's continent is vast and boundless, with countless creatures and civilizations. In addition, the territory of each lord is equivalent to a world. In their world, countless civilizations were born. There are also many worlds similar to the development process of Blue Star civilization. At this moment, the thin man gradually raised his head and looked at Han Xing. He first bowed with both hands, and then politely saluted. "You should be the recently famous Killer Star. I am the servant. I meet you, Lord Killer Star." After hearing this, Han Xing said with interest, "You are quite interesting. You are obviously at a higher level than me, but you put yourself in such a low position right away." The servant smiled slightly, with a humble and calm look, and slowly said, "In the Lord Continent, strength is respected. Although I am at a higher level than you, I know that there are always people who are better than you. I have also learned about your experience. Lord Killer Star has been able to defeat the strong with the weak, and defeat the strong with wisdom. He is truly a dragon among men. I am just a scholar. I dare not be arrogant in front of the killer star. Han Xing looked strange. Okay, stop quibbling here. Hurry up and fight. I am in the next game. Hearing this, the book boy smiled lightly. Sir, the killer star, I know you are impatient. So, this battle has already started. Hearing this, Han Xing still felt a little strange. When he reacted, the surrounding scene began to fade away quickly. The magnificent stadium and ancient buildings all disappeared. Instead, there was a world of mountains and rivers intertwined in black and white. Han Xing only felt a flash in front of his eyes. The next moment, he was in a huge ink painting. The surrounding mountains, trees, and streams were all outlined in black and white. The whole world seemed to be left with only black and white. Han Xing lowered his head and found that he was standing on an ancient stone bridge. He whispered to himself, "This is the world in the painting? When did I get hit?" When he was confused, a figure appeared on the other side of the stone bridge. It was the book boy. With a smile on his face, he slowly said, "Mr. Killer Star, when I bowed to you, you were already hit by my ink painting. Once you enter this world, there is no possibility of escaping. And you will accept the endless attacks of creatures in my ink painting until the moment you are defeated." His tone revealed a strong confidence. It seemed that he was confident in his move. The next moment, with the book boy's casual move, there were white cranes, mosquitoes, frogs, flying birds. All the creatures in the painting began to rush towards Han Xing frantically. The people watching the game from outside felt a little weird. What is Xiaxing doing? How did Shutong drag him into the world in the painting? Didn't he say he has a 99% chance of winning? Yeah. Xiaxing is too careless. Shutong's world in the painting is equivalent to his territory, but this territory is a bit special. He can summon creatures in the painting endlessly to attack the enemy. The best way is to kill him before he pulls you into the world in the painting. Otherwise, even if a high-level lord enters, he will be consumed by the creatures in the painting. Oh no, is this going to be a big upset? I didn't bet on Shutong's nearly 3 times odds. What a pity. No way. I bet 50 million origin coins on Xiaxing, hoping that he could make me hundreds of thousands. Am I going to lose everything this time? For a while, Han Xing's game once again touched the nerves of countless people. At the same time, Han Xing looked at the overwhelming army of creatures in the painting and asked with a strange look in his eyes, "Is this your confidence?" The book boy chuckled and nodded. "Yes, in my world in the painting, summoning these creatures is free of cost. And your troops here will die one less. As long as we drag it out slowly, I will soon accumulate enough advantages to wipe out all your troops in one fell swoop. Then I will kill you." Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes became even weirder. Watching the creatures in the painting getting closer and closer, he slowly pulled the bowstring. Then swoosh! An arrow shot out instantly and disappeared on the spot. When the arrow appeared again, it had already come behind the book boy. And with extremely terrifying speed, it suddenly pierced his body. Puff! The book boy's body was pierced instantly. There was already a look of confusion in his eyes. Chapter 770. However, before the servant boy could react, the arrow turned back again and pierced through his body. Swish! Puff! Puff puff! Just like that, the arrow pierced through 7 times in a row, leaving 7 blood holes in the servant boy's body. He stared at Han Xing in a daze, raised his right hand, pointed at him and asked, "Why? Don't you summon troops?" Before he finished speaking, his body exploded on the spot with a puff. It turned into a ball of blood mist and dissipated. The surrounding landscape paintings also faded quickly. Including those creatures in the paintings that were about to pounce on Han Xing, they also disappeared in an instant. This also means that the battle is over. It ended beyond expectations, and so quickly that it was unimaginable. Almost when Han Xing shot the first arrow, he ended the enemy directly. Outside, among the lords watching, there was another strong exclamation. "God bless you. The killer star won again. Good guy, this time he won more decisively, and he defeated his opponent with just 1 arrow. Ha ha ha. Who said Han Xing would be dragged to death by Shutong's ink painting scroll? Do you see it now? He is worthy of being the killer star, and he is worthy of being the organizer. He said a 99% winning rate is a 99% winning rate. Yeah. The gap in strength is too big, it's a complete crush. Han Xing's performance can be said to be decisive, and without any delay. The crowd didn't even see how he made the move, and the battle was over. Shutong was still in a daze until his death. At this moment, after the battle, Han Xing slowly put away his weapon. He said speechlessly, "Who the hell said I want to compete with you in arms? I can kill you with one arrow. Why do I have to work so hard? At the same time, a prompt appeared. You have successfully defeated your opponent, and the champion's points are increased by 1. The next moment, the surrounding images faded again, and Han Xing fell into darkness. Then, 3 pieces of information appeared in front of his eyes again. On the left is his points, in the middle is the search for opponents, and on the right is the remaining number of resurrections. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction and said, "The 2 battles combined will take no more than 5 minutes, and the speed is not bad. Next, continue to search for opponents and start the next round." His speed is not only good, but also amazingly fast. You know, there are still many champions who haven't finished the first game yet, but he has already finished 2 games. This is the speed that only those real top monsters can have. Then, Han Xing continued to start the next round of challenges. Searching for an equally matched opponent. Cleaning the battlefield. Currently, after the familiar scrolling information, the 3 pieces of information in front of Han Xing disappeared again. In front of him, a new opponent appeared. And Han Xing's battle attracted a lot of attention. The odds of this game have changed slightly. Han Xing's odds are 1.04, and his opponent's odds are 1.15. Han Xing's odds are slightly lower, and of course his opponent's odds are not high either. This means that the organizer believes that the strength of both sides is actually similar. At least not as big as the last game when he played against Xu Tong. Seeing this scene, many lords hesitated, wondering whether they should bet on Han Xing now. There were not many people betting on his opponent either. The total number of origin coins on both sides was less than 1 billion. It remained at this number until the game officially started. Those lords investigated the background of Han Xing's opponent this time, which was also quite remarkable. After all, the lord who could end the first battle within 5 minutes of the start of the game was not simple. They all discussed. This time, Killing Star is fighting against Doug's, who is also the top lord of the Third Road. In the previous 2 battles, Killing Star did not summon many troops, relying entirely on his own strong strength to crush his opponents, and he also hid many trump cards. This time, I think he will be forced to use all his strength. Other lords also echoed, yes, Doug's is not a person like Xu Tong who relies on special means to fight. He is a real strength player. Even if Killing Star can beat him, it will take some twists and turns, and he may lose most of his troops. By the next battle, there is a high probability that he will lose and his winning streak will be interrupted. What this person said makes sense. After all, this ring match is not a competition of strength. If you want to reach a higher level of ring master, you need to seize every moment and fight continuously. And you must maintain a winning streak, otherwise your game points will not be enough for you to advance. This mode not only tests the lord's explosiveness and endurance, but also tests the lord's foundation. After all, after a game, if you get injured or lose some soldiers, this is very unfavorable for the result of the next game. Everyone was nervously watching the current game field. At the same time, the 60-second countdown ended quickly. The battle between the 2 sides began again. Han Xing's opponent Doug's. At the moment the game started, he summoned a large number of soldiers and formed a square formation to protect himself in the center. Then he waved his hand, and millions of soldiers rushed towards Han Xing in a surging manner, trying to use this human wave tactic to catch Han Xing off guard. However, as Han Xing's arrows were pulled away, a strong golden source of power spread out. Buzz! The entire arena space had a slight tremor at this moment. It was as if a peerless magic weapon was about to be unsheathed, the golden main attack, unmatched lethality. And this source attribute combined with the arrows formed an attack that could penetrate everything, as if to pierce the arena. It was the divine, Bao Sharp Gold Guanmeng piercing shot. Swish! The golden arrow cut through the sky, shuttling between the soldiers summoned by the opponent at an extremely terrifying speed. Puff! Puff puff puff! In an instant, a large number of soldiers were pierced through, and then fell from the air on the spot. This arrow was so fast that it seemed to have crossed from one end of the stadium to the other in an instant. The Lord couldn't even react, until the fatal sense of crisis came to him. He felt the terrifying feeling of suffocation. In the blink of an eye between life and death, the thoughts in the Lord's mind were spinning rapidly. What a terrifying attack power, what a fast speed. If this arrow hits me, I will be seriously injured if not killed, I must block it. In an instant, he made a decision. Then, he shouted loudly, "Flesh and blood, immortal barrier. My people, it's time to sacrifice your lives." At this moment, tens of billions of mortals appeared from his territory. Then, the bodies of these mortals exploded in an instant, and their flesh and blood were compressed and compressed again in an instant. A wall of flesh and blood barrier was formed. Because too many people died at once, the entire stadium was covered with blood. The strong smell of blood almost made people nauseous. At the same time, Han Xing's arrow also hit the barrier in an instant. As expected, the scene of directly penetrating it did not appear. Instead, after penetrating this pile of flesh and blood barrier, the arrow was like being stuck in a quagmire, and it was difficult to survive. When the Lord saw the scene, they immediately exclaimed, "It's Dugas's famous skill, the blood and flesh barrier. This move is famous for its low consumption and strong defense. I don't know how many Lord's attacks have been blocked by this blood and flesh barrier." Indeed, the attack of the Killer Star was also blocked. Next, it's time for Dugas to counterattack, drag the Killer Star into the quagmire, and slowly strangle him. These lords are all experienced in battle. With their combat experience, they seem to have predicted the next trend at once. And at this moment, after penetrating the blood and flesh barrier, Han Xing's arrow moved forward with difficulty for a distance. The power is getting weaker and weaker, and it seems that it will completely dissipate. However, at this moment, a vast water source burst out from the arrow. This powerful source of power began to impact like a wave. It seemed that the first attack was just the first wave. There were more and bigger waves behind it. Hua la. The blood and flesh barrier intercepted the golden arrow for a while, and also accumulated terrifying energy for the arrow. Then, the endless waves finally piled up to the critical point. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the blood and flesh barrier was directly broken, and a terrifying big hole was smashed out. Then, the arrow turned into a stream of light with even more terrifying speed and penetration, and came to Dugas. Swish! With the sound of penetration, the arrow had disappeared beside everyone. However, Dugas stood there in a daze. He raised his head, his eyes filled with strong disbelief. If you look closely, you will find that there is a blood hole between Doug's eyebrows. He murmured, combination combat skills. How is this possible? As soon as the voice fell, his body exploded with a puff, turning into a pile of blood foam, and the overwhelming troops on the field disappeared in an instant. A message was displayed on the projection screen. This battle, Han Xing wins. When the message ended, among the lords watching around, a terrifying aura rose up. Under this vast aura, even the high-level lords were so insignificant in front of them. And those mid-level and primary lords were completely out of breath. The lords said in doubt, "This is the breath of the God Realm Lord." So many burst out at once. What happened? At this time, an old voice emerged. This person is still young, with the strength of a mid-level lord, and he has already mastered a combination of combat skills. Combining the title origin and the gold origin, it not only makes up for the lack of stamina of the gold origin, but also makes up for the shortcomings of the weak attack power of the title force. This is a great talent. This killer, I really want to take him as my personal disciple and train him well. As soon as this old voice ended, a female voice sounded. She chuckled and asked, "Qingsong, you are already old, can you still teach a disciple? This killing star is good at the gold origin and focuses on attacking, while my swordsmanship also belongs to the gold origin and focuses on killing. I think it is more suitable for Killing Star to worship me as his master, so that he can play his strengths." Before the female voice finished, she was interrupted by another powerful existence. "Danchio, you are talking nonsense. You are swordsmanship, and others are archery. How can they be the same? You are misleading the students by teaching this Killing Star. I think it is more suitable for Killing Star to join our 9 Stars Gate." The vast existences discussed one by one. Until this time, the lords finally understood what happened. The arrow that Han Xing just shot seemed to involve some deep power. Even these lords of the God Realm came out one after another, wanting to rush to accept him as a disciple. For a moment, bewilderment appeared in the eyes of both the middle-level lords and the high-level lords. Did we hear it right? Those high-ranking God Realm lords are now scrambling to accept a middle-level lord as their apprentice. I also suspect that I heard it wrong. But looking at their expressions, they seem to be serious. Oh my god! Is the arrow of the Killer Star really that terrifying? Is it worth the scramble of these God Realm lords? Until this time, a high-level lord answered, "Of course it is terrifying. Don't you see it? According to the strength of our general lords, under normal circumstances, being able to develop 1 or 2 origins to the extreme, and having the power to severely injure or kill high-level lords, is already very powerful. And those monsters have mastered many different origins, and have all reached the extreme. These different origin powers make their fighting methods more bizarre and changeable. But At this point, he paused and said in a serious tone, "However, no matter how much origin power these monsters master, they can only use it one by one. However, if you can fuse two different origins, you can increase the destructive power, speed, killing range, etc. of this combat skill by several times or even dozens of times. Because one of your combat skills contains the effects of two origins, it is not as simple as 1+1. Any existence who masters this fusion combat skill is almost invincible at the same level. However, to fuse two different origin combat skills, the difficulty can be said to be beyond imagination. Imagine that we can usually make fire lose temperature and make water burn. But can we make the origins of water and fire merge? Hearing this question, all the lords were stunned. After recalling it in their minds, they all looked disappointed. Obviously, they couldn't do it. Some lords tried to merge, and then boom, terrorizing explosions sounded. Chapter 771. One after another, terrifying explosions sounded, and the bodies of these lords exploded on the spot. Because the range of the explosion was so wide, it directly covered the entire territory and almost caused countless casualties. If there were not some powerful beings nearby who suppressed the explosion, these lords would probably suffer heavy losses. Seeing the explosions, the lords were stunned. The high-level lord continued to explain, "This is what I said, why it is so difficult to merge the two original powers. Because if one is not well controlled, the body will explode and the foundation will be damaged. In the worst case, the entire territory will collapse and the body and soul will be destroyed. Therefore, the arrow that the killer just released attracted the attention of so many lords of the god realm." After listening to the explanation of this lord, the faces of the other lords showed a look of realization. At the same time, looking at the figure on the field, they were even more amazed. After all, with the power of a mid-level lord, the fusion of two different original powers caused so many lords of the god realm to appear. Want to compete for Han Xing. This kind of thing has not happened many times in the many Tianju challenges over the years. They all remembered the name Han Xing deeply. No matter what the result of this game is, Han Xing's name is destined to spread among the circle of Southern Territory lords. Ling Hui and Lung Yu, who were on the tower at this moment, also felt surprised and incredible after seeing the aura of so many god territory lords bursting out. After listening to the explanation of the lord, the two women looked at each other. A smile appeared on their faces at the same time. "Origin fusion?" I said. "He must have made a lot of progress during this period. It's incredible." Lord Ling Hui said with a chuckle, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Although she was prepared in her heart, she still felt a little frustrated when Han Xing really showed it. Because the gap between her and Han Xing has been getting bigger and bigger. Long Yu on the side smiled and said, "My father also said that Han Xing will have to wait until the end of this competition before 2 or 3 lords want to accept him as an apprentice. As a result, now that the competition has just started, it has attracted the attention of so many lords of the divine realm. Han Xing has become very popular all of a sudden." Lord Ling Hui nodded slightly, and couldn't help but feel happy for Han Xing in his heart. However, what they didn't know was that Han Xing's fusion archery this time attracted the attention and shock of those lords of the divine realm. On the one hand, the lethality of this fusion origin is indeed amazing. On the other hand, it is because the fusion origin has already involved the ability of the lord of the divine realm. In other words, only those who can fuse the origin are qualified to touch the realm of the god realm lord. Under normal circumstances, even those monsters can only touch this vaguely after becoming the top high-level lords and settling for a period of time. And then after a period of perception, they can formally fuse the origin and completely step into the realm of the god realm lord. But now, Han Xing only has the intermediate lord skills, and he has mastered this ability. He can't even be described as a monster. This kind of genius will definitely become a god realm lord in the future. That's why they are so excited. Including Lord Tianji, looking at Han Xing's performance, he is also very satisfied. At the same time, Han Xing was still in the dark arena. He didn't know that the arrow he shot had caused such a big commotion. He also didn't know that he had accidentally peeked into the threshold of the Lord of the Divine Realm. For Han Xing, the fusion of two different combat skills was something he had already started using at the primary Lord level. It was just that at that time, the application was still relatively immature. During the half-month period of recuperation, Han Xing had no other direction to improve, so he kept tinkering with this combination of combat skills. He really figured out some tricks. And the fusion of two combat skills of different origins is not his limit. His real killer is the ability to fuse 3 different origin combat skills. However, shooting an arrow like this will directly hollow him out, and it will take a long time to recover. So unless it is absolutely necessary, Han Xing basically uses dual attribute origin combat skills. It is enough to deal with these enemies. At the same time, Han Xing entered the dark space again, and a message appeared in front of him. Win the game, score +1. Attention! You have won 3 games in a row, and now you will enter the winning streak stage. Next, if you win the 4th game, that is, for consecutive wins, you will get an extra 1 point. If you win the 5th game, 5 consecutive wins, you will get an extra 2 points. 6 consecutive wins will get an extra 3 points, and so on. The maximum number of consecutive wins is 13. After 13 consecutive wins, each victory will get an extra 10 points. Please note, as your winning streak increases, the enemies you will be matched with will become stronger. Please be prepared. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing smiled. Finally, the winning streak mode has been turned on. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get 1,000 points and advance to the Platinum Champion. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to hurry up and continue the next game. He clicked to search for opponents. The progress bar began to scroll again. However, this time the search time seemed to be particularly long. Han Xing waited for 5 or 6 minutes in a row, but did not find the next opponent. Seeing this scene, Han Xing sighed. Good guy. It's so difficult to find opponents after these 3 consecutive wins. No wonder the Great Beast Lord asked me to hurry up and try to win as many consecutive wins as possible. Otherwise, if it goes on like this, it will take an unknown amount of time to accumulate 1,000 points. Including the lords from the outside world, they are also looking forward to it. After the scene of more than a dozen lords of the divine realm just now, many lords couldn't help but pay attention to the information on Han Xing's side. I want to see the next battle start quickly, and then bet on him to win without thinking. However, after waiting for several minutes, Han Xing's name did not appear on the field. The lords were puzzled. Strange, where is Sha Xing? Why hasn't he come out yet? Is he not going to continue the challenge? Another lord explained. What are you thinking about? It has been less than 15 minutes since the start of the game. The first elimination match has just ended. Sha Xing has won 3 consecutive games now, and those top monsters are no better, so he can find few opponents now. Let's wait a little longer. Hearing this person's explanation, everyone nodded suddenly. Sure enough. After waiting for almost 3 minutes, Han Xing's name finally appeared on the field. A message suddenly appeared on the screen. Han Xing vs. Scythe Emperor. Han Xing's initial odds, 1.1. Scythe Emperor's initial odds, 4.2. I don't know if it's because of his performance in the last game, Han Xing's initial odds are extra low this time. When the lords saw the 4 times odds of Scythe Emperor, they already knew the outcome of this game. Han Xing's side has basically won. For a while, a large number of lords began to bet madly on Han Xing, pushing his odds to 1.0001. Amid the lords' crazy betting, the countdown ended quickly. The battle also began. This Scythe Emperor is the lord of the first road, with lethality and destructive power, powerful and terrifying. It is similar to Rachel encountered in the first game. But compared to Rachel, this Scythe Emperor is even much weaker. So, the result is obvious. Even Rachel was killed by Han Xing's arrow, so naturally this Scythe Emperor has no chance of winning. Puff, puff, puff. Tidal arrows shot arrows one after another. In addition to the tidal origin, it also contained the shadow origin. Han Xing combined tidal arrows with instant prison shadow kill. After 3 consecutive arrows, the body of the Sickle King exploded on the spot. Puff. This game, without any suspense, it was Han Xing who won again. The whole audience was boiling. Han Xing easily won 4 consecutive victories. Then, he started the next challenge. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. In addition to the previous 4 games, the waiting time for each of Han Xing's subsequent games was particularly long. Sometimes, even a game lasts only 10 seconds, but the waiting time exceeds 20 minutes. The higher the number of consecutive wins, the stronger the opponent will be, and the longer it takes to start a game. Finally, after Han Xing summoned the cold ball and killed the enemy with its void attraction, he successfully won the 12th battle. A prompt appeared. Congratulations. You have won this game. This is your 12th consecutive win. Gained game points, 1. Gained extra points, 9. Seeing the prompt, Han Xing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally won 12 consecutive games. Next. As long as I keep winning, I can get an extra 10 points for each game. Then win about 90 games, and you can directly advance to the Platinum Champion. Thinking of so many games to come, even Han Xing couldn't help feeling a sense of pressure in his heart. Starting from the 8th consecutive win, The strength of the opponents matched with him became stronger and stronger. Some lords also killed their way up from below. There are quite a few lords who have won 5 or 6 consecutive victories. They are either strong in all aspects or have some powerful killer moves. Even Han Xing has begun to take it seriously. The Chaos Lancers and Moon Swordsmen he summoned were all annihilated in a battle. Even the 2 heroes Aiden and Ingwe died on the spot. Of course, their sacrifice was not in vain, allowing Han Xing to seize the opportunity and end the opponent with 1 arrow. He looked at his current points. Current score, 57. Han Xing sighed. Damn, it's really difficult to become a platinum champion. No wonder after a day of competition, there are less than 2-digit platinum champions. Although Han Xing complained in his heart, he did not give up. After all, the rewards for the platinum champion are too good. 50 million origin coins are secondary. There are 10 earth stones and 10 kilograms of eternal soil behind. These 2 things are extremely precious to Han Xing. What's more, there is a sacred herb that he has never heard of. These rewards are enough for Han Xing to try his best. Continue. Thinking of this, Han Xing continued to click on the next round of challenges. Searching for an equally matched opponent, at the same time, it's not just Han Xing. As the lords of the loser group in the first round decided the winner, more lords became bronze champions and joined the champion challenge. Bronze champions were defeated and eliminated one by one, and more silver champions emerged. And these silver champions were also competing and fighting each other. But so far, no gold champion has appeared. After all, even Han Xing, who is in the first echelon, only scored 57 points after winning 12 games in a row. And the gold champion needs a full 100 points. At present, most of the silver champions have just over 10 points, which is already considered to be the top among so many champions. More lords are still in the bronze champion stage. However, the increase in silver champions also has a benefit. That is, it makes it less time-consuming for top lords, like Han Xing, to search for opponents. Only 5 minutes later, Han Xing saw the message in front of her. An equal opponent has been found for you, please be prepared. At the same time, at the other end of the arena, a girl wearing a black dress, a hat on her head, and carrying a strange sickle weapon was waiting in the arena board. An impatient look flashed across her face. It's so slow. Why is it so slow to search for a match? This queen is bored waiting. And this organizer is really something. They said they would match this queen with an equal opponent, but the opponent they met was so weak. I have won 12 games in a row, but I haven't matched this queen with an opponent who is a little bit stressful. She sat down lazily, and a black throne suddenly appeared under her. The throne was inlaid with gems, which looked very gorgeous. The score of this girl has reached 57 points. Obviously, she is also a super evil champion with 12 consecutive wins. At the current stage, there are less than 50 champions with 12 consecutive wins in the entire 5th group. According to the matching mechanism of the organizer and the combat experience of the previous few days, these champions will basically not meet each other at the beginning. Only later, when their winning streak increases, will these champions be matched and fight. At this moment, the progress bar in front of the girl stopped rolling. The next moment, she turned her eyes casually, and the corners of her mouth raised an arc. Humph. You are sensible, and finally didn't make this queen wait too long. Then, she fell into the dark space. At the same time, the girl still leaned lazily on the throne, releasing her breath to sense the opponent's strength. The next moment, her red eyes opened, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Chapter 772. Huh? Why is the person I was matched with a mid-level lord this time? The girl's face showed a surprised look. After all, at their stage, they start as high-level lords. Meeting a mid-level lord in the ring match was really beyond her expectations. And there are only 2 possibilities for a mid-level lord to pass through layers of screening and reach this level. Either, the opponent's strength is very good, and the opponent he is matched with is very weak every time. Or, this person is too evil. The evil is beyond her imagination, so that the organizer let these 2 people face off so early. No matter which one it is, it aroused the girl's interest. A curve appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she chuckled. It seems. This time the organizer has arranged an interesting opponent for this queen. I hope it can arouse this queen's interest. At the same time, the lords who were watching the game outside had already set off a great uproar, because they saw 2 very famous names in one arena. Han Xing versus Helena. At this moment, many lords subconsciously wiped their eyes. Am I seeing this right? That's Killing Star and Helena? The Helena known as the Blood Queen? A lord asked in doubt. Next to him, another lord said solemnly, You are not seeing this wrong, it's Helena. She and Killing Star are fighting. After getting the confirmation from these lords, the whole audience was in an uproar. Oh my god. How is this possible? Helena and Killing Star are now both champions with 12 consecutive victories, and both are expected to reach the Platinum Champion realm. According to the progress of the previous few days, the organizers generally do not let these Platinum Champions fight each other so early. What's going on? The lords were all confused. The result of this match was beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, another lord said, "Who cares? 2 Platinum Champions met so early, which is something we have never encountered before. This game will definitely be exciting. Yes, I also want to know, who is stronger, the Killer Star who can alarm so many God Realm lords, or the long-famous Blood Queen? It's not easy, just look at the odds of the organizer, and you will know?" Hearing this, everyone looked over. Hanxing, odds 2.14. Helena, odds 1.80. After seeing the odds above, the lord started a heated discussion again. Wow, Helena's odds are even lower. Does that mean the organizers think Helena's chance of winning is higher? It's possible. After all, in all the previous matches, the only time the Killing Star encountered an accident was when he played against Rachel. It's not possible, but an inevitable result. You have to know who Helena is? The immortal queen who was born with a blood-derived demon body, and can be reborn infinitely as long as there is a drop of blood. Plus her means of controlling blood. I don't know how many lords were killed directly after a single encounter. Faced with such an all-round powerful existence, no matter how strong the Killing Star is, he will be crushed in all aspects, the lord said confidently. At this time, another lord retorted, "I don't think so. Although Killing Star has shown many methods so far, including the fusion of the original power of various attributes. But who knows that this is all the methods of Killing Star? I bet that Killing Star can still defeat his opponent this time, and win 13 consecutive victories. I also support Killing Star." For a time, a large number of lords began to bet. And because Killing Star is a rising star recently, and Helena is a long-established demon player, she is destined to become a lord of the God Realm in the future. The collision of these two super popular players attracted countless eyes. Even among the lords of the God Realm, many people began to pay attention to this game. At the headquarters of Tianji Chamber of Commerce, the middle-aged man, with a deep breath, also had a strange look on his face. Oh! Letting Killer Star fight Helena in advance, this little guy should have no chance of winning, right? Tianji Lord looked strange. Could it be that this is the result of the organizer's intention? But why do they do this? He was a little puzzled, always feeling that there might be some deep meaning behind this, but he couldn't guess it. In the center of the competition continent, the old man basking in the sun has now come to the top of a snowy mountain, and a smile appeared on his old face. "Let me see. Where is your limit? Helena, this girl should be able to force out all your strength, right?" With an interested look, he cast his eyes on the competition field. At the same time, the countdown in front of Hanxing and Helena has only the last 5 seconds left. Both sides sense the strength of their opponents, especially Hanxing. In his perception, Helena was completely different from any player he had met before. It was a deep feeling of aggression. Very oppressive, Hanxing thought to himself. It seems that the organizer has found me a very tough opponent this time. Time passed quickly. There were only 3 seconds left in the countdown. In the outside world, the two had bet on the origin coins, which had reached an exaggerated number. Now, the number of origin coins on Hanxing's side was more than 60 billion, and Helena's was more than 100 billion. It can be said that no matter which side won their battle, the other side would suffer heavy losses. As everyone waited nervously, the countdown came to the last 2 seconds. The last second, the countdown was reset. Voila! The darkness in front of Hanxing quickly receded. Then, he saw a red shadow on the opposite side at a glance. She just sat on a wide throne, her ruby-like pupils staring at Hanxing, as if examining him. This woman looked very young, but Hanxing could feel that she was already an old monster who had lived for at least tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the breath on her body was extremely bloody, as if in front of him was an endless sea of blood. Hanxing sighed softly. "Good man, this old woman is a bit scary, I have to be careful." Hanxing originally said this to himself. Unexpectedly, the girl opposite heard it. The smile on her lips disappeared, and a hint of anger gradually emerged in her exquisite and perfect facial features. She slowly stood up and stepped on the throne. "You? Who are you calling an old woman?" A crisp voice sounded. At this moment, the woman seemed to be very angry. She lowered her head and clenched her fists. Her red eyes seemed to want to eat Han Xing. Han Xing was slightly stunned, and knew that her whisper was heard. He spread his hands calmly and said, "There are only two of us here. I am a man. Who else can I say?" After hearing Han Xing's personal admission, the blood in this woman burst out instantly. Boom! The surging blood rushed into the sky like a blood column. If it weren't for the height limit of the stadium, she would even pierce the entire sky. The Lord watching outside said excitedly, "I don't know what this killer star said, but the Blood Queen seems to be angry. She is quite terrifying in this state. The killer star is in trouble now." On the field, Han Xing looked at the angry girl and said speechlessly, "Am I wrong? You are at least tens of thousands of years old, and you still show yourself in this form. Isn't it just an old woman pretending to be young?" Listening to his straightforward words, Helena's face became darker and darker. The blood on her body was almost condensed into substance, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. This is a sign that her anger has accumulated to the extreme. After a moment, it seemed that her anger had accumulated to the extreme, and she laughed in anger. The woman slowly grasped the bloody scythe in her hand, and said with a smile, "Han Xing, right? I will remember you. In a moment, I will cut off your tongue with my own hands and put it in your ass. Then sew up your mouth." Han Xing spread his hands. "It's up to you, if you have the ability. But the more excited you are, the more I am right. You are just an old woman who likes to pretend to be young, and you can't stand others talking about you. You are now in a state of broken defense, because you also feel that you are old in your heart." Hearing this, Helena seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. Her eyes had completely turned blood red, like two burning flames. "I will kill you." Instantly, she waved the scythe in her hand. Swish! A bloody breath emerged. Beside her, bloody shadows emerged. Those shadows gradually solidified and turned into tall figures wearing bloody cloaks. Their faces were hidden under the shadows of the cloaks, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes, emitting a cold and bloodthirsty light. These figures are all high-level creatures of the Blood Clan, the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, the Prince of the Blood Clan, etc. Each of them has at least the combat power of a high-level hero. However, this is just the beginning. As Helena swung her sickle again, it seemed as if some kind of blood storm had been set off, and a blood vortex instantly rose on the field. Boom! There were strong vibrations and low roars in the vortex, as if countless monsters were waking up. The next moment, one Blood Clan soldier after another swarmed out of the vortex. There were short but extremely fast Blood Clan hunters, huge Blood Clan berserkers, and Blood Clan wizards suspended in the air, controlling blood magic. Although the number of these soldiers was small, each of them was extremely powerful, at least the combat power of high-level heroes. Obviously, compared with other lords, they are all stacked with numbers. Helena's side trains high-end players. At this moment, the woman in a dark red dress stands in the center of the legion. The sickle in her hand is raised high, and the blood-colored breath lingers around her, as if she is a queen who controls life and death. Then, she swung the sickle, and said in a cold voice, "Go, my servants. Tear up the enemy." Roar! Breaks of terrifying roars came. These high-level blood creatures turned into bats all over the sky and attacked Han Xing. And each of them is extremely fast, and has rich combat experience. Almost in an instant, they adjusted their positions, and blocked all the ways for Han Xing. Each of these heroic soldiers is extremely precious. In the territory of Han Xing, there are less than 100 people in total. And Helena summoned hundreds of high-level heroes at once, which was simply a dimensional strike. At this moment, Han Xing saw the enemies coming from all directions, and he was not panicked at all. He waved his hand casually. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. This figure had white hair and exuded a strong coldness. The moment he came out, the temperature of the stadium here dropped by hundreds of degrees. The bloody breath floating in the air seemed to be frozen in an instant, turning into ice chips falling on the ground. Including the movements of those high-level blood creatures, they also became much slower. This figure was one of Han Xing's trump cards, Shuang. At the same time, Han Xing's voice sounded behind him. "Shuang, release the ice prison." "Yes, master." The man nodded solemnly, and then clenched his fists at a very fast speed. With a muffled bang sound, endless cold air was released from his palms. The cold air almost condensed into substance, and spread to the surroundings in an instant. The blood of those high-level vampire creatures was directly frozen the moment they came into contact with this cold air. Crack! Crack! With a series of crisp cracking sounds, the bodies of the vampire princes were quickly covered with frost. Their blood-colored cloaks were stiff in the cold wind, and their scarlet eyes were also swallowed by ice crystals. The frost began to spread, quickly crawling all over the body, freezing every inch of their skin and every hair into ice. In an instant, there were at least hundreds of ice sculptures around. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of Han Xing's mouth. Shui Ying's ability is still as useful as ever. Now, let's get rid of these guys first. Thinking of this, Han Xing quickly pulled the bowstring and directly activated the power of the Time Beast body, entering a short time stop state. Then, in an instant, he shot at least hundreds of thousands of arrows. Swish, 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 swish. At the same time, the time stop ended. These arrows were like venting waves, sweeping in all directions in an instant. Puff, 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 puff. As waves of dull penetration sounded, dense holes appeared on the bodies of the blood princes around them, which were frozen into ice sculptures. Then, it exploded with a bang. Just like ice crystal flowers blooming on the ice, all these blood princes exploded into blood foam on the ground. Han Xing nodded slightly and said approvingly, "Shui Ying, you did a good job." Shui Ying said modestly, "This is what I should do, master." And at this moment, Helena, who was supposed to be shot into a hedgehog by Han Xing, suddenly appeared not far in front of him. She was still sitting on the throne, as if she had not moved from the beginning to the end. Even when Han Xing killed all the blood princes, she did not make any move. Chapter 773. A smile gradually appeared on Helena's lips. "Stupid guy, do you think you can kill my blood guards like this? You don't know what kind of power I have. And you will soon pay the price for your actions." The clear and childish voice sounded again. With her petite body, it always feels a bit out of place. At this time, with Helena's casual move, the scattered ice crystal fragments on the ground began to reorganize rapidly. Hua la la. In the blink of an eye, one blood prince after another appeared in front of Han Xing again. Then, they rushed towards him in a crazy manner. Seeing this scene, Han Xing frowned slightly. At the same time, Shui Ying shouted in a deep voice, "If you want to hurt the master, come to my side first." After the words fell, a terrifying chill broke out from him again, freezing the surrounding enemies for a short time, and Han Xing also seized the opportunity and entered a short time stop state. A wave of explosions killed these guys instantly, and in order to prevent them from resurrecting again, Han Xing also entered the instant prison shadow killing state this time, and each arrow carried a strong shadow origin. However, when the ice crystal fragments on the ground scattered, they reorganized at a faster speed and rushed towards Han Xing relentlessly. Crash! The terrifying coldness broke out again and froze again. Han Xing killed these blood princes again and again. However, they could always be resurrected from blood again and again. All the phenomena in front of him showed that these guys were simply immortal monsters. As long as there is a drop of blood, they can be reborn infinitely. At this moment, Han Xing also looked at the woman squarely. She only summoned a group of Blood Clan heroes, and she didn't do anything herself, but Han Xing felt a pressure. This old woman's means are indeed beyond imagination. As if seeing Han Xing's dilemma, Helena showed a sarcastic smile on her face. "See? This is the power of this queen. Now, just get rid of you." After saying that, she waved her hand. A large number of Blood Clan heroes surrounded and killed again. Seeing this, Han Xing said lightly, "You don't think I only have one type of soldiers to drive?" "Huh?" Helena looked puzzled. Before she could react, a group of heroes appeared around Han Xing. In addition to Miao Qing and Cold Ball, Dark Knight, Blood Prison Madman, Ming and other heroes were all released by him. At the same time, Miao Qing next to him gently stroked the cursed guqin in his hand. Zheng Wang. The melodious sound of the guqin turned into invisible sound waves and spread. It was like some kind of power that penetrated people's hearts and reached the enemy's heart. All those who heard this kind of piano sound suddenly had their pupils white, as if they had been hit by some kind of mental shock. The next moment, their eyes became extremely red again. A violent aura rose from these Blood Clan heroes. Roar! Roar! After a series of low roars, they actually began to attack their companions around them. Roar! Like a group of out-of-control beasts, they frantically bit the enemies around them. Puff! Puff! The sound of flesh and blood being torn apart came. The surroundings were suddenly plunged into a bloody mess. Seeing this scene, Helena's eyes showed doubt. She shouted, "Hoden, what are you doing? Stop it!" However, facing the scolding of their territory, these Blood Clan heroes did not react at all and continued to attack their companions frantically. There were even a few who rushed towards Helena frantically. Helena frowned slightly, and with a wave of her hand, she blasted these Blood Clan heroes into blood foam. At this time, she also understood that her subordinates were attacked by Han Xing's mental attack. Mental attack? Such strong penetrating power, it can even control these high-level heroes under my command. But it doesn't work. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange wave suddenly emanated from her body. The next moment, a large amount of blood mist gushed out, covering these Blood Clan heroes. And their originally red eyes gradually regained their sanity at this moment. Just as a smile appeared on the corners of Helena's mouth, the cold ball next to her moved. Its figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared the next moment, it had already arrived at the center of the group of Blood Clan heroes. At this moment, the cold ball began to shrink rapidly, shrink again, gradually turned into a small black dot. However, it was from this black dot that an infinite attraction came. As if it could swallow everything. Voila! The infinite suction came, and the figures of these Blood Clan heroes were involuntarily attracted by the black dot. At the same time, Ming, Shuiying, Dark Knight, Blood Hell Madman and other territory heroes attacked and began to focus their fire on that area crazily. Boom! Boom! Including Niching, he was constantly plucking the strings of the piano, sending out waves of mental attacks. The terrifying energy fluctuations completely erupted. These territory heroes may not be as powerful as their own lords, but that is relative. Compared to other mid-level lords and high-level lords, they are all invincible in the same level. After all, the increase of more than 10 times an infinite domain is no joke. The area where the cold ball is located is completely submerged by a large number of attacks. The energy fluctuations emitted alone can severely injure a high-level lord or even kill him. And those Blood Clan heroes have been completely stunned after taking this combo of Han Xing's men. Before they could react, their bodies were blown up on the spot, reorganize again, explode again. Puff! Puff puff puff. The dense explosions are endless. Every second, these Blood Clan heroes have to die, revive, and die thousands of times at least. No matter how terrifying the rebirth ability is, it has its limits and cannot withstand such destruction. In just a few moments, at least half of the Blood Princes exploded and died. Helena was maintaining the blood mist field at this moment. Seeing the scene in front of her, she also realized that the opponent was powerful, and the means were strange. It can be said that with this set of combined skills, not many lords can withstand it. This is also the success that Han Xing has studied for half a month. First, use Niching's group mental interference to make the enemy fall into a short state of unconsciousness. Then, while they have not reacted, Cold Ball jumps directly into the middle of the enemy and uses Void Collapse. Control all enemies and gather them together. Then other heroes start to gather frantically. They have practiced this set of movements countless times. It can be said that it is smooth and seamless. Helena looked gloomy. It is impossible to kill my territory hero. As she finished speaking, she put away the blood mist field, and a more bizarre power burst out from her body. Helena muttered, "The immortals who are sinking in the sea of blood. Obey my call." As she chanted, the entire stadium was instantly covered by a sea of blood. Ming, Niching and others all felt that their movements became extremely slow, as if they were trapped in some kind of quagmire. At the same time, from this sea of blood, an ancient and terrifying will emerged. It seemed that some terrifying existence was about to wake up. The lords, who were watching the battle outside, suddenly shrank their pupils after seeing this scene. A high-level lord said in surprise, "This is Helena's blood boundary ritual, which can briefly communicate the power of an ancient existence in the blood boundary, allowing the other party to help launch an attack. Although it is only one attack, it has enough attack power at the level of a lord of the divine domain." Hearing this, all the lords on the field were shocked. What? Summoning a strike from the divine domain, isn't this against the rules? Yes. Didn't the organizer stipulate that this game can only have the power of a high-level lord at most? The organizer should punish Helena, right? Everyone was confused. At this time, another lord explained, "No, Helena's blood boundary ritual is in line with the rules of the game." The organizer said that the existence of the lord level of the divine domain is not allowed to intervene in the game. But there are so many monsters participating in the competition this time, and maybe a few of them can burst out the power of the Lord of the God Realm. As long as it is not with the help of external forces, but your own means, then it is in line with the rules. Helena used the blood boundary ritual once before, and defeated another monster-level existence in one fell swoop. Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed surprise again. This is the first time they have heard of this statement. But it is obvious that what the other party said is true. As mentioned before, there are so many monsters participating in the competition this time, there must be a few perverted and terrifying existences that can exert the power of the Lord of the God Realm. We can't let these monsters not participate, right? Thinking of this, They looked at the competition again, and some lords showed worry in their eyes. They knew that Han Xing was in danger. At the same time, Han Xing below also realized the horror of Helena's method. He felt a deadly threat. If the opponent used this method, he would be severely injured. He might even be killed instantly. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help sighing in his heart. Sure enough, there is no weakling who can make it to the third round and complete 12 consecutive victories. These evildoers have their own signature methods more or less. These methods have the power to turn the tide of the battle. Thinking of this, Han Xing looked up at the woman in front of him. After a pause, he said, "But you are not the only one who has a trump card. And your method also has a fatal flaw. The casting time is so long, doesn't this give the opponent a chance?" After saying this, Han Xing pulled the bowstring and entered a short time stop state. Hua la la. A sound of rolling waves emerged as Han Xing shot the first arrow. Hua la. The first wave of waves swept away. However, this was just the beginning. As he shot the second arrow, the third arrow, and the fourth arrow, it was like the impact of 4 consecutive waves superimposed together. This is tidal arrow technique. The first arrow has 60 times the basic attack power, the second arrow has 70 times, and the third arrow has 80 times. And so on. Each arrow will be stronger than the previous one. Under normal circumstances, with Han Xing's current physical fitness, he can only shoot the fourth arrow at most. The strongest arrow is about 90 times the basic attack power. This data is already quite terrifying. At least the average high-level lord will definitely be killed on the spot by this arrow. Even those top lords will be seriously injured. However, Han Xing has developed another different method. That is, using the ability of time stop to freeze the arrows shot by tidal arrow together for a short time. Then when the time stop disappears, all arrows will burst out at the same time. Then, this attack multiplier will soar from the highest 90 times to 300 times. In addition, Han Xing has entered the instant prison shadow kill at this moment, opened the Lord of the Galaxy, and superimposed various skills. After this wave of stacking, even he doesn't know how far it can reach. But what is certain is that it definitely exceeds the attack limit that a high-level lord can issue. Similarly, this trick of stacking skill attack power by using time pause can also be applied to other skills. For example, 9 Yuan soul destroying technique, instant prison shadow kill, etc. In fact, he can shoot the 5th arrow of tidal arrow technique with all his strength. But there is no need, because after shooting this arrow, he will fall into a long-term weak state due to overdrawing a lot of physical strength. The current attack is enough. Click. Click. Time began to move. The next moment, the 4 arrows shot by Han Xing burst out at the same time. Crash! A surging sound of waves came, like a tsunami rising out of thin air in the sea. The 4 arrows turned into a hole, maintaining the same speed and attacking the enemy. At this moment, as if breaking through all the loss of the sky, the blood sea that Helena released with all her strength was directly dispersed by this impact. Swish! The 4 arrows passed in front of Helena like a gust of wind. It was so fast that she had no time to react at all. Until a moment later, there was a shocking explosion behind. Boom! The terrifying explosion rose up and instantly swept to the kilometer. It even blasted a huge hole in the stadium and came directly to the stadium of other players. From the perspective of the lords watching outside, they could see an extremely shocking scene. A meteor passed through the stadium where Han Xing was, directly penetrated the space barrier, came to the edge of other stadiums, and caused a terrifying explosion. This explosion even directly swallowed the 2 players in the stadium next to it. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. Until a moment later, a lord came back to his senses. Oh my god! Am I seeing it right? Han Xing's attack passed through the entire stadium, and came to the stadium of other players, and took away the other 2 players together? The other lords nodded blankly, it seems. Yes. God! What happened? The barrier of the stadium was broken? This was set up by the organizer himself. How could this happen? Chapter 774. A lord asked in shock, "Can the barrier of the competition field be broken?" This was set up by the organizer himself. How could this happen? At this time, other lords answered, "This kind of thing is possible. The barrier of the competition field set up by the organizer can withstand all attacks from Chaos Lord level strongmen. But if the player's attack exceeds a certain limit, this barrier will be broken. That is to say, the attack that the killer just launched has broken the limit of the Chaos Lord and officially reached the level of the God Realm Lord." After reaching this conclusion, all the lords on the field took a breath of cold air. An attack at the level of the God Realm Lord. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe, but the facts were in front of them. Han Xing, with the combat power of a mid-level lord, burst out with the killing power of the God Realm Lord level. At this time, a lord said, "No, the arrow of the Killer Star has not reached the level of the God Realm Lord, but just touched the threshold of that level." The reason why he was able to break the barrier is because the weapon he used was a bow and arrow. The penetrating power of the arrow is the most terrifying, and combined with his attack power, it caused this effect. But even so, the arrow of the Killer Star is quite terrifying, and it definitely reaches the level of that top monster. Hearing this, some lords breathed a sigh of relief. After all, for them to accept that a mid-level lord has reached the attack power of the God Realm Lord level, this is subverting their cognition. Now that he has touched the threshold of the God Realm Lord, although it is also against the sky, it at least makes them feel better psychologically. However, this was just the idea of the Chaos Lords. The God Realm Lords, who were secretly observing, after sensing Han Xing's arrow, had fallen into an unprecedented state of shock. No one knew better than them what it meant for a mid-level lord to burst out with the attack power of a God Realm Lord. This talent can be said to be the best in a million years. And the most terrifying thing is that this mid-level lord has mastered the power of origin fusion. This means that the God Realm Lord realm has opened the door to him. As long as he reaches the realm in the future and has enough resources, he can step into it. Moreover, the God Realm Lord is just a starting point for him. It is not surprising that such a monster can become an eternal lord. At this moment, the hearts of many God Realm Lords have begun to stir. Some lords can't wait to accept this monster as an apprentice. Some lords regard Han Xing as a serious threat. Among them is the Desire Lord, who controls the Way of Desire. In a huge and unique territory, a young man with gloomy eyes and an old man with dragon horns on his forehead walk side by side. After a moment, the young man spoke first. "I didn't expect it. This little guy is so hidden. Not only does he have such a strange thing as the sad statue, but he also has such terrifying potential. If he enters the realm of the Lord of the Divine Realm in the future, I'm afraid even I won't be his opponent." On the side, the old man with dragon horns said, Are you going to do this? This person has shown such potential, and is destined to achieve extraordinary success in the future. You want to kill him and avenge your apprentice, but it may be difficult." Hearing this, Yuju's eyes were red, and his fists were clenched tightly, as if he was suppressing the monstrous killing desire in his heart. He turned his head, looked at the old man and said, "Dragon Lord, this kid has not yet joined the other God Realm Lords. Wait until the third round of the game is over. You helped me to kill him in one fell swoop. How about it?" His eyes were filled with murderous intent. After hearing this, the old man smiled and shook his head and said, If you want to die, don't drag me down. This is the center of the southern continent. The organizer has stipulated that during the competition, no one is allowed to attack the contestants outside the venue. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by those terrifying beings until you die." Hearing this, Yuju's eyes became even redder. He clenched his fist tightly, as if he wanted to dig his nails into the flesh. As a being who controls the source of desire, his emotions are stronger than those of ordinary people. After a moment, he growled angrily, "Damn it! I should not have listened to that guy and killed this brat directly. I didn't expect that in just 10 years, he has grown to this level, and made such an amazing performance in the Tianju challenge. I have missed the best chance to kill him." He seemed extremely regretful, growling like an angry beast. Beside him, the Dragon Lord looked at his form, and shook his head. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and whispered, "Maybe. There is another way for you to kill him without revealing your identity." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope rose in the eyes of the Desire Lord. He looked at the old man eagerly and asked, "What is it?" The Dragon Lord casually put down a shielding device, and began to communicate with his mind. At the same time, the arrow shot by Han Xing made more lords of the God Realm start to pay attention to him. And in the current arena, the group of terrifying Blood Clan heroes around have all disappeared. Their bodies have been shattered by the aftermath of Han Xing's tidal arrow technique, and they are deader than dead. On the opposite side, there is only one Helena left. She stared at the blood hole on her chest in a daze. It was big enough for her head, and penetrated her completely. Not only that, the arrow seemed to contain some special power. After causing damage to her body, the remaining power was still destroying her body structure. After a stalemate, Helena raised her head with difficulty, and said bitterly, "Killer Star, I will remember you." After she finished speaking, her body exploded with a bang. At the same time, a message appeared on the screen. "This game, Han Xing wins." Wow! At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Although everyone had foreseen this result, when they really saw that Han Xing won with one arrow, they were still extremely shocked. The whole audience cheered one after another. The number of people who paid attention to Han Xing's competition even exceeded that of several other top monsters. After all, his performance was too eye-catching. Compared to those top monsters, every game was crushed, and there was no fun at all. In every game, Han Xing almost gave them some surprises. Those lords said excitedly, "Haha, this killer is really good. I bet on him for more than 10 games, and won almost every game. Although the odds are not high, I also earned a lot of original coins." Indeed. And every game is very exciting for me to watch. Compared to the happiness of these lords, those lords who bet on Helena with all their money were crying without tears. But they also knew that Helena had tried her best in this game. Even the terrifying means of the blood boundary ritual were used. According to the previous situation, the victory was basically established. But the opponent was too evil. In a dark space, there is a huge throne here. Hiss, hiss. These bats made shrill cries in the air and gathered in the throne area. After a while, they gradually condensed into a human shape. It was Helena. At this moment, she leaned on the throne, clenched her fists and gritted her teeth in anger. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You didn't let me use the blood sacrifice ritual, but killed me instantly. Damn Han Xing. You still call me an old woman. I'm going to kill you." Hearing this, a pale and weird-looking man next to him persuaded, "Lord, calm down. This man is powerful and has great means. After this, he will attract the attention of a large number of God Realm lords, and he will not make mistakes easily." He looked at Helena and didn't say anything else. The implication was to tell her that they could no longer afford to provoke this killer star. Hearing this, Helena vented her anger again. However, after discovering the anger in her heart, she still had to accept a fact. That is, she is indeed no match for Han Xing. Moreover, the opponent is only a mid-level lord, with plenty of opportunities for promotion. The hope of defeating him in the future is even slimmer. Thinking of this, Helena became a little depressed. She shook her head and said, "Forget it, anyway, I still have 2 chances to revive. Next, I will impact the ranking first and not bother this guy." Thinking of this, Helena clicked to search for opponents. At the same time, on the other side, after the battle, Han Xing saw a message in front of him. "You have successfully defeated the opponent, won the game, and got points, 1. You have won 13 games in a row, and got extra points, 10. Your total points, 68. Seeing this message, Han Xing smiled. Not bad, 68 points, 32 points away, and I can advance to the gold champion. And after 13 consecutive wins, every victory can steadily gain 11 points. At this rate, I will reach 1,000 points today, and there is a good chance of winning the platinum champion." Thinking of this, Han Xing became even more excited. He clicked to continue searching for opponents. The information in front of him began to scroll. This time, it also took a long time to search for the opponent, because Han Xing's last battle attracted unprecedented attention. So when the game screen on his side appeared, I don't know how many lords' eyes were attracted. They looked at Han Xing's odds. I don't know if it's because he exposed a trump card in the last game, so his odds became extremely low. Only about 1.05. But even so, it still attracted a large number of lords to bet. In just 30 seconds, the cumulative number of bets on Han Xing's side reached tens of billions, which can be said to be terrifying. And Han Xing also solved the enemy with a crushing attitude. Then, continue to search for opponents repeatedly, start fighting again, and then end the enemy. It is worth mentioning that the players who are participating in the competition cannot contact the outside world. They are all trapped in a limited space, and can only wait for the start of one game after another, until the 3rd day of the game officially ended, or they used up their 3 resurrection opportunities, and were directly eliminated. So, they didn't know that a freak appeared in today's group of games. With the combat power of the intermediate lord level, he has won more than a dozen games in a row, and even almost broke out the attack power of the God Realm lord level, causing countless shocks. When those lords sensed that their opponents were only mid-level lords, they were overjoyed, thinking that it was a gift from the system. As soon as the game started, Han Xing launched an extremely fast arrow attack at the fastest speed, killing the opponent instantly. The action was so fast that the opponent didn't even react before the battle was over. Just like that, Han Xing won more than a dozen games in a row. He directly reached an astonishing 33 consecutive wins. His points also reached 288 points, which was closer to the platinum champion. However, Han Xing did not suffer no losses. As mentioned before, as his winning streak continued to increase, the opponents matched by the organizers became stronger and stronger. This also forced Han Xing to consume a lot of strength every time and burst out with powerful attack power to kill the enemy instantly. This is also one of his tactics. Resolve the battle as quickly as possible, and do not give the opponent a chance to resist. Otherwise, once they react, the battle will be deadlocked. That would be even more unfavorable for Han Xing. Therefore, using this tactic, Han Xing was unstoppable all the way. Directly won an amazing 40 consecutive victories, but after all, he is only a mid-level lord, and his physical strength is not strong. After several consecutive bursts, he almost fell into an overdraft state. Especially in the battle against Helena, Han Xing used the power of time suspension to burst out 4 tidal arrows in a row. The terrifying attack power brought terrifying consumption. In fact, since that battle, he has fallen into a slump. Another enemy like Helena can kill him. Fortunately, the organizers were not that perverted. But despite this, Han Xing still stopped at 41 consecutive wins, and was ended by his opponent. This time, he met another top monster in this group, Lung Dao. His strength was extremely terrifying, even slightly stronger than Helena, and for Han Xing, this was a more difficult enemy than Helena. He slashed with Lung Dao continuously, and each slash seemed to be able to cut the space, and burst out with extremely terrifying lethality. Therefore, it is impossible to summon troops to deal with such an enemy. Summoning them would only be a meal. Han Xing was about to use the same trick again, using his powerful explosive power to kill Lung Dao in seconds. However, the opponent was faster. With just a flash, he came behind Han Xing. When he reacted again, dense bloodstains appeared on his body. Just in a moment, Lung Dao directly slashed out tens of thousands of times, cutting his body from all angles. Chapter 775. At this moment, Han Xing knew that he was dead. But this did not mean that he had no chance to turn the tables. The nirvana effect of the immortal body was still there. As long as he was resurrected, he would enter an invincible state for up to 10 seconds. During this period of time, with Han Xing's terrifying attack power, he would definitely be able to severely injure this cold knife, or even kill him instantly. However, on the one hand, in order to keep his trump card, Han Xing did not activate this nirvana effect. On the other hand, it was because his body was now in an overdraft state. Even the troops and heroes in the territory were emptied, urgently needed to be resurrected and refreshed. So, he gave up nirvana directly. Han Xing's 40th winning streak came to an end. At this moment, the lords watching the game outside were once again in an uproar. Fortunately, the result of this game was also expected. In the previous few games, those lords saw the decline of Han Xing's side. He was almost unable to hold on. This time, they had no chance against a monster like Lung Dao. Therefore, most of the lords bet on Lung Dao. This also allowed them to avoid some losses. At the same time, after being killed by Lung Dao, Han Xing returned to the dark space again. Players, please note, you lost in the last game, and your winning streak has been reset. Use one resurrection opportunity to reset your body to its peak state, and all the troops in the territory have been restored. At this moment, a white light fell on Han Xing. He suddenly felt a strong power surging from his tired body. This power instantly filled his limbs and bones, making him energetic and full of vitality. I even want to find someone to fight right away. Feeling the power in his body, Han Xing stretched his body and chuckled. Not bad, this way, it shouldn't be difficult to hold on for dozens of battles. According to the previous speed, 40 consecutive wins have earned more than 300 points. And I still have 2 resurrections. In other words, if I use them all, I could almost reach 1,000 points and advance to the Platinum Champion. Thinking of this, Han Xing quickly clicked search for opponents. The screen in front of him began to scroll, looking for an equally matched opponent. In progress. In less than 10 seconds, the scrolling screen stopped. An opponent has been found, and the game is about to begin. Seeing this scene, Han Xing's eyes showed surprise. Oh! This time it was so fast. But it was normal after thinking about it. After all, up to now, the game has been going on for about 5 or 6 hours, and those who should be eliminated have been eliminated. The rest are bronze champions with some strength, or even silver champions. So Han Xing will now be able to find opponents much faster. At the same time, he appeared again in the familiar dark space. There was a 60-second countdown in front of him. The outside world, after seeing Han Xing's name appear, once again attracted a lot of attention. Look over there. After the killer was killed by the cold knife, he started to challenge again. Hearing this, Everyone looked over and a message appeared on it. Han Xing vs. Yi Yunshin. Odds. Han Xing wins 1.005. Yi Yunshin wins 4.85. Seeing his opponent's exaggerated odds of nearly 5 times, many lords showed surprise in their eyes. Wow! Yi Yunshin's odds are so high. I really want to bet all my fortune on him. If he wins, I make a fortune, said a lord excitedly. Next to him, another lord poured cold water on him. Don't think about it. I've read the information. This Yi Yunshin is just an ordinary high-level lord. He relied on some weird means to make it to the 3rd round. Up to now, he has only 5 or 6 points, and he has died twice. Other lords also said, yes, and Shashing has just been resurrected. He is in peak condition. He can't lose. Everyone also felt that what these lords said made sense. So everyone started betting on Han Xing, causing his odds to drop again and again. And his opponent, Yi Yunshin, was ignored. The 60-second countdown ended quickly. The darkness around them quickly receded, and Han Xing and his opponent Yi Yunshin also saw each other clearly. When Yi Yunshin saw the man with a bow and arrow on his back, and wearing a starry sky armor, his pupils shrank. He was very familiar with this figure. Before the ring match began, most players would ask about the players in their group and list the monsters that could not be defeated. And Han Xing was among them. The moment Yi Yunshin saw Han Xing's appearance, his mood became heavy. He didn't know Han Xing's performance in the previous battles. As for Han Xing's strength, it was still at the time of the second battle to defend the city. But even so, Han Xing in that state was not something he could deal with. However, it is a taboo to be afraid of the enemy before the battle begins. Yi Yunshin took a deep breath and said solemnly, Killer Star, you are indeed very strong. But you are only a mid-level lord after all. No matter how strong you are, there is a limit. I don't believe that you are really that invincible. After the words fell, a surge of breath burst out from Yi Yunshin. Hua la la. The breath of the dark night burst out like a tide. In an instant, it filled the entire stadium. Then, under the cover of this breath, the surrounding scene changed. From the original stadium, it appeared directly in the dark sky. The surroundings became empty. Even the ground under his feet became empty. The next moment, Yi Yunshin held the handle of the knife in his hand, and his body leaned forward slightly. Like a cheetah about to pounce on his opponent, his eyes instantly became extremely cold. His blade began to twist, like a vortex, and began to pull and absorb the surrounding shadow breath. As he continued to absorb, the power of his sword became more and more terrifying. It seemed that even the space was about to be cut open. However, Yi Yunshin still did not stop, and continued to absorb the breath of this shadow. Gradually, the power of this sword even exceeded his limit. At this moment, cracks began to appear from his wrist, and quickly spread to his whole body. But he still did not stop, and continued to accumulate energy, adding to the power of this sword. Swish. Swish. Crack. Crack. The surrounding space was cut into countless cracks by his overflowing sword energy. Through the screen, one could feel the horror of his sword. The lords who were watching the battle were surprised and said, Yi Yunshin's sword is so powerful. It has far exceeded any of his previous swords. Yes, this knife has accumulated such a terrifying power at the cost of his own body. Even those high-level lords of the physical body system will be killed on the spot by this knife. I didn't expect that Yi Yunshin has such a method. I underestimated him. Sure enough, there are no weaklings who can enter the 3rd round of the ring match. These lords sighed and agreed with this statement. Another group of lords felt a little confused. What is Shashing doing? Why has he been letting Yi Yunshin accumulate power for this knife? If he waits for Yi Yunshin to accumulate power, even Shashing can't stop it, right? Yes. Could it be that he underestimated Yi Yunshin because he saw that Yi Yunshin was a lord with little reputation? Everyone was confused. However, Han Xing still didn't make a move at this moment. At the same time, Yi Yunshin seemed to have completed the accumulation of power. His body was already full of cracks, like a porcelain, about to fall apart. But even so, he still held the hilt of the sword tightly in his hand. Finally, he raised his head, and a shadow source flashed in his pupils. He stared at Han Xing with his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kill Star. Cough cough. He was about to speak, but because his body could no longer withstand the power of this sword, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Yunshin swallowed the blood forcefully and continued, You are more arrogant than I thought. You actually let me accumulate power in front of you to complete this sword. It seems that you don't regard me as a real opponent from the bottom of your heart. But it doesn't matter. My next sword will make you remember my name. Remember the one who killed you is called Yi Yunshin. Cough cough cough. At this point, he spat out blood again. Yi Yunshin also knew that it was time. So, he held the hilt of the sword in his hands with both hands and shouted, "Sword of the night, extinguish the light." Swish. At this moment, a dazzling cold light appeared. All the lords who were watching the game projection felt a pain in their eyes, and subconsciously closed their eyes. Many people even had 2 lines of blood and tears in their eyes. Even those across the screen were like this, not to mention Han Xing, who was Yi Yunshin's opponent. As the cold light appeared, a figure rushed towards Han Xing at a speed that was almost like teleportation. Most of the lords felt a sense of suffocation. They instinctively realized that Han Xing was in danger, but at this moment, Yi Yunshin, who was halfway through the rush, was suddenly fixed in place. He still maintained the action of holding the sword, and his body also maintained the forward posture. Not only him, but the entire stadium, including the lords watching outside, were all fixed in place. Obviously, this was the effect of Han Xing's time suspension. Then, Han Xing slowly pulled the bowstring. The next moment, a large number of arrows shot out. Hua la la. At the same time, time began to flow. Yi Yunshin, who was halfway forward, suddenly saw a dense mass of arrows appearing in front of him. The speed was so fast that it even far exceeded his sword-drawing speed. After all, no matter how fast he drew his sword, there was still a short distance between him and Han Xing. And Han Xing's arrows were truly fleeting. Moreover, because Yi Yunshin was in a forward posture, he had no time to react at all. It was like rushing forward and meeting these arrows head-on. A look of bewilderment appeared in Yi Yunshin's eyes. He couldn't help but have the last thought in his mind. How is it possible? The next moment, all the arrows penetrated his body without any hindrance. Puff! Puff puff puff. As the dense penetration sound rang out, Yi Yunshin's body froze in place. Then, it exploded with a bang. A piece of information emerged. Han Xing wins this game. Some lords stared at this scene in a daze, as if they didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. From Yi Yunshin's accumulation of power to burst out an amazing sword, to his slashing action, everyone thought that no matter what Han Xing did, he would have to pay a price for this sword. As a result, the opponent didn't say a word from beginning to end, and didn't even move his feet. He directly pulled the bowstring and ended the opponent with a wave of arrows. Compared to Yi Yunshin, who was accumulating power and had a lot of lines, the difference between the two was instantly determined. The lords also came back to their senses, and couldn't help but show admiration in their eyes. One lord said in admiration, "This killer star is really amazing." Facing the opponent, he lets the opponent make the first move. Then wait until the opponent is fully prepared, and then use absolute strength to defeat the opponent. Such a strongman is really admirable. Other lords also echoed, "Yes, the killer star can actually kill Yi Yunshin in seconds from the beginning, but he still waited for him to complete the strongest sword accumulation." This is confidence in his own strength and respect for the opponent. If nothing else, just his character is worth learning from. Kill Star, a true strongman, a talent of evil. For a time, this originally ordinary game, because of Han Xing's actions and previous performance, directly pushed his reputation to the peak. He even gained a group of loyal supporters. They shouted Han Xing's name and their own slogans. Kill Star is like the moon, the clear light shines on the world. Kill Star is like the moon, the clear light shines on the world. The fanatical shouts came one after another, almost resounding through most of the spectator field. On the other side, Ling Wei and Long Yu, who were watching the game, looked strange. Ling Wei said with disdain, "Han Xing will respect his opponent? And wait for the opponent to complete the accumulation of the strongest sword before shooting? Did I hear it right? With his personality, it's good that he doesn't sneak an arrow at the enemy from behind." Beside him, Long Yu was also a little embarrassed. Although they were reluctant to admit it, the Han Xing they knew never respected his opponent. After a moment, Ling Wei shook his head and said, "I don't know what Han Xing's reaction will be after the game." He learned that he was evaluated like this by them, and gained a large number of followers. Long Yu showed a gentle smile on his face, I guess. He will be happy? Ling Wei was stunned for a moment, as if she thought of something. She nodded helplessly and said, "It should be." At the same time, after the battle, Han Xing returned to the dark space. He didn't know about the discussion about him. In fact, the reason why Han Xing was willing to wait for Yi Yunshin to accumulate power before taking action was to see the strength and strongest means of these opponents. Then see if there is anything worth learning. And Han Xing did see some outstanding points through his attack. Yi Yunshin, this opponent, is not strong, but has a very thorough understanding of the origin of the night. Chapter 776. Yi Yunshin, this opponent, is not very strong, but he has a very thorough understanding of the origin of the night. His control ability is also very strong. He can even continuously compress the origin of the night, and then cut out a sword that far exceeds his strength limit. In fact, Han Xing can do it. But he has no intention of learning. Because although Yi Yunshin's power accumulation method is amazing, it is not suitable for him. The tactics pursued by Han Xing are all fast attack flow. Before the opponent makes a move, throw out a series of skills with terrifying lethality, and then kill him instantly. If you want to accumulate power, the situation just now will happen. Before he makes a move, the opponent has already shot him to death. Shaking his head, Han Xing continued to click to search for opponents. This time, the time to search for opponents is still very short. After only a dozen seconds, he successfully matched the opponent. Then, he continued to follow the current rhythm. After waiting for the opponent to be fully prepared and use the trump card, he will burst and kill him instantly. Puff! Puff! As the sound of flesh piercing rang out, the entire battle took no more than 10 seconds. Then, the next battle began. Prompt messages kept appearing in front of me. You have successfully defeated your opponent and won this match. You get points, 1. Congratulations. You have successfully won 3 consecutive wins and got extra points, 1. You have successfully defeated your opponent and won this match. Congratulations. You have successfully won 4 consecutive wins and got extra points, 2. You have. As prompts passed by one after another. In this way, Han Xing won 37 games in a row again and got more than 300 points. Now, his total score has exceeded 700. He only needs the last 300 points to officially advance to the Platinum Champion. Moreover, Han Xing's current score is also among the best in the entire 5th group. Only a few people can score higher than him. Those with higher scores than Han Xing are all real seeded players. 2 of them are even expected to hit the top 100. In other words, they can compete for the championship. Of course, their scores are also a cliff-like crush on others. It has reached an astonishing 1,100 points. What does this mean? This means that they have not lost a game since the beginning of the game. The highest one has won 105 consecutive victories. This is much more exaggerated than Han Xing's record. But fortunately, after Han Xing encountered Helena and Leng Dao, 2 monsters in his first life, he was relatively smooth afterwards. Although the opponent he matched was still very strong and his tactics were very strange. But at least not as strong as Helena. Han Xing didn't need to exert his full strength to completely kill his opponent. In this way, Han Xing won 49 consecutive victories and broke his own record. He looked at the score. Current score, 812 points. Han Xing nodded, very good, only 200 points away, and we can complete the goal. And I still have 1 chance to revive. It shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. After all, he still wanted to have the reward of the Platinum Champion. So, Han Xing continued to search for opponents. However, just when he was about to win his 50th consecutive victory, he met an interesting opponent. A woman with purple hair and energy veins all over her body appeared in front of Han Xing. Yes, this woman was the opponent he met in the first game. Rachel. After being defeated by Han Xing, she entered the loser group. She defeated her opponents all the way, won 13 consecutive victories, and successfully advanced to the Silver Champion. Now, she is only a few dozen points away from being promoted to the Gold Champion. She originally thought that she could sprint again, but when she saw the man in front of her, she was stunned. After a moment, Rachel bit her lower lip and gritted her teeth and said, "It's you again." Han Xing smiled and said, "We meet again? We are destined to meet each other." After hearing this, Rachel snorted coldly, "I don't want to meet you here. I was just about to challenge the Gold Champion, but I met you again. It's really bad luck for me." She looked helpless, with a little frustration in her tone. Because she knew that with the strength of this monster, she had no chance of winning. Han Xing spread his hands and said, "There's nothing we can do. This is a random match. And the organizer has stipulated that neither side can play a fake match." Hearing this, Rachel's face became even more speechless. She sighed and was about to give up struggling. A message appeared. "Please take the game seriously, otherwise you will be disqualified." At this moment, Rachel was even more depressed. But no matter how depressed she had no choice but to finish the game because of the competition rules. Zizi. Zizi. Strong lightning power burst out from her hands and gradually condensed into the shape of a long sword. Then, Rachel held the long sword. took a deep breath, said in a deep voice, "In the last battle, you caught me off guard and let me see your flaws." Han Xing was a little surprised after hearing this. "Oh? What flaws did you see?" Rachel continued, "Your fighting style tends to use the fastest burst means to kill the enemy in one wave. But your melee ability is really weak. As long as I can get close to you, I can win this game." Hearing this, Han Xing looked at her with interest. "Really? As an archer, my melee ability is indeed poor. But how are you going to cross this distance and come to my side?" For an archer, the distance between him and the enemy is the death dividing line. As long as the opponent is still within this distance, the archers can maintain the most terrifying killing ability. And the enemy can only bear this terrifying concentrated fire burst head-on. Rachel also knows this. She must cross this distance to hurt Han Xing, otherwise everything is in vain. The next moment, Rachel's figure flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. At the same time, a huge thundercloud appeared out of thin air in the sky. It seemed that a lot of thunder power was accumulated in the thundercloud. Crack, crackle. Dark blue lightning continued to emerge. The next moment, the first thunderbolt fell towards Han Xing instantly. Crack! Just when it was about to hit Han Xing's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Crack! This thunder fell into the air. And then, more thunder fell. Crack! Crack! Instantly, tens of thousands of thunders poured down like a violent storm, as if to cover the entire stadium. And Han Xing was constantly moving and changing his position at this time. The speed was so fast that even some high-level lords could not catch up, because he instinctively realized that there was something wrong with this thunder. Crack! Crack! The thunder was still falling, and Han Xing was also dodging. After more than 10 seconds of bombing, the violent storm-like attack slowed down. It seemed that the thundercloud above was about to run out of energy. After a few seconds, the thundercloud completely dissipated. Then, a purple figure emerged. She gnashed her teeth and looked at Han Xing, asking, "Why are you hiding?" Han Xing was bewildered after hearing this, saying, "Can't I hide?" The competition official said that both players are prohibited from playing fake matches. Rachel said indignantly, "But if you don't let me hit you, how can I get close to you? How can I strike the next sword?" Hearing this, Han Xing's face suddenly became clear. "So that's how it is. Your move is still continuous. First, the thundercloud above your head causes a large-scale bombing. Once you hit the enemy, you will appear near the enemy with thunder. Then burst out your fighting skills to achieve a decisive effect, right?" He immediately saw the specialness of Rachel's sword. After being pointed out by Han Xing, Rachel's face turned red. Obviously, this guy's strength can kill her on the spot very quickly, but he has to stay here with her for so long. Now, she can't beat him, and she can't catch up with him. This kind of enemy is really desperate. Seeing her like this, Han Xing also knew that Rachel should have no other trump cards. He chuckled and said, "Forget it, I'm in a hurry for the next game, so I won't play with you. Then, goodbye." After the words fell, several arrows suddenly appeared in front of Rachel. Then, they directly pierced her heart. Puff! Puff puff puff. When Rachel's figure disappeared, a message appeared on the projection screen. This game, Han Xing wins. The lords outside were not surprised at the result of this game. After all, Rachel had lost once before, and it was a crushing victory. So this time, it is even more impossible for anyone to doubt that Han Xing can't beat Rachel. Basically, all the lords bet on Han Xing. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in front of Han Xing. "You have successfully won this game and received points. 1. You have won 50 games in a row and received extra points. 10. Received extra reward. Earth God Stone *1. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing's eyes showed surprise. "Oh! There is an extra reward for 50 consecutive wins? Although there is only one Earth God Stone, it is better than nothing," he thought happily, and then began to continue searching for opponents. In this way, Han Xing continued to win all the way. The second life finally stopped at 78 consecutive wins. In this game, Han Xing also encountered a top monster. And the opponent was the kind of person who had just resurrected and was at the peak of all aspects. And Han Xing had already overdrawn this body because of 78 consecutive games, and the soldiers in his body were almost defeated. But the good news is, his points have reached 1080. In other words, even if he died in the last life, he could successfully advance to the Platinum Champion. Thinking of this, Han Xing relaxed his mind. The subsequent games were more casual. After 23 consecutive hours of fighting, there was only 1 hour left before the end of the 5th group. Up to now, there are not many people still playing on the field. Most of the contestants have used up their resurrection times and retired midway. Fortunately, many lords scored more than 10 points before retiring and advanced to the silver champion. There are also many gold champions. There are 11 players with more than 1,000 points, that is, platinum champions. This number is much more than the previous groups. Han Xing is one of them. In the last hour of the competition, as the number of players on the field decreases, they also look forward to whether those top monsters will collide with each other later. After all, so far, Han Xing is the unlucky one, and has met Helena and Ling Dao successively. Both of them have successfully broken through 1,000 points and advanced to platinum champions. Like some other platinum champions, they have never encountered other equally matched opponents from beginning to end. They also knew that this was a result that the organizers could manipulate. The organizers wanted these players to collide again in the finals later. So, until the end of the game, the expected scenes of the lords who were watching the game did not appear. The 11 platinum champions did not meet once. In this way, the 5th day of the game ended. Next, there was a short break, and then the 6th round of the game would begin. At the same time, a message appeared in front of Han Xing. You have successfully passed the 3rd round of the Southern Region Tianju Challenge. In this competition, you won a total of 177 games and obtained 1415 points. According to your game points, you have obtained a special title, Platinum Champion. Congratulations. You have obtained a special reward, Origin Coins *50 million, Earth God Stones *10, Sacred Herbs *1, Eternal Soil *10 kg. Seeing these materials suddenly appear in the backpack, Han Xing smiled. Not bad. The reward is in hand. Before he could check the properties of these new materials, the picture in front of him flashed. Han Xing was teleported back to Lord Linghui's territory. That is, in the tower. Lord Linghui and Long Yu also noticed the sudden appearance of Han Xing, and a smile appeared on their faces. Long Yu whispered, "Welcome back." Linghui said lightly, "Congratulations." Han Xing nodded slightly, then waved his hand and released Miqing and Cold Ball. Awoo! Little Cold Ball made a series of baby sounds, and then jumped directly onto Han Xing. Han Xing gently touched Cold Ball's head. In the previous battle, this little guy's performance can be said to be quite good. There were several times when Han Xing easily defeated the enemy with Cold Ball's ability to gather monsters and control. Just when Han Xing was about to speak, a burly figure suddenly appeared. He was wearing a large fur coat and had a smile on his face. It was the Great Beast Lord. Lord Han Xing, congratulations. As expected, you have successfully advanced to the Platinum Champion. And your performance in the competition this time shocked a group of old. The Great Beast Lord was about to blurt out, but suddenly realized the power of the Divine Domain Lord, and quickly changed his words. The group of old predecessors were shocked by the means of origin fusion you showed. Chapter 777. The Great Beast Lord quickly changed his words, and said, the group of old seniors were shocked by the origin fusion method you showed. At that time, many God Realm Lords wanted to take you as their apprentice. Hearing this, Han Xing was a little surprised. Huh? There is such a thing? As mentioned before, the contestants cannot sense what is happening in the outside world. Therefore, Han Xing did not know that his origin fusion method caused such a big commotion. The Linghui Lord and Long Yu on the side explained the cause and effect to him. After listening to this, Han Xing's face showed a look of realization. So that's it. This origin fusion actually involves so much? I just wanted to make my combat skills more powerful at the beginning, but I didn't consider so much. Hearing this, everyone looked at him with a strange face. Lord Linghui rolled his eyes and said, do you know that you will make us look like a waste if you do this? Han Xing was stunned for a moment, and realized this, and smiled embarrassedly. At the same time, Lord Dasho said, friend Han Xing, I reminded you once before that if a Lord of the Divine Realm wants to take you in, don't agree immediately. You have to see what conditions the other party offers before deciding whether to agree. Han Xing nodded, I remember, waiting for the price. Lord Dasho said, yes, but that was based on your previous performance. Now, I suggest you wait a little longer. Wait a little longer? Han Xing asked in confusion. Yes. Lord Dasho nodded, then looked at him meaningfully and said, maybe you don't understand what it means to use the origin fusion at the intermediate level of Chaos Lord. Even though I haven't touched this realm, I don't understand it either. However, my master found me immediately after you used that method, and specifically reminded that you may be targeted by many lords of the divine domain, and asked you to be careful. I don't know the specific reason, but I think it's not a good thing. Maybe someone is jealous of your talent and is ready to kill you in advance. Hearing this, Lord Linghui and Longyu next to him were a little surprised. This is the center of the Southern Territory, and there is an eternal lord here. Is there anyone who dares to attack here? The great beast lord shook his head and said, I don't know the details. But my master specifically mentioned that the water here is very deep, and there are some guys hiding in the dark who have been attacking the monsters in our Southern Territory. Some events happened before. For example, the champion of the previous Southern Territory Tenju Challenge fell in a secret realm not long after the game ended. Some monsters died quietly in the dark. According to my master's hint, I speculate that there may be a dark force targeting these top monsters and weakening the power of our Southern Territory. Or, weakening the power of the entire Lord continent. After hearing this, everyone's eyes showed solemnity. A dark force targeting those top monsters. Even weakening the power of the entire Lord continent. This is the first time they have heard of this statement. However, Han Xing seemed to realize something. He entered another special space from that underwater passage. There are many strange beings hidden in that space, and their strength is extremely terrifying. And the situation in that space at that time was like preparing to do something bad to the Lord continent. Could it be those guys? Han Xing couldn't help but think of this. At the same time, his face became a little serious. Originally, I thought that I was staying in the center of the South region, and it was said that there was still the Eternal Lord. At least my safety didn't have to worry about. But now it seems that it's not entirely true. Han Xing said, then your master means that I should keep a low profile and stop showing my strength? The great beast lord smiled and shook his head. Of course not. Since you have been exposed, there is no need to cover up anything. What you have to do next is to show stronger strength and stronger talent, so that more beings will notice you. Hearing this, Han Xing was even more confused. Didn't you say that I have been targeted? If I continue to show my talent, won't it make these guys want to kill me even more? The beast lord chuckled and said, that being said, the strength of these God Realm Lords in our southern region is also very strong. In fact, you just need to become a disciple of the God Realm Lord and become his personal disciple. With the protection of the God Realm Lord, you should not be in any danger. After a pause, he continued, what I want to say here is that if you show a stronger talent, you can attract the attention of a more powerful God Realm Lord and then accept you as a disciple. You know, even at the level of God Realm Lords, the gap is very large, just like our Chaos Lords. For beginners, a mid-level God Realm Lord is as easy to deal with as we deal with a beginner Chaos Lord. And a high-level God Realm Lord is also an all-round crusher for a mid-level God Realm Lord. Of course, the gap between high-level God Realm Lords and high-level Lords is also terrifyingly large. Among them, there are old seniors like me who have been immersed in the high-level realm for many years. There are also the strongest God Realm Lords, who are about to come into contact with the Eternal Realm. So, I want you to show stronger strength and attract the attention of these strongest God Realm Lords. And if you can be accepted as an apprentice by a Lord of this level, you don't have to worry about your own safety. After listening to the explanation of the Great Beast Lord, everyone nodded suddenly. The Great Beast Lord continued to add, of course, this is just my suggestion. It is up to you to decide what to do. My master just said this, and refused to say more details. Han Xing smiled and said, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Great Beast Lord. The Great Beast waved his hand. After a moment, Han Xing shook his head and said, let's not talk about this topic for now. Let's see how to do it later. Let's take a look at the rewards this time. Hearing this, everyone was instantly interested. This time, the Platinum Champion rewards include two new things, the Sacred Herb and the Earth God Stone. Before this, except for the Great Beast Lord, no one else on the field had ever come into contact with what the Earth God Stone was. As for the Sacred Herb, no one knew its function. So they were also very curious. At the same time, Han Xing gradually took out the Earth God Stone from his backpack. A yellowish-brown stone, as big as his head, appeared in Han Xing's hand. It exuded a vast and heavy divine power. He looked at the attributes. Earth God Stone. Quality, special. Item introduction. A divine stone with special power that can increase the territory's foundation and the defense of all members. Effect 1. After integrating it into the territory, it can increase the territory's area by 0.1% and increase the probability of rare mineral vein production by 0.1%. Up to 10,000 pieces can be invested. Effect 2. After integrating it into the territory, it can increase the armor of all creatures in the territory by 1%, up to 100%. After reading the above introduction, Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. Sure enough, it was similar to what the Great Beast Lord said. The Earth God Stone can increase the total area of the territory and increase the probability of rare mineral vein production. However, the probability is very low, and only one stone can increase 0.1%, but its upper limit is very high, and it can be stacked up to 10,000 stones. In other words, Han Xing can increase the total area of the territory by 10 times again with the Earth God Stone alone. The foundation can be said to have increased many times, and the larger the area of the territory, the stronger the feedback to the Lord will be. Han Xing is already so powerful now. If he can get 10,000 Earth God Stones now, his strength will increase again. Maybe he can really break the limit and create the strongest mid-level lord in history. Of course, this is just Han Xing's idea. After all, the larger the territory, the more difficult it is to break through to a higher level. His current territory area, to break through to the high-level lord, needs 200 kilograms of eternal earth. If it increases 10 times. Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Of course, in addition to this effect, the effect of increasing the armor of all territory members is also very good. Only 100 pieces are needed to double the armor of all soldiers, including Han Xing himself. Thinking of this, he put the Earth Stone into his backpack, and then said, "The Great Beast Lord is right. This kind of Earth Stone is very helpful to us lords. If possible, it's better to get a few more." Everyone nodded. At this time, the Great Beast Lord asked, "What about the other one? What is the sacred herb used for?" He was also very curious about this herb. Moreover, since it is a reward from the organizer, the effect must not be bad. Han Xing didn't keep it a secret, and took the herb out of the backpack directly. The sacred herb looked like a bunch of common green plants on the roadside, with many tender green leaves on the surface, full of vitality. And in it, everyone could feel a strong and pure vitality. This vitality was a fatal temptation to everyone on the field. Especially Lord Linghui and Cole Ball, the man and the wolf looked at the herb in Han Xing's hand, and their eyes almost fell out, including Han Xing himself. He couldn't help but want to swallow the herb in his hand. Good guy, just a herb can actually affect so many of us strong people? Han Xing was very surprised. Fortunately, his current spiritual attributes have far surpassed those of ordinary high-level lords. In addition, the 1,000 Yuan Soul Shield is a spiritual defense method. So he quickly broke free from that temptation. Looking at the eager people around him, Han Xing's breath was lifted. Buzz! Everyone on the field was instantly swept by this force, and broke free from that state. Then he looked at the herbs in Han Xing's hand with surprise. Lord Linghui was shocked. This thing is weird. The moment I saw it, I wanted to swallow it in one gulp, as if my whole body was eager to swallow this herb. Including other people nodded, feeling very strange about this herb. Han Xing shook his head, and quickly looked at the attributes. Sacred herb. Quality, special. Item description. A herb with strong vitality, which can be used as a material for refining medicine. Item effect. After consumption, it can immediately increase lifespan by 5 million years and permanently increase lifespan by 20%. Item effect 2. It can be used as the main material of special potions and refined into a secret potion of eternal life. After reading the properties of this herb, Han Xing's eyes instantly showed shock. Wow! Is it so strong? The effect of this thing is a bit outrageous. When others saw Han Xing's performance, they all showed curiosity on their faces. Linghui, Longyu and others who have been in contact with him for so long know that he has some special abilities, and can see the properties of items. Linghui asked curiously, "What does this thing do?" Including the Great Beast Lord, who was standing next to him, he was also looking at Han Xing. Han Xing looked at their expressions, smiled and shook his head, then explained the effect of this herb. After everyone heard it, a look of realization appeared in their eyes at the same time. Then, there was a strong shock. The Great Beast Lord sighed. "Can you increase your lifespan by 500 years just by swallowing it? The vitality contained in this thing is really exaggerated. No wonder it is so tempting to us." Including other people nodded in agreement. Then, the Great Beast Lord looked at the Linghui Lord again. 5 million years of lifespan increase, for you, can increase your strength by about 5%, right? The Linghui Lord nodded slightly. It should be possible. Maybe it can increase by about 10%. Hearing this, Han Xing asked in confusion, "What do you mean? This herb can increase your strength?" The Linghui Lord paused slightly, raised his eyebrows, and said, "You don't know? Nonsense, you didn't tell me." Han Xing couldn't help rolling his eyes. After hearing this, Linghui did not react, but slowly explained, I belong to the spiritual origin Lord, you know that, right? Han Xing nodded, I know that. Ling Wei nodded slightly and continued, and my body is not actually a human, but an ancient tree that has gone through endless years. Speaking of this, she seemed to be recalling something, and slowly said, the ancient tree stands in an unknown quarter of the Lord's continent, and has experienced countless years of wind and rain. In addition to this ancient tree, there is an endless forest next to it. The ancient trees in this forest have spent endless years here, so long that no one even knows when the forest appeared. Originally, this forest would continue to stay in this uninhabited corner until the day when everything in the forest disappears completely. However, due to various catastrophes and natural disasters that erupt from time to time in the Lord's continent. Chapter 778. Lord Ling Wei slowly narrated, however, various catastrophes and natural disasters will break out from time to time in the Lord's continent. The locations of these catastrophes and natural disasters are not fixed, and no one knows where they will appear. As time goes by, the forest is also invaded by various natural disasters and catastrophes. Every time a natural disaster or catastrophe occurs, a large area of the vast forest will be destroyed, and countless plants will turn to ashes. Lord Ling Wei sighed and continued, but fortunately, these natural disasters, the frequency of the outbreak is not high. It only occurs once every million years. But even so, as time passed, this forest was still attacked by many natural disasters. Over time, the size of this forest became smaller and smaller, and there were only a few plants left. It was about to be completely destroyed. And one day, a special catastrophe broke out, and the area of the outbreak was right in the center of this forest. As expected, the forest was completely destroyed. The Lord Ling Wei narrated calmly. Everyone listened silently as if they were listening to a story. Then, she continued, time just passed. I don't know how long it took. One day, by an extremely accidental opportunity, in that forest, 2 tree stumps that had been burned to charcoal by flames were suddenly blessed by a spiritual rain. In that spiritual rain, the tree stumps that had been completely turned into charcoal regained vitality, and 2 tender green saplings grew out of it. Then, I was one of the 2 saplings. When Lord Ling Wei finished telling the story, everyone's eyes showed emotion. Originally, it was an ordinary tree in an unknown corner of this boundless continent. But after experiencing various natural disasters and disasters, it was almost destroyed. Then, by chance, it gained some opportunities, and was reborn from death. The current Lord Ling Wei was born. Her experience can be said to be quite tortuous. But it is also quite storytelling. It can be said that a series of coincidences created the current Lord Ling Wei. Han Xing suddenly realized. So, you are a sapling of that spiritual tree. And the longer your lifespan, the better your overall strength, right? Ling Wei Lord nodded slightly. That's about it. Han Xing thought for a moment and said, since this herb is useful to you, I give it to you. After that, he handed the herb over directly. Seeing this scene, not only Ling Wei Lord, but also other people on the field were stunned for a moment. Ling Wei Lord asked doubtfully, are you sure? This is a herb that can increase lifespan by 5 million years, which can make countless old monsters who are about to die crazy. Even the Great Beast Lord is very eager for this herb. Next to him, the Great Beast Lord nodded and said, yes, this herb is indeed very precious and is an extremely rare divine object. Even those lords of the divine domain are willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. I think Lord Han Xing should still consider it. After hearing this, Han Xing smiled and shook his head, saying, it's nothing, just a herb. Since the organizers can afford it, and it's a bulk reward, it means there are still a lot of this stuff. At most, I can get a few more later. Everyone was slightly stunned, and a strange look appeared in their eyes. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see how precious this sacred herb is. But in his mouth, it seems that he can get a lot of it casually. However, when they think of the strength of this man, they are not surprised. Ling Wei Lord looked at the herb in his hand, and seemed to be very moved. But after a moment, she shook her head and said, forget it, give it to me when you have more later, you keep this herb first. I have been eliminated, so it will be useless even if I improve my strength next time. And, according to you, this sacred herb can also be used to refine the secret medicine of eternal life. The value of this secret medicine is much higher than that of the sacred herb. Han Xing didn't say anything more after hearing this, and put the herb into his backpack. Then he looked at everyone and asked, then we should have nothing to do now, right? The Great Beast Lord nodded. Nothing to do. Both of us have passed the 3rd round of the ring match. Next, we only need to wait for half a month, and the remaining group of players will all compete, And then it will be the fourth round. And this is also the most important round. As long as we can eliminate a few hundred people, we can successfully enter the top 100,000 and win generous rewards. After hearing this, everyone's faces also showed emotion. This time, the Southern Region Pride Challenge attracted countless evil lords to participate. The total number of participating lords reached hundreds of billions. It goes without saying how terrifying this number is. And those who can make it into the top 100,000 from the competition of so many lords are all top evil lords picked out of millions. Each of them is enough to be snatched by major forces. Now, there are two of them gathered in their tower. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes once again showed a sigh of admiration. Han Xing asked, Lord of the Great Beast, do you know what the rules are for the fourth round? Hearing this question, Lord of the Great Beast thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. This competition is unprecedented, and many rules have changed. According to the usual competition, there are only about 1,000 players left at this time. Then it will be a one-on-one fight, and then the top 100 and then the top 10. But this time, the rules have obviously changed. I don't know what they will be. Han Xing nodded slightly and stopped asking. He continued, then let's bet on entertainment and wait for the fourth round to start. Just as everyone was about to reply, a strong breath suddenly appeared outside the tower. After the breath approached, it stopped moving. It seemed that it was waiting for them to go out. Everyone looked at each other. The Great Beast Lord thought for a moment and said, this breath is a little familiar. It should be looking for you. He looked at Han Xing. Looking for me? Han Xing was a little confused. Then let's go and have a look. After the words fell, the crowd flashed and came to the outside of the tower. At the same time, in front of them, a figure stood respectfully. It was a woman who looked to be in her early 40s, but how old she was actually was unknown. She had a mature face and a special charm. After noticing Han Xing, the woman suddenly had a bright smile on her lips. She bowed slightly and said respectfully, Hello, Lord Han Xing. Han Xing looked at her and said, What's the matter? After hearing this, the woman still had a bright smile on her face and said, It's like this, Lord Han Xing, our God Lord wants to see you. I wonder if you have time. The expressions of the people on the field moved slightly. This woman mentioned the God Lord, which means that the strength behind this person is at least at the level of the Lord of the Divine Realm. Han Xing asked, Who is your Lord? The woman replied softly, It's Lord Yin Yin. Hearing this strange name, Han Xing's eyes showed doubt. Before this, he had never heard of this name. Looked at the big beast lord beside him. He winked secretly, and Han Xing understood what he meant and was about to speak. Another vast breath rose in the distance and approached this side quickly. In the blink of an eye, a stream of light flew to the side of the crowd and turned into a middle-aged man with ordinary appearance. Before the person arrived, he heard the other party's steady voice, Meet Lord Han Xing. He saluted respectfully. Han Xing asked in doubt, Who are you? The middle-aged man said respectfully, I am Lin Shi. Our Lord Qing Song said he wants to see you. Hearing this, everyone on the field had strange looks in their eyes. Within a few minutes of the game, these God Domain Lords had already taken action, each sending their men to contact Han Xing. It seemed that they were afraid of being a step late and being snatched away by others. At this moment, the mature woman heard this and said with a smile on her face, Lin Shi, our Lord Yin Yin also wants to invite Lord Han Xing to be a guest. Besides, I came to invite Lord Han Xing first. After hearing this, the middle-aged man asked in confusion, What's the matter? Han Xing didn't agree. It's his own idea to decide which lord he wants to see first, and we can't force him. Are you right? The mature woman's face froze slightly. She still smiled, but her eyes were a little cold. She turned her head and looked at Han Xing and said, Lord Han Xing, do you want to meet our Lord Yin Yin or Lord Qing Song first? Han Xing did not answer immediately after hearing this. Obviously, both of them accepted the will of their lords and came to contact Han Xing. In other words, they also represent the faces of the two lords. No matter who Han Xing agrees to now, he will not give face to the other lord. But if he does not meet both sides, it is equivalent to offending both of them. Just when he did not know how to deal with it, two more auras emerged and rushed towards Han Xing. Buzz, buzz! Two figures came one after another, turning into a centaur and a human in black armor. They took a look at the surrounding situation and seemed to understand something. Then, they said in unison, I am Scotty. In the name of the Lord of Hunter Heart, I invite Lord Han Xing to meet me. I am Bloodhoof. In the name of our great chief, I invite Lord Han Xing to visit our territory. Seeing this scene, Han Xing's mouth twitched again. Now, the four lords of the divine realm have set people over, and the situation has become more complicated. But for him, it is also a good thing. He chuckled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have admired the names of your lords for a long time and want to meet these great lords. But you can see that I am alone. Who do you want to see first? Let's discuss it among yourselves first." He also cleverly pushed the question back. On the field, the four envoys looked at each other. Then hostility appeared in their eyes. A strong aura burst out, and it seemed that some kind of fierce battle had been set off in private. The four people on the field were at least high-level lords. To be able to represent the will of a lord of the divine domain, and come to invite Han Xing to be a guest, naturally they must be strong. At this moment, the auras of these four lords collided with each other, instantly covering the entire Lingyao city. The residents in the city were all trembling with fear under the pressure of this aura, and dared not move. Seeing the scene, Lord Linghui waved his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the entire Lingyao city, and also blocked this terrifying aura pressure for those residents. At this moment, after a stalemate for a while, the four people seemed to have no winner. Humph. They snorted coldly, put away their own auras, and stood aside silently. Obviously, the situation in front of them was a bit complicated, and even they didn't know how to deal with it. So one by one, they were also contacting their own gods to ask how to deal with it. And at this moment, everyone on the field changed their expressions wildly, not only the four envoys, but also Han Xing, the great beast lord, and even the Linghui lord and others turned pale, because they sensed a vast aura. The horror of this aura far exceeded any creature or even the strong they had come into contact with before. Even a high-level extreme lord like the great beast lord was like a firefly in front of this aura, and there was no comparison. Obviously, the strength of this aura was about to come out. This is a lord of the divine domain. Buzz! With a strange buzzing sound. On the field, Han Xing and others changed their sights. They seemed to have suddenly appeared in another world. The surrounding buildings quickly faded and became extremely dim. In a flash, everyone appeared in a desolate lush land. Whoosh! The howling wind swept past, and the surroundings were desolate. Only high mountains and the red sun above could be seen faintly. The sun was emitting endless brilliance at this moment, as if it was the only master of this world. At this moment, even Han Xing felt a suffocating sense of oppression. The movements became extremely stiff, as if he was stuck in a quagmire, and even the mobilization of the original power in his body became very slow. A system prompt appeared. You have entered the divine domain of attack speed reduced by 90%, movement speed reduced by 90%, perception reduced by 90%. Note, within the divine domain, your attributes will continue to decrease, and as your strength increases, you will gradually break free from the divine domain. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing took a deep breath again. Divine domain. Suppressing my attack speed and movement speed by 90%, so fucking terrifying. He could feel that this divine domain lord did not want to attack him. It was just the release of his power that caused this effect. Chapter 779. Just the power of the Lord of the Divine Realm caused this effect. At this moment, Han Xing once again had a deeper understanding of the power of the Lord of the Divine Realm. Including the other people on the field, they were suppressed by this special divine realm, and could not move. At this moment, they suddenly felt a strange wave appearing above their heads. Everyone looked up. The next moment, they saw the blood-red sun approaching them at a high speed. Like a sun falling from the sky, the sun fell at a high speed. Buzz! With a strange wave, the sun fell directly in front of everyone, and then turned into a human shape. Everyone looked at it with wide eyes. In front of them, it seemed to be a young man, who looked young, in his 20s. However, the aura on his body was very deep, as if he had experienced countless years of changes. Wearing a light red long dress, with a slight smile on his face, every move he made carried an inexplicable temperament. At this moment, many people on the field recognized his figure. Tianji, the mature woman exclaimed. And the young man, hearing her calling his name, gradually turned his head. Then he glanced at her indifferently. However, just this one glance made her feel like she was struck by lightning. The whole person spit out a mouthful of blood, as if she had suffered some serious trauma. But she did not dare to have any dissatisfaction, but immediately knelt on her knees and apologized hurriedly. Please forgive me, Lord Tianji, I did not mean to call you by your name. Please forgive me. After she finished speaking, she prostrated herself on the ground in front of the young man. On the field, other people saw this scene. Not only did they not think the woman's reaction was big, but they took it for granted. Because they knew that in front of the Lord of the Divine Realm, they were just like ants. even if they had the support of the Lord of the Divine Realm behind them. But if they offended a strong man of this level, even the existence behind them might not be able to protect them. The next moment, the remaining 3 envoys also knelt down and said respectfully, "Meet the Lord of Tianji." On the field, Han Xing and the Lord of the Great Beast and others still stood in place and did not salute. Although they already knew the identity of the visitor, they did not want to kneel down to others. And the young man still had a faint smile on his face. He did not seem to care about these, and waved his hand and said, "Everyone get up." And with his action, the desolate scene around disappeared, and everyone returned to Lingyao City. Seeing this, the 4 envoys, who were kneeling on the ground, all breathed a sigh of relief. They slowly stood up from the ground and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord Tianji." The young man glanced at them and smiled. "I have a good relationship with your lord. I will tell them when I go back. Lord Han Xing is my friend. He has to focus on the next game for the time being. He has no intention of becoming his disciple or joining a force. Tell them not to come to him next time." On the field, the 4 people's expressions changed slightly after hearing this. They looked at each other carefully, and then said respectfully, "Yes, we will convey it." Lord Tianji nodded slightly. "Okay, you can leave now." "Yes." The 4 of them disappeared into the horizon at a faster speed than when they came without any hesitation. They knew that this was the order from Lord Tianji to expel them. Although they also came with the order of the Lord of the Divine Realm, how could a verbal order be compared to the personal visit of a Lord of the Divine Realm? In the blink of an eye, the 4 figures were completely away from this place. A few minutes later, they gathered together with strange looks in their eyes. The woman sighed, "I didn't expect Lord Tianji actually came in person for this person. This is too much respect for him." The middle-aged man next to him also nodded, "Yes, Lord Tianji is not an ordinary lord. Even our great Lord Qingsong has admitted that he is not his opponent. Such a person actually came to see this Korean star in person. It's beyond my imagination." The other centaurs and the young man shook their heads helplessly. Obviously, in front of Lord Tianji, they have no chance of competing. The 4 of them dispersed and went to their respective divine domains to report. On the other side, in Lingyao City where Han Xing and others were, when the 4 envoys all left, the great beast lord winked at Han Xing. Han Xing understood what he meant, then took a step forward, clasped his hands together, and bowed slightly. "Meetings, Lord Tianji." Including the great beast, Lingwei, Muqing and others beside him, they also did the same. At this moment, the young man's eyes swept over everyone, and there was still a slight smile on his face. He said, "No need to be polite, just be normal, I don't care about these things." After hearing this, Han Xing looked at the great beast lord again. Then they all stood still. At this time, the young man's eyes fell on Han Xing, and he said in a normal tone, "Friend Han Xing, how is the title archery I gave you?" After hearing this, Han Xing also replied, "This archery is very good. It has raised my overall strength and explosive power to a higher level again. Without this archery, I might not have been so easy to fight in this ring match." Hearing this, the young man smiled and nodded. "I'm glad you like it. I've watched a few of your matches. You can use this title arrow technique to perfection. Even the title God Lord, who is at the Chaos Lord level, can't use it as flexibly as you do. Each generation is stronger than the last." Han Xing hurriedly said modestly, "Lord Tianji is too kind." Tianji shook his head, "I'm not praising you too much, little friend Han Xing. You have a talent that even I envy. TSK. You have mastered the means of origin fusion at the intermediate lord level, which is really amazing. Back then, I was trapped in the high-level lord level for so many years, and I just barely touched this threshold. It's really frustrating to compare with others." He shook his head helplessly, seeming to be very frustrated. And everyone felt a little weird when they saw him like this. Compared to those high-ranking, elusive god domain lords, this Tianji lord seemed a little strange, giving people a more friendly feeling. The great beast lord said at this time, "The Tianji god lord has come in person, Lord Han Xing. Let's invite him in and have a seat." Han Xing also reacted, and he hurriedly said, "Lord Tianji, if you don't mind, come to the tower and be our guest, we will treat you. But the facilities inside are rather simple. Why don't we go to Tianyin Tower?" The young man chuckled and shook his head and said, "No need to bother, just go sit in the tower. I also want to see what the residence of a monster like you who is rare in a million years looks like." Hearing this, Han Xing said no more. A few minutes later, a group of people gathered in the tower. It was just as Han Xing said, it was really very simple. Except for a few stools and tables, there was basically nothing. But fortunately, Miao Qing was thoughtful, and bought some tea leaves in advance to store in the tower. It was originally to make tea for Han Xing in his spare time, but now it is used for tea. Gurgle. As the tea was poured into the cup, bursts of tea fragrance wafted away. After Miao Qing poured tea for everyone, she respectfully retreated behind Han Xing. Han Xing picked up the teacup and said, "To the Lord Tianji, thank you for taking care of me before." This was not a polite remark, but a real thank you to the Lord Tianji. The young man waved his hand. "It's just a small favor. Lord Han Xing is too polite. You don't have to call me Lord, just call me Tianji directly." After a pause, he added, "This is the name between us friends." Hearing this, Han Xing was slightly stunned. He also understood something, nodded and said, "Okay, then I will call you Tianji directly from now on." The young man laughed immediately, "Ha ha ha, okay." With this exchange, the tense atmosphere on the field also dissipated a little. At this time, Lord Tianji said, "Friend Han Xing, in fact, I came here this time, in addition to wanting to see you, a rare monster that only appears once in a million years, there is another thing." Han Xing put down the teacup in his hand, and said, "Please go ahead." Lord Tianji said slowly, "It's like this, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to break into the top 100,000 next. And as long as you enter the top 100,000, you can get a place to enter the secret battlefield. You should know this, right?" Han Xing pondered for a moment after listening. As for the secret battlefield, he did hear Lord Das Ho explain it briefly once. Just don't know what is there in that place. It is worth so many lords of the divine domain to flock to it, and even the minimum place to enter is the lord who breaks into the top 100,000. He replied, "I have heard a little bit about it, but I don't know what's inside." Tianji Lord glanced at Han Xing, then slowly said, "That secret battlefield is of great importance. It is said that it contains countless opportunities. You should have heard about the origin of the eternal soil. It is said that this mysterious and powerful soil comes from an unknown continent. Later, the continent broke and appeared in various corners of the Lord's continent, forming the eternal soil. And there is a piece of such a continental fragment in that secret battlefield." Hearing this, not only Han Xing, but everyone on the field was shocked. The eyes were filled with disbelief. Han Xing tentatively asked, "You mean? There is a piece of continental fragment in that secret realm, and this continent is full of eternal soil?" Lord Tianji nodded, "Yes. The fragments of that continent contain a large amount of eternal soil. So far, the strong men in the entire southern region have obtained at least tens of thousands of tons of eternal soil in this secret realm. With this secret realm, we have produced a large number of strong men." After Lord Tianji finished speaking, everyone on the field was shocked again. What did they hear? Tens of thousands of tons of eternal soil. Not kilograms, but tons. What is the concept? You know, Han Xing is still worried about 200 kilograms of eternal soil. Lord Das Ho has been preparing for a few kilograms of eternal soil for tens of thousands of years. Now they are told that in that secret realm, there is a fragment of a continent, on which there is an inexhaustible supply of eternal soil. How can they not be shocked? At this time, Lord Tianji continued, "In addition to the eternal soil, there are countless opportunities in that secret realm. The Earth God Stone and the sacred herbs are all obtained in that secret realm. Even some ancient arms nests and secret medicine formulas can be obtained in it. Among them is the secret medicine formula for eternal life. And this is only part of the opportunities in the secret realm. There are more and more amazing things in it." Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Just through Lord Tianji's brief description, they can imagine how many precious resources are contained in that secret realm. Any one of them can make those lords rich instantly. At the same time, Lord Tianji changed the subject and continued, "Of course, so many opportunities are naturally accompanied by corresponding dangers. There are all kinds of dangers hidden in that secret realm, which can easily take the lives of many lords. Even a God Realm Lord like me is at risk of falling in it." When everyone heard this, they instantly recovered from that fantasy. Even the God Realm Lord can fall, so it goes without saying that the secret realm must be extremely terrifying. This also made Han Xing realize why the organizers controlled the number of people entering the secret realm, and at least the top 100,000 people were required to enter. Because without the corresponding strength, entering would only lead to death. However, Han Xing still didn't know why Lord Tianji came here to find him in person. It can't be that it's just to explain the opportunities in the secret realm to him, right? At the same time, Lord Tianji continued, "In addition to the above, the secret realm is also divided into the inside and the outside. The outside is the territory where you Chaos Lords can move around, and the inside is where our God Realm Lords explore. The opportunities contained in the inside are even more rare. There are even divine objects that far exceed the eternal land. However, due to this special mechanism in the secret realm, we God Realm Lords also need corresponding helpers. So, there is a new rule. That is, each God Realm Lord can bring 5 Chaos Lords to explore the inside together. Hearing this, Han Xing almost understood what he meant. Then he asked tentatively, "What does Lord Tianji mean?" Tianji glanced at the big beast next to him and said slowly, "I don't know if the big beast's master invited you. If you are not invited, I hope you can follow me into the secret realm to explore after the game." Hearing this, Lord Dasho hurriedly said, "Reply to Lord Tianji, the 5 places on my master's side are full, so Lord Han Xing was not invited." Chapter 780. Moreover, my master said that with Lord Han Xing's talent and strength, many God Realm Lords will invite him. Lord Tianji nodded slowly indeed. After a pause he asked, "So what do you think, little friend Han Xing? My strength should not be too weak among the God Realm Lords, and I can protect you well in there." Han Xing thought for a moment and replied, "To be honest, I still have a vague understanding of that secret realm, and I haven't decided whether to go in or not. However, I can promise Lord Tianji that if I go into the secret realm, I will definitely go in with you." After receiving his reply, Lord Tianji not only did not feel unhappy, but a smile appeared on his face. "Okay, then it's settled." After discussing this matter, the atmosphere on the field became much more relaxed. At this time, Lord Tianji continued to speak. "Friend Han Xing, you should have seen the situation outside just now. Your performance in the arena has attracted the attention of many powerful people. Among these people, there are those who want to win you over, and there are those who have bad intentions. There are also some hidden existences who may attack you. So you should be as careful as possible at ordinary times." Han Xing thought for a moment. He had also heard about this matter from Lord Dasho. And Lord Dasho was told to him by his master. It seems that these lords of the divine domain really know some secrets that Han Xing and others don't know. He nodded and said, "I know, thank you Brother Tianji for reminding me." After hearing Han Xing call him Brother Tianji, the smile on the face of the young man in front of him became even brighter. "I like to make friends. I am very happy that Han Xing is willing to treat me as a friend. If you need my help in the future, just ask. I will do my best to help you within my ability." This God Domain Lord was very easy to talk to at this moment. Of course, the bigger reason was that Han Xing's talent was too amazing and worth his investment. Then, Lord Tianji continued, "Han Xing, in addition to the above, I have another thing to ask you. Have you decided which God Domain Lord to join?" Hearing this question, Han Xing thought again for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Not yet. I don't know much about these God Domain Lords at present, and I don't know how strong they are, and what they are good at. I don't have the idea of becoming a disciple yet." Lord Tianji's face showed a look of realization again. "Your concerns are indeed justified. Become a disciple. A master is a big deal, and you have to choose carefully. A good master can bring out the nature of the apprentice, allowing him to achieve twice the result with half the effort in the process of cultivation, and his strength will increase rapidly. A bad master will only bury the talents of those geniuses." After a pause, he continued, "However, if Han Xing does not have a master to lead him at present, he may encounter many confusions on the road of cultivation. If you have any questions that you don't understand, you can ask me, and I will try my best to answer them for you within my understanding." The Tianji Lord did not propose to accept Han Xing as his apprentice. As he said, he just wanted to treat Han Xing as a friend. However, Lord Tianji also wanted to help him in another way. Han Xing could naturally feel his kindness. After thinking for a moment, he said, "To be honest, I do have some questions I want to ask you." Lord Tianji looked at him and said, "You say?" Han Xing said, "I want to know, with the strength I have shown so far, in Brother Tianji's opinion, how high can I get?" Hearing this question, Lord Tianji pondered for a moment. Then he raised his head and looked at Han Xing with a smile on his face. "Do you want to hear me tell the truth or a lie?" "Of course it's the truth," Han Xing replied without hesitation. After listening, Lord Tianji slowly said, "If it's true, it's about the top 50,000. When he said this, everyone on the field looked at him with disbelief. Even the great beast lord couldn't help but ask, "Is Han Xing's performance so amazing, or can he only break into the top 50,000? My master predicts that he can break into more than 10,000. Lord Tianji chuckled. "Your master speculated this ranking based on the methods that Han Xing has not yet shown. We all know that Han Xing definitely has some trump cards. These trump cards are more powerful than each other, and can help him defeat powerful enemies." Everyone nodded. Ling Hui, Long Yu and others who have been with Han Xing for a long time know that he does have many methods that he has not used. But Lord Tianji shook his head. All your speculations are based on the fact that Han Xing can meet opponents with similar strength to him. But Han Xing still has a fatal weakness. I don't know if you have the means to deal with this weakness, but according to my guess you don't. After this competition, countless lords will begin to analyze your strength and past records in all aspects. Soon, your fatal weakness will be exposed. Hearing this, everyone on the field became even more confused. Because so far, all the previous battles of Han Xing were almost crushing, and he could kill the enemy in a short time. But now, Tianji Divine Lord said that he still has a fatal weakness. Ling Wei, Long Yu and others were all very incredible. Only the Great Beast Lord lowered his head, thought for a moment, and seemed to realize something. Tianji Lord still had a smile on his face, and looked at Han Xing on the side. Friend Han Xing, I think you have also noticed what your weakness is? Han Xing was silent for a moment, then nodded. You are talking about my speed? Tianji Lord chuckled and nodded yes. Your speed, or your body movement is too poor. Thus far, think about it, have you made any evasive moves on the battlefield? Obviously not. You have always used the fastest speed to hit and kill the enemy in seconds. Except for the battle with Helena, you have hardly encountered any protracted battles. And Helena is also a remote control type, so she didn't expose your weakness. Hearing this, the entire tower fell into silence. They were all thinking about Tianji Lord's words, and recalling Han Xing's record. At this time, Lord Linghui was a little confused and said, but I think Han Xing's speed is fast enough. At least ordinary high-level lords can't catch up with him. Isn't that enough? Lord Tianji chuckled and replied, of course not. You should know that the real top monsters are more terrifying than you think. They are powerful in all aspects, not only in attack power, but also in combat awareness, reaction speed, and explosive power, which have reached a limit. At the beginning of the battle, they will quickly analyze the best tactics based on the enemy's means and past records to defeat the enemy. If Han Xing's goal is just to break into the top 100,000, it's okay, with his strength. It's easy. But if his goal is to be in the top 10,000, or even higher, then he is destined to face this kind of top monster. And once the battle begins, Han Xing is likely to be killed instantly by these top monsters, or use a protracted war to wear him down. Then kill him with one blow. After listening to Lord Tianji's explanation, everyone frowned. Long Yu was a little bit unbelievable and said, even Han Xing can be killed by these top monsters in one blow? Is the gap so big? Lord Tianji still had a faint smile on his face. Although it is a little unbelievable, it is true. He looked at the Lord of the Great Beast next to him, and said, isn't the Great Beast strong enough among the high-level lords? But if he encounters those top monsters, all the soldiers will be wiped out in a few seconds, and then be killed directly. Including when Han Xing met Leng Dao, it was enough to prove it. Although Leng Dao is not one of the top monsters, he is also quite powerful, so he was able to kill Han Xing in a short time. Although Han Xing's body and arms were almost exhausted because he had won dozens of games in a row. But this still exposed your weakness. Do you understand what I said? The explanation of Lord Tianji was very clear and easy to understand. He did not have the airs of a lord of the divine realm at all. Everyone nodded. The Great Beast Lord said, that is to say, if Han Xing does not make up for this weakness, he can only be ranked in the top 50,000 at most. Tianji Lord nodded. According to my guess, if Han Xing does not have this trump card, it is indeed difficult to fight these top monsters. Next to him, Han Xing also agreed. Brother Tianji is right. Speed is indeed my weakness. I am also trying to improve my ability in this area. If it doesn't work, then the top 100,000 is the top 100,000. Han Xing admitted generously, but he didn't say anything stubborn. Although he had time to pause this heaven-defying method, to be honest, he really didn't dare to use it on the field. After all, there were so many eyes on the field. With such a high population base, there must be many unfathomable existences hidden. Once he used it, he would definitely be discovered by some existences that he controlled the origin of time. And 2 lords of the divine realm warned him that he had been targeted by some people with ulterior motives. At this time, he couldn't use time pause. So, speed or body movement was really his fatal weakness. Including Miao Qing, who was standing next to him, she also comforted him. With your current strength, it is already amazing to be able to break into the top 100,000. When he breaks through to the high-level lord in the future, he will definitely defeat all enemies. Miao Qing's eyes were firm. For Han Xing, she can be said to be blindly worshipping and believing. After hearing this, the disappointment in everyone's hearts was swept away. Yes. The man in front of them is at the intermediate lord level. Because his performance was so exaggerated, they all forgot this. Long Yu followed and said, "That's right, when Han Xing breaks through to the high-level lord, he will definitely be able to break into the top 10,000. No, the top 100 when participating in this kind of competition." Everyone on the field had no doubts about Tianji's judgment. Similarly, they were also very confident in Han Xing's potential. At this time, Lord Tianji smiled and shook his head and said, "Why wait until next time? Why don't you try to break into the top 10,000 this time?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed doubts. The great beast lord said, "But didn't you say that Han Xing's weakness is more obvious?" The Tianji lord smiled and said, "I said his weakness is obvious, but I didn't say it can't be made up for. Have you forgotten what my honorific title is?" At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with confusion, and then as if they realized something, their eyes showed a look of doubt. At the same time, an amazing aura emanated from the body of the Tianji lord. He chuckled and said, "I, Tianji, was born in the south region and rose from obscurity. During my rise, I made many friends along the way, and also provoked many enemies. Some of the enemies were much stronger than I was at that time. But I still escaped from those people and survived. What did I rely on?" The more Lord Tianji spoke, the stronger his aura became. This aura is called confidence. "I relied on my Tianji Liuguang step," Lord Tianji said in a deep voice. "As a body movement method I created myself. No one in the same level of lords in the southern region could match me. Relying on this body movement method, I also entered the southern region Tianji challenge with the combat power of a mid-level lord, and reached the 10th place. Now, after I became the lord of the divine region, this body movement method has been improved and optimized several times, and it has become more profound and powerful. I dare not say that my body movement method is invincible in the world, but in the entire southern region, I dare say that my body movement method can already be among the top 100. After Lord Tianji finished speaking, everyone on the field fell into silence. Among the countless lords in the entire southern region, his body movement can be ranked in the top 100, which is quite terrifying. After all, how many lords are there in the southern region? There are already too many to count. Although the southern region Tianji challenge is said to have gathered half of the lords in the southern region. But this half is only for the Chaos Lord realm. Above them, there are even more powerful God realm lords, and even eternal lords. These beings are countless times more powerful than Chaos Lords, and each of them is a demon-like existence. But Lord Tianji said that his body movement can be ranked in the top 100. If it were someone else, they would even think that the other party was bragging. But when they think of Lord Tianji's past achievements, they think it is natural. After all, although this person has been silent for many years since he founded the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. But during the period of his rise, the entire southern region has heard of his name a lot. Chapter 781. But during the period when Lord Tianji rose to power, his name was widely heard throughout the southern region. In the Chaos Lord realm, he killed more than a dozen top high-level lords in one battle, which aroused the anger of several forces, and they chased him all the way. During this period, even the powerful lords of the divine realm were dispatched. Lord Tianji, under such terrible pressure, fled all the way and rushed into a desperate situation. Just when everyone thought he was dead, he broke out of the desperate situation only 3,000 years later and reached the limit of a high-level lord. He used some special treasures to make the Divine Realm Lord's kingdom out of control. He also used various special means to kill the Divine Realm Lord in the Chaos Lord realm, and completely destroyed that force. This battle also made Lord Tianji famous, and several other major forces also felt the threat of this man and began to do their best to kill him. Faced with the pursuit of several major God Realm Lords, Lord Tianji was forced to flee madly again. At that time, he had already made a name for himself, so he also attracted the attention of many God Realm Lords. They all threw olive branches to Lord Tianji. But this man did not accept any of them. Relying on his own skills, he continued to flee while frantically destroying the forces of these God Realm Lords. And he also killed countless lords of these major forces. It can be said that the two sides have completely forged a deadly feud. Later, a series of things happened. Lord Tianji was caught in a net of heaven and earth by several God Realm Lords, and he had no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. Under compulsion, he broke into the most dangerous secret realm in the South region. It is said that even the Lord of the Divine Realm has a survival rate of less than 1% in this secret realm. Therefore, after seeing Tianji enter the secret realm, those lords of the Divine Realm thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, he came out again after about 1,000 years, and in the secret realm, he seemed to have gained some kind of gift and broke through to the realm of the Lord of the Divine Realm. When he came out, the first thing he did was to start revenge. He began to frantically destroy the power of those lords of the divine realm, killing countless creatures and lords in one day. In the end, he fought a life-and-death battle with the 4 lords of the divine realm. That battle even alarmed an ancient being in the south region to take action. In the end, under the mediation of a mysterious being, the two sides stopped fighting. And Lord Tianji also gained a series of benefits. After that battle, he established the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. And his rise has also become a legendary story. The site returned to the tower. Everyone on the field looked at the Tianji Divine Lord in shock. Han Xing said in doubt, "You mean?" He seemed to have guessed something. Tianji Lord nodded and said, "Yes, I will teach you the Tianji Flowing Light Step." At this moment, the whole field fell into silence. After all, it was a body movement that could be ranked in the top 100. Although it sounds a bit low, Tianji used this body movement to fight against the Lord of the Divine Realm at the Chaos Lord level. This shows the value of this body movement, and now, he said that he would teach such a precious body movement to Han Xing, which was beyond their imagination. The Great Beast Lord said in doubt, "As far as I know, the Tianji Liuguang step of the Tianji God Lord is your unique skill, and I have never seen you teach it to another person. You are wanting to accept Lord Han Xing as your personal disciple?" After hearing this, Lord Tianji smiled and shook his head and said, "There is no need for a personal disciple. I said that if there is an ancient being stronger than me who accepts Han Xing, I will not teach a disciple. This body movement is my second gift to little friend Han Xing." After hearing this, Han Xing also had a complicated look on his face. "Brother Tianji, you have already given me the magical skill of Tidal Arrow for the first time. Now you are going to teach me your own Tianji Liuguang step. This gift is too expensive." Even Han Xing, who is so thick-skinned, felt a little embarrassed at this moment. After all, it was the first time he and Lord Tianji met. As a result, the other party took out such a precious thing right away, which was completely beyond Han Xing's imagination. Lord Tianji still had a smile on his face, and shook his head casually saying, "It's okay, Lord Han Xing doesn't need to worry too much. I'm a straightforward person, and I say a lot of things openly. Everyone knows that I, Tianji, like to make friends, and like to invest in some monsters that haven't fully risen yet. And you are my friend of Tianji, and one of my investment targets. So there's no need to worry about anything." Han Xing heard what he meant. Some things are not good to be said too clearly. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Lord Tianji." The man shook his head. Then a silver book appeared out of thin air in his hand. There were some flowing lights on it, and it looked extraordinary. Lord Tianji continued, "This is the first volume of Tianji Liguangbu. It is also the entry stage of Tianji Liguangbu, and you only need to reach the Chaos Lord realm to learn it. I still have the middle volume of Tianji Liguangbu, but I will give it to you after you break through to the God Realm Lord." After a pause, he continued, "However, even the first volume is enough for you to be invincible in the Chaos Lord realm. If you can fully comprehend this first volume like me, you can even escape from the pursuit of the God Realm Lord." After saying that, he handed the book to Han Xing. After listening, Han Xing also nodded solemnly, "I know. Thank you, Brother Tianji." He reached out to take it, and a system prompt appeared. Obtained, Tianji Liguangbu, first volume. After taking the book, Han Xing did not rush to read it immediately, but put it in his backpack first. Tianji Lord continued at this moment. There are still more than 10 days before the end of the third round of the competition. Plus, there should be some time for the contestants to prepare before the fourth round of competition begins. During this period, if you can understand my Tianji Liuguang step and get started, it should be able to bring you a lot of help in the battle. Of course, if you can't understand it, don't force it, just let it go. Han Xing nodded again. "Okay, I remember." Tianji Lord didn't know that Han Xing, who has a system, doesn't need to do the same as them after contacting this skill book. First, slowly study the content inside, and then practice it over and over again, so that you can gradually master the use of this skill. And it will take day after day of accumulation to further deepen the understanding of this skill. Han Xing only needs to clap his hands to learn this skill. And because he also has the heaven-defying talent Endless Absorption, he can absorb the source power of others to strengthen his skills. It can be said that, as long as the source power is enough, he can immediately upgrade the Tianji Liuguang step to the high-level Lord level. After doing all this, the Tianji Lord has almost completed his biggest goal this time. After they had another exchange, they left here. On the field, Han Xing and the Great Beast Lord, as well as Ling Wei and others, all looked at each other. The Great Beast Lord sighed. "I didn't expect that this Tianji Lord would be so amazing when he did it. That's the Tianji Flowing Light step. I don't know how many geniuses and evildoers desire this step, and even many god domain lords covet it. They have spent countless costs just to let Tianji Lord teach them this step. As a result, no one has succeeded so far. And now, he actually gave it to you on his own initiative. At this moment, everyone on the field had a complicated look on their faces. This feeling is like a star hanging high in the sky, which countless people look up to but cannot touch. But now it falls on its own initiative and falls into the palm of one person's hand. But Han Xing knows why Tianji Lord took the initiative to give him this body movement. Because according to Tianji Lord, those top evildoers are all around strong, and can be said to have no weaknesses. Having no weaknesses also means that they have no highlights. Therefore, the top monsters of all generations, although each of them was terrifying, did not enter the eyes of Lord Tianji. But Han Xing was different. He went through 3 rounds of challenges and experienced countless battles, almost all of which were solved by absolutely powerful attack power, and Han Xing has his own weaknesses. This weakness can now be made up by his Tianji Liuguang step. It can even create the most monstrous Chaos Lord in history. Therefore, Lord Tianji was moved. Han Xing looked at the skill book in his backpack and couldn't help but feel a little excited. He said, I didn't expect that Lord Tianji would give me such a valuable gift. It seems that I have a chance to break into the top 10,000 this time. And as long as you enter the top 10,000, the organizer's reward will not be counted. Han Xing's system rewards alone include 20 kilograms of eternal soil, 2 billion self-selected origin power, a self-selected Chaos Lord skill book, and 1 million legendary points. It can be said to be quite good, including everyone on the field. They were also happy for Han Xing. That's great, Lord, Miao Qing said excitedly. Ling Wei looked at him with emotion. After entering the top 10,000 this time, you really soared to the sky. Facing everyone's admiration, Han Xing smiled and shook his head. It's better not to be happy too early. The game is not over yet, and no one knows what the result will be. If it's the same as what Tianji Divine Lord said, I will encounter those monsters halfway and be killed directly. It's also very likely. After hearing this, everyone smiled. At this time, the Great Beast Lord took the initiative to say, Tianji Lord gave you the footwork, you should also seize the time to study and practice. Then I won't bother you for now. Han Xing nodded, okay, see you in the 4th round. The Great Beast Lord was stunned for a moment, and chuckled, indeed, we should meet in the 4th round. He never thought that the Lord he was going to invest in would compete with him in the competition so soon. Shaking his head, the Great Beast Lord disappeared on the spot. On the field, Han Xing and Lord Linghui and others were left. After a while, Lord Linghui and Long Yu also disappeared on the spot. Han Xing asked Miao Qing to take Meiqiu to Lingyao City for shopping. He walked to the center of the tower alone, and then sat cross-legged. Took out the silver book from the backpack. Han Xing said with emotion, next, let me see what's so magical about this method. Just as he was about to check it out, he suddenly felt a strong breath approaching quickly. This breath looked familiar. Han Xing had encountered it once not long ago, and it seemed that the other party had some bad intentions. However, Han Xing's heart was not disturbed. It was the Southern Region Tianji Challenge. The organizer stipulated that no internal fighting or fighting could occur in all the surrounding territories at the competition venue. No matter what grudges you have, wait until the competition is over to resolve them. Buzz! The vast breath was still approaching. Han Xing stood there indifferently. Even Lord Linghui, who was about to leave, was startled by this breath. However, she sensed it, and found that the other party was heading towards Han Xing. It seemed that he was going to find him. After thinking about it, she did not interfere much. At the same time, Han Xing's tower was suddenly shrouded by a ball of scarlet light. He seemed to suddenly appear in a bloody purgatory, surrounded by rich blood and red light. Kill Star! A girl's voice sounded, which also contained anger. A moment later, a red light was about to rush into Han Xing's tower. And at this moment, Han Xing then waved and shot down an energy shield, covering the entire tower. The red light hit the energy shield, and with a muffled bang, the energy shield was knocked out with ripples. As soon as the momentum of the red light stopped, the whole person fell down. But soon, the red light stopped the momentum. It turned into a stream of light, and rushed up again. The light gradually appeared, turning into a figure of a gothic girl in a red long skirt. She wore a black hat with a slightly tilted brim. Her long black hair fell to her waist, with a dark red ribbon wrapped around it. The black high-heeled boots on her feet also exuded a special beauty. Looking up, she saw a pale face with extremely delicate facial features. A small nose, slightly pursed lips, and her blood-red eyes. The powerful men hiding in the dark in Lingyao City were slightly distracted the moment they saw the girl's face. This girl can be said to be too beautiful, but she seemed a little angry at the moment. Her deep eyes widened and her lips were tightly pursed. She pulled the corners of her skirt with both hands, and her arms were trembling slightly, as if she was suppressing the anger in her heart. She said angrily, "Damn killer! How dare you stop me? Let me in quickly, or this queen will make you look good." However, Han Xing turned a deaf ear to the girl shouting outside. He continued to maintain the energy shield, and lay leisurely on the chair. Chapter 782. The girl was still shouting outside. "Kill Star! Let me in! You dare to say that this queen is an old woman? I will not let you off easily. You'd better remove the energy shield. This queen can still spare you once, otherwise I will make you regret it." However, what responded to her was still a cold energy shield. Han Xing didn't bother to pay attention to her. This woman was naturally Helena, who had met in the third round of the challenge. During the battle, Han Xing's words angered her, and then this woman wanted to kill herself like crazy. As a result, Han Xing seized the opportunity and killed her directly. So Helena was like she had never beaten anyone in her life during the game, and she launched the most ferocious attack when she saw the enemy. She vented her anger towards Han Xing on other players. That game made the players who met Helena miserable. But she still didn't calm down. After the game, she immediately found Han Xing's location through the intelligence network and rushed over. But unexpectedly, Han Xing ignored her. He released a layer of energy shield and kept her out. This attitude made Helena even more angry. She grabbed the hem of her skirt and shouted, "Han Xing, open the door for me. Otherwise I will do it myself." As soon as she finished speaking, a dangerous aura emanated from her body, which instantly enveloped the lords of the Linghui Lord and the Lord of 10,000 Beasts. In terms of strength, Helena is much stronger than the Lord of the Great Beast. At this moment, the creatures of the two territories were suppressed by this aura, and their bodies trembled violently, and they dared not say a word. Han Xing saw this scene and said calmly, "If you have the guts, do it. If you really dare to do it, I will not only not call you an old woman, but also apologize to you in person. Otherwise, you are just an old woman with a deep mind." Han Xing's voice came out faintly through the energy shield. It fell into Helena's ears, making her angry. At this moment, her shoulders were shaking violently, and she seemed to be unable to resist the urge to do it. But Helena knew that Han Xing was deliberately provoking her. If she really did it, she would not only be sanctioned by the organizer, but she would even lose the qualification for the next competition. You know, Helena also advanced to the fourth round as a platinum champion. After waiting for a while, Han Xing saw that she still did not do it. After thinking for a while, he continued, "What's wrong, old woman? Don't you dare to do it? Or are you just bluffing?" Faced with Han Xing's provocation, Helena was trembling with anger. But she is not stupid. After all, she is breaking the rules by releasing her aura here and trespassing into other lords' territories. If she delays for a while longer, and waits for the organizer to come, then she will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Helena snorted coldly. "Humph. Damn killer, don't think you won," she said bitterly. "In the next fourth round, I will let you know the consequences of offending this queen. Let me tell you, this queen already knows what your weakness is. Next, I will ask you to come here obediently and apologize to this queen." After she finished speaking, the aura on her body quickly dissipated. Then he turned around and turned into a blood-red stream of light and left here. The terrifying pressure that enveloped the two territories dissipated, and the ordinary people in the two territories also came back to their senses from the suppressed state. Then he patted his body and continued to do what he had to do. After all, since coming to the center of the southern continent, the number of strong people here can be said to be beyond imagination. Not to mention every day, every 1 or 2 hours, you can feel a terrifying aura bursting out, suppressing those ordinary people unable to move. Over time, they all got used to it. At this moment, after Helena left, Han Xing gradually smiled at the corners of his mouth. As for what she said about mastering her own weaknesses, he didn't take it to heart at all. Han Xing clapped his hands and sighed, "Very good, now no one disturbs me." After he finished speaking, he took out the silver book again and looked at the attributes on it. Sky Extreme Flowing Light Step, Primary Lord Level Combat Skill. Learning Conditions. Primary Lord Level Agility Attribute of 3 million or more. Intermediate Lord Level Agility Attribute of 30 million or more. High Level Lord Level Agility Attribute of 300 million or more. Combat Skill Introduction. Guided by light, the body turns into flowing light and disappears in an instant. Combat Skill Effect. movement speed increases by 200%, and dodge rate increases by 20%. When attacked, the movement speed will be increased by 100% again for 5 seconds. When in desperate situation, the Skylight Shuttle effect can be activated. Skylight Shuttle. Increase your movement speed to the extreme. The minimum increase is not less than 500%. Exert a speed far beyond the current physical limit, and move forward quickly. During the period of entering the Skylight Shuttle, the agility attribute will permanently decrease by 100 points per second. This state lasts up to 1 hour, cooldown time, 24 hours. After reading the introduction of this combat skill, Han Xing took a deep breath. Hiss. A strong shock appeared in his eyes. The power of this step combat skill has far exceeded Han Xing's imagination. It was not until a moment later that he reacted. Han Xing said in amazement, "It's really a top 100 footwork in the Southern Territory. It's so fucking amazing. Just the primary Lord level can increase the movement speed by 200% and the dodge probability by 20%. Plus it can increase by another 100% after being attacked, that's 300%. In addition, this footwork has an ultimate method, the Skylight Shuttle. Once this method is activated, the movement speed will soar again by at least 5 times. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly understood why Lord Tianji dared to challenge those lords of the Divine Territory at the high-level Lord stage. Damn, with this escape method, he really has enough capital. Good. Lord Tianji's Tianji Liuguang step is already terrifying. And I can improve this skill through the system's function, and optimize it again to make this skill even more terrifying. This has been verified when strengthening the 9 Yuan Yuhuan shield before. The 9 Yuan Yuhuan shield strengthened by the system has a different effect. More powerful than the original version. And the Tianji Liuguang step of the Tianji Lord is now in the top 100 steps. If it is further strengthened, what will be the ranking? Thinking of this, Han Xing became a little excited. He couldn't wait to clap his hands and click to learn this skill. The next moment, the book in his hand disappeared and turned into a stream of light that entered Han Xing's mind. At the same time, Han Xing received a lot of information, and countless pictures flashed in his mind. Buzz. In his mind, Han Xing seemed to have turned into a glowing bird, soaring in the sky. His body was as light as the wind, and his wings crossed the sky, leaving a series of bright light marks. Then the picture turned, and he turned into a stream of light, shuttling between mountains and rivers, so fast that even time seemed to be stretched. In reality, Han Xing's body trembled slightly, his eyes were closed, his brows were furrowed, and he seemed to be under a huge impact of information. Including his body was also emitting bursts of light. After about a few minutes, suddenly, his eyes opened suddenly, and a dazzling light flashed in his pupils, as if there were stars flowing in them. He stood up slowly, stepped lightly, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, his figure appeared at the edge of the great beast lord's territory. In an instant, he crossed a distance of 1 or 2 light years. When he flashed again, he returned to the tower again, so fast that he didn't even leave a shadow. The two movements were smooth and natural, as if they were integrated with the world. Han Xing felt the power in his body, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Is this Tianji Liuguang's step? It's really powerful. Now, my speed should be completely comparable to those high-level lords. And this is just the improvement of Tianji Liuguangbu, which has just been comprehended. Han Xing can be even faster. He has just seen that to upgrade this skill, the power of light attribute is required. So, Han Xing directly clicked on the attribute and clicked on upgrade. Do you want to consume the power of light attribute asterisk 6.2 billion to upgrade Tianji Liuguangbu to the high-level Chaos Lord level LV1? Note: because this combat skill is too mysterious, the power consumed will also be doubled. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing's face also showed surprise. To upgrade this skill, you actually need double the power of origin? He has never encountered such a situation. But this also indirectly proves the power of Tianji Liuguangbu. Han Xing took a look and found that his light attribute power reached 6.4 billion. After this period of accumulation, it just met this requirement. Not bad. I didn't expect it to be just enough. Thinking of this, he clicked OK without hesitation. At this moment, a more vast and surging memory began to churn in his mind. Even with Han Xing's previous experience, he felt a burst of pain in his brain at this moment. The number of memory fragments this time was too much. He had to close his eyes, concentrate, and digest these memories carefully. Just like this, time passed in a flash, and a week passed. In the past few days, Lord Linghui and Long Yu have returned to the tower. After hearing that Han Xing was in seclusion, they did not go to find Han Xing. But they pulled Miao Qing and continued to pay attention to the game and kept betting. Miao Qing does have extraordinary talent in this area. With her joining, the winning rate of Ling Wei and Long Yu's bets has been rising steadily. Although it is not a sure win, it can guarantee a winning rate of more than 60%. After a day of betting, each of them can earn about 20 to 30 million origin coins. This speed of making money can be said to be far beyond their imagination. After all, before this, they rushed into the catastrophe area for the business of tens of millions of origin coins. And now, they can get so much in one day. As for Miao Qing, Han Xing gave her 500 million origin coins as capital, so that she could bet with confidence. After a week, Miao Qing's 500 million capital has soared to 800 million. It is equivalent to earning a full 300 million origin coins. This speed is even more terrifying than Han Xing's taming of the Starry Sky unicorn. The surge in origin coins also made the three women very happy, and they were always in a state of excitement. However, as Chaos Lords, they also remembered Han Xing's teachings. They must not get carried away or rely on this method of making money. They all maintained a relatively restrained mentality. This time, Han Xing's retreat seemed to be particularly long. You know, when he upgraded the skill Immortal Body Nirvana to the high-level Lord Realm, he only retreated for 3 days. And this time, almost 7 days have passed. He still has no signs of waking up. Fortunately, Lord Linghui sensed that Han Xing's breath was relatively stable, and everyone was not too worried. In this way, time passed in a flash, and another 3 days passed. Han Xing's retreat time added up to 10 days. The third round of the competition has been going on for 15 days. There are only 6 days left before the competition officially ends. On this day, a vast and grand aura burst out from the tower where Han Xing is. It rose up in an instant. Like a bright sun, it not only illuminated the 2 territories of Linghui and Das Ho. It also directly illuminated hundreds of light years in radius. This strong light can even be sensed by the players in the competition. They all looked at the area where the sun was with incredible expressions. Because they felt a suffocating sense of oppression from this sun. Even the lords of the divine domain were attracted by this light. However, before they could sense it carefully, the sun quickly disappeared. At the same time, about hundreds of light years away from the Linghui territory, there is a prosperous and huge special territory here. This is the headquarters of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, the Tianji God Lord sat leisurely on the chair. The next second, his eyes widened instantly, staring at the front with an incredible look. This is the origin fluctuation of my Tianji Liuguang step. Could it be that Han Xing has already comprehended it? His eyes were filled with strong disbelief. After all, how long has it been since he handed the Tianji Liuguang step to Han Xing? 10 days. You know, Lord Tianji estimated that Han Xing would take about 2 months. This time can be said to be far beyond his expectations. After a moment, Lord Tianji put away the shock in his heart, smiled, and shook his head and said, "It seems that I underestimated this person's talent. Not only is his personal combat power strong, this kind of comprehension ability is also completely beyond my expectations." At this time, Lord Tianji held his chin and thought for a moment. Speaking of it, has there ever been such a monster in the history of the southern region? It took 10 days to comprehend my Tianji Liuguang step. It's really too abnormal. Chapter 783. Tianji Lord was shocked that Han Xing comprehended Tianji Liuguang's step in 10 days. This speed was far beyond his expectations. However, what he didn't know was that Han Xing did not just comprehend his Liuguang step. Instead, he directly upgraded it to the high-level Lord level. If it was just a comprehension, Han Xing only took a few minutes. At this moment, on the top floor of the tower, after sensing the burst of breath, Linghui Lord and Long Yu and others came to where Han Xing was at the first time. Then, they saw the man who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a unique charm. At this moment, Han Xing was solemnly surrounded by a faint silver halo, as if countless stars were flowing around him. His breathing was steady and deep, and every breath seemed to resonate with this space, and the surrounding air also trembled slightly. His body was sometimes illusory, and sometimes solid, as if he could merge into the void at any time, and could also break away from it at any time. This state is the external manifestation of the extreme cultivation of Tianji Liuguang step. The body turns into flowing light, and the virtual and the real coexist. On the field, Lord Linghui's eyes flashed with shock, and he whispered, "Such a powerful origin fluctuation. Is this the body movement ranked in the top 100 in the southern region?" I actually felt a suffocating sense of oppression just by looking at him. Including Long Yu next to him, He stared at Han Xing with a hint of amazement in his tone. What a terrible fighting skill. Everyone stared at the man. At this moment, Han Xing slowly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to reflect the stars, deep and mysterious. When he stood up, the air around him seemed to be drawn by his breath, forming a series of weak air vortexes. Lord Linghui and Longyu saw him wake up, and were about to speak. Han. However, before their voices were completely uttered, the next moment, the figures on the entire tower disappeared. When everyone appeared again, they had already arrived above the territory of the great beast lord. Before Linghui, Longyu and others could see the surrounding situation clearly. The surrounding vision changed again. They could not capture the surrounding scene at all, and could not even tell where they were. They only knew that they were being carried by Han Xing, and moving at an extremely terrifying speed. Swish, swish, swish. Han Xing completely turned into a stream of light. With a flash, he instantly crossed a distance of 2 or 3 light years. This terrifying speed made Lord Linghui and Longyu, who only had mid-level strength, unable to even react. So fast! Lord Linghui couldn't help but exclaim. Including Longyu and Miuqing next to him, they were completely dizzy at this moment. After a few flashes, Han Xing adapted to the power in his body, and led everyone back to the tower. He just used the power of Tianji Liuguangbu to lead everyone to experience the power of Tianguang Shuttle. At present, it seems that the effect is far beyond Han Xing's expectations. At this moment, everyone seemed to be exhausted, with pale faces and rapid breathing. Obviously, they have not recovered from the shock just now. Han Xing looked at their appearance, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a faint smile in his tone. Tianji Liuguangbu, it really lives up to its reputation. After breaking through to the high-level Lord Realm, the ability of Skylight Shuttle can actually move with others. The potential of this footwork is far more powerful than I imagined. At the same time, Lord Linghui and Miuqing and others have come back to their senses. Lord Linghui glared at Han Xing, and said in a resentful tone, "Next time before you take us running, remember to say hello, I'm almost vomiting because of you." Han Xing smiled faintly after hearing this. "Sorry, I will pay attention next time. I also want to test the power of this footwork." On the field, Linghui didn't say much after hearing this. In fact, she couldn't really blame Han Xing. Longyu on the side exclaimed, "Han Xing, was that the ability of Tianji Liuguangbu just now?" Han Xing nodded, "Yes, it is a kind of Tianji Liuguangbu, and the burst time will not last long." After hearing this, Longyu exclaimed, "It's incredible, it's too fast. It feels like even my father can't even touch your shadow in front of this speed." After hearing this, Miuqing on the side also had a happy smile on her face. She was also very happy that her lord had become so powerful. Han Xing said, "You guys continue to drink Miuqing to bet on the game. I just realized Tianji Liuguangbu, and I have to go back to adapt to it." After hearing this, several women also expressed their understanding. Then the three of them came to the bottom of the tower together, and began to continue to pay attention to the game. At this moment, Han Xing was the only one left on the top floor of the tower again. In fact, Han Xing sent them away to check the properties of the advanced version of Tianji Liuguangbu. I couldn't wait to open the panel and took a look. Sky Extreme Flowing Light Step, High-Level Lord Level Combat Skill. Combat Skill Introduction. Guided by light, the body becomes flowing light, fleeting. Combat Skill Effect. Movement speed increased by 400%, dodge rate increased by 40%. When attacked, the movement speed will be increased by 200% again, lasting for 10 seconds. When in desperate situation, the Skylight Shuttle effect can be started. Skylight Shuttle. Increase your movement speed to the extreme. The minimum increase is no less than 1000%. Exert a speed far beyond the current physical limit, move forward quickly, and can carry up to 10 friendly parties to move forward together. During the period of entering the Skylight Shuttle, your own agility attribute will permanently decrease by 500 points per second, and each person carried will increase the agility consumption by 100 points. This state lasts up to 1 hour, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. After reading the introduction of this skill, Han Xing's eyes once again showed a sigh of admiration. Abnormal. The speed of the advanced Tianji Liuguang step has increased from 200% to 400% compared to the primary one. Plus, when attacked, the movement speed will increase by 200%, which adds up to 600%. Then activating the Skylight Shuttle can increase the speed by at least 1000%, a total of 16 times the speed increase. At this moment, even Han Xing, who was always calm, felt his breathing become rapid. As the Tianji Lord said, with the Tianji Liuguang step, he will completely make up for his shortcomings in speed and body movement. Now, His light wheel movement speed has almost reached the level of crushing high-level lords, even Lung Dao, who he only encountered once last time, and Helena and other top monsters would be left far behind by him. In terms of attack power and explosive power, Han Xing is now basically invincible, with the fusion of two original combat skills. It can be said that he is now almost completely flawless. Okay, in this way, I also have enough trump cards to compete with those top monsters for the top 10,000, or even the top 1,000. If I can improve further, I even dare to compete for the top 100. As for the top 10, or even the champion, Han Xing dare not say too much. But if allowed, Han Xing still wants to compete. However, I showed a high-level Tianji Liuguang step this time, which is a bit shocking. Under the situation where I am not forced into a desperate situation, I still show the beginner level. For Han Xing, the beginner level of Tianji Liuguang step is enough. After all, the 300% increase in movement speed is enough for him to crush many high-level lords. After reviewing his own combat power, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then he also came to the bottom of the tower, and analyzed the situation with Lord Linghui and Miqing, and bet on the game. At the same time, he also remembered the names of the monsters. Han Xing's main focus is on those platinum champions. In his opinion, these platinum champions are his main competitors in the 4th round. And to become a platinum champion, each one is an extremely evil existence. Even Han Xing felt a strong threat. As for those gold champions, there are also some top monsters among them, but the proportion is much less than that of platinum champions. In this way, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the 3rd round of the ring match. As the qualified players of each game came out, the grand occasion of this game not only did not weaken at all, but became more and more enthusiastic. More and more lords gathered nearby, excitedly watching the last day of the game. They shouted the names of the monsters they supported. Ji Yutian, Ji Yutian, Bakar, Bakar, Bryce. Crush them. The shouts to the sky continued to ring. The terrifying sound waves continued to sweep. Even the territory where Han Xing was located felt the strong vibration. At this moment, Han Xing was still leaning leisurely on the chair, watching the projection screen. Next to him, 3 beautiful women gathered together, chattering and discussing. Han Xing felt the sound waves around him and exclaimed, "Wow, why are there so many people today? It feels more intense than the previous 20 days of competition." Linghui next to him glanced at him and said lightly, "That's right, didn't you see who the participants are today? That's the God of War Ji Yutian and the Dragon King Bakar, both of whom are known as one of the top talents in the southern region. The top 100 people have been selected for this competition. And they are all the top ones. During the period of their rise, these two left countless legends. In terms of battle records, even the Tianji Lord, who created the Tianji Liuguang step, is not as good as these two." Hearing this, Han Xing also became interested. Even Tianji is not as good as them? These two are so outrageous? Long Yu nodded yes. Because these two people are said to have the power to break the limit. It is rumored that these two people have defeated a God Realm Lord head-on when they burst out with all their strength. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the tower was silent for a moment. Then, Han Xing narrowed his eyes instantly. He confirmed, "You mean, they defeated the God Realm Lord at the high-level Lord level?" Long Yu nodded, yes. At this moment, even Han Xing was interested. Although before, he had only heard that there were evildoers who could have the combat power of the God Realm Lord at the high-level Lord level. However, this battle across a large realm was still a bit too exaggerated. At least now Han Xing is not sure whether he can have the combat power of the God Realm Lord after breaking through to the high-level Lord. After all, the gap is too big. And now, it is rumored that these two people can do this. Although it is just a rumor, since the news has come out, it is definitely not groundless. At least it shows that the strength of these two people is beyond imagination. I see. No wonder this game is so popular. Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. If that's the case, let's take a look together. Let's see how powerful this martial god Ji Yutian and Dragon King Bakar are. After saying that, Han Xing locked his eyes on the battlefield at this time. Looking at the dark projections, everyone was looking forward to it. Now it's matching time, and the organizer is randomly assigning these more than 100,000 lords to their respective opponents. After a few seconds, there were more than 50,000 projection screens in front of them. When the screens appeared, everyone began to look for the names on them. Odile versus Zhang Liang. Hanhua versus Gaudier. Tatiana versus Lawrence. As the projection screens passed by one, everyone finally found their target. Bakar versus Chongqian. The next moment, someone exclaimed, "Dragon King Bakar is there!" In an instant, countless eyes were cast over. The terrifying cheers swept like waves. Dragon King will win! Dragon King will win! As a player who was scheduled to enter the top 100 in this challenge, Dragon King can be said to have a considerable number of fanatical fans. At the same time, everyone also looked at the odds of this game. Bakar, 1.00000001 odds. Chongqian, 100 times odds. The huge gap in the odds between the two sides was jaw-dropping. From the third round to now, it was the first time that everyone saw such exaggerated odds. On Bakar's side, if you bet 100 million origin coins, you will get 100 million and 10 origin coins. Even if you win the bet, you will only get 10. And Chongqian's side can be said to be very exaggerated. 100 times odds, equivalent to 100 times return. As long as you bet 1 million origin coins, if you win, you can get 100 million origin coins. Such a huge return rate has also tempted many people. But, thinking of Bakar's past horrible record, they still gave up this idea. After all, everything in front of them shows that Chongqian has no chance of winning against Bakar. The countdown for the 60-second game began. After only 5 seconds, Bakar's bet on the origin coins exceeded 10 billion, and it is still increasing at a terrifying speed. At the same time, everyone is still looking for another figure. Compared with Dragon King Bakar, there is a more popular and stronger existence. God of War Jiutian. Chapter 784. Countless pairs of eyes swept across the screens. Then, they finally locked onto a name. Jiutian versus Zhang Sanshui. Someone shouted, "The God of War is there!" Suddenly, countless eyes were cast over. After seeing the name above, shouts like waves broke out instantly. God of War Jiyun, sweeping thousands of troops. Who can compete with the might of heaven? Compared to the momentum of the Dragon King, Jiyuntian's side was more terrifying and more powerful. It was as if the loyal fans of both sides were deliberately competing to see whose voice was louder. The slogans of the waves instantly drowned the entire stadium. Even the voices of Bakar's side were completely covered. It can be seen that Jiutian has many more fans than Bakar's side, including his odds, which are as exaggerated as Bakar's side. Han Xing was sitting on a recliner, listening to the cheers around him, and exclaimed, "It's really exaggerated." Long Yu nodded and said, "Yes, these two are long-known monsters. For them, the realm of the God Realm Lord can be entered at any time. In one battle after another, their names have already spread throughout the entire southern region." At this time, Miao Qing on the side said, "I believe that the Lord will also be famous throughout the southern region in the future. No, famous throughout the Lord continent. The Lord is more powerful than everyone else." On the field, Miao Qing, Long Yu and others were stunned. It was a bit unbelievable for Miao Qing's bold words. After all, it's not enough to be famous in the southern region, but also in the entire Lord continent. How big is the Lord continent? Even the existence of the God Realm Lord can only revolve within one domain. I'm afraid only those who are at the level of eternal lords know. And the vast and boundless Lord continent hides countless monsters and geniuses. So they all feel that Miao Qing has too blindly believed in Han Xing. However, thinking of this man's rise, they feel that this goal doesn't seem so far away. Han Xing smiled and shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's see who will win this game now." "Miao Qing, you analyze it." The woman in the pink dress replied respectfully, "Yes, Lord." She began to analyze the game quickly, and selected some players with a relatively stable winning rate and higher odds based on the player's intelligence and fighting methods. Or choose some lords with unique fighting methods and even some killer moves. Although the winning rate of these lords is not that high, the odds are still quite good. If there is an upset, it will be a profit, and the elimination match at the beginning of the ring is the easiest time to have an upset. After all, after a period of silence, everyone has made some improvements or some new killer moves. These killer moves were not shown before, and now they appear on the field. Maybe they can have some miraculous effects. Then, Han Xing spent a total of 120 million origin coins and bet on 4 fields. Including Long Yu and Miao Qing, each bet 50 million origin coins. After this period of income, the two women now have 300 to 400 million origin coins in their hands. They are also considered as small rich women. After all, even ordinary high-level lords cannot take out so much cash at once without selling assets. After everyone placed their bets, the countdown only had 5 seconds left. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment when the game would begin. Of course, Most of the attention on this day's game was still on Ji Yutian and Bakar, as everyone waited eagerly. The countdown finally reached 0. In an instant, all the cheers subsided. Everyone was concentrating and watching the screen on the projection. At this moment, two figures gradually emerged on the field of Bakar versus Chong Qian. On the left, a figure as majestic as a mountain slowly appeared in everyone's sight. His body was tall and burly, and his skin was dark red scales, as if covered with a layer of lava-like armor. On a head shaped like a tyrannosaurus, his eyes were like burning flames, exuding a palpitating pressure. Just standing there, he gave people a terrifying sense of deterrence, as if even the space was trembling under his feet. Domineering. Powerful. This figure was Bakar. The Dragon King must win. The Dragon King must win. The warm cheers came again. Across from Bakar, a strange figure appeared. His body was slender and thin, and the surface was covered with a layer of exoskeleton that shone with a metallic luster. The head was shaped like a mantis, and the compound eyes flashed with cold light, as if they could see through everything. The limbs were like sharp blades, and they could tear the space apart with a light wave. This person was Bakar's opponent, Chong Qian. Although his odds reached an astonishing 100 times, he had almost no chance of winning. However, there were no weaklings who could make it to the ring. Even though Chong Qian knew that the opponent in front of him was overwhelmingly powerful, he did not retreat at all. The compound eyes kept flashing, calculating the best attack direction. Like a precision killing machine, cold and ruthless, the next moment, Chong Qian moved. Like a gust of wind, and like a shadow, he disappeared in an instant. Only a residual image and the frightening knife light were left in the air. In the audience, countless people held their breath, waiting for Chong Qian to appear. However, this person seemed to have completely disappeared from the field, and there was no trace of him. 1 second. 2 seconds. Until 3 seconds later, Chong Qian's figure still did not appear. Just when everyone was puzzled. On the field, Bakar's majestic and terrifying head moved slightly. He just exhaled. Huh? The next moment, the entire field turned crimson. The terrifying high temperature instantly enveloped the surroundings completely. The air became extremely distorted, as if even the space was about to collapse under this high temperature. Under the cover of this high temperature, Chong Qian's figure finally appeared. He was like a silver lightning, constantly passing through the arena. From beginning to end, he did not disappear. He just used his extreme speed to create this illusion. Chong Qian. What a fast speed. Indeed, with his speed alone, few people in the high-level Lord Realm can surpass him. If it was in an open field, the chance of winning this game might be much higher. Yes, but unfortunately, he met Bakar, and all this was just a futile struggle. At the same time, Chong Qian was still spinning around the arena at a speed of 3,464 laps per second, shuttling madly. The horrible burst speed seemed to exceed the limit of his body, causing fine cracks on his exoskeleton. Blood oozed from the cracks, staining his body red. But he still gritted his teeth and tried his best to maintain this state. At this time, Bakar spoke for the first time. It's almost done. If you keep accumulating, you may not be able to make the final blow and will disintegrate and die. Hearing this, Chong Qian immediately froze. He raised his head, locked his compound eyes on Bakar, and a complex look appeared in his eyes. This man actually knows everything. He knows that he is constantly spinning at high speed, using the blessing of speed to superimpose the power of a fatal blow. He knows that the longer time drags on, the more terrifying this blow will be. But he still stood there calmly, waiting for Chong Qian to be ready. He even reminded his opponent of his physical condition. Confident, calm, and domineering. This monster-like man showed it vividly. Then, Chong Qian spoke for the first time. You are worthy of being called the Dragon King. But even so, don't underestimate my attack. I once used this knife to kill a terrifying existence in seconds. Even if you are careless, you will be seriously injured. However, after hearing this, Bakar's scaly mouth gradually showed a smile. He chuckled and said, Really? Then I am more looking forward to it. Come on, let me see your strongest knife. After hearing this, Chong Qian said no more. At this moment, his compound eyes became cold again. Then, his figure disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had come to Bakar's back. The speed that burst out in an instant even made some top high-level lords unable to react. Chong Qian's double swords were like the sickles of the god of death, attacking with cold murderous intent. His sword skills were sharp and precise, and a thin crack appeared in the space under his sword energy. Thousands of shadows returned to one, cut through the air. Chong Qian roared, and all the sword lights instantly condensed into a dazzling silver light, with a devastating momentum, going straight to Bakar's throat. This sword was the condensation of his lifelong cultivation, and the ultimate display of his speed and strength. Even the people who were watching the battle felt a stinging pain in their eyes. A chill suddenly appeared in their hearts, because they had a premonition. If they faced this sword, even 10,000 lives would not be enough for Chong Qian to kill. However, facing this amazing blow, Bakar just turned around casually, and then raised his hand lightly. Clang! A crisp metal collision sounded. Then, a violent tearing sound was heard. Voila! The terrifying blade energy aftermath of Chong Qian slash instantly erupted. A huge crack of tens of thousands of meters long was torn off the ground behind Bakar. At this moment, everyone tried their best to open their eyes, wanting to see the situation on the field clearly. However, when the aftermath of the blade energy dissipated, the two figures still maintained their previous postures. Chong Qian's two blades made a slashing gesture. Bakar's figure did not waver at all, and even the corners of his clothes did not lift up. But Bakar's thick fingertips were holding Chong Qian's pair of blades. He actually took on Chong Qian's long-accumulated terrifying sword with just 2 fingers. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone stared at Bakar in a daze, and a word popped up in their minds. Monster. This is a real monster. Everyone knows that Bakar controls the powerful origin of fire. But at the same time, his physical strength is also terrifying. However, this scene is still beyond everyone's imagination. At this moment, Chong Qian stared blankly at his double swords, and the domineering figure in front of him. He murmured, "Is the gap so big?" Bakar still had a calm look on his face and asked, "This sword is not bad, but that's all. Do you have any stronger moves?" Hearing this, Chong Qian's eyes showed unprecedented frustration. In order to cut this sword, he almost disintegrated directly. As a result, the opponent's reaction really hit him a little. Chong Qian said helplessly, "No, let's end this battle." He really didn't want to fight this monster anymore. After listening, Bakar nodded slightly and said, "Okay, as you wish." The next moment, he waved his other hand gently. Sizzle! A blazing flame surged out from his palm and engulfed Chong Qian in an instant. When the fire passed, Chong Qian's figure disappeared without a trace. A message was displayed on the screen. This game, Bakar wins. The whole audience was silent, and then a deafening cheer broke out. The Dragon King is invincible. The Dragon King is invincible. This kind of battle between top monsters is completely one-sided. Compared with Bakar, Ji Yuntian's game was faster. Almost as soon as the countdown ended, his opponent's body exploded with a bang. Even hundreds of billions of eyes did not see the two figures clearly, and the battle was over. These two games made everyone see again how terrifying the real top monsters are. Even Han Xing could not help but nod in admiration. As expected of the top 100, these two people are very terrifying. If we really fight, I am really not a match. Han Xing rarely says that he is not as good as someone. But now, after watching the game of these two monsters, and carefully simulating it in his mind, Han Xing suddenly found that without using the ability of time pause, his winning rate is even infinitely close to 0. Even if he uses time pause, his winning rate is less than 20%. These two people are really abnormal. That is a kind of strength without any shortcomings, not only the strength of the physical body, but also the fighting consciousness, including the invincible temperament. Han Xing also realized the gap between himself and the top monsters. He still has a long way to go on the road of Chaos Lord. Even though he can now use the fusion of 2 or even 3 origin combat skills. But compared with these monsters, who are equally gifted and have been immersed in the Chaos Lord realm for many years, the gap is still huge. However, this did not discourage him. Instead, it aroused the fighting spirit in Han Xing's heart. Before, my biggest goal was to break into the top 10,000 and get a reward. But now, I suddenly want to try to sprint into the top 100. For nothing else, just to fight with these real top monsters. See how big the gap is between myself and these monsters. Chapter 785. Time flies. The last day of the competition is over. There were tens of thousands of people in this competition, and 5,000 people finally emerged. A message appeared in front of all participating lords. All lords, please pay attention. The third round of the competition has officially ended. The number of participating lords this time is 2.178 million, and the number of promoted lords is 105,000. In the 22-day competition, a total of 1,078 platinum champions and 11,489 gold champions appeared. All promoted players, please be prepared. The fourth round of the competition will start in a month. Seeing this message, the whole audience sighed. The competition lasted for 22 days, plus the possibility of betting. It can be said to be a grand event in the southern region, a carnival for the lords. No matter whether it is the lords outside or inside the field, they all had a good experience. Of course, excluding those lords, who gambled blindly and lost all their money. At this moment, Han Xing and others stood on the top floor of the tower, also counting the gains during this period. Lord Linghui leaned on a chair and said casually, "On the first day of the competition, my capital was 100 million origin coins. Today, I have a total of 520 million origin coins, and I have earned about 420 million. The joy of harvest appeared on Long Yu's face. I also entered with 100 million origin coins, and I earned about the same as Lord Linghui." And Miqing said softly, "The two sisters have earned more than this. The dividends you have given me these days are almost more than 100 million origin coins." Hearing this, the two women looked at each other. Long Yu chuckled and said, "Sister Miqing, this is all earned by you. Without you leading us to constantly analyze the situation, we would not have made so much money." Linghui also nodded slightly. Long Yu is right, just take it. At this time, she changed the subject and looked at Han Xing. "How about you? How much did Miqing make for you?" Han Xing said, "Let me see." After speaking, he opened his backpack. He found that the original coins on it had exceeded 3 billion. And 22 days ago, the number of original coins in his backpack was just over 1.5 billion. In other words, Miqing made him 1.5 billion original coins in 22 days. After getting this number, Han Xing smiled. He looked at Miqing with admiration. When he reported this number, Linghui and Long Yu were also envious. However, what they didn't know was that Han Xing made more than just original coins this time. There were also divine objects such as the Earth God Stone, the Eternal Soil, and the Sacred Herbs. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. "Survivor Han Xing, please pay attention. You have successfully entered the top 100 in the Southern Region Tianju Challenge. Mission: Extreme Challenge has completed the stage goal. Rewards: Eternal Soil *5 kg, Self-Selected Attribute Origin Power *500 million, Legend Points *1 million. At this moment, Han Xing was stunned. Then, he seemed to realize something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I almost forgot that I still have a system task on my hands. As long as I enter the target ranking, I can get the corresponding reward." After the second round of the city defense battle, Han Xing had not yet reached the stage goal because there were more than 2 million lords left. Now the third round of the competition has ended, and there are only 105,000 lords left. Naturally, he has entered the top 1 million. And, in the next fourth round, Han Xing only needs to eliminate 5,000 people to enter the top 100,000. He can get a lot of rewards again. Unlike the top 1 million, the rewards for the top 100,000 this time include the increase in the number of Eternal Soil and Self-Selected Attribute Origin Power. There is also a special reward. That is the Self-Selected Chaos Lord Skill Book. To be honest, Han Xing is also very curious about this Self-Selected Chaos Lord Skill Book. After all, he has never encountered such a reward before. This self-selection represents many things. It may be a skill book of self-selected origin attributes, such as Time Series, Space Series, Eyes Series, etc. It may also be a self-selected type, such as Agility, Spirit, Burst, etc. This also makes Han Xing look forward to it. He looked at the people on the field and said, "Everyone has gained a lot this time. There is still some time before the fourth round of the game. See if you can convert these origin coins into your own strength. It doesn't matter whether it is to upgrade the troops or expand the territory's strength. If possible, try to impact the high-level Lord Realm." Hearing this, the two women's faces moved. They are now also a relatively powerful group of mid-level lords, and they can indeed impact the high-level lords. But as mentioned before, a high-level lord needs to consume too many resources. Origin coins are still easy to say. The most difficult thing to get is the Eternal Soil. However, these two women have been in the intermediate Lord Realm for a while. They obviously have some Eternal Soil in their private collection. Now with these origin coins, although there is still a big gap, there is also hope for a breakthrough. Linghui asked at this time, "What about you? When are you going to break through to the High Lord?" Hearing this question, Long Yu also looked over. She seemed to be very curious. After all, if Han Xing can break through to the High Lord before the fourth round, then his winning rate will soar sharply this time. Entering the top 10,000 is no longer his goal. His goal is the top 100. Top 10, however, Han Xing shook his head helplessly and said, I don't know. Eternal soil is still a long way off, and I'm not sure when I can break through. So far, the eternal soil in Han Xing's backpack has just reached 53 kilograms. There is still a lot of gap from the amount of eternal soil he estimated to need to break through the High Lord, which is more than 200 kilograms. Moreover, the origin coins also need more than 20 billion. These two things are far from enough. Hearing his answer, Ling Wei and Lung Yu frowned slightly. Ling Wei said, How much is still missing? I have accumulated more than 10 kilograms of eternal soil over the years. If you need it, I can lend it to you first. Lung Yu also said after hearing this, I have about 10 kilograms here, and I can give it to you first. In this Lord continent, there are many rare treasures, and each one can be sold at a shocking price. However, among them, there is a treasure with the highest value and the most common. It is the eternal soil. This is what all lords desire, and they will not show it to others easily. But these two women did not hesitate to contribute this precious thing at this moment. This shows the status of Han Xing in their hearts. Han Xing also showed a relieved smile on his face. There are a few such confidants in life, and it can be said that there is no regret. Han Xing said, No, my eternal soil is not something that can be dealt with by these 10 or 20 kilograms. Let me think of a way myself. After hearing this, the two women looked at each other. A strange look appeared in their eyes. Because from the information revealed by Han Xing, they seemed to hear that the amount of eternal soil Han Xing needed was a bit beyond imagination. This also means that the time flow rate of Han Xing's territory is also amazing. However, they did not delve into it. Instead, they nodded and left here. Han Xing took Miao Qing and continued to stay in the tower. Since there were no more matches and no more bets, the surrounding territories returned to their former tranquility. The cheers that rose and fell had disappeared. Han Xing could calm down and sort out some of his fighting skills and analyze the strength of his opponents. Including the 100,500 contestants who successfully passed the third round of the ring competition, they all entered a state of seclusion. They had to maintain their best condition before the start of the fourth round. Or they could improve again, and it would be best if they could develop some kind of nirvana that had never been shown before. Shine in the next game. For most lords, this is an extremely important battle. As long as they eliminate 5,000 lords, they can successfully advance to the top 100,000. At the same time, they will also get a place to explore a secret realm in the south region. They will even be noticed by the lords of the divine region and become disciples of these powerful beings. From then on, their identity and status will rise sharply. That's it. Time flies, and 30 days have passed. In the tower, Han Xing still maintains a cross-legged sitting posture, sorting out his series of combat skills in his mind, and the fusion of these combat skills in different types. After a month, there have been some small gains. However, compared with the improvement of advanced combat skills such as Tianji Liuguang Step and Tidal Arrow Method, these gains are much worse. After all, Han Xing is now almost at the limit of the middle-level lord. Even in the history of the entire South region, there may not be many beings who are more powerful than him in the middle-level lord realm. Therefore, it is already difficult for him to improve again now. However, although his own strength cannot be improved, it does not mean that Han Xing has no other way to improve. During this period of time, he has been continuously investing eternal soil into the territory to expand the area of the territory. At the same time, he is also investing a large amount of origin coins to carry out crazy military expansion, with the blessing of the time flow rate of 100,000 times. After a month, the scale of Han Xing's troops has expanded several times again. First, the Chaos Archer Corps led by Ming has officially exceeded 5 million. This is also the largest number of troops in the entire territory. In addition, there are Aiden and US Chaos Lancers and Moon Swordsmen. The total number of the two troops has exceeded 4 million. In addition, there are Titans. This melee and group control type of soldiers has reached 3 million. These four types of soldiers alone have reached 12 million. Then count the Gargoyles, Death Knights, Snow Demon Army, etc. in the territory. All the types of soldiers add up to almost 20 million. Compared with the number of soldiers of only a few thousand when the territory was just starting out. This scale can be said to have expanded by dozens of times. Han Xing sighed, but unfortunately, those lords are too abnormal in the later stages of the battle. Everyone is more of a personal struggle of the lord. Like the Beast Lord, who concentrates on developing the territory and realizes that the strength of the soldiers and their own strength go hand in hand, there are very few lords. Even those monsters I saw in the game before Gution, Bakar, are the same. At least, I haven't seen them summon territory soldiers in the game. Of course, it may also be because the opponents they met were too weak to force them to use their full strength. Han Xing sighed. The Lord's advantage is naturally the territory. Abandoning the territory and focusing on the strength of the body is a way of missing the point. So, the best situation is to go hand in hand. Thinking of this, Han Xing shook his head and continued to close his eyes and meditate. And at this moment, a bloody and extremely aggressive breath approached crazily and rushed straight towards his tower. Swish! The bloodlight cut through the sky and arrived at Han Xing's tower area in the blink of an eye. Then, she gradually transformed into a gothic girl in a red dress. She still had an angry look on her face, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth and said, "Damn killer, remove the shield for me. Hurry up, or I make you look bad." However, facing the girl shouting, Han Xing still turned a deaf ear. This woman was naturally Helena. In the past month, she came to Han Xing every once in a while and asked him to apologize to her. However, Han Xing continued to cast a protective shield every time, making her feel rejected. But this woman still persevered, and even Han Xing was a little impressed by her perseverance. Listening to the girl shouting outside, Han Xing shook his head and said, "What a troublesome woman. Isn't it just calling you an old woman? Why are you pestering me so much?" Han Xing was speechless. Just when he was about to pretend he didn't hear it, he heard Helena say, "Killer Star, if you don't come out, I will spread the news that you defiled me," and walked away. Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes widened. What the hell? What nonsense is this woman talking about? When did I defile you? But he quickly reacted. This Helena was going to force him to meet in this way. Han Xing said lightly, "Then you can tell it out. Anyway, I'm just an unknown little lord. And you are the blood rose that has long been famous in the southern region, Helena. Let's see who will suffer the loss, you or me." Helena outside heard this, and stomped her feet in anger. You bastard." Helena gritted her teeth and shouted, "Do you think I dare not? I'm going to tell everyone what kind of person you are now." After she finished speaking, she turned around and took a deep breath. Then, she looked at the entire Lingui territory and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I want to tell you something." The voice instantly spread throughout the Lingui territory, and the kingdom of 10,000 beasts through the power of the origin. Countless figures stopped and listened to the voice curiously. Chapter 786. At the same time, Helena's face flushed. She seemed to have mustered up her courage and continued, "The lord here, Han Xing, is a..." Before she finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of Helena. The black starry sky armor, and the black bow on his back. Obviously, this is Han Xing. He looked at Helena with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, "Old woman, what are you crazy about? You really don't care about your image and reputation, and you can spread such rumors?" When Helena saw him come out, a triumphant smile appeared on her face. On that delicate and childish face, the corners of her mouth slightly curved. She snorted, "I told you that I would find a way to get you out. Look, I won, didn't I?" Han Xing looked at her gloomily and asked, "What do you want?" Helena said proudly, "What do I want? Of course, I want you to apologize to me. You must call me your majesty in front of everyone. And swear that you will never call me an old woman again." She looked at Han Xing righteously. This request seemed a bit childish compared to her strength. But people who know Helena know that this is her nature. Han Xing refused directly. "Impossible, you are an old woman, why can't I call you that? I am less than 50 years old this year. Your actual age is at least hundreds of thousands of years old, right? Am I wrong to call you an old woman?" Hearing Han Xing say that he was less than 50 years old this year, Helena was stunned, and a look of confusion appeared in her eyes. She looked at Han Xing for a moment, as if to confirm the truth of his words. Then a look of surprise gradually appeared in her eyes. "Incredible. Your bone age is really no more than 50 years old. Oh my god. A bat in my territory is older than you. So you are just such a small bean." Helena seemed to have thought of something, and a sly light flashed in her eyes. She put her hands on her waist, raised her chin slightly, and put on a majestic look. "Since you are so young, I will not bother with you. You can call me Queen Sister in the future. I will protect you, ha ha ha." She laughed crisply, as if a spring breeze was caressing her. Compared with her bloody power, there is a wonderful sense of contrast. However, Han Xing said seriously, "This is impossible. Don't even think about it. To me, you are just an old woman who has lived for more than 100,000 years, and is still pretending to be young." Listening to his ruthless and harsh words, Helena's smile froze, and she gritted her teeth again. Wow! You hateful little kid, you dare to call me an old woman. I fight you! After she finished speaking, she turned around and shouted, Han Xing, this bastard, he treated me. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly felt her mouth was suddenly blocked by a big hand. Helena's fangs were exposed at the corners of her mouth, and she subconsciously wanted to bite it off. However, Han Xing took out an arrow and aimed it at her heart. Shut up. Han Xing didn't want to be the one who tarnished the old woman's reputation. Besides, he hadn't done anything yet. However, Helena broke free from his big hand and said seriously, then apologize to me. Impossible. Apologize. Impossible. Both sides were very stubborn, and neither of them was willing to back down. Helena pretended to continue to threaten Han Xing with the previous means. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt her waist being clamped by a powerful big hand, and the whole person was carried away by this big hand. The loose skirt fluttered in the air. The next moment, Han Xing's figure flashed. When he appeared again, he had reached the top of the tower. He threw Helena to the ground directly, looked at the woman fiercely, and approached step by step. Helena seemed to be shocked by the momentum shown by Han Xing. She looked around, and then looked at Han Xing who was approaching, and panic appeared in her eyes. The body also subconsciously retreated backwards. You, what are you going to do? Han Xing said calmly, didn't you say that I did something excessive to you? Then I really do it. When the time comes, you can say whatever you want. Hearing this, Helena also realized something. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She sat on the ground and hurriedly retreated to the back. You can't do this. Oh, why can't I? Han Xing said with interest. Helena said tremblingly, You are still young, you can't do this. And Han Xing also smiled, my daughter is already a teenager, not young anymore. Hearing this, Helena was even more frightened and somewhat at a loss. But soon, she reacted. She was a high-level lord, and Han Xing in front of her was only a mid-level lord. This man could not suppress her at all. She was just caught off guard and was shocked by him. If she wanted to leave here, no one could stop her. Thinking of this, the panic on Helena's face disappeared. The next moment, a terrifying breath burst out from her. Then, Helena turned directly into a stream of light and fled madly. Watching this woman escape, Han Xing did not stop her. He knew that at least in the short term, Helena would not dare to trouble him again. Clapping his hands, Han Xing chuckled. Not bad, another problem has been solved. Next, wait for the fourth round of the game to start. Including other major lords, they were also waiting excitedly. Since this competition is different from previous ones, no one except the organizer knows what the next round of competition will be. This also makes the lords on the field feel very curious and expectant. In this way, time passed quickly as everyone waited. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day before the start of the fourth round of competition. On this day, a message appeared in front of all the lords. Attention all contestants. Southern Region Tianju Challenge. The fourth round of competition is about to begin. The content of this round of competition is Flag Capture Competition. Flag Capture Competition rules. The remaining 105,000 lords will be thrown into a huge simulated field. The gravity of this simulated field is 1 million times that of the outside territory. All lords will feel a heavy pressure inside, and their movement speed will be greatly reduced. At the same time, there are a total of 11,000 flags in this huge area. Your goal is to grab the flag in this simulated field and protect it from being snatched away or damaged by other lords. Flags are divided into 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. After grabbing a flag, you will be awarded a corresponding score based on the level of the flag you grabbed and the time you held it. The specific rules will be announced after the game starts. In this simulation venue, all lords will have 10 opportunities to revive with full health. If all 10 resurrections are used up, you will be eliminated. This flag-grabbing battle will last for 30 days. After the flag-grabbing station ends, the players will be ranked according to their personal points. The top 11,000 players will advance to the next round, and the rest will be eliminated. When this long rule prompt appeared, the whole audience was in an uproar. God, this time it's actually a flag-grabbing battle, a mode that has never appeared before. Yes! The rules of this competition are really complicated. You have to grab this kind of flag, and points are awarded according to the time you hold the flag. The lords nodded in agreement. At this time, another lord said, there are a total of 105,000 lords participating in this competition, and there are only 11,000 flags. So nearly 10 people grab one flag. Another lord said, I think it's more than that. Didn't you see what it said above? The flag will be damaged. In this kind of melee, it is impossible for all flags to be intact. In the future, the number of flags will become fewer and fewer, and there will be more and more lords competing for the flags. That will be a real melee. Other lords echoed, yes, and this competition will last for a full month. It's not easy to survive in such a melee environment. As more and more lords participated in the discussion, everyone knew the extremely high difficulty and complexity of this fourth round of competition. The people of the various territories could not help but feel worried for their lords. After all, through the previous 3 rounds of competition, they all knew that there were many monsters in this competition, which could be called a real crouching tiger, hidden dragon. In the previous rounds, the players were divided into different groups, and those real top monsters were not easy to meet. However, now, in this 4th round of the flag-grabbing competition, all the lords were put on a map and let them fight. Even if they were confident in the strength of their lords, they felt a little uncertain for a while. The entire lord continent was filled with a tense atmosphere, and many lords unconsciously tightened their weapons. However, some lords were the exception. They stood in their own territory, motionless, as steady as a rock. Looking at the information gradually dissipating in front of them, these strong men not only did not fear, but instead burned with surging fighting spirit, as if they had seen the upcoming fierce battle. The corners of the mouth of the Dragon King Bakar, which was covered with black scales, gradually opened a hideous arc. His dragon tail unconsciously slapped the ground, making a dull thumping sound. Interesting. 105,000 people are all put on a map to challenge. His voice was like thunder rolling, with suppressed excitement, that is to say, this time I have the opportunity to meet Jiu Tian, Lung Dao, Yao Lian, these peerless monsters? Thinking of this, Bakar couldn't help but open his big mouth full of fangs, and showed a bloodthirsty smile. He was burning with surging fighting spirit, and the air around him was distorted by the high temperature. The dragon wings suddenly spread out, stirring up a gust of wind. On the other side, a woman with white hair, wearing a white dress, and a cold figure stood quietly in the center of the territory. Her face was as cold as ice, as if it had not melted for thousands of years. If you look closely, you will find that this woman is too white. Her skin is as white and flawless as the finest mutton fat jade, and even her nails are shining like pearls. Her pupils are a rare silver white color, and even every eyelash is snow white. It can be said that this woman has no other color except white. She carries a snow-white long sword on her back, and tiny ice crystals condense on the scabbard. Flag-grabbing battle? The woman murmured in a low voice, her voice as clear and cold as the collision of ice and snow. It seems that there should be hope to meet that woman this time. Her fingers gently stroked the hilt of the sword, and tiny frost flowers condensed where her fingertips passed. Last time, I only lasted 3 seconds in her hand. This time, I will challenge you with a brand new move. As she spoke, a thin layer of ice suddenly formed on the ground within a radius of 10 meters with her as the center. This woman is Yao Lian. In addition to these evildoers, there are several other masters who are eager to try. At the same time, the top floor area of the tower. Han Xing, Long Yu, Ling Hui, Miao Qing, and even the great beast lord gathered here. The 5 people sat on different stools. Ling Hui said first, this 4th round of challenge will directly throw you onto a large map to compete with those evildoers. This way, you will be under a lot of pressure. Long Yu and Miao Qing on the side also showed worry on their faces. Han Xing and the great beast lord did not speak, but thought seriously in their minds. After a moment, Han Xing chuckled and said, I don't think so. Putting everyone on the same map may be an opportunity for us. Hearing this, everyone looked up at him. What do you mean? Asked the great beast lord. Han Xing explained, before, we were all divided into large areas. Even if we knew each other, we had no chance to meet each other. And now, we are all on the same map. In other words, the great beast lord and I have the opportunity to cooperate. Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. They seemed to realize this too. The fact that the great beast lord was able to make it through the 3rd round of the ring competition and advance as the gold champion is enough to prove his strength. Han Xing, needless to say, swept his opponents all the way and won the platinum champion. In addition, he recently realized the Tianji Liuguang's step. It can be said that his strength is too strong. Moreover, as a veteran lord, the great beast lord has a strong territory. As a newly rising super rookie, Han Xing has strong personal combat power. The combination of the two will burst out with such terrifying strength that Ling Hui and others are looking forward to it. At this time, Miqing suddenly said, if the competition mode this time can be cooperated, will other lords also think of this? For example, those top monsters join forces with top monsters. Chapter 787. Or will there be some powerful forces with many lords joining together, just like in the first round of additions? In this case, will the alliance between the Lord and the Great Beast Lord still have an advantage? Hearing this, everyone on the field also realized this. The excitement in their hearts disappeared, and their faces became serious again. It must be said that Miqing's worries were right. In order to stand out in the fourth round of the flag-grabbing battle, those lords will definitely try every possible means. They know that they are not strong enough, so they will choose to use the collective strength. As long as the organizer does not prohibit it, there will definitely be quite a lot of united forces in this fourth round of the flag-grabbing battle. Han Xing thought for a while, and shook his head, saying, let's not think about these things for now. The competition has not started yet, and the detailed rules have not been announced yet. No one can say for sure now, so let's take it one step at a time. Besides, the organizer said that we will be put into a large map to compete at the same time. No one knows how big this map is, and how vast the area is. If it is equivalent to the area of half a continent, except for some lords with good body skills, I am afraid that they will not be able to find their allies in a month. Everyone nodded and felt that what Han Xing said made sense. In this way, time passed quietly in the discussion of a large number of lords. In the blink of an hour passed. At the same time, from the center of the competition continent, a golden light column suddenly burst out. This light column quickly split in the sky, gradually turning into 105,000 light columns, and quickly fell in different corners around. All the lords participating in the fourth round were covered by a light column. The same was true for the Great Beast Lord and Han Xing. Golden light emanated from the two of them. At the same time, they also felt a teleportation force appear, as if to teleport them to a certain area. The Great Beast Lord said, Lord Han Xing, it's about to begin. Han Xing nodded seriously yes. Then, he waved his hand, and took Miao Qing, and made Qiu into his territory. After all, they would need their help in the battle later. After a pause, Han Xing continued, then, do as we planned. After the game starts, stand firm first, and then try to reunite. If the reunion is too difficult, stop this plan and fight on your own. The Great Beast Lord nodded and said, okay, let's do our best together. Beside him, Long Yu clenched his fist and said excitedly, come on, Lord Han Xing, come on, father. Including the cold Lord Ling Wei, he looked at Han Xing and whispered, come on. After hearing this, Han Xing smiled. He nodded and said, okay, I understand. Try to advance. As soon as the voice fell, the teleportation force suddenly erupted. The next moment, 150,000 light pillars suddenly rushed into the sky. Countless creatures stared at these light pillars, and they couldn't help but feel excited. Because they knew that the fourth round of the flag-grabbing competition, which was also the most intense one after the start of this game, was about to begin. At the same time, the sight of Han Xing and others went dark. The next moment, the world spun. It was as if he had suddenly entered a time tunnel, making him dizzy. After a few seconds, the spinning feeling gradually stopped, and Han Xing was still in darkness. Then, a message appeared in front of all participating lords. All lords participating in the flag-grabbing battle, please note that the following are detailed rules. Please read them carefully. In the next 30 days, you will be randomly thrown into an extremely large battlefield, with a total area of half the competition continent. In this battlefield, the gravity is 1 million times that of the outside world, and your movement speed will become slow. Each lord will have 10 resurrection opportunities in it. After each resurrection, your status will be reset. You need to grab 3 levels of flags, bronze, silver, and gold, and the points will be calculated based on the holding time. The specific points rules are as follows. Bronze flag. Holding it for 1 hour will earn 1 point, but during the holding period, it will reduce its own movement speed by 20%. Note, if it is less than 1 hour, it will not be counted. At the same time, each time the flag is discarded and picked up again, the time will be recalculated. Silver flag. Holding it for 1 hour will earn 5 points, but during the holding period, the movement speed and all attributes will be reduced by 20%. Gold flag. Holding it for 1 hour will earn 20 points, but during the holding period, the movement speed and all attributes will be reduced by 40%, and the mental shock damage will be received every 1 hour. Attention! All lords holding flags will announce their coordinates on the map. Each lord can hold up to 1 flag. Seeing this, all participating lords were shocked. What was announced before was just the general rules, and everyone didn't know much about the specific situation. Now seeing the detailed points rules above, I was stunned. Even Han Xing was very surprised. My goodness, holding a flag will be affected by negative status. Even the most common bronze flag will reduce the movement speed by 20%. Add to that the gravity of this competition venue is 1 million times, it is really difficult to move. The negative effects of silver and gold flags are even more terrifying, not only reducing the movement speed, but also reducing all attributes. Especially the gold flag, it is directly reduced by 40%. You know, this 40% is reduced on your total panel. Even for Han Xing, if the attributes suddenly drop so much, his strength will also drop a lot. In addition, when holding a flag, your location will be announced to all lords on the map. In other words, unless you lose the flag, you will be attacked endlessly by those lords. It's a bit outrageous. Bronze and silver flags are barely acceptable. This gold flag looks like a death warrant. Except for the top monsters, anyone who dares to hold a gold flag will be besieged by a large number of lords. Even Han Xing was not sure if he could beat those high-level lords, when all attributes and movement speed dropped by 40%. Even the lords from the outside world were shocked after seeing this detailed rule. They all sighed. Sure enough, the organizer put so many lords together, of course, he has his intention. The organizer introduced this rule, which is equivalent to weakening those top monsters in disguise, so that other lords can also have a chance. In this way, even those top monsters will not dare to face the siege of many lords. Other lords echoed, yes. And it seems that if those weaker lords unite and grab a bronze flag, they can also have some chances to advance. At the same time, information continues to appear in front of those contestants. In view of the rules of this competition, 2 new rankings are specially introduced, the points ranking list and the kill list. Points ranking list. The 105,000 participating lords are ranked according to the points they get when holding the flag, and they will receive generous rewards after the game. First place reward, Eternal Earth * 100 kg, Earth God Stone * 100, Sacred Herb * 10, Ancient Inscription * 1. Second place reward, Eternal Earth * 50 kg, Earth God Stone * 80, Sacred Herb * 5. Third place reward, Eternal Earth * 40 kg, Earth God Stone * 40, Sacred Herb * 2. Fourth to 10th place, Eternal Earth * 20 kg, Earth God Stone * 20, Sacred Herb * 1. Number 11 to 100, Eternal Soil * 10 kg, Earth God Stone * 10, Sacred Herb * 1. Number 101 to 1000, Origin Coin * 50 million, Eternal Soil * 10 kg, Earth God Stone * 5. Number 1001 to 10500, Origin Coin * 30 million, Eternal Soil * 10 kg, Earth God Stone * 1. The following will announce the rewards for the kill rankings. Kill rankings. During the competition, each lord killed will receive 5 kill points, and rankings will be based on kill points, and generous rewards will be received. Rewards for the first place in the kill list. Eternal Earth * 50 kg, Sky God Stone * 50, High-level Lord level combat skill * 1. Rewards for the second place in the kill list. Eternal Earth * 40 kg, Sky God Stone * 40. Rewards for the third place in the kill list. Eternal Earth * 30 kg, Sky God Stone * 30. Fourth to 10th place in the kill list. Eternal Earth * 20 kg, Sky God Stone * 20. 11th to 100th place. Eternal Earth * 10 kg, Sky God Stone * 10. 101st to 1000th place. Origin Coin * 20 million, Eternal Earth * 10 kg, Sky God Stone * 5. 1001st to 10,500th place. Origin Coin * 10 million, Eternal Earth * 10 kg, Sky God Stone * 1. When 2 consecutive lists are released. Moreover, these 2 lists are not only visible to the participating lords, but also to the lords outside. When they saw the exaggerated rewards on the rankings, the whole audience was silent for a moment. Then there was a tsunami-like shout. God, this is too exaggerated. The first place in the scoreboard actually gave hundreds of kilograms of eternal soil and hundreds of earth stones. Oh my god. Yes. Even the sacred herbs that can increase lifespan by 5 million years, 10 at a time, too scary. I really wish I could participate in the competition. If these rewards can be given to me, the strength of my territory will increase by a lot. Hearing this, the other lords sneered, are you dreaming? Even if you are allowed to participate, what can you do? This is a competition among the most powerful 105,000 lords, and you have to reach the first place to get so many rewards. Do you think you are stronger than Jiu Tian, Yao Lian and others? The lord was stunned for a moment. At the same time, he also realized that he was indeed a little naive. Another lord also said, not only the points ranking, the rewards for the kill ranking are also terrifying. This time, so many sky stones were given. I heard that this is a more precious divine object than the stone. After merging with the territory, it can increase the attack power of all the troops in the territory. What? There is such a powerful ability. After hearing this person's explanation, the other lords also showed desire in their eyes. At the same time, Han Xing and others are still in that dark space. Looking at the ranking rewards in front of them, they are shocked. Although he didn't know what those sky gods and ancient inscriptions were. However, he saw the eternal soil in front of him. As long as he could be the first in both the points list and the kill list, then this person could directly obtain 150 kilograms of eternal soil. If it was given to Han Xing, he could even directly gather the materials to break through to the high-level lord. Even if he only entered the top 1,000 of the two lists, he could get 20 kilograms of eternal soil as a reward. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit in his heart. Damn! Such a terrifying reward really makes people have to fight. Try it. This time I will go all out and see where my limit is. If I can gather the eternal soil to break through to the high-level lord, and then advance before the 5th round of the game, I am sure I can hit a higher ranking. Of course, it's beautiful to think about it. Although Han Xing has now comprehended the Tianji Liuguang step. According to the evaluation of the Tianji Lord, he can barely break into the top 10,000. Of course, it's just barely breaking in. Whether it will work depends on the actual performance. And this flag-grabbing battle is different from the previous ones. It is not enough to rely on one's own strength. The situation has become more complicated. Han Xing took a deep breath. The next moment, a message appeared in front of him. All participating lords, please pay attention, the competition is about to begin. Now, start fighting to your heart's content. The message slowly dissipated, and the sight of 150,000 lords returned instantly. In an instant, almost all lords made the same reaction. They immediately released their aura and vigilantly scanned the surrounding environment. However, before they could see the surroundings clearly, a terrifying gravity descended instantly. Boom! The bodies of countless lords fell heavily to the ground, and the ground under their feet cracked instantly, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading hundreds of meters away. Everyone felt as if a neutron star was pressing on their shoulders, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking one after another rang out everywhere. Many lord skin surfaces were bleeding, and muscle fibers were broken inch by inch under the heavy pressure. They had to kneel on one knee, and use their weapons to hold the ground tightly to barely maintain their balance. Damn it! Is this 1,000,000 times the gravity? It's too outrageous. Hold on. Roar! The lords gnashed their teeth and roared. Their foreheads were bulging with veins, and their muscles were stretched to the limit. Even Han Xing couldn't help but groan. His knees sank deeply into the ground, but he still tried his best to maintain his body shape. However, these 150,000 lords were the strongest, who had survived the brutal fight between hundreds of billions of peerless monsters. They quickly adjusted their breathing, circulated their energy, and gradually adapted to this terrifying gravity environment. Who? As the heavy breathing continued, these lords gradually stood up from the ground. Chapter 788. As they continued to adapt to this terrifying gravity pressure, these lords gradually stood up from the ground. Although they still felt very uncomfortable and had difficulty breathing. But they were no longer as embarrassed as when they first encountered this gravity pressure. After they adapted to this terrifying gravity environment, they found that each place they appeared was different. Some were born in the vast primeval forest, some appeared on the endless plains, and some simply appeared directly at the bottom of the deep sea, bearing the dual pressure of gravity and seawater. However, although the place of birth was different, the surrounding environment had the same characteristics. That is, there were no other creatures, including the breath of other lords, which could not be sensed. In other words, these 150,000 lords were completely scattered. Han Xing took a deep breath and slowly began to perceive under 1,000,000 times the gravity. His mental power spread like water ripples. After a moment, he frowned. Under the pressure of gravity, will even my spirit be suppressed? The detection distance is less than 1% of the usual distance. This made Han Xing a little worried. After all, for lords like them, How far they can detect means how far they can see. The vision is suddenly suppressed to 1% of the usual distance, which is not suitable for anyone. Moreover, in this environment, it is even more difficult to find other lords. Not to mention finding lords you know, and forming a coalition. Han Xing whispered. It seems that the organizers have also considered that the lords will form a coalition, so they have increased the limit of gravity by 1,000,000 times? But soon, Han Xing's face returned to calm. After all, he was not the only one who was suppressed by gravity. All the participating lords were the same. In this way, no one could unite. And Han Xing had another advantage, which was the Tianji Liuguang step that he had just learned. With a 600% increase in movement speed, even in this gravity environment, his speed was still amazingly fast. Thinking of this, Han Xing smiled. I don't know, in this gravity environment, who is faster than me. Of course, he was not proud. After all, he could obtain the Tianji Liuguang step, a body movement that was among the top 100 in the southern region. Could it be that other lords did not have it? Obviously, there must be some. It is even normal for them to have stronger body movements. After all, these monsters have been famous for a long time. No one knows how many opportunities they have gained and how much investment from powerful people they have obtained over the years. Han Xing, for example, has only received investment from Lord Tianji, which is probably not worth mentioning compared to them. Han Xing shook his head and said, You should not be too proud. Now, let's study the competition. At the same time, he raised his head and looked at a small map displayed above his head. The entire competition map was displayed on it. In various mountains, rivers, and even in the sea and snowy mountains, there were flags planted one by one. From bronze, silver, to gold flags. A total of 10,500 flags, not a single one was missing. However, there was some difference in the proportion. For example, there are 100 gold flags of the highest level on the entire map. There are 1,000 silver flags. The rest are all bronze flags. Han Xing took a glance and found that there were 3 flags closest to him. 2 bronze and 1 silver. The silver flag is farther away, about 1.5 light years away. The other 2 bronze flags are within a light year. If it were outside, this light year would take Han Xing 1 second to cross. But now, their movement speed has been suppressed by thousands of times. In other words, even Han Xing would need at least 10 minutes to arrive. Thinking of this, Han Xing thought, let's go to the first flag to see the situation first, and then decide what to do. The next moment, he turned into a starlight and fled forward at a high speed. Not only Han Xing, but also other lords in the entire arena made the same decision. They each rushed towards the flag closest to them. There are 10,500 flags on the entire map, and there are 105,000 lords here. According to the ratio, at least 10 lords rushed over for every flag. At the same time, outside the competition continent, countless lords were looking forward to the projection screen. In their expectant eyes, a huge holographic projection appeared instantly. This holographic projection looked like a miniature version of the entire competition map. On it, the figures of Han Xing and others were smaller than dust. However, with the eyesight of the Chaos Lord level, they could still clearly see every corner on it, and the expressions and appearances on the faces of those lords in the competition. Instantly, a large number of lords cheered. Martial God! Martial God! Demon Lotus! Demon Lotus! When the cold knife comes out, who can compete with it? Various shouts came one after another, and they were all shouting the names of the lords they supported. There were even a small number of voices shouting the nicknames of Korean stars. At the same time, a message appeared on the projection screen. The 4th round of competition, the flag-grabbing competition has begun, and the remaining competition time, 29 days 23:59. The guessing mode has been turned on. Now, all viewers can invest in the original currency to make guesses. Rules: you can choose one of the lords and bet on whether the other party can successfully advance to the 5th round. If the bet is successful, you will receive 1.1 to 3 times the odds of the original currency. Note, the odds fluctuate according to the overall strength of the players. The top lords only have odds of 1.1. The weaker the lords, the higher the odds will be. At the same time, you can also further bet on the ranking of this lord after the flag-grabbing competition, with a maximum error of 5 places. For example, if you bet that Tuanguang will be ranked 10th in the end, then his final ranking is between 5th and 15th, and your guess is successful. At the same time, you will receive 3 times the original currency odds. Note: each lord group can only bet on one player at most. Now, Betting begins. At this moment, the countless spectators around began to boil again. Great. There is a guessing mode. As long as you bet on whether this lord can advance, you can get the lowest odds of 1.1 times. If you bet on his ranking, you can even get 3 times the odds. This is too simple. Other lords also echoed, yes, we only need to bet on the Demon Lotus and swallow all these top demons, and we can earn 1.1 times the origin currency. God Lord. I will directly bet all my wealth on them to successfully advance. For those lords, this guessing mode looks very simple. As long as they bet on those top demons, this is almost a 100% winning rate. It is equivalent to the organizer giving them money. However, the organizer naturally took this into consideration. The reason for doing this is naturally to attract more lords to bet, and even participate in a specific ranking guessing later. After all, you have earned 1.1 times the odds. Why not take a chance and bet on whether those unpopular players can advance? If you are lucky, these unpopular players will explode, and you can get a full 3 times odds. The difference between the two is nearly 20 times. Similarly, you bet on these unpopular players to explode and successfully advance. Why not bet on the final ranking of these top monsters? If you win again, the odds will be nearly 6 times. At that time, it will be a real instant wealth. Therefore, the organizers took advantage of this gambler's mentality and constantly attracted them to enter this bigger gambling game, so as to obtain a large amount of origin coins. Of course, there will definitely be many lords who can restrain this desire in their hearts and stop when they see the good. But for the organizer, he didn't care. As long as some of the lords could take the bait, he wouldn't lose. For a while, whether it was the hundreds of billions of lords who were eliminated or the lords who came to join in the fun, they all started betting crazily. With such an astonishing number, the origin coins bet on the betting instantly soared to an astronomical figure. Of course, the most of them were the well-known top monsters. Swallowing Light, Demon Lotus, Gution Michael, etc. Their odds were about 1.1 times. The lords who bet on these monsters basically wanted to be safe. As long as they could earn 1/10 of the origin coins, it was enough for them. Of course, there were still more lords who bet on the second-tier players. For example, Blood Rose Helena, Silver Killer Harrison, Strange Blade Renew, etc. The odds of these players were between 1.3 and 1.5 times. Then, there were the third-tier players, like the Lightning Queen Rachel, Gravity Arbiter Bakugo, Dark Anthem Beth. Their odds are around 2.0 times. Including Han Xing is also in this range. Moreover, there are quite a few people betting on him. After all, Han Xing can be said to be the only player with mid-level lord strength among the 150,000 lords. He attracted the attention of countless people. The cumulative number of bets of the origin coin behind his name exceeded 100 billion in the blink of an eye, and it is still soaring at a terrifying speed. Then, there are the players in the third echelon. Among them is the Great Beast Lord. Ling Wei and Long Yu are watching the battle outside. The two women looked at each other, and Ling Wei said first, "The betting method has changed this time. Everyone can only bet on one lord. I'm going to bet 300 million origin coins on your father, the Great Beast Lord. What do you think?" Long Yu was a little surprised when she heard the number. Such a large bet all at once. "I can understand that you bet on Han Xing. After all, with his strength and the Sky Extreme Flowing Light step, he should have a high probability of advancing. But why do you bet on my father, and a full 300 million? Aren't you afraid of losing all your money?" Ling Wei Lord chuckled. "I don't believe your father's strength can advance, but I believe in Han Xing's strength. With the Sky Extreme Flowing Light step, he is like a fish in water in this gravity scene, and it should not be difficult for him to advance." After a pause, she continued, "What if Han Xing finds the Great Beast Lord and unites with him, and the two advance together? Then I will directly get 900 million origin coins, which is equivalent to earning 600 million origin coins." After listening to Lord Ling Hui's analysis, Long Yu also felt that it made sense. She thought for a moment and asked, "What if they both lose?" Ling Wei Lord said casually, "If they lose, then they lose. Anyway, this amount of origin currency was earned in the past few days, so it's not a big deal if they lose. If Han Xing hadn't advised me not to get too excited, I would have even wanted to put all my other assets on it." Hearing this, Long Yu's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. After a moment of hesitation, she still bet on Han Xing's 300 million origin coins. Seeing this, Ling Wei Lord said no more. Compared to this, she seemed more aggressive than Long Yu. After all, Long Yu had lived under the protection of her father, the Great Beast Lord, since she was a child, and had not experienced any major storms. The most dangerous time was when she went to pick the Black Lotus with Han Xingling, and then was ambushed by the Blood Alliance. So Long Yu prefers to play it safe. And Ling Wei basically relies on herself. So she wants to take a chance. At the same time, the 60-second betting time passed. Other spectators also placed their bets. Everyone paid more attention to the result of this game. After all, the performance of these players on the field is related to their vital interests. At the same time, at the other end of the competition continent, a figure covered with black heavy armor was struggling to move forward, and the heavy armor made an unbearable squeak sound under 1,000,000 times the gravity. Every step he took left a half-meter deep footprint on the cracked ground, like a moving steel fortress, seemingly slow, but very quickly approaching the silver flag in the center of the plain. This flag stood alone on a plain. The flag surface did not move under heavy pressure, emitting a cold metallic luster, surrounded by green grass and dense forests. At the same time, the figure stopped and frowned under the helmet. He could clearly sense that 7 or 8 powerful auras were approaching rapidly from different directions. He knew that many contestants were aiming for the silver flag. But because of his strong strength, he was the first to arrive. Silver flag. A dull voice came from the helmet, with the texture of metal friction. According to the rules, you can get 5 points if you hold it for 1 hour. He looked down at his iron gloves. But the price is 20% of the movement speed, and all attributes are weakened. The sound of breaking air from a distance made him hesitate for a moment. But soon, a scarlet light shone in the gap of the armor. A silver flag, held for 1 hour, has 5 times the points of a bronze flag. And there are only 1,000 silver flags in the entire competition continent. As long as I can hold it for 1 hour, I can open up the gap with others. Chapter 789. The black-armored man weighed the pros and cons, and made a decision in an instant. He resolutely stretched out his right hand wrapped in heavy armor, and grabbed the flagpole. In an instant, a strange energy penetrated into his body through the armor. He clearly felt that his strength was rapidly draining away, as weak as if his blood was drained. His legs suddenly felt like they were filled with lead, and even standing became extremely difficult. Who? The heavy panting sound came from the helmet, which was particularly clear on the silent plain. The body that had just adapted to the 1,000,000 times gravity, now the physical condition declined again, making him feel a huge pressure. About 2 minutes later, he finally managed to adjust his state. At this moment, several figures exuding a terrifying aura appeared on the surrounding horizon. They quickly approached the figure in black armor and surrounded it. In the crowd, a figure wearing leather armor and holding a scimitar whispered, "Piero, you are so fast. I have burst out all my speed, but you still left me far behind." The figure in black armor just glanced at him lightly and said, "Ant." There was no emotion in his tone, as if in his eyes, this person was really just an insignificant ant. Facing the contemptuous attitude of the black-armored man Piero, the lord holding the scimitar showed a touch of humiliation on his face. However, after a moment, he sneered at the corner of his mouth, with a bit of sarcasm in his tone. "Piero, I think you may not understand the current situation yet." He paused, his eyes swept over Piero like a knife, and continued, "This is not the outside world. Your strength will be extremely suppressed here. Moreover, you are still holding a silver flag. In this state, do you really think you are still my opponent?" His voice became colder and colder, and then he looked around, with a bit of incitement in his tone. "Even if you can defeat me, can you defeat all of us?" However, facing his provocation, Piero remained silent, and even his eyes did not fluctuate. This silent contempt made the scimitar man feel more humiliated. He was furious and shouted loudly, "Everyone! Piero is alone now. Let's go together, kill him, and take his silver flag." After the voice fell, he pretended to rush over, but the lords around him stood still without any action. As mentioned before, no one who can fight all the way to this point is a fool. They all had the same idea, wanting to wait for others to make the first move, and fight with Piero to consume his strength. After all, there was only one silver flag, and every lord present was a potential competitor. Seeing that the other lords were indifferent, the scimitar man suddenly froze in embarrassment. Although he was shouting loudly, he did not have the courage to face Piero alone. Piero glanced at them coldly, snorted disdainfully, and then turned around and prepared to leave. However, seeing that he was about to leave, the other lords suddenly became anxious. They rushed forward and stopped Piero, but did not dare to take the initiative to attack, and the scene fell into a stalemate for a while. Seeing this, Piero knew their cowardice, so he changed direction and continued to move forward. However, he had just walked a short distance when he was stopped by the group of lords. With his movement speed reduced by 20%, and all attributes reduced by 20%, his actions seemed particularly slow. After being blocked again and again, Piero's patience was finally exhausted. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, and the weapon in his hand was slightly raised, as if it would explode in the next moment. The surrounding lords felt this breath, and their hearts tightened, but no one dared to take the lead. At this moment, a cold voice came from under Piero's helmet. "Since you want to drag it out, just keep dragging it out. Anyway, I have plenty of time to waste with you." Hearing this, the other lords seemed to realize something. A lord quickly reminded everyone the flag is in his hand. As long as he holds it for an hour, he can get 5 points. It can't be dragged on. The other lords also understood this. Then, they drew their weapons and mobilized the power of origin. However, no lord summoned a military unit. For them, the military unit was their foundation and confidence. As long as the military unit was not consumed, they still had the capital to fight. Once the military unit was used up, it meant that they were at the end of their rope. The next moment, these lords took action. Like hungry wolves, they pounced on Piero. Seeing this, the man in black armor also knew that he could no longer drag it on. Next, it was time to show the truth. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. A large number of black-armored guards and black-armored ground worms appeared. He had to rely on his own strength to face the siege of these lords head-on. The war was about to start. The same scene was staged in every corner of this competition continent. Not only on Piero's side. Many lords have already touched the flag and started a fierce battle for it. In an instant, the entire competition continent was in a fierce battle. Compared with the battles of those lords, some monsters did not participate in these battles. They mobilized all their strength and flew at high speed on this continent, with a gravity exceeding 1,000,000 times. There was only one goal, that is, the golden flag on the map. After all, a flag of this level, as long as it is held for 1 hour, will get 20 points. At the same time, it will also get a 40% negative state. However, there are only 100 golden flags in the entire map. There are far more than 100 top monsters here, even more than 1,000. Obviously, there will be a fierce clash among these top lords. Buzz! A stream of light moved forward at a high speed, crossing tens of millions of kilometers in an instant. About a few minutes later, the stream of light approached the location of a bronze flag. His speed slowed down, and gradually manifested into a figure wearing starry sky armor and carrying a black bow. Obviously, this figure is naturally Han Xing. After the game started, he ran straight to the nearest bronze flag at the fastest speed. However, even so, his speed seemed to be a step slower. In front of Han Xing, there are already 2 or 3 lords, who have taken the lead and are about to reach the vicinity of the bronze flag. Of course, this does not mean that these lords are faster than Han Xing. It may also be because their birthplaces are closer to this flag than Han Xing. Of course, from the sense of breath, the strength of these lords is really quite powerful. Each one of them gives Han Xing the feeling that they are not inferior to the great beast lord. Huh? He exhaled lightly and sighed. Sure enough, the lords who can enter the 4th round are all strong. Anyone who appears is stronger than the great beast lord. I don't know if he can hold on until the day he joins me. Han Xing shook his head. Now is not the time to care about others. Even if I can't be careless on this level of battlefield. So, Han Xing maintained his speed and quickly approached the flag. Boom, boom! Violent explosions continued to sound. The 3 lords were fighting with their own strength. The terrifying origin wave instantly spread out tens of thousands of kilometers. Huge deep pits appeared on the ground because of their battle. Maywin! Join forces first, kill Shan Qing, and grab his flag. One of them shouted. The other lord responded, okay. The next moment, a terrifying wave broke out. The 2 origin forces gathered together and began to attack the same target. Boom! As an explosion sounded today, the area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in radius was directly razed to the ground. In the smoke and dust, a figure was beaten to spit blood and flew backwards. Seeing that the other 2 were still chasing after him. This person's eyes were fierce, and he said in a deep voice, "Since you want it, then give it to you." After saying that, he threw the flag in his hand violently, and threw it directly into the air. Seeing this scene, the other 2 lords showed hope in their eyes. They were about to rush up and snatch the flag. But at this moment, a stream of light suddenly flashed in front of the 3 lords. Before they could react, the flag disappeared in an instant. In their stunned eyes, they saw a figure wearing starry sky armor appearing in the distance. The next moment, these lords reacted, and a hint of anger appeared in their eyes. He snatched the flag. Go after him. Instantly, the three lords burst out with unprecedented speed and chased after the figure. While they were chasing, they kept cursing and looked very angry. Damn it! If I catch you, I make you pay. Damn you! No one has ever dared to take advantage of me, Maewyn. You will regret it. They were so angry that they lost their minds. But it's understandable after thinking about it. After all, the three of them fought hard to get the flag. In the end, it was taken away by an uninvited guest before they got it. Anyone would feel extremely angry. However, the figure didn't pay any attention to their shouting, but continued to run forward. And the speed was getting faster and faster, like a real star, extremely fast and unpredictable. The distance between the two sides was also getting farther and farther. After chasing for nearly 10 minutes, the three were completely left behind, and they couldn't even see the figure. Finally, they could only stop and look at each other with a depressed look. Did you see the boy clearly? Asked one of the lords. The other two pondered for a while, and shook their heads slowly. Hearing this, the lord said depressedly, Damn it! How can this guy be so fast? Do you remember that there are lords known for their speed in the list of this competition? The two lords pondered for a moment, and the lord who was attacked by them at the beginning said coldly, Why ask so many questions? Even if you know the identity of the other party, what can you do? It's during the competition now, and all the actions of the other party are reasonable. If we can't run faster than others, we can only blame our inferior skills. Hearing this, the other two lords were slightly stunned. Finally, they sighed helplessly. Although the lord said it very bluntly, what he said was indeed true. Who of those who entered the fourth round of the flag-grabbing competition this time is not a monster among monsters? Including the three of them, they also fought among hundreds of billions of lords. Therefore, everyone had some special skills that they had not used. In fact, if they continued to chase, they could still do so. After all, the positions of these flags would be displayed on the map in real time, and they could know the opponent's position based on the marks on the map. But unfortunately, the opponent's speed was too fast. It would take a long time to catch up with him. Instead of wasting this time, it would be better to grab other flags. So, the three lords looked at each other, and then parted ways without hesitation. On the other side, Han Xing grabbed a bronze flag in his hand and rushed madly in the air. Because his burst speed was too fast, the surrounding scene also underwent some strange changes. It was as if he had entered a space-time channel. On the walls on both sides of the channel, the surrounding mountains, rivers, and even the sky and the earth all appeared in another form. Like a slide, it flashed wildly. Han Xing knew that this was because his speed had exceeded the speed of light too much. As long as he slowed down a little, the surrounding scene would recover. After sensing it, he found that there was no breath of other lords around him. Han Xing also relaxed a little. The surrounding mountains and rivers appeared, and Han Xing's figure also stopped at the top of a high mountain. He looked at the flag in his hand, and a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect to grab a bronze flag as soon as I arrived. Not bad. It's really worthy of the Tianji Liuguang step. I, a mid-level lord, can crush those top high-level lords in speed. I feel that with this step alone, I can firmly occupy a flag and successfully advance. Thinking of this, Han Xing felt extremely relieved. This step given by Lord Tianji can be said to come at the right time. Then, he looked at the flag in his hand, and a group of black air continued to emanate and entangle Han Xing's arm. It's this thing that has a strange power invading my body, which has reduced my movement speed. Otherwise I can be faster. But it doesn't matter. After all, the current speed is enough for Han Xing. As long as he doesn't encounter those top monsters, it's not difficult for him to firmly occupy a bronze flag. And the goal of those top monsters should be the higher-level silver flag, or even the gold flag. It is estimated that they will not waste more time to run to Han Xing to grab this bronze flag. Chapter 790. Thinking of this, Han Xing continued to rush forward at a steady speed. On the way, he noticed the countdown on the flag. 27 minutes, 35 seconds. This countdown should be the time to calculate the score. According to the rules, everyone must hold the flag for 1 hour before the points are calculated. Han Xing has held this flag for more than half an hour. So he only needs to hold on for more than 20 minutes to get 1 point. However, in the last 20 minutes, I can't be careless. It's better to move more and change positions more often, and not stay in the same place for a long time. Otherwise, my position will be exposed to the vision of all lords, which is equivalent to a live target. Thinking of this, Han Xing continued to activate the Tianji Liuguang step, turning into a stream of light rushing at a high speed, constantly changing positions. Although it is very tiring to do this, It is also the safest way. In this way, time passed quickly. For the next 20 minutes, Han Xing was at peace. There are still 3 minutes left before the flag in his hand settles the first points. There are dozens of names on the current points ranking, and they have all successfully obtained 1 point. Obviously, these should be the first batch of lords holding bronze flags. At the beginning of the game, they were born near the flags, and with their strong strength, they suppressed all competitors and successfully won the first point. As for the holders of silver and gold flags, they have not yet settled the first points. Under the guidance of the organizer, the positions of the 1,000 silver flags are very far apart. The remaining 100 gold flags are located in the center of the competition continent. Basically, there will be no preference for any lord, saying that he will be born near the silver or gold flag. If you want a higher level flag, you have to compete based on your strength. In this way, 2 minutes passed again. The names of lords on the score ranking have reached 300. The names of lords on the kill ranking are even more, reaching more than 4,000. This means that less than an hour after the start of the war, at least more than 4,000 lords have been killed. Han Xing sighed. This competition is really fierce. The first place in the kill list has more than 50 points. According to the calculation of 5 kill points for killing a lord, this means that this person has killed at least more than 10 lords. This record can be said to be quite terrifying. Han Xing glanced at the name of this person. First place, Dark Eye, killing points 55 huh? Seeing this name, he frowned immediately. Eye of Darkness, why does it sound familiar? After a moment, Han Xing seemed to remember something. Some time ago, he killed a strange high-level lord in a dark place with strange item Statue of Sadness. The other party's name was Arm of Darkness. At that time, through the item information, it was learned that in addition to Arm of Darkness, there were also Foot of Darkness, Skull of Darkness, Eye of Darkness. Only when these parts are gathered together can it be equivalent to a complete body of a terrifying existence. It can't be such a coincidence? Han Xing said with a strange look on his face. Is this Eye of Darkness another part of that Arm of Darkness? Although he thought that the probability of such a thing was very small, when he reached Han Xing's level, he would have some mysterious intuition about many things. Obviously, the other party was most likely really like that. And this also gave Han Xing a new idea. That is, does this guy know that he killed the Dark Arm, and did the Demon King who had fought with him last time come here to watch the battle? Or did the Demon King also participate in the competition? Thinking of this, Han Xing quickly pulled up the list of the killing list. In the 3,145th place, he saw this familiar name. 3,145th place, Demon King, killing points, 5. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Interesting. I didn't expect that the Demon King would also participate in the competition, and even made it to the 4th round. So, he must have known about my existence. But he never looked for me, nor did he stand out too much, as if he didn't want me to notice his existence. This made Han Xing infer. First of all, it can be confirmed that the Demon King and the Dark Eye should be the forces of the same organization. Then it is very likely that the Dark Eye knows that I killed the Dark Arm. But they didn't attack me, nor did they take the initiative to contact me. They should be shocked by the strength I showed, and knew that there was no chance to retaliate against me for the time being. So they decided to concentrate on dealing with the game in front of them first. Just as Han Xing was about to continue to deduce, he suddenly stopped his train of thought. Because he felt that something strange seemed to have appeared behind him. Before Han Xing could react, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared. Assassin! This thought suddenly emerged in Han Xing's mind. However, when he reacted, he had been approached by the other party. The distance between the two sides was less than 100 meters, and the knife energy from the dagger had even passed through Han Xing's body. As an existence that could kill into the 4th round, and also an assassin, the other party definitely has his own unique features. This ability to sneak into Han Xing's 1 kilometer range silently, and without even being discovered can already become the nightmare of 99% of the lords. What is the concept of 1 kilometer? For lords like them, it is even shorter than 1 millimeter. It can be called zero distance. Feeling the stinging pain from behind and the cold gaze, Han Xing sighed in his heart. What a strong assassin, what a fast speed. If I'm not careful, I might really lose my life here today. But it's very difficult for an assassin to kill me. At the moment when the dagger was about to hit Han Xing, an invisible wave instantly emanated from him. Buzz! Time seemed to freeze. Han Xing's figure suddenly turned into a stream of light. Passive skill time beast body triggered. TNG flowing light step triggered. Time stopped for 1 second. Movement speed increased by 100%. The next moment, Han Xing's figure was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the assassin. In fact, 1 second of time stopping was enough for Han Xing to run several light years and leave the enemy far behind. However, in order not to expose his ability to stop time in advance, so Han Xing only stopped time for a moment and then cancelled this ability. In the eyes of outsiders, Han Xing's performance was just at the moment he was about to be hit by the dagger. His movement speed suddenly increased several times, and he avoided the attack. But even so, it was quite amazing. There were many lords in the outside world who were paying attention to Han Xing. Originally, they saw that Han Xing suddenly encountered such a strong top assassin, and was touched so close by the opponent. Under normal circumstances, except for those top monsters, they are basically in danger. As a result, he actually avoided the attack with that terrifying burst speed. The outside world was immediately in an uproar. Many people were talking about it. What a fast speed. Is this kind of burst really something a mid-level lord can have? Yes, it's too fast. After so many days of competition, this is the first time I've seen Sha Xing show such a terrifying speed. This should be his trump card. He has not used it before. This time he entered the 4th round and encountered 2 strong enemies. He was forced to show his true ability at the beginning. Everyone nodded and felt that this person's analysis made sense. At this time, another person said, "Do you think that Han Xing's body movement just now is familiar?" Familiar? Hearing this, the Lord's eyes showed thoughtfulness. On the battlefield, Han Xing had just pulled away, and the knife was cut down instantly at this time. Swish! A space crack tens of thousands of kilometers long appeared in the space ahead. The sword energy that burst out alone cut the earth and the sky at the same time. This shows the explosive power of this knife. The assassin saw that his attack failed, and a little surprise appeared in his eyes. He stared at Han Xing in the distance and asked, "You actually dodged it? What kind of trick did you use?" Han Xing looked at him indifferently without any response. The assassin saw that he did not respond, and his eyes became colder. "Humph. You are just a mid-level lord, yet you dare to ignore me. Even if you are amazingly fast, I am not inferior to anyone in terms of burst speed. It's just right. I will kill you here to avenge my master Yuing." Hearing the last sentence, the indifference in Han Xing's eyes disappeared, and he said with some surprise, "Oh? Your master is Yuing? You are the assassin of Yuing Pavilion?" After hearing this, the assassin responded coldly, "It's too late to know now. Next, I will keep an eye on you during the game, kill all your 10 resurrections first, and let you out. Then, there will be other assassins waiting for you outside, and they will kill you with one blow." Hearing his threat, Han Xing's expression did not fluctuate at all. But he still asked in confusion, "Can a force like Yuing Pavilion cultivate an assassin like you? Your strength is much stronger than that old guy Yuing, right?" After all, when he killed Yuing, Han Xing did waste a lot of effort. But now is different from the past. After so many days, Han Xing's strength has increased several times. If he fights against a high-level lord like Yuing again, he doesn't need to burst out all his strength to completely kill him. However, the assassin in front of him is much stronger than Yuing. Even among those evildoers, he is not a weakling. After all, even Han Xing was almost killed by him, which is a good example. If there were assassins of this level in the Shadow Pavilion, Han Xing would definitely turn around and leave, and would not run to destroy this force at all. Hearing his question, the assassin still snorted coldly, "I will tell you when I cut off your head." The next moment, the assassin's figure disappeared instantly. Han Xing felt a burst of coldness coming from all directions again. It was as if there were at least 4 or 5 top assassins attacking him from all directions, and the speed was very fast, and they were by his side in the blink of an eye. This guy was not exaggerating. In terms of burst speed, he was not inferior to Han Xing, who had the Tianji Liuguang step. However, Han Xing's face remained calm when he felt the tingling in his body. If an ordinary archer was approached by such a top assassin, the outcome would be doomed. But Han Xing had too many ways to deal with this situation. He casually pulled the bowstring, and was about to shoot the first arrow. At this moment, a faint figure came to his ears. "Want to attack me? Dream on!" Swish! A flash of knife light came down from the top of his head. This knife poured all the strength of the assassin. In his impression, no one could bear it, however. At this moment, the archer turned into a stream of light again, and suddenly disappeared on the spot. Voila! The knife energy poured down like a waterfall, cutting a crack of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the ground in front. Seeing this scene, the assassin's eyes suddenly showed a blank look. If the first escape was a coincidence, he used some kind of explosive means. Then the second time, it was a real speed crush. In other words, the speed he was proud of was suppressed by a mid-level lord. This is impossible. The assassin's eyes widened, and he was about to disappear again and rush towards Han Xing. But it was obvious that Han Xing would not give him a chance. Buzz! A strong breath of the origin of the moon burst out. The assassin suddenly felt that his movements became extremely slow, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. Control system combat skills? And it's so advanced. You guy. Before he finished speaking, he was completely fixed. In front of enhanced broken moon, even an assassin known for his speed had no chance to resist. In fact, in front of Han Xing's time beast body and Tianji Liuguang step, he was inherently invincible. The reason why he directly used the trump card broken moon was to make a quick decision, so as not to expose more things during the battle. When the opponent was immobilized, the next battle was naturally no longer suspenseful. Swish! Swish! A large number of arrows burst out and passed through the assassin's body. Bang sounded, the full moon shattered, and the assassin's body was also blown to pieces. A message appeared in front of him. Successfully killed one lord, and got killing points, 5. You have held the bronze flag for more than 1 hour, and got points, 1. Congratulations. Your points have successfully entered the points ranking list, current ranking, 954. Congratulations. Your killing points have successfully entered the killing ranking list, current ranking, 4062. Please keep up the good work and continue to maintain your ranking. Seeing the prompt information, Han Xing smiled again. Not bad, squeezed into the double list. But we still can't be careless next time. Continue to play it safe, and keep moving with this bronze flag. Chapter 791. Thinking of this, Han Xing turned into a stream of light again and rushed forward. After he left, several powerful auras appeared around. They stared at Han Xing's back, and their eyes showed strong vigilance. Obviously, Han Xing's battle here just now was seen by many lords. For this mid-level lord, they raised the threat of the opponent by several levels again. On the other side, the assassin entered a dark space after being shot by Han Xing again. When he regained consciousness again, he found that he had been randomly reborn in an unknown corner of the competition continent. It was unknown how far away from Han Xing. Damn! How can this guy be so strong? The information given to me by Lord Yu is wrong. This kid's speed is not his shortcoming, he is strong in all aspects. Thinking of this, the assassin's face showed a complex expression. He had never thought that he would fail in assassinating a mid-level lord, and was shot by the other party, as if he was beheading a stray dog on the roadside. This was an unprecedented humiliation in his assassin career. No, we must unite more powerful people under the Lord of Desire, and find a way to kick this kid out together. Otherwise, once he advances to the top 100,000, there will definitely be more lords of the God realm, and even stronger beings, who will take him as a disciple. By then, there will be even less chance to kill this person. After he finished speaking, he had made a decision in his heart. Then his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. At the other end of the competition continent. This is an area covered by snow all year round. The thick snow covered the entire land like a silver carpet. The mountains in the distance were like snow-white towers, reaching into the sky. And in these mountains, 7 or 8 lords were engaged in a fierce melee. Boom! Boom! The sword energy was vented, the terrifying magic burst, and the giant cannon with a volume of more than 10,000 meters. Every attack could flatten tens of thousands of mountains. Every wave of collision caused countless 10,000-meter deep cracks on the earth. That area had been beaten to chaos and turbulence. Even if a high-level lord approached, he would be involved. However, although the fight between these lords was fierce, every blow was done with all their strength, and the damage caused was becoming more and more amazing. But they were all deliberately avoiding a place. That was also the only intact snow mountain within a radius of millions of kilometers. Not for anything else, but because a silver flag was planted on the top of this snow mountain. The reason why these strong men are fighting here is precisely because of this silver flag. Under normal circumstances, these evildoers are very cautious and should not act rashly. At the beginning, they were also in a stalemate, and no one dared to take the flag first. But as time passed, some people gradually became restless and began to move. But because they were afraid of the strength of other opponents, they remained relatively restrained. Until the first hour passed. More and more names appeared on the scoreboard. They realized that they could not drag it on like this. So one of the lords took the lead and wanted to grab the flag. This move immediately triggered a chain reaction. Other lords also started to fight, and then 7 or 8 lords joined in, so it turned into the current melee situation. At this moment, the strength of these 7 or 8 lords was similar, and each of them was a demon among the high-level lords, and the fight was hard to tell. And after a few minutes of fighting, basically everyone was injured, which also made them really angry. Many lords have already started to fight for real. Various combat skills were also thrown out crazily. The battlefield became more and more chaotic, and at this moment of crazy fighting, all the lords were thinking about dealing with the enemies in front of them. They didn't notice that at this time, an insect with a pair of wings and a butterfly-like appearance flew over slowly and steadily. The body of this insect is transparent. And it's not just simple transparency, but involves a more profound law. Not only can you see the other party's body, but you can't feel the other party's breath. It's as if it has never appeared. This creature, called the Phantom Light Hidden Butterfly, is an extremely special existence in the Lord's continent. They usually live in extreme environments where few people go, and it is extremely difficult to find this creature. They do not make any sound, do not emit any smell, and even the most sensitive detection methods cannot sense the existence of this creature. According to legend, only newborn babies who maintain a pure heart can catch a glimpse of their figures by chance. At the same time, this Phantom Light Hidden Butterfly is lightly shuttling between various chaotic energies, and its transparent wings are constantly vibrating, accurately avoiding every splash of the source explosion. In its special compound eyes, the entire battlefield is broken down into countless energy flow trajectories, and it can clearly find the most suitable route for itself among these trajectories. As it flies, its tail secretes several almost invisible crystal particles. After these particles landed, the surrounding scenery suddenly became extremely clear, which was the only evidence that could capture the existence of the Phantom Light Hidden Butterfly. After a short flight, the Phantom Light Hidden Butterfly had approached the flag. The next moment, with a slight flap of its wings, the silver flag disappeared silently on the spot. And the lords who were fighting fiercely were unaware of all this. Boom, boom! The terrifying explosions continued to sound. Their fight became more and more intense, and even a lord was killed. At this moment, one of the long-haired men suddenly said in a deep voice, "Stop, there is an accident." Hearing this, the lords who were already bloodthirsty were still fighting crazily. However, the next sentence of the long-haired man made them stop at the same time. "Stop fighting, the flag is gone." Hearing this, all the lords turned their eyes to the snowy mountain. On the top of the mountain, the silver flag that was originally planted was now empty, and had disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that the flag had disappeared for a long time. After being stunned for a moment, a huge anger emerged on the faces of these lords at the same time. A woman in green shouted angrily, "How dare you? You actually took the flag while we were fighting to the death. Let me know who you are, and I will fight you to the death." The other lords also showed great anger. At this time, the long-haired man said, "Don't talk too much here, look at the map. After the guy took the silver flag, his speed will be reduced by 20%, and he can't run far. The nearest silver flag is the guy who took the flag." Hearing this, the lords opened the small map. At a glance, they saw a silver flag 1 light year away from them. And it was still flying away at a very fast speed. The next moment, the green-clothed woman's eyes turned cold, and then she disappeared first. Including several other lords also disappeared. Obviously, they all went to chase the lord at the same time. They wanted to see who was so bold that he dared to snatch food from the mouths of so many top lords. On the other side, a man wearing a fur coat and a rough face was fleeing at a very fast speed. He almost burst out at the fastest speed in his history. However, under the influence of the million times gravity and the negative state of the silver flag, his movement speed was extremely slow. It took several minutes to cross a distance of 1 light year. This man was the great beast lord. At this moment, he was complaining with a bitter face. The organizer of this time really didn't let me take advantage of any loopholes. I wanted to give the silver flag to the Phantom Light Hidden Butterfly, and then run away with the Phantom Light Hidden Butterfly. Unexpectedly, the influence caused by the flag can still be applied to me. The two negative effects combined have at least reduced my speed by more than 30%. Although the strength of the Great Beast Lord is not bad. But among these 150,000 lords, he is only at the bottom. Even in the third round, he was promoted by the edge. Therefore, the Great Beast Lord knew clearly that once those guys behind him caught up, he would have no chance. He secretly said in his heart, "Damn it! Shouldn't I throw away the silver flag now? Otherwise, I will be caught up soon." He felt extremely hesitant. After all, this is the silver flag he grabbed with great difficulty. And he has held it for more than 5 minutes. If he holds on for another 55 minutes, he can get a point settlement and directly have 5 points, and on the current points ranking list, there are less than 20 people with 5 points. In other words, he has a high probability of making it into the top 100. Thinking of this, the great beast lord gritted his teeth and said, "Let's do it. Even if I use up one resurrection opportunity, it's worth it to get 5 points. Next, I find a place to defend, devote all my troops' combat power, and delay the last 55 minutes. By then, even if I'm killed, I have made a profit." It has to be said that the great beast lord's strategy is still correct. Here, each lord has 10 resurrection opportunities. But there are only 10,500 flags. It's equivalent to 10 people grabbing one flag. Many lords may not even get 1 point for using one resurrection opportunity. It's really a good plan for the great beast lord to get 5 points. The next moment, he burst out all his strength and rushed forward frantically. On the other side, Han Xing also held a bronze flag and ran at a high speed. Along the way, he would avoid the lords if he sensed their presence nearby. Even if he couldn't avoid them, he would rush over at the fastest speed and kill them. He didn't give other lords the opportunity to gather together and unite against him. Of course, in most cases, when those lords saw Han Xing approaching, coupled with his terrifying speed, they basically fled in a hurry. After all, no one is a fool. Seeing Han Xing's aggressive approach, coupled with his momentum, it can also be associated with this person, who is definitely not to be provoked. So, after 40 minutes, Han Xing killed 3 lords and earned 15 killing points. However, his ranking in the killing points list is still around 5,000. The Dark Eye, ranked first, has more than 100 killing points. However, on the points ranking, this guy doesn't even have a single point. Seeing this scene, Han Xing couldn't help but complain, "Damn it, this Dark Eye is not here to capture the flag, but to kill people, right? It feels like this guy has been killing people since the beginning of the game." Han Xing was right. The opponent did not capture the flag at all. Instead, he has been looking for some lone and weak lords to kill. His goal is very clear. First, get enough killing points to stabilize the ranking of the killing list. At that time, he can get an extra reward. Wait until later, when more lords are eliminated and fewer competitors. Then he will start to exert his strength. This is also the idea of some lords. Of course, this way of playing is just an evil way after all. Compared to the killing list, the other scoreboard is the key to whether you can advance. Swoosh, swoosh. Han Xing's figure kept passing by. In the blink of an eye, 18 minutes passed. There was only 1 minute left before his second flag points were settled. Han Xing glanced at the scoreboard. On the current scoreboard, the first echelon is naturally those who have obtained the silver flag and have been there for more than an hour. There are nearly 20 names in a row, all with 5 points. And below them are the lords, who have held the bronze flag for more than 2 hours. There are more than 800 lords of this level. Behind them are the lords, who have held the bronze flag for more than an hour. Among them is Han Xing. His ranking is already outside the top 1,000. As for the lords, who have held the gold flag for an hour and obtained 20 points, there is not one yet. After all, there are only 100 gold flags in the entire game map. Those who have set their sights on these flags are all top-notch monsters. What are top-notch monsters? They are strong men of the level of Lung Dao, Ji Yutian, Bakar, and Yao Lian. At this point, who can say that they can win the other side? Not to mention, they have to snatch the golden flag surrounded by a group of strong men, and they will also suffer a double reduction of 40% in movement speed and all attributes. Even those top monsters can't stand it. Han Xing secretly said, "According to the forecast, I'm afraid that no one will be able to successfully seize the golden flag today. Only when everyone has tried it out tomorrow, can we really do it. By then, maybe a top monster will defeat other lords and seize the golden flag." At the same time, at the other end of the arena, a man in a plain long gown holding a guqin in his arms was standing in the air. His blue hair was flying in the wind. And beside him, there was a golden flag. But the strange thing is that the location of this man is clearly published on the map, but there is no lord around him. If you look up to the sky, you will find that the area within a light-year radius of this man has been razed to the ground. Obviously, a terrible war once took place here. Chapter 792. With this man as the center, the area within a light-year radius has been razed to the ground. In other words, this man, under the super negative buff of the golden flag, killed a group of top monsters and strongly defended the golden flag in his hand. Zheng zheng. The man gently plucked the strings in his hand, and his two-color pupils contained a special charm, as if there were two worlds flowing inside. Then, he slowly said, "It's been an hour. You still haven't come, it seems that you are ready to give up? He looked around with a little regret in his eyes. It seems that he feels sorry for losing a group of powerful opponents. After a moment, he sighed softly, alas. I should not have used too much power. No one came to kill me. I am very lonely. Just when Han Xing thought that no one would be able to successfully capture the golden flag today. At this time, the score list suddenly jumped. First place, Roland, points, 20. Second place, Laria, points, 5. Third place. 57th place, Big Beast, points, 5. Seeing the ranking list above, Han Xing was stunned for a moment. Roland. Is it him? The information of this person was also collected by Miao Qing, and he was listed as one of the most threatening opponents. Roland is very mysterious and low-key. So far, no one knows his true strength. All we know is that he is a strong man of the spiritual system. Every time he goes on the field to fight the enemy, he just gives the opponent a look, and then the enemy dies on the spot. He didn't even move. This shows how terrifying this person's mental attack is. And, according to some special channels, this person is not only good at mental attacks, but also has very strong melee ability. In the previous Southern Region Tianju Challenge, he used knives, swords, spears, fans, daggers, to win 5 consecutive championships, and became a 5-time champion. And this time, he only showed mental attacks from beginning to end. From this information, we can infer how terrifying this person's strength is. It is almost equivalent to an enhanced version of an all-round player like Han Xing. No, it is a super enhanced version. Miao Qing specifically said that if Han Xing encounters Roland, he should either give up resistance directly, or use all means to kill the opponent in one wave. Because if he can't kill him, Han Xing will definitely die. This monster is really terrifying. If anyone can win the first place this time, then this Roland is one of the most likely players. There are also several people who are as famous as him. But this number is very small. However, it was not Roland that caught Han Xing's attention, but another name, Big Beast. Wow, Big Beast Lord actually got 5 points and rushed into the top 100. That's quite impressive. Han Xing gave a heartfelt admiration. After all, Big Beast Lord's strength was not strong, but he was able to snatch food from the mouths of a group of monsters and gnaw 5 points. Although I don't know how he did it. But this is enough to prove that Big Beast Lord is not simple. At this time, a message appeared. Attention, contestants. You have held the bronze flag for 1 hour and earned points. 1. Your cumulative points are 2. Your ranking has risen. Current ranking 965. Seeing the system prompt, Han Xing didn't feel very happy. I originally thought that it was good enough to squeeze into the top 1000. But after seeing the ranking of the Great Beast Lord, it also stimulated him a little. Han Xing took a deep breath and said, it seems that I can't play badly anymore. I have to find a silver flag to attack. At least I can't be suppressed by the Great Beast Lord. The next moment, Han Xing opened the map, and then found the nearest silver flag and rushed out at a high speed. At the same time, at the other end of the map, the figure of the Great Beast Lord suddenly appeared in a primitive jungle from the snowy mountain terrain. Looking at the situation around him, he sighed, those lords are really crazy. I was almost scared by so many top monsters. Fortunately, these guys were afraid to use all their troops to fight me at once, giving me a chance to breathe. Successfully persisted for an hour before being killed. He breathed a sigh of relief. There was still some palpitation in his eyes, as if he was still afraid of the danger of the last battle. Then, he shook his head and said, there are still 9 chances to revive. I wonder if there will be such opportunities later. If there is, it would be nice to change to a bronze flag. The Great Beast Lord had a clear idea. He knew clearly that his strength was at the bottom among these lords. So he also wanted to use his advantages to gain more points. Even if he couldn't advance, it would be good to get a ranking reward. And he also had Phantom Light Hidden Butterfly, a perverted and hidden insect, which was most suitable for fishing in troubled waters. Thinking of this, the Beast Lord flew into the air again and rushed towards a certain area ahead. Just like that, time passed in a flash, and 7 hours passed. The names on the points ranking list kept changing. The most dazzling one was naturally Roland, who was ranked first. He had been holding a golden flag for more than 5 hours, and with the only 3-digit points, he was the best among the crowd. And below him, there were several other people holding golden flags. And they all lasted for more than 2 hours. Han Xing had previously speculated that the lord holding the golden flag would not appear until tomorrow in this competition, but he was completely wrong. Some evildoers can withstand the terrifying pressure, and combat power, and force their way out of the siege. There are already 5 lords like this, and they occupy the top 6 of the ranking list. As for the ones behind, most of them have more than 10 points, or even a few points. Han Xing got 7 points because he held the bronze flag for 7 hours. But this number of points is already ranked outside the top 1,500. Seeing this term, Han Xing frowned slightly. No. If this continues, the ranking will continue to drop. These top monsters are all grabbing silver flags. 1 hour is equivalent to my 5 hours. If I want to catch up with them, I have to grab a silver flag too. In the past few hours, Han Xing has been constantly looking for a suitable target. He followed the marks on the map several times, and went to the location of those silver flags. As a result, as soon as he arrived, either dozens of lords were fighting in a big melee, killing the world, or a top monster, holding a silver flag, powerfully killed a large number of lords. No matter which one it is, Han Xing cannot participate. After all, this is not a trial. He can kill a large group of people with 1 arrow. Every lord here is stronger than the Great Beast Lord. The general combination of combat skills can no longer kill these lords. Even if Han Xing wants to fish in troubled waters, his attack power is not enough. And once exposed, coupled with the fact that he holds a bronze flag, it may attract the lords to chase him in the opposite direction. So after a few hours, Han Xing did not find a suitable target. After almost 3 hours, Han Xing sighed. Forget it, the bronze flag is the bronze flag. As long as no one comes to grab mine, let me keep it. The points of the bronze flag are enough for me to advance smoothly. At least I have more points than the Great Beast Lord. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Han Xing's face. He also roughly understood why the Great Beast Lord was able to take down a silver flag at the beginning and hold on for an hour. Obviously, that was exchanged for a life. He was a lord famous for his territory, and was most suitable for this kind of defensive battle. So using a life to exchange for 5 points was still very good. Of course, later on, the Great Beast Lord had no such opportunity. So in these 5 hours, he basically added no points. Han Xing shook his head, and continued to move forward aimlessly in this competition continent. Time passed in a flash, and another 13 hours passed. In total, 20 hours have passed since the start of the competition. In other words, the first day of the 30-day competition is almost over. The competition in the current ranking list is quite fierce, and the top 10 positions are constantly changing. Even Roland, who was so strong at the beginning, was pulled down from the altar, and lost the golden flag in his hand. In the 10th hour when he held the golden flag, he was the most powerful with 200 points, almost twice the gap with the second place. Everyone knew that they could not let Roland go on. Otherwise, as time went on, his points would get higher and higher, and there would be no possibility of surpassing him. So, in the 11th hour, Roland was surrounded and killed by more than 10 top monsters, and made targeted arrangements. In this battle, Roland was also forced to use all his strength. The fight between more than a dozen top monsters shook the entire competition continent, and even the lords of the god realm were alarmed one after another. Those lords who watched the battle were all amazed at Roland's horror. The strength shown by this person has completely surpassed the scope of the Chaos Lord. Of course, the strength of other monsters is not bad either. Although they were weaker than Roland, they still defeated him with the joint efforts of more than a dozen people. In the end, at the cost of 5 deaths, they successfully killed Roland and ended his first place. As for the 2nd to 9th place, the fighting was even more tragic. Now, those top monsters have almost reached a consensus. If anyone leaves the game points by a cliff, even if you rush into the top 10, you will be surrounded and killed by everyone. So, after 20 hours of competition, now Roland has been squeezed to the 2nd place, and the 1st place is another lord named Carson. But obviously, he won't be the first for long. Han Xing glanced at his ranking. Number 2348. Han Xing, points, 20. During these 20 hours, he has been holding a bronze flag, and rarely encountered lords, who came to provoke him. After all, there are more than 100,000 lords in the 4th round of the flag-grabbing competition, and he is the only one with the combat power of the middle-level lord. In addition to his iconic starry sky armor, and black war bow. Almost as long as they see his figure, those lords will recognize Han Xing's identity. They also know that this is a very difficult monster. Without absolute certainty, it is best not to provoke him easily. Moreover, he only has a bronze flag in his hand, and it is not worth it for those lords to come and fight Han Xing to the death. Therefore, Han Xing is the one who encounters the least battles in the entire competition continent. As he flew in the air, he shook his head and said, "I thought these 4 rounds would be very intense, but I didn't expect that none of the lords would come to me. Although it's easy, it's also a bit boring. Because there was no fighting, Han Xing naturally didn't kill anyone. He had already fallen out of the top 10,000 on the current killing score list. The Dark Eye, which was originally ranked first, had already been squeezed out of the top 100. The current number 1 is still Roland. It is said that this guy was furious after the loss of the Golden Flag. He wanted to fly back and fight those lords to the end. As a result, because each resurrection was a random teleportation, he was directly teleported to the other end of the map. In addition, the influence of 1,000,000 times gravity, even Roland could not find those lords in a short time. This made him even more angry, and he began to vent his anger by killing other lords. After several hours of continuous killing, his killing points skyrocketed, so he rushed to the top of the killing list. Of course, Roland's wanton killing also aroused the hatred of many lords in that area. Now many lords have united and are ready to surround and kill this monster again. That's it. Time flies, and another 4 hours have passed. The first day of the competition is officially over. The rankings of the two lists have changed again, and the names of those strong men have rushed up several times, and were eliminated again. The fierce and cruel competition made the lords outside the field stunned, and at the same time they were very excited. After all, if it weren't for this competition, how could they see so many top monsters showing their magical powers, various hidden means bursting out one after another, causing the lords of the God Realm to be constantly shocked. Many lords looked at those fighting figures, and planted the seeds of becoming stronger in their hearts. They hoped that one day in the future, they can become as powerful and as eye-catching as these monsters. The entire competition continent fell into a state of chaos. However, in such a fierce battle, there was a figure strolling leisurely. He stayed on the top of the mountain for a while, watching the magnificent scenery around him. He stayed in the snowfield for a while, looking at the beautiful snow scenery. It can be said that he was very leisurely. This figure was Han Xing. He held a bronze flag in his hand, and walked in the mountains with a calm face. In the next few hours, he basically wandered around in this area. It was to attract other lords to come up and challenge him. However, after those lords approached, they sensed Han Xing's breath, and coupled with the bronze flag in his hand, they immediately lost interest and left here. After waiting for 4 hours, no one came to trouble him. Han Xing sighed. It seems that the lords in this area are not very strong. As a bronze lord, I don't have the intention to let them fight me to the end. Chapter 793. Han Xing sighed. I am a bronze rank, so I don't want them to fight me to the end. While he was thinking about this, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Han Xing quickly raised his head and looked into the distance. Because he felt that there were many powerful auras approaching him rapidly. The fighting spirit of these auras was extremely fierce, and he could sense it from such a distance, as if they were fighting a life and death battle. Han Xing quickly opened the map and glanced at it. Then a look of realization appeared in his eyes. It is indeed a silver flag. Only a silver flag can cause so many strong people to fight. Han Xing thought for a moment and thought to himself, should I join in the fun and see if I can grab this silver flag? Or should I just maintain my basic base and get a bronze flag to ensure my promotion? After all, there are a total of 11,000 flags in this competition, and the number of people who advance is 10,500. In other words, as long as Han Xing holds the bronze flag from the first day to the end of the game, he has a 99% chance of reaching the 5th round of the realm. However, this is a very conservative way of playing. Although he has a place to advance, the rare rewards on the double list are basically out of his reach. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Han Xing's eyes gradually showed determination. In that case, let's fight. It's better to be a moth flying into the fire than a frog in the warm water. Let me see if I can break into the top 1,000 of the double list with all my strength. Next, Han Xing's figure flashed. He turned into a stream of light, and rushed quickly towards the direction of the silver flag. Tugong is a native from a remote area in the southern region of the Lord continent. Like all the native races, he basically lived in his own tribe from birth to adulthood, and never came into contact with those lords. After all, the Lord continent is too big. Even a small tribe may be dozens of times larger than Blue Star, and they may never be able to leave their tribe in their lifetime. Until that day, a lord broke into Tugong's tribe, and saw this group of barbarians, who were still living in the tribe, with a look on their faces as if they were prey. He wanted to pack up all the barbarians in this tribe, and take them to the slave market for trading. After all, for most lords, these natives are prey in the forest, and they are hunters. When hunters encounter prey, they kill them by the way, and then take them back to the market to sell some origin coins, that's all. From Tugong's perspective, this lord is an invader who destroyed their homes and their civilization. So, they concentrated the power of the entire tribe and fought desperately. With half of his life and a special ancient secret technique, the lord was severely injured. In order to prevent their tribe from being exposed, Tugang used up his last strength and died together with the lord. Many years later, Tugang's last trace of consciousness awakened and took over the lord's body. He was reborn in the lord's body. At the same time, he also accepted all the lord's memories. At this moment, he realized that his tribe was so weak. There are still many beings in this world who can destroy their tribe later. So, Tugang decided to work hard and use the memories in his mind to practice, so as to have the power to gain a foothold in the Lord continent. His talent for practice is very strong. He broke through to the initial Lord realm in a short period of time, and according to the memories in his mind, he incorporated the members of the entire tribe into his body territory, becoming his first army. Later, Tugang rose all the way and made a great name in several battles in the southern region. And in the Tianju challenge, he made it all the way to the 4th round. Before the game started, Tugang also received a hint from a powerful being. The powerful being told him that if he could successfully advance to the 5th round in this competition, he would accept him as a disciple. As a native with no background and no identity, Tugang clearly understood that this was his opportunity to lead the entire tribe and gain a firm foothold in the Lord continent. So, after the game started, he also tried his best to grab a silver flag. But like most of the Tianju in this arena, after Tugang captured the silver flag, he was immediately besieged by a group of strong men. Even if they fought alone, those strong men were no weaker than Tugang, and many of them were even stronger than him. So not long after he grabbed the silver flag, he was seriously injured, and most of the soldiers in the territory were killed or injured. Tugang could only run away madly, hoping to delay for an hour like the great beast lord and get the silver flag. However, at this moment, among those pursuers, one of the female lords flashed and instantly appeared at the front of the team. She waved her sleeves, and a wild woman in animal skin appeared in front of her. Although the animal skin woman looked a little wild, her face was very delicate, especially her eyes, which were as clear and bright as gems. As soon as she came out, she raised her fist and smashed it. However, the female lord on the opposite side waved her hand and grabbed the neck of the animal skin woman, making her unable to move. At the same time, the female lord said coldly, "Tugung, you'd better stop and hand over the silver flag. Otherwise, I will tear this woman to pieces in front of you." The next moment, the female lord grabbed one of the animal skin woman's wrists and pulled it hard. Puff! A bloody broken arm was pulled off by her. Ah! The animal skin woman screamed heartbreakingly. But she quickly closed her mouth, as if she was holding back the sound. When the fleeing man saw this scene, his eyes suddenly turned red. He stopped and said angrily, "Let Tuya go." Hearing this, the woman had a sarcastic smile on her face. She ignored him and grabbed the other arm of the animal skin woman again and pulled it hard. With a second scream, the man who was running away seemed to have reached his limit. He roared and rushed towards them frantically. Seeing this scene, the woman chuckled and said, "I told you, this Tugung is a fool. This animal skin woman is just his subject, and she will be resurrected even if she dies. But he will still give up the flag in his hand for this woman." Behind him, several other people smiled approvingly after hearing this. Miss Caroline is still thoughtful. This kind of native is played around by Miss Caroline. At the same time, Tugang quickly came to the crowd and said angrily, "Let Tuya go." He was burning with strong blood and his eyes were red. Looking at the woman who lost both arms, he was almost completely out of control. However, the lords on the opposite side completely ignored Tugang's anger. The female lord said lightly, "I said, if you want me to let this woman go, hand over your silver flag first." Hearing this condition, Tugang's eyes showed hesitation. The animal skin woman who was pinched in the air made a weak voice. "Tugang, see? Go quickly. You have to lead our tribe. Continue to grow." Before she finished speaking, the female lord said in a cold voice, "Did I ask you to speak?" The next moment, she used her hand as a knife and cut through in an instant. Puff! The next moment, the legs of the animal-skinned woman also disappeared, and the whole person turned into a human pig, looking extremely miserable. Roar! Seeing this scene, Tugang let out an angry roar. Like the roar of a wild beast, it made people feel terrified. However, these lords were all experienced in battle, and were not afraid of his roar. All of them had only one goal, Tugang's silver flag. But according to intelligence, they all knew that Tu Gang had an extremely powerful ultimate move that could exchange life for life. It was with this ultimate move and his fearless character that he had fought all the way to now. Therefore, if possible, they did not want to fight Tu Gang to death. At this moment, Tu Gang was like a wounded beast, his eyes were red, and he wanted to rush over and die with these lords. But looking at the animal skin woman, a touch of tenderness appeared in his eyes again. After a struggle, Tu Gang took a deep breath and seemed to have made some kind of decision. He waved his hand and threw the flag directly. "Here you go!" Seeing the silver flag flying over, these lords suddenly showed joy in their eyes. The female lord in the lead waved her hand and held the silver flag in her hand. A smile of victory also appeared at the corner of her mouth. Being able to take the flag from Tu Gang so easily seemed to be beyond her expectations. At this moment, Tu Gang said in a low voice, "Give me Tuya." The woman looked at his crazy look and chuckled, "Okay, then I give you this woman." The next moment, she waved her hand and threw the animal skin woman, who had lost her hands and legs, into the air like a piece of garbage. Tu Gang rushed over at the first time and was about to catch the animal skin woman. However, at this moment, there seemed to be a burst of power in her body. With a bang, the body of the animal skin woman exploded in the air. Drops of blood fell on Tu Gang's face, and he fell into a moment of stagnation. When he reacted, the anger that had been accumulated in this man for a long time broke out completely. Boom! Like a volcano exploding, he rushed towards the woman with endless murderous intent. However, facing this hateful blow, the female lord on the opposite side was still calm. She looked at the lords around her and said, "Let's work together to kill Tu Gang. In order, the next head will be given to Pula." Obviously, they were a small team that united together, and Tu Gang had no chance from the beginning. Even if he was angry now, he was no match for the siege of several equally evil lords. After a few collisions, he was beaten all over his body, and a blood hole was punched in his heart that was transparent from front to back. Tu Gang also became weaker and weaker, and even his offensive became less fierce. The next moment, several invisible energy chains locked Tu Gang, like tying up a prey, and hung him in the air. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the chains. "Okay, let's get rid of him. Let's continue to the next location and try to get everyone a flag." After hearing this, everyone nodded. In the team, a leader of a special race stood out with a big knife in his hand. He raised the big knife and slashed at Tu Gang fiercely. The terrifying knife energy burst out. It seemed that this wild man was about to be cut in half at this moment. A stream of light came into contact with the knife energy at an extremely terrifying speed. Kung! With a dull sound. The knife energy was directly offset, and Tu Gang also avoided the fate of being cut in half. At the same time, a faint voice sounded in their ears. "Let's be merciful when we can. Others have already handed over their flags. There is no need to continue to force them, right?" Hearing this, all the lords on the field showed doubts in their eyes. But in an instant, they reacted. "Who is it? Come out! Humph! Nosy guy, come out if you have the guts." Just as they were still looking, a figure with extraordinary temperament appeared above their heads. He was wearing black armor, carrying a black bow, and holding a bronze flag in his right hand. Obviously, this was Han Xing. He witnessed the whole scene just now. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, it was normal to fight in the game. And even if this Tu Gang died, he could be resurrected quickly. However, after seeing these lords' inconsistent actions, Han Xing changed his mind. Of course, it is also possible that Tu Gang's experience reminded him of his hometown, Blue Star. Seriously speaking, Han Xing is actually a native who has slowly developed to today. So no matter what the reason is, he still took action. The lords recognized Han Xing the first time they saw him. It's the Killer Star. The lord who made it to the 4th round with the strength of a mid-level lord. They all looked at Han Xing in amazement. At this time, the alien swordsman stood out from the crowd. He looked at Han Xing and said in a deep voice, "Killer Star, right? You are really capable to make it to the 4th round with the strength of a mid-level lord. But no one will be afraid of you here. Besides, we are in the competition now, and everything we do is reasonable. If you want to stand up for this native, you must think clearly about the consequences." There was a hint of threat in the alien swordsman's tone. Han Xing heard this, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Reasonable? It may be reasonable in your opinion. But since I saw this kind of thing, it made me feel uncomfortable, so my move was naturally reasonable." Hearing his answer, the lords on the field looked gloomy. The woman asked in a serious tone, "Killer Star, Do you really want to meddle in other people's business? Chapter 794. Xing, do you really want to meddle in other people's business? Although you are powerful, you still have no chance of winning against our siege. Obviously, if possible, these lords did not want to fight a life-and-death battle with Xing. Hearing this, Xing chuckled, then treated as me meddling in other people's business. After hearing this, the lords also understood what he meant. The next moment, the alien swordsman took action instantly. He suddenly slashed out a shocking sword energy and shouted, "Since you want to die, then I will grant you your wish." Including several others, they also burst out with terrifying power. All attacks were transferred from Tu Gang and blasted towards Xing in the air. Tu Gang looked anxious and wanted to rush up to help Xing. However, his body was still locked tightly by the chains, and he could not break free at all. At this moment, Xing looked at the sword energy that was about to chop, and he was still very calm. He held the longbow in his hand, his eyes as sharp as a knife. The next moment, an extremely black arrow suddenly condensed from his fingertips. The bowstring vibrated, and the sword light cut through the sky. Swish! The arrow shot out instantly, dispersing the sword energy, and directly hit the target with unstoppable power. Puff! Before the alien swordsman could react, he was pierced through the chest by an arrow, and the whole person flew backwards for tens of thousands of meters, blood spilling in the sky. Seeing this scene, the other lords were shocked. They seemed surprised by the terrifying attack power of Xing's arrow, but soon, they reacted. "Let's go together and take him down. Arrogant boy, I'm going to pull out your intestines and tie them to you." Those lords attacked from all sides, and each launched their strongest attack. The terrifying energy poured out, turning into beams of light, heading straight for Xing. It looked like he was about to be overwhelmed by the overwhelming attack. Roar! Stop it! Tu Gang roared angrily, trying to break free from the chains. Even because of excessive force, the muscles on his body were directly torn off. But it was obvious that with Tu Gang's speed, there was no time to rescue him. Other lords had even foreseen that Xing would be hit by so many attacks and turned into blood foam. Even outside, many lords were attracted by this scene. However, at this critical moment, buzz! An invisible source fluctuation erupted from Xing's body. This source fluctuation was quite wonderful, and it seemed to have integrated the three sources of space, tide, and darkness. As Xing uttered softly, "Three-system fusion. Space flashing tidal combo." The next moment, an arrow suddenly appeared from behind one of the lords, and it passed through his head at an extremely tricky angle. After the attack, the arrow disappeared in an instant. When it appeared again, it came to the back of another lord's head. Similarly, the arrow penetrated into his brain at an extremely terrifying speed and then disappeared. Then, the third, fourth, fifth, until all the lords on the field were penetrated by the attack. The area where Xing was located was also submerged by the terrifying energy beam. Boom! This was a powerful attack launched by 7 lords together. The power after the explosion directly raised millions of kilometers around to the ground. Looking down from the projection, a huge mushroom cloud can be seen rising. However, under the suppression of the rules of the competition continent, this mushroom cloud was quickly suppressed. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes looked at the explosion area at the same time. Including the lords watching the battle from the outside, they were also attracted a lot of attention. They all looked at the area where the explosion occurred in surprise. What's the situation? Was the Killing Star killed? I don't know, but it looks like the Killing Star is in danger. Yes, the strongest attack of the 7 lords. Even those top monsters can't stand it. At the same time, in the area after the explosion, a figure slowly emerged. There was a faint smoke on his body, and the armor on his body was spotless, and it seemed that he had not suffered any damage. This person was the Killing Star. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. He actually dodged it. What a fast speed! How did the speed of the Killer Star suddenly become so fast? Indeed, in such a short time, he was able to dodge this fatal blow. This speed is incredible. Many of the lords watching were also surprised. They saw at a glance that Xing used his own extreme speed to dodge the previous wave of attacks. At this time, other lords said, "The Killer Star has not shown this speed before, but he suddenly showed it this time. It seems that he has been forced to reveal many trump cards, like other evildoers." Yes. But even if he has such a terrifying speed, he can't be a match for these 7 lords. Before the words fell, everyone looked at the scene in front of them with a dull look. Because, near Xing, the bodies of the 7 lords, who were besieging suddenly changed abnormally. They stood there blankly at first. When everyone noticed the abnormality, the heads of these lords exploded one after another like watermelons. Puff! Puff puff puff. The continuous explosions also announced the end of the lives of these lords. At this moment, the air seemed to fall into a brief silence. When the lords reacted, the whole audience was in an uproar. Wow! I don't know how many lords stood up suddenly, their eyes full of incredible looks. God, what happened? Why did Caroline and Puta all die? Is there another evildoer secretly assisting Han Xing, taking advantage of their attack to sneak attack and kill these lords? Impossible. I have been looking at the killer star, and he definitely has no other helpers nearby. Then what is this? These lords were already at a loss. At this time, a lord said, I seem to see Han Xing pull the bowstring before dodging and launch an attack. Do you think Han Xing killed Caroline and Puta instantly? After hearing the lord's guess, other lords immediately denied it. Impossible. Caroline and Puta are all top monsters, and the other lords are also very powerful. Even if it is Lung Dao Yaolian and Ji Yutian, it is difficult to kill them all instantly. Killer Star is just a mid-level lord. Hearing this, the other lords also found it very difficult to understand. After all, this is not a competition like the auditions. In the auditions, it is normal for someone to kill a large number of lords in one blow. But here, it is a flag-grabbing competition. The lords who can participate are all monsters who have been screened through layers of selection among hundreds of billions of lords. How could they be cleared out by other lords, like clearing out miscellaneous soldiers? Until this time, a vast breath rose from an unknown area. His breath was a little chaotic, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. A surprised voice came. The fusion of the three origins has exploded with an attack power far beyond his own limit. Incredible. I originally thought that this boy was already a monster among monsters, if he could achieve the fusion of the two origins. Now he has used the fusion of the three origins. This boy's talent is no less than Ji Yutian. Hearing the evaluation of this mysterious existence, not only the lords who just watched the battle, but also the lords in other areas fell into a brief silence. Then, there was a tsunami-like sensation. Not inferior to Ji Yutian? Isn't this evaluation too exaggerated? Yes. Ji Yutian is known as a demon that appears once in a million years. He is on the same level as monsters, like Luo Yuan and Karen. They were about to say that this existence might be a little biased. But thinking of the other party's terrifying strength and identity, all those suspicious voices shut up. On the other side, Han Xing's supporters were completely boiling. Even the number of his supporters has skyrocketed several times again because of this wave of events. At this time, Han Xing also panted slightly after shooting that arrow. Hoo! He felt the restless power in his body and the sore muscles in his arms, and thought to himself, with my current physical fitness, is it still a bit difficult to use the 3-series Origin Fusion combat skills? But this fusion combat skill is really powerful and hard to defend against. Just in this wave, Han Xing directly integrated the power of 3 combat skills. They are Space Shuttle, Tidal Arrows, and Star Bursts. The former can shoot arrows at any angle and in any unknown place. The second Tidal Arrow can greatly enhance the power of arrows. The third Star Burst can continue to hit the next target after shooting the first arrow. It is equivalent to combining the characteristics of weirdness, power enhancement, and chain attacks. Even Han Xing himself did not have the confidence to take this arrow. Of course, he also knew that after he revealed the means of 3-series Origin Fusion, it would definitely attract the attention of more Chaos Lords and even God Realm Lords. But it didn't matter. Lord Tianji had reminded him before that he should perform well in the competition and try to attract the attention of more powerful beings. Then, he would be favored by such beings and accepted as a disciple, and he would soar to the sky from then on. However, Lord Tianji felt a little annoyed at the moment. He meant to let Han Xing reveal some of his trump cards in the competition. Unexpectedly, he came up with such a big move. After this wave of 3-series fusion, he will be completely exposed to the public. Next, there will definitely be countless eyes staring at him. Of course, Han Xing didn't know this. At the same time, he flashed and came to the area where the lords died, and picked up the blood-stained silver flag from the ground. You have successfully picked up silver flag. Since you already have a bronze flag, only one flag's effect is effective. The silver flag has automatically covered the bronze flag. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly felt a cold breath from the flag in his hand, drilling into his body. Not only did his speed drop, but his attributes also dropped. Han Xing sighed. This negative effect of the silver flag is really a headache. As a mid-level lord, my physique is not strong. At this time, it drops by 20%. Using the means of 3 series origin fusion once can consume at least 30% of my physical strength. In other words, in this state, Han Xing can only launch 3 fatal attacks at most. However, as long as we don't encounter 2 abnormal enemies, it's enough. Thinking of this, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. At this time, he looked at the other bronze flag in his hand, and then looked at the man covered with wounds in the distance. Asked, "How are you? Do you still have the strength to stand up? Or should I kill you directly, send you back to life, and reset your status?" Han Xing's words were very straightforward. Although he saved the other party, it was because Han Xing felt a little unhappy that those guys did things a little too much. So he didn't expect to be grateful to this man or anything like that. In this man's state, it seems that he can't hold out for long. Rather than letting other lords get away with it, it's better to let Han Xing increase some killing points. Hearing this, Tu Gang replied blankly, "If you want to kill me, please feel free to do so. After all, you saved my life. But if you want me to live, I can also do my best to help you and repay your kindness." Han Xing chuckled, "You don't owe me anything, I just took action out of interest." However, this Tu Gang shook his head seriously and said, "No, I owe you. You killed those guys for me and avenged Tuya, you are my benefactor." After a pause, he continued, "I am a member of the Drugong clan, my body is made of Drugong. Even if I am seriously injured, I can recover within a certain period of time. Give me a day, I can almost recover my combat power. At that time, I can fight to the death for you." After Tu Gang finished speaking, Han Xing touched his chin and thought for a moment. I have to say that this big guy's proposal is pretty good. In the 4th round, it is a common situation for the lords to stick together. And Han Xing doesn't know anyone here. The only big beast lord he knows is still in some corner. This Tu Gang seems to have good character. In addition, Han Xing still has an extra bronze flag in his hand. After thinking about it, he just threw the bronze flag over. Next. Tu Gang took it in a daze. Han Xing continued, "Next you follow me. If I encounter a siege, you charge for me. When this life is used up, we are even." Hearing this, Tu Gang's resolute face showed a solemn look. He said firmly, "Yes. I will repay my benefactor with my life." Han Xing smiled, then waved his hand. "Let's go, other lords will come here soon. Let's leave here first." "Yes." Tu Gang responded obediently. Soon, the two of them turned into flowing light and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 795. After they left. As expected, waves of lords came here to investigate. After sensing the fighting here, these lords frowned. Then, they opened the map and saw the 2 flags moving together. The next moment, these lords left here. 20 minutes later, 2 figures flew in the air. The one walking in front was Han Xing, followed by a big guy. As Tu Gang walked, he scanned the surroundings with a vigilant look. It was in sharp contrast to Han Xing's relaxed expression in front. Han Xing turned around and said, "Don't be so nervous, be natural." Tu Gang was stunned for a moment, then said respectfully, "Okay, benefactor." After a pause, he said, "I am worried that the 2 of us, each holding a flag and moving together, will definitely attract the attention of many nearby lords. Just now, I have felt the breath of many lords approaching. They seem to be probing our strength. Maybe, a group of lords may unite and come to kill us." Tu Gang's worries are naturally justified. After a day of fighting, hundreds of the 11,000 flags were destroyed, leaving only about 10,400. What does this mean? It is equivalent to the number of people who were promoted, but the number of flags is not enough. This will lead to more intense competition. According to the proportion, it is equivalent to more than 10 people grabbing one flag. So, according to the proportion, the 2 flags here by Han Xing are coveted by at least 20 lords, or even more. After all, he had a silver flag in his hand. Han Xing smiled and said, "It's okay. If someone attacks us later, you can go up and fight them. I support you from behind." Hearing this, Tu Gang said in a daze, "Okay." As soon as the voice fell, more than a dozen auras appeared around him. They were divided into 2 waves and surrounded Han Xing and others from the front and back. They seemed to want to surround Han Xing and others and then besiege them. Seeing this scene, Tu Gang's body suddenly burned with dark blue flames, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes, ready to pounce on the enemy and fight at any time, and the group of lords were also approaching at a rapid speed. They had already discovered the identities of Han Xing and Tu Gang. When the lords arrived, they shouted immediately, "Han Xing, Tu Gang, hand over the flag." Hearing this, Han Xing did not answer, but waved the flag in his hand. "Do you want this?" In an instant, More than a dozen pairs of eyes were staring at the flag in Han Xing's hand. The leading lord whispered, "Yes, hand it over. And to gang, you should cooperate honestly, so as not to waste a chance of resurrection." After hearing this, the big guy behind him stared at him fiercely. He whispered, "Benefactor, if a fight breaks out later, I will rush up first and hold them back. Then I will use my ultimate move to take away a lord. You take this opportunity to escape from here." Tu Gang's voice was very calm, as if he was narrating a very ordinary thing, although he had just seen the scene of Han Xing shooting 7 lords with 1 arrow. But he also knew that this should be the effect of some burst combat skill of Han Xing, which could not be used continuously, just like Tu Gang's own ultimate move. This time, facing the siege of so many lords, even if this young human has amazing strength, it is difficult to escape. After hearing this, Han Xing chuckled and said, "Why are you running away? Didn't I say that you go first when you encounter a battle? If I really can't win, I will run away." Hearing this, Tu Gang was slightly startled. But he also came back to his senses and said solemnly, "Yes, listen to the instructions of the benefactor." "Very good, then you go and beat them." The moment Han Xing gave the order, Tu Gang's eyes suddenly turned red, and the dark blue flames on his body surged. Roar! With his roar, the whole person rushed towards the enemy like a mad beast. Seeing this scene, the group of lords, who surrounded Han Xing and others were stunned for a moment. Then, they all reacted. "How dare you? What a brave guy. You're so badly injured, yet you still dare to attack. Kill him." After saying that, the attacks of the group came pouring down like a tide. However, facing these attacks, Tu Gang did not dodge or evade. He roared, "Dark steel body, the source of recoil." The next moment, his body suddenly changed. Starting from his abdomen, it quickly turned into a dark blue metal, and quickly spread to his whole body. In a short moment, it directly covered his whole body. The whole person turned into a huge piece of metal. Those attacks fell on him, as if they were attacking metal. There was a dull sound of clang. Clang. Not only that, this huge piece of metal seemed to be absorbing everyone's attacks and storing them. Even though fine cracks had appeared on Tu Gang's metal body, he was still trying his best to absorb it, and after enduring 2 waves of attacks, it seemed that it had finally accumulated to a certain limit. The next moment, an invisible wave suddenly exploded. Boom! A terrifying counterattack storm was set off from Tu Gang. It was as if all the attacks he had taken were released. The first few lords were the first to bear the brunt. They were like being hit by some kind of dull collision, and the whole person was blown away and vomited blood in the air. The encirclement built by these lords was instantly torn apart by Tu Gang's burst. "Benefactor, go!" Tu Gang's low roar came. At this moment, Han Xing looked at the performance of this big guy with a look of surprise. It was obvious that his burst just now was quite amazing. Not only did he endure 2 waves of attacks from more than a dozen lords without dying, but he also absorbed these attacks and released them in a wave, forcibly tearing open the defense line. It is equivalent to combining defense and anti-injury effects. Interesting. This kind of combat skill can really play a big role in group battles. Plus this guy's strength. There are no weaklings who can break into the 4th round. This also aroused Han Xing's interest. Originally, according to his initial plan, he would let Tu Gang send away the population and then revive. Now seeing his performance, he realized that this is indeed a good help. In other words, he is a very qualified meat shield. And as a long-range archer, what is he missing? Isn't it just a meat shield who can block attacks for him in front and output at ease in the back? This Tu Gang is just perfect for this. Although Han Xing's melee ability is not weak, he is even more powerful with his cooperation. Thinking of this, Han Xing quickly pulled the bowstring. Crack, crack. In an instant, the bowstring was pulled to the full moon state by him. An invisible wave emanated from him, radiating millions of kilometers. On the field, the dozen lords, who were fighting in the melee paused. They all felt the fatal threat under this wave. Fear and shock appeared in their eyes. One of the lords shouted, "Don't entangle with Tu Gang here, kill Han Xing first." The other lords also reacted, "That's right. Kill Han Xing first, this man's lethality is too terrifying." "Do it." In an instant, the dozen lords turned their guns and wanted to rush over to deal with Han Xing first. At this time, Tu Gang roared, "Roar! If you want to get through, you have to get through me first." The next moment, his body size rapidly increased and began to turn into steel. In the blink of an eye, a dark blue metal giant appeared in the air. Then, he opened his hands and gritted his teeth and said, "Stop!" Instantly, infinite suction burst out from his hands. The lords, who were sprinting at high speed, and preparing to deal with Han Xing involuntarily retreated backwards. No matter how they struggled, they were like fish trapped in a net, and could not escape even a step. Damn it! What kind of trick is this? A lord was furious. He launched a crazy attack and landed on Tu Gang, but it made a clang, muffled sound, as if hitting a piece of steel. Including the attacks of other lords, they were completely ineffective. In this form, Tu Gang's defense has reached a terrifying level. It sounds slow, but in fact, from Han Xing pulling the bowstring to Tu Gang bursting out and dragging all the lords, less than a second has passed. On the other side, Han Xing has completed the accumulation of power. The next moment, he uttered softly, "Shadow Tide." Serial deadly arrows. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Dense arrows poured out instantly, carrying strong shadow power and tidal power. Hua la, hua la la. Indistinctly, the lord seemed to hear the sound of waves hitting. Before they could react, the arrows had already flown in front of them and penetrated their bodies without any hindrance. Puff. Puff, puff, puff. The penetration sound continued, and the angle and strength of each arrow reached the peak in seconds. On the field, there were a total of 12 lords besieging Tu Gang. At this moment, each of them was attacked by at least hundreds of arrows from Cao Xing. Moreover, Han Xing's arrow attack was not an ordinary one. It was a combination of instant prison shadow kill and tidal arrow technique. It contained infinite penetrating power and staying power. The 12 lords hit by Han Xing paused in midair. The next moment, blood flowers exploded in the air. Bang! 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 The explosions continued. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the 12 lords were all blown into pieces. Tu Gang, who was under attack, suddenly felt a great relief. However, these lords participating in the fourth round were not ordinary people. Each of them had extremely strong physical strength and the ability to save their lives. Even though they were bombarded like this, the blood and flesh fragments began to gather in the same place. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 12 lords reappeared in the air. Han Xing. One of the lords roared, his eyes filled with strong anger. Including the other lords, they looked at Han Xing with anger, and the murderous intent on their bodies almost condensed into substance. However, compared with before, their auras all dropped a lot. After all, after such a serious injury, even if they can recover their bodies, it is not without cost. They consumed a lot of the original power of their bodies. If they are hit twice more, or the attack exceeds the critical point, then even the ability to regenerate by dripping blood will be useless. Han Xing, you are looking for death. The lord's eyes were red, and they paid attention to the figure in the air. At this moment, after the first wave of attacks, Han Xing looked at them with some surprise and said, "Oh? I didn't kill you. It seems that my attack power is indeed too weak. Brother Tu Gang, I am ashamed." On the other side, Tu Gang, who had transformed into a metal giant, looked at him with a strange face. A wave of explosions severely damaged the 12 top lords, and even almost killed them. This kind of attack power, even among those top monsters, not many people can do it. But he still said seriously that his attack power was too weak. Han Xing really felt that his attack power was much worse. There was a meat shield in front to help him share the damage, but he still couldn't solve the enemy cleanly. It was really a bit of an enemy. However, in the eyes of those lords, Han Xing's attitude was regarded as a mockery. Among them, the leading lord said with a grim face, "Everyone, use all your strength. Release all the troops and kill Han Xing here." After hearing this, the other lord said solemnly, "Okay, then go all out." After they finished speaking, they waved their hands, and special waves emerged. The land of millions of kilometers in radius began to tremble wildly. Tens of thousands of super summoning arrays unfolded in the clouds, covering the entire skyline like the Doomsday Judgment class. Hualala. The lava torrent rushed in, which was the marching movement of 360 million magma giants. Wherever they passed, the earth became a paradise of magma. In the sky, dark clouds composed of hundreds of millions of condor knights covered the sky. In the southwest direction, millions of kilometers of land turned into a swamp, and tens of millions of abyssal nine heads broke out of the water. Each snake head could spray venom that corroded the law, and even the air was eroded into a black hole-like gap. And this was just the beginning. As the two lords with the breath of the undead swamped their bodies, the ground suddenly cracked into 3 bottomless chasms. It was as if the door to another world was forcibly opened. 9 billion skeletons emerged from the first crack, and the bones collided to form a mental storm. 3 billion corpse wizards emerged from the second crack, and forbidden necromancer magic was frozen forever under their rotten robes. 2 billion death knights emerged from the third crack, and when they collectively charged, dense cracks appeared on the ground. In addition, there were tens of thousands of nano-insect swarms forming a metal tsunami, and tens of millions of magic plants began to grow wildly. 60 million abyss giants began to collectively self-destruct and dive. Boom, boom! It was as if the world was wailing. In the blink of an eye, the number of arms that appeared exceeded hundreds of billions. It was overwhelming, covering the end of the site. Moreover, the strength of these arms was very strong, and there were many high-level Lord-level arms. One of them could destroy a planet. This is the true strength of these top lords. In addition to their own strong strength, they also have the foundation of the territory. Chapter 796. This is the true strength of the top lords, who advanced to the 4th round. At this moment, more than a dozen top lords released all their strengths. The scene was so grand that countless pairs of eyes outside the venue were cast here. Just by looking at the aura released by these arms, you can feel how terrifying it is. The lords who were watching said, "How terrible. So many advanced arms, and some even have forbidden creatures. Is this the foundation of the top lords?" Indeed, the number of arms of any top lord is quite terrifying, not to mention that there are 12 of them. Shashing is in trouble this time. He can never be the opponent of these top lords in terms of foundation. He pursues a quick victory. If he can't solve the enemy in a short time, Shashing will be dragged into the quagmire. Yes, Tugung, who is in the same group with him, has a rich foundation and has an entire tribe as an arm, but his arm has been almost exhausted in the previous few battles. Everyone looked at the projection screen with concern, and they were not optimistic about Han Xing. At this moment, Han Xing was floating in the air, looking at the overwhelming number of troops around him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Damn, it's so exaggerated. The troops of these top lords are all in the hundreds of millions. All the troops in my territory add up to less than 100 million. I have to admit that this is Han Xing's shortcoming. In terms of foundation, he is no match at all. And you can't underestimate these troops. When quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, these troops can pose a threat to the top lords. For example, one of the arms is called Earth Spider. They are not very powerful, but they can spit out spider webs that can block a space. A spider web can temporarily bind some high-level lords, who are not very powerful. What's more terrifying is that this spider web can be stacked. In other words, as long as there are enough Earth Spiders, even the Lord of the God Realm can be controlled in place. And the number of Earth Spiders in front of Han Xing exceeds 1 billion. With this number as the base, with other arms, as long as they are controlled for a moment, Han Xing will have no chance next. In addition to the Earth Spiders that are good at control, there are also Undead Warlocks, who are good at mental attacks, and Condor Knights, who are good at long-range attacks. When there are enough of them, the effects of these arms are quite terrifying. Only one concentrated fire can completely kill Tu Gang and Han Xing. At the same time, Tu Gang also knows Han Xing's weakness. A solemn look appeared on his metallic face. He quickly sent a message. "Benefactor, with these dozen lords firing at full power, we have no chance. Next, I will directly self-destruct and disrupt the laws here. Then you will take the opportunity to leave here." Tu Gang's plan sounds a bit aggrieved. But at the current stage, it is indeed the only way to save Han Xing. After all, the number of enemies is too large. Even if Han Xing's attack power is strong, it is impossible to deal with so many arms. However, Han Xing smiled and shook his head and said, "You don't need to self-destruct for the time being. I still have a killer that I haven't used. Look at my gestures later. When I wave, run immediately without stopping for a moment. Do you understand?" Tu Gang was stunned for a moment, seemingly not understanding what Han Xing meant. But he still replied obediently, Okay. It was still the same as before. It sounded very long. But from the time when those lords released all the troops to the time when Han Xing and Tu Gang discussed things, it only took 2 seconds in total. At this moment, the lords looked gloomy, and the murderous intent in their hearts could no longer be concealed. The next moment, they waved their hands casually, all-out attack. First collective bombardment, disrupt the spatial fluctuations, and prevent the other party from escaping. Control the troops, block the space, and cut off their retreat. Remote units, prepare to focus fire. Give me a wave to kill them in seconds. As the orders were issued one by one, all the troops made attacking movements. The Hell Giant is ready to go. The Earth Demon Spider raised its tail, ready to spray spider webs at any time. The Eagle Knight in the air pulled the bowstring, and before launching an attack, the attack power contained in the arrows had already distorted the space. Tu Gang stood in front of this massive army, and even with his defensive power, he felt a tingling scalp. He had a hunch that in just a moment, he would be torn to pieces by this concentrated fire. At this time, Han Xing also pulled the bowstring at the same time. Then, Body of the Time Beast was activated. Buzz. After a strange time fluctuation, the space fell into a brief stagnation. The next moment, Han Xing uttered a soft voice. Fire explosion. Destroy all living beings. During the stagnant time, the arrow burning with fire also stopped in front of Han Xing. At the same time, time resumed flowing. The next moment, Han Xing directly activated the life-saving move of Tianji Liuguangbu, the Skylight Shuttle. An unprecedented light burst out from Han Xing's body. This light even exceeded the fluctuations emitted by the hundreds of billions of high-level soldiers. However, it was only a flash. The next moment, Han Xing's figure turned into a stream of light, and came to Tu Gang at an unprecedented speed. Then, he wrapped Tu Gang and ran in the opposite direction at a faster speed. Swoosh! Tianji Liuguangbu increased Han Xing's movement speed by 600%, and after activating the Skylight Shuttle, it increased the movement speed by 1000% again. At this moment, he has vaguely broken through the limit of the Chaos Lord and reached another level. That is, the Lord of the Divine Realm. Everyone only felt a flash of light in front of them, and Han Xing and Tu Gang had disappeared on the spot. The 12 lords, who were about to launch an attack, showed a blank look in their eyes. A thought came to mind. So fast? How is this possible? However, before they could react, the flaming arrow that Han Xing shot before leaving had already landed in the army. Time seemed to have stopped for a second. The next moment, the arrow suddenly exploded. Then a strong light that eclipsed the sun and the moon burst out. Boom! The first round of explosions directly vaporized all units within a radius of 30,000 kilometers. 2 billion lava giants were vaporized instantly, and 3 billion skeleton soldiers did not even leave ashes. And this was just the beginning. The second effect of Evil Flame Burn's body misfire began to take effect. The flames from the explosion fell like seeds among the other armies. Then, these arms exploded in an instant. Boom! The second wave of explosions directly annihilated hundreds of millions of mechanical armies, melting the earth into a vast ocean of molten iron. Then came the third and fourth waves. Boom! Boom! Waves of explosions exploded crazily and became more and more intense. The entire continent seemed to be on fire, and a hole with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of miles was burned in the sky, and, because of the chain explosions, a mushroom cloud that was getting bigger and bigger was condensing at a very fast speed. At this moment, not only the 12 lords, but also the people on the scene. Countless lords who were watching outside also took a breath of cold air. They seemed to recall something, and said in an almost trembling voice, "We forgot. This Han Xing has a trump card. The more enemies there are, the more powerful his trump card is." In the second round of the city defense battle, his arrow even burst out with the power of the Lord of the Divine Realm. "We made a mistake." What? The lords were terrified. They seemed to remember this, and a chill emerged behind everyone. Until the mushroom cloud was about to swallow more than 80% of their troops, a sense of crisis of death was approaching. These lords finally reacted. I don't know who shouted, "Run!" The next moment, the 12 lords burst out at the fastest speed in their lives, turning into streams of light, and trying to escape from here. They didn't even have time to retract their troops. There was only one thought in their minds, that is, to escape. However, Han Xing's Evil Flame Burn's body misfire only had a chance to escape at the beginning. If the power of the arrow is fully released, it will also cause a qualitative change due to quantitative change, and reach a terrifying explosion power. Buzz! An invisible shockwave swept across all the lords, and the expressions on their faces were forever frozen in an unbelievable moment. Hundreds of billions of high-level troops, working together, can even kill any existence below the Lord of the God Realm. It was completely swallowed up by the chain reaction caused by an arrow. Boom! The mushroom cloud that soared into the sky had a diameter of more than 1 million kilometers and illuminated half of the sky. I don't know how many pairs of eyes stared at this scene in a daze. Although the power of this explosion did not reach the level of the second round of the city defense battle, it was also incredible. It has far exceeded the limit of the Chaos Lord. The 12 lords were completely annihilated almost in an instant. For Han Xing's strength and terror, everyone raised it to a higher level in their hearts. However, most people noticed the destructive power of Han Xing's arrow just now. However, a small number of people noticed the extreme speed that Han Xing burst out when he was running away. However, Han Xing did not go all out at that time, but maintained a speed bonus of 500%. But just this alone has shocked the lords of the Divine Realm. At the headquarters of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, the Tianji Lord slapped the table and stood up in an instant. The terrifying power burst out from his body in waves, making the entire Tianji divine realm shrouded in that terrifying oppression. The Tianji Lord said in a deep voice, "Good boy. I thought that your understanding of my Tianji Liuguang step in 10 days was already amazing enough. As a result, you not only successfully comprehended, but also mastered the ability of Skylight Shuttle. What a monster." Tianji Lord had a complicated look on his face at this moment. He couldn't help but recall how long it took him to create the Tianji Flowing Light Step and exert the Skylight Shuttle. 10 years? Or 100 years? As a result, Han Xing only took 10 days. If he didn't know, there must be some old monsters eyeing him in the dark. Tianji Lord wanted to take this monster as his apprentice and treat him as his personal disciple. After struggling for a while, he sighed, "Alas. Forget it, you have a better choice. I can't teach you such a monster." At the same time, Han Xing took Tu Gang and crossed a distance of 1 light year in less than 30 seconds after entering the Skylight Shuttle state. He withdrew directly from that state. After all, although this thing is fast, it has a very serious side effect. That is, it will permanently reduce 500 points of agility per second. And every time he brings a person, he will consume an additional 100 points of agility. After 30 seconds, his agility has permanently dropped by 18,000 points, although his current agility attribute has exceeded 20 million. But it is still a bit too exaggerated to permanently lose 1,000th of agility in just a 30-second burst. Feeling a trace of power lost in his body, Han Xing secretly said, "No, if this burst state is turned on for 1 or 2 minutes, it will reduce my agility attribute." Of course, this is not a problem for Han Xing. After all, he previously obtained a skill Spiritual Destruction and Soul Return Healing Soul, which can permanently increase the spiritual attribute by killing the enemy. Now after the upgrade, 100,000 points of spirit can be added a day. In other words, if Han Xing can find a skill that can increase agility, it can also make up for the loss of using the Skylight Shuttle. When I stabilize here, I will find a place to extract skills. After all, I still have 1 million legendary points to consume. I can extract 10 legendary skills. I don't believe I can't extract them. Thinking of this, Han Xing secretly made a decision. On the other side, Tu Gang seemed to have just recovered from the state of shock. He quickly exited the metal giant form and looked at Han Xing excitedly. "Well, benefactor, your attack just now was so terrifying. It has completely surpassed the realm of Chaos Lord. Under this kind of attack, even Ji Yutian and Bakar will be easily killed by you. In this flag-grabbing competition, you can even kill everyone here." Hearing this, Han Xing rolled his eyes and said, "What do you mean by killing everyone? Can you see that my arrow can only burst out with such power under certain conditions? It can kill Ji Yutian and Bakar instantly. They can almost kill me." Han Xing is still very confident about his own strength. If he doesn't use all his trump cards, he is definitely not the opponent of that monster. But if he throws out all his trump cards regardless of everything, the outcome will be different. After hearing this, Tu Gang immediately smiled and said, "You are right, my benefactor. I exaggerated." Looking at his respectful appearance, Han Xing glanced at him calmly and said, "Well, after my outburst just now, the lords in this area should not dare to provoke us in the short term. You should take advantage of this time to recover from your injuries. Maybe we will soon face the second round of fierce battle." Chapter 797. Tu Gang nodded respectfully and said, "Yes, benefactor." After saying that, the two found a place on the spot and began to circulate their energy to recover from their injuries. As Han Xing said, the explosion they just made was too terrifying, shocking all the lords within a radius of several light years. Combined with some of the previous intelligence, most lords speculated that the attack just now was launched by Han Xing. So, many lords saw a silver flag on the map and were about to come over to investigate. After sensing Han Xing's breath, they ran away without looking back. They all went to find other targets to attack. Han Xing and Tu Gang also felt the rare quiet atmosphere since the start of the game. Time passed in a flash, and an hour passed. A system prompt appeared. "Attention, contestants. You have held the silver flag for 1 hour, and you have earned 5 points. Your accumulated points are 30. Your ranking has risen. Current ranking, 878. Seeing the prompt, Han Xing, who was recovering his strength, suddenly opened his eyes. A smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Squeezed into the top 900. It's worthy of the silver flag. 1 hour is equivalent to 5 hours of others. As long as you hold on for a day or two, you will be promoted. Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't help but feel relieved. Of course, he didn't know how long the might of the arrow he just burst out could deter other lords. So before that, he had to see if he could improve his strength. At present, the fastest way to improve his strength, and the most direct way, is naturally legendary points. I still have 1 million legendary points left, just enough for a tendril. When Han Xing opened the skill extraction interface, a different prompt appeared in front of him. It is detected that the survivor's legendary points have exceeded 1 million. You can consume all legendary points to draw an advanced turntable. Advanced turntable. You can draw a skill from the 4 categories of strength, spirit, agility, and physique, and it must be an advanced skill. Seeing the prompt, Han Xing's eyes once again showed a thoughtful look. Choose one from the 4 categories. And it must be an advanced skill. It sounds good, but it requires a full 1 million legendary points. If these 1 million legendary points are used for an ordinary tendril, maybe 1 or 2 advanced skills can be drawn. The so-called advanced skills are easy to understand, that is, they are more powerful than ordinary legendary skills. For example, Immortal Body, such as Soul Destruction and Soul Return Healing Soul, and Tianji Liuguang Step. Skills, like the Evil Flame Burning Body Misfire that caused a series of explosions just now, and the Dark Star Flash Star combo that can attack continuously, and even the Piercing Light Shooting, are all ordinary legendary skills. Because they can burst out and attack. And Han Xing has enough attack methods now. What he needs is the ability to increase other attributes. Thinking of this, Han Xing secretly decided, damn it, draw it. Although 1 million legendary points is a bit exaggerated, it's not a loss if I can draw a useful advanced skill. So, Han Xing directly selected the agility category and clicked on the draw. The next moment, an illusory turntable suddenly appeared in front of him. This keyboard was green, and it emitted waves of spiritual energy. On it, Han Xing saw the names of skills one by one. Phantom Killing 1000 Moments. Moonlight Dance Countercurrent. Ghost Step Traceless. Stardust Spin Drifting Blade, etc. These skills, just by looking at the names, are related to agility. This also made Han Xing look forward to it. Then, the turntable began to spin rapidly. Hua-la-la. The pointer on it passed over the skills one by one. Han Xing couldn't help but get nervous. After spinning for 5 or 6 seconds, it finally stopped on a golden skill book. At this moment, Han Xing's pupils suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, "Damn! Golden skill? What is it?" Before he could react, a vast memory flooded into his mind. The vastness of this memory was even no less than when he had just learned the Tianji Liguangbu's skill a few days ago. Buzz! A strange source of fluctuations erupted from Han Xing, waking up Tu Gang, who was recovering from his injuries next to him. He looked at the young lord with a shocked face. "Chief, what happened to my benefactor?" It's no wonder he was so surprised, but Han Xing's changes at this moment were really weird. His body was in a state of illusion, as if he was about to leave this space at any time. But he could sense his existence. In a state of half real and half virtual, Tu Gang realized that Han Xing might be in some kind of wonderful transformation. At this time, other lords must not disturb Han Xing. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, held his breath, and guarded Han Xing. As long as anyone dared to approach or try to snatch Han Xing's flag, they would be struck by Tu Gang's thunder. In this way, he kept his nerves tense and waited without moving. Time passed in a flash, and almost half an hour had passed. During this period, several waves of lords came to the vicinity to investigate. But the residual power of the arrow shot by Han Xing was still there, and those lords did not dare to approach. In this way, while Tu Gang waited nervously, another 5 minutes passed. Han Xing's illusory body instantly returned to its original state. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. Huh? As Han Xing exhaled gently, the land in front of him, tens of thousands of kilometers of grassland, seemed to have received vast vitality and began to grow wildly. Feeling the changes in front of him, Tu Gang said in surprise, "Benefactor, you are awake." Looking at the concerned look on the face of this strong man, Han Xing showed a faint smile on his face. Although he was just receiving the vast memory of the new skills, he could also sense the situation outside. Han Xing also naturally sensed the scene of Tu Gang protecting him. This also made Han Xing believe in the character of this big guy. He is indeed a trustworthy teammate. In fact, even if Tu Gang abandoned him at that time, Han Xing had the means to protect himself. After all, so far, Han Xing has been fighting on his own. The pets, arms, and heroes in his territory have not been released yet. Although most of these lords are mid-level, the power they exert is still quite powerful after the bonus of infinite domain. Tudong, you did a good job. But you don't need to worry about my situation. You should continue to recover from your injuries. After hearing this, the big guy said solemnly, "Yes, benefactor." After saying this, he continued to sit cross-legged and began to absorb the energy around him to recover from his injuries. This guy, since he felt that he owed Han Xing a life, he obeyed his orders 100%. Han Xing shook his head, then continued to open the system prompt and took a look. Extraction successful. Learn the golden skill, Eternal Shadow End, Legendary. Eternal Shadow End, Legendary skill. Learning level, above level 50. Skill effect. Each time you complete a maximum distance kill, permanently increase the ballistic speed by 0.01% and agility by 100 points. This effect can take effect up to 100 times within 24 hours. After all 100 enhancement effects have taken effect, the Shadow of the End effect can be used. Shadow of the End. According to the survivor's strength, when performing long-range attacks, the farther the distance from the enemy, the higher the attack power bonus. For example, if the two sides are 0.1 light-years apart, they will get a 50% attack power bonus. If the two sides are 0.2 light-years apart, they will get a 100% attack power bonus. And so on. The upper limit is 500%. After reading the attributes of this skill, Han Xing's eyes were shocked again. Wow! It's worthy of being a golden skill. This effect is too exaggerated. The first effect above, killing the enemy, can increase the ballistic speed, the flight speed of the arrow after it is shot, and agility. In a day, it is 1% ballistic speed and 10,000 points of agility. It doesn't sound like much, but this is a permanent improvement. In other words, in just 1 year, he can increase his ballistic speed by 365% and his agility by 3.65 million points. As for the Shadow of the End, it's equally outrageous. It can actually increase the attack power according to the distance between the two sides, and the highest can even be increased to 500%. This is a rather exaggerated improvement. Okay. I was just thinking about where to get a skill that can permanently increase agility. It turned out to be drawn so quickly, this wave can be said to be awesome. Han Xing couldn't help but get a little excited, and more importantly, this skill is only at the legendary level. In other words, it still has a huge room for improvement. With excitement, Han Xing quickly glanced at the source points needed to upgrade this skill. To upgrade the Shadow of Eternity End, you can use any attribute source points, but the amount consumed is 10 times that of regular skills. Seeing the above introduction, Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Any attribute origin point is enough? That's pretty good. However, the consumption is also 10 times that of ordinary skills. This is a bit exaggerated. You know, Han Xing upgraded other skills from the legendary level to the high-level Lord level, and the total origin points required were 3.4 billion. And now, if you want to upgrade this skill to the high-level Lord level, you need 34 billion. Although you can use any attribute origin points, the consumption is still too terrifying. Han Xing frowned, and then quickly scanned his attribute panel. On it, remove some common origin points, such as physical system, dark, light, wind, destruction, etc. There are also some more niche origin points such as phantom, mirror, piercing, etc. These relatively unconventional origin points usually have no skills to use, and the total is only a little over 7 billion. Seeing this scene, Han Xing sighed. It's still not enough. If I can get origin points by killing those lords here, it would be great. Otherwise, I will kill a lot and harvest enough origin points in a day or two. However, although these origin points are not enough to upgrade Eternal Shadow End to the high-level Lord level, but it is more than enough to upgrade to the middle-level Lord level. Thinking of this, Han Xing can't wait to upgrade this skill, but it's not safe here. He doesn't know how long the arrow he shot not long ago can deter other lords. After all, the temptation of a silver flag and a bronze flag is too great, although Han Xing just killed 12 lords with one arrow. But there are far more than 12 people eyeing them. After thinking for a while, Han Xing thought, according to past experience, it takes 2 or 3 days to digest the memory of advanced reception at one time. It doesn't take 2 or 3 hours to digest the intermediate level. If you want to upgrade, now is the best time. But before that, Han Xing still needs to make some preparations. He waved his hand and released all the heroes such as Meiqiu, Muqing, Ingwe, Aiden, and Shuiying. And he released all the troops in his territory. The total number of several major troops has exceeded tens of millions. Although it is not as good as those lords with deep background, it looks quite impressive. As soon as everyone came out, they quickly looked around. Similarly, they also felt the terrible gravity. Fortunately, after the increase of infinite domain, The physical fitness of any soldier here can reach the high-level Lord level. They looked at Han Xing solemnly and said respectfully, "Hello, Lord." Han Xing nodded slightly, and then announced, "I think everyone should have seen that our current location is in the venue of the 4th round of the competition. The gravity here is quite terrible, and there are a lot of strong people." Everyone looked at him seriously, waiting for him to say the next word. Han Xing continued, "Next, I need 2 or 3 hours to absorb and improve. My friend was also seriously injured in the previous battle, and needs time to recover. Next, I need you to protect our safety. No matter what, hold on until the moment I wake up." On the field, all the soldiers heard this, and their eyes showed seriousness. They solemnly said, "We will defend the Lord to the death." Han Xing nodded, "Very good, then I will leave it to you next." After speaking, he waved his hand and cast a barrier. This barrier cannot stop the attacks of those lords, but it can stop their detection. At least Han Xing is in a state of transformation, and those lords cannot find him if they don't get close. The next moment, the system prompt appears. Do you want to consume any attribute origin points *3.4 billion to upgrade the Eternal Shadow End to the intermediate lord level? Yes. As Han Xing clicked to confirm. The next moment, a vast memory that was no less than the Tianji Liuguang step once again flooded into Han Xing's mind. He subconsciously closed his eyes and began to absorb the memory with all his strength. Buzz. Wonderful fluctuations emanated from Han Xing's body. Chapter 798. Wonderful fluctuations emanated from Han Xing, and he once again entered that special state of half real and half virtual. The other people stood there with solemn expressions. Everyone held their weapons tightly, ready to deal with any possible battle. In this tense atmosphere, an hour passed in a flash. During this hour, several waves of lords came here to investigate. When they saw the large number of titans, chaos archers, and chaos lancers, they were surprised. A lord asked in confusion, "That place seems to be the area where Shashing and Tudong are. Are these troops the troops of Shashing?" Another lord nodded and said, "It seems so. Shashing rarely summons troops when he fights. Now it seems that although his troops are not many in number, their quality is still quite high. Indeed, in terms of quality, they are not inferior to our elite troops, but the number is a bit behind." The Lord's evaluation of Han Xing's strength has been raised to a higher level again. After all, when they were at the mid-level Lord level, the number of their troops was not as good as Han Xing's. After observing for a while, the group of lords said, "Why did the Killer Star suddenly summon his troops this time? Is he going to defend the silver flag with all his strength here?" The other lords thought about it, and nodded. "It is indeed very likely. But you just saw that the Killer Star's arrow was too terrifying. If we want to take his silver flag, we need to gather more lords, and it will also cost us a lot of sacrifices. Yeah. Let other lords take care of this tough problem, and we go grab other silver flags." After weighing their options, many lords left. In this way, Han Xing spent 2 hours safely. His points also rose by 10 points, and his ranking rose by more than 30. Of course, Han Xing, who was in a deep sleep, didn't know about this yet, and he was still trying his best to absorb a lot of memories. According to past experience, it would take at most 2 hours to upgrade a combat skill to the intermediate lord level. But this time, the time was a little beyond Han Xing's expectations. So far, he still has no signs of waking up. As time goes by, the competition among the lords is getting more and more intense. The area where Han Xing is located is full of fierce battles. Every moment, a large number of lords are killed and then resurrected, but fortunately, these battles have not yet affected them. Just like this, another 2 tense hours passed. The battles around are getting more and more intense. There were several battles between the lords, and they almost rushed to Han Xing's side. Fortunately, the lord stopped in time at the last moment and left here. At the same time, Han Xing finally received the vast memory of the Eternal Shadow and the end. He suddenly opened his eyes, and instantly withdrew from that illusory state. Everyone looked at Han Xing in surprise. Chaos Spearman Ming shouted, "Lord, you are awake." A Wukhole ball on the side also jumped to the master excitedly. Looking at the people around him, Han Xing had a faint smile on his face, and then nodded slightly. "You did a good job. Next, do you want to stay in the territory or stay here to fight?" Hearing this, the heroes on the field looked at each other. Then, they said respectfully at the same time, "Lord, please let us fight side by side with you. Please let us fight side by side with you." Seeing this scene, Han Xing seemed to have foreseen this result. He nodded slightly and said, "Okay, then next, I will take all the troops back to the territory. You stay here and fight with me." After hearing this, everyone smiled at each other, and excited smiles appeared on their faces. Yes, Lord. Then, Han Xing waved his hand, and took all the troops into the territory. The surroundings became empty again. He felt the battles all around and sighed in his heart. Yes, it seems that my previous arrow was very effective. After so long, no one dared to grab my silver flag, which bought me a lot of time to develop. But this situation should not last long. Han Xing could sense that there were more and more large-scale melees around. More and more lords were forming alliances. A dozen or even dozens of lords have formed large alliances. In addition to the troops they summoned, it can be said that the momentum was amazing. And soon, there will be lords who can't hold back and want to come and grab Han Xing's arrows. After all, he has only 2 people on his side at most. Once the number of lords is large enough and there are not enough flags to share, they will definitely come to attack Han Xing. Thinking of this, Han Xing's eyes flashed with coldness. Well, after this upgrade, I have used up all my previous foundation. Next, if I don't break through to the high-level lord, there should be no major upgrade. In that case, let's go all out and have a big fight. Let me see how many places I can kill with all my strength. The next moment, Han Xing opened the skill panel. Check out the upgraded skill attributes of Eternal Shadow End. Eternal Shadow End, Intermediate Lord Level. Skill Effect. Each time you complete a maximum distance kill, permanently increase the ballistic speed by 0.01% and agility by 100 points. This effect can be effective up to 1,000 times within 24 hours. After all 1,000 upgrade effects are effective, you can use the End Shadow effect. End Shadow, according to the survivor's strength, when performing long-range attacks, the farther the distance from the enemy, the higher the attack power bonus you get. If the 2 sides are 0.1 light years apart, they will get a 100% attack power bonus. If the 2 sides are 0.2 light years apart, they will get a 200% attack power bonus. And so on. The upper limit is 1000%. After seeing the improved skill attributes, Han Xing smiled again. Not bad. The Eternal Shadow of the Intermediate Lord level has 10 times more effective times than the Legendary level. In other words, I can now use this skill every day to permanently increase the ballistic speed by 10% and agility by 100,000 points. In the long run, this effect can be said to be quite terrifying. In addition to this improvement, the attack power bonus of the Shadow of the End has also been significantly improved. From the original upper limit of 500%, it has been directly increased to 1000%. Great. In this way, as long as I kill 1,000 creatures every day, I can get 100,000 agility bonus. This 100,000 agility can allow me to use the Skylight Shuttle for 200 seconds without restraint. Thinking of this, Han Xing's mouth curled up a smile again. However, there is a new problem in front of him now. That is, this is the competition venue, and all living things have been cleared by the organizer. Not to mention creatures, even an ant can't be found. It's a bit troublesome. There are still 28 days before the end of the game. If it doesn't take effect, 28 days *100,000, it will be a net loss of 2.8 million agility. Fuck. This is not known until you calculate it, and it's shocking once you calculate it. 2.8 million agility is almost equivalent to 1/20th of his current agility. No, I have to find a way to make use of these 28 days. The next battle will definitely become more and more intense, and the frequency of using the Skylight Shuttle will also increase. It is the time when a lot of agility is needed. Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't help but look at Tu Gang next to him. His sharp eyes swept up and down his body. Tu Gang, with a simple face, raised his head and smiled. But Han Xing said directly, Tu Gang, are there any beasts of a slightly higher level in your territory space? God King level will do. Let me shoot a few and try. Hearing this, Tu Gang was slightly stunned. He asked in confusion, Benefactor, do you want to hunt? If you want to hunt, I can play the role of prey and let Benefactor shoot as much as he wants. I have thick skin and flesh, Benefactor, don't worry about shooting me. After saying that, he deliberately straightened his solid chest. Han Xing glanced at him speechlessly and said, Who the hell is going to shoot you? I'm just testing something. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Don't say something that will cause misunderstanding. After hearing this, Miao Qing and Yingyu beside him lowered their heads and laughed with their faces covered. Tu Gang was a little confused, and seemed not to understand what Han Xing meant. But he still nodded and said yes. Of course. Although my troops were exhausted in the previous few battles, there are still some beasts. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand casually. In front of everyone, a giant dog with a body size of more than 10,000 meters and covered with golden mane appeared. Although this monster is incredibly large, whether it is from the drooping long ears, the wet black nose, or the pink tongue that sticks out from time to time, it looks like an enlarged version of Shiba Inu. Woof! With a deafening dog bark, the whole space is shaking. This supergiant dog tilted its head and looked at the tiny humans below with curiosity, with a pair of eyes bigger than skyscrapers. Every time it breathes, it can stir up a gust of wind, blowing everyone off their feet. Han Xing's mouth twitched. Then he said, "Next, I'm going to try to kill it. But don't worry, as a creature in your territory, as long as you die once, all the creatures in your territory will be refreshed." After hearing this, Tu Gang nodded and said, "I understand. Benefactor, you are welcome." Han Xing nodded, and then looked at the enlarged Shiba Inu in front of him. The next moment, he slowly pulled the bowstring. Crack! Crack! The bowstring was gradually pulled into a full moon shape by him. As a God King level creature, the enlarged Shiba Inu's intelligence can be said to be countless times that of ordinary people. Instantly realized that he was going to be killed by the human in front of him, but he did not resist, but stood there obediently. Because he knew that in front of such an enemy, his resistance was just a wave on the sea, insignificant to him. In addition, its lord also told it that it would not really die here, and it would be resurrected after a while. Roar! The enlarged Shiba Inu laid down obediently. The next moment, an arrow shot out. Swoosh! When the dark arrow streaked across like a meteor, the body of the enlarged Shiba Inu paused for a moment, then disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked at Han Xing with confusion. Including Han Xing himself, he was looking at the system prompt with expectation. Successfully killed. Spirit Hair Mad Dog LD95, God King level creature. Skill, Eternal Shadow End activated, Agility added 100. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing's eyes suddenly showed surprise. Fuck. It really works, haha. In this way, I can use the Skylight Shuttle with confidence. The next moment, he looked at Tu Gang and said, "Give me another 999 beasts like the one just now." Although Tu Gang was very puzzled, why did Han Xing, a Chaos Lord who could even kill more than a dozen top lords with one arrow, attack these small animals? Could it be that this benefactor has some sadistic habit? He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't kill small animals for a day, but Tu Gang didn't dare to ask more. He nodded obediently and said, "Okay. Okay." The next moment, Tu Gang waved his hand again. Hua la la. A large number of beasts of different sizes and strange looks all appeared, and occupied a large open space. As soon as they came out, they were very surprised to see the vast land around them. One by one, they wanted to escape to the surroundings, live a free and easy life from now on, and never go back to that territory world. For these beasts, being in the territory world is just a cage. They have heard many stories deep in their memories. These stories all tell about the beasts in the territory world breaking free from the cage, and then making a name for themselves in the outside world. Although it is unknown how this memory appeared, every beast that breaks through to the God King realm will automatically awaken. According to the speculation of some God domain lords, this may be a powerful beast who gave all beasts genetic memory after the rise of the Lord continent. In this way, it can inspire these beasts to escape from the territory world and come to the Lord continent to venture out. Over time, there may really be more extraordinary beings among this group of beasts. Moreover, this has been verified by facts. Just like Han Xing himself, he has come into contact with one. That is the Great Beast Lord. Of course, the story of the Great Beast Lord will be told later. The most important thing now is to kill these beasts first and brush up their attributes. Thinking of this, Han Xing's fingers pulled out double images. In an instant, 999 arrows were shot out at the same time. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. God King level beasts, facing his top lord level attack power, had no chance to resist at all. Chapter 799. As the arrows streaked across like meteors, all 999 beasts disappeared without a trace. In this battle, you killed 999 God King level beasts. Skill, Eternal Shadow End is activated, agility increased by 99,900. Feeling the rising attributes in his body, Han Xing gradually smiled. Not bad. Not only did it make up for my last loss, but it also increased a lot of agility. Thinking of this, he nodded with satisfaction. Including Miao Qing, Tu Gang and others present, they also felt that Han Xing's momentum had been enhanced. Although it was not obvious, there was indeed a hint. When thinking about his actions of killing those God King level beasts just now, everyone seemed to understand something. However, they did not ask much. After all, the Lord continent is vast and boundless. What kind of combat skills and abilities are not available? Some evil lords even gain power by sacrificing a large number of civilians every day. Some even need to devour a large amount of life every day to keep their bodies from decaying. Therefore, although Han Xing's ability is a bit surprising, it is also within their understanding. And at this moment, Han Xing seemed to sense something. He raised the longbow again. Tu Gang also realized that something was wrong at this time. Before he could react, he suddenly felt that the sky above his head seemed to be brighter. The next moment, a dazzling sun fell towards them at a high speed. The speed was so fast and fierce that it far exceeded the upper limit of the high-level lords. Even Tu Gang's steel body seemed to be scorched under the irradiation of this dazzling sun, and bursts of white smoke came out. Not to mention Yuqing, Ingwei, and others beside him. The moment this sun appeared, his whole body was burning with raging flames, as if he was going to be completely reduced to ashes. The change came too quickly, as if it had been planned for a long time. Most people couldn't react at all. Of course, this doesn't include Han Xing. In the blink of an eye, he first activated a short time pause. Buzz! Everything around him entered a state of stagnation, including the dazzling sun above his head, which was also frozen in midair. In this state, Han Xing could see clearly that it didn't seem to be a sun at all. It was a torrent of energy formed by dozens of special moves combined together. In other words, at least dozens of lords joined together while they were recuperating. Then, they organized this long-planned killing game. Thinking of this, Han Xing's eyes turned cold, and he quickly scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, in an area about 1 light-year away from him, there stood a group of lords. They seemed to have just launched an attack, with hideous smiles on their faces. Han Xing's eyes darkened again after seeing this scene. Obviously, with this wave of joint attacks, if he hadn't had time to pause his methods, and other top lords came, even those evildoers would have a high probability of being killed on the spot. In his heart, a trace of killing intent gradually rose. Han Xing even wanted to rush over right now and kill all those lords. But now was not the time to dwell on these. He had to escape from the impact point as soon as possible, otherwise he would be taken away by a wave and trigger the nirvana effect of the immortal body. Thinking of this, a strong light burst out from Han Xing. Then, he took Tu Gang and fled behind him at a high speed. At the same time, time began to flow. The sun fell at a speed of a few tenths of a second. The moment time resumed flowing, the sun condensed by dozens of ultimate moves hit the ground. Boom! In an instant, it seemed as if the sky and the earth were torn open. The blazing white light exploded, and the terrifying energy storm swept outward madly, with the falling point as the center. The space twisted and collapsed in the high temperature, and the matter was instantly evaporated into elementary particles, and even the light was swallowed up. The shock wave of the explosion swept across the 8 directions at a speed beyond the speed of light. Everything was crushed into nothingness wherever it passed. Han Xing rushed with Tu Gang at a high speed, but he could still feel the destructive force chasing him behind him. When he looked back, at the end of the field of vision, a destruction field with a diameter of half a light-year is forming. It is no longer a continent, but a chaotic purgatory. Space fragments shattered and splashed like glass, and energy turbulence turned into billions of red thunders. So cruel. Han Xing cursed inwardly, and then continued to take Tu Gang away from the explosion area. On the other side, dozens of lords fought in the same void. The auras of these lords were strong and weak, but as mentioned before, there were no weak ones who could break into the 4th round. Among them, there were 7 lords holding flags. Among them, there were 3 silver flags and 4 bronze flags. They stared at the glowing light ball with a serious face. Among them, a burly lord with a huge axe on his back asked, "How is it? Did you kill it?" Next to him, a lord wearing a dark purple cloak sneered, "It should be killed. This is a joint attack of more than 40 of us, plus the cover of Lord Inyuan, which caught them by surprise." He paused, with a bit of pride in his tone. "Before this, we used this method to kill several top lords including Xuesha and Shan Gui. This killer, no matter how strong he is, can't escape this attack," he said decisively. After hearing this, the other lords also nodded in approval. His eyes couldn't help but look at the center of the crowd. There stood a man with an illusory figure, as if he had merged with the void. He was Lord Inyuan. Because he mastered a unique secret technique, he could cover up the breath, energy fluctuations, and even murderous intent of everyone, so that the target would suffer a fatal blow without any preparation. It is precisely because of his ability that they can repeatedly launch sneak attacks and even hunt down those famous top lords. At this time, a beautiful female lord holding a long sword said, "This killer star has held the silver flag for several hours and has now rushed into the top 1,000. As a mid-level lord, his achievement is enough to be proud of." After hearing this, the other lords also expressed their approval, although they are now enemies with Han Xing. But it must be said that this young man is really strong and really terrifying. At this time, an old man in the crowd said sinisterly, "The killer star is indeed talented. After this competition, he will definitely be recruited by some big shots. However, this is a competition, we can use all means." Hearing this, the other lords also showed meaningful smiles on their faces. On the other side, a short lord with a big knife on his back said, "Let's make it clear first. I will hold the silver flag in the hands of the killer for 2 hours. You can share the rest." After hearing this, the lords looked at each other. Among them, a female lord said, "Let Inyuan decide the ownership of this silver flag. He has been helping us so far, and he hasn't got a flag yet." After hearing this, everyone also looked at the man who was about to disappear into the void. However, the man said lightly, "I am only interested in the head of the killer, and it doesn't matter whether the flag is given to me or not." Hearing this answer, the lords looked at each other and smiled. The female lord holding the long sword said, "Even those top monsters would be seriously injured if they didn't die from our attack just now. This killer is definitely dead, Brother Inyuan, don't worry." The other lords also nodded in agreement. But at this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Puff! The next second, the head of a lord standing at the outermost edge suddenly exploded, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. His headless body stood still for a moment, and then slowly fell down. Huangpa! Damn! What happened? Someone killed Lord Huangpa. Everyone was horrified and immediately looked around vigilantly. However, no matter how they looked, there was no one around. This strange situation was beyond everyone's expectations. However, the lords present were all experienced warriors. They soon realized that someone was attacking them in secret. "Who? Get out!" the purple-robed lord shouted. No one responded. Another blue-haired lord said in a deep voice, "Protect me. I can use secret techniques to find the trace of the attacker based on the body of the Huangpa Lord. As long as he is within 10 light years, I will track him." Hearing this, everyone was immediately delighted. As expected of the Heart Gate Lord, this tracking method is beyond imagination. Everyone go over and protect the Heart Gate Lord. Just as the group of lords were preparing to act, swish! Another arrow broke through the air, and it was extremely fast. Before the sound of breaking through the air appeared, the blue-haired lord's eyes were still closed. The arrow shot into her from the back of her head, and then pierced through her eyebrows. Puff! The female lord opened her mouth, and she felt that all her vitality was quickly annihilated by this arrow. Even the flesh of a high-level lord had no resistance. Like a bird with broken wings, it fell to the ground. "Shiman!" A lord reacted and shouted in fear. "Shiman is dead. Damn it! He's in the dark!" Someone roared. "Find him for me!" These lords are already angry. In front of them, their companions died one after another. They didn't even see the appearance of the enemy. Everyone present was 1 in a billion. This is a great shame for them. All the lords released their divine consciousness to the maximum, and continuously swept around 1 light year. 1 light year is the maximum attack range of these high-level lords, and also the limit of their divine consciousness detection. There is no way. The gravity of this competition continent is too abnormal. Under the pressure of millions of times the gravity, the combat power of these top lords is also limited to a relatively small range. Obviously, this is also intentional by the organizer. Otherwise, if there is no gravity pressure, these lords will burst out with full force, and the destructive power will easily reach more than 10 light years, or even hundreds of light years. After a month, although this competition continent is huge, it can't withstand their tossing. Buzz! Waves of tyrannical divine consciousness swept continuously, and they even went deep into the ground. Including the Lord of Hidden Abyss, he has also sneaked into the void, trying to find the enemy. But no matter how they perceive, or how they detect, they can't find any trace of the enemy. After a while, the faces of these lords have become extremely ugly. "Damn it, I can't find it!" the lord carrying the giant axe said angrily. Another lord wearing a cloak also shook his head. "I can't find it either. Damn it, where are the enemies?" Before he finished speaking, bang! Bang! In the crowd, the bodies of the 3 lords exploded on the spot, turned into a blood mist floating in the air. This scene made all the lords on the field gasp. The coldness spread rapidly from the soles of their feet and jumped onto their backs. Until this time, they finally felt an emotion. That emotion is called fear. After all, the other party has killed 5 lords in a row, and they have not even seen the other party's figure until now. What does this mean? If they continue to stay here, they will all be killed, leaving no one alive. Only then did they finally realize the seriousness of the matter. One of the lords roared, "Run! Run! We don't want to stay here any longer, go!" After saying that, this person turned around and fled first. With the first person's escape, the entire team was like a herd of disturbed horses. The remaining dozens of lords also began to flee in all directions. 10 seconds ago, Han Xing had just taken 2 gang away from the explosion area. Feeling the burning pain from behind, and the explosion point in front of him with a diameter of more than half a light year, a chill could not help but appear in his heart. Damn, there is actually such a method. They launched an attack on me in advance, but I couldn't sense it. Sure enough, the Lord Continent is really full of masters. Obviously, just in this wave of outbreak, if Han Xing didn't have these 2 life-saving methods of time pause and skylight shuttle, which are against the will of heaven, basically, there is no chance of survival. Even Tu Gang, who was standing next to him, was terrified. "Well, benefactor?" he asked with a trembling voice. "Just now, were there dozens of lords attacking us?" Han Xing nodded yes. After getting his confirmation, Tu Gang took another breath. Obviously, if it weren't for Han Xing's help, he would have been dead in this wave just now. Han Xing turned his head and said, "Tu Gang, my silver flag has just expired, now you help me hold it for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the silver flag to the big guy. Tu Gang took it with a confused look on his face, and immediately felt that his attributes had dropped a lot. But he didn't care, but asked tentatively, "Benefactor, where are you going?" Han Xing raised the Eternal Night War bow in his hand, and then casually said, "Go kill a few people." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared on the spot. Chapter 800. After releasing the silver flag, Han Xing's attributes returned to normal. This also means that his attack power has increased again. The next moment, Han Xing took out the strange item Harlequin skin from his backpack. When the white skin was put on him, Han Xing's breath instantly became unpredictable, closer to the void than the Lord of the Hidden Abyss. Then, he escaped into the void. Next, the scene just now happened. Han Xing used the Shadow of the End effect on Shadow of Eternity End. The farther the distance, the higher the attack power bonus will be. Therefore, he has reached the upper limit of the bonus, a full 1000% attack, at a distance of 1.5 light years. In addition, he has integrated another burst skill titled Arrow Technique into this arrow. Therefore, his attack power has easily reached a terrifying level. Under his arrows, these high-ranking lords were as fragile as prey to be slaughtered. Almost 1 arrow per one, all killed instantly. After killing 5 lords in succession, Han Xing gained another 25 kill points. The system prompted that his kill ranking had entered the top 10,000. However, these 5 arrows also made those lords realize that something was wrong and began to flee frantically. At this moment, Han Xing stood in a twisted space layer, the longbow in his hand glowing coldly. "Ambush me?" he sneered. "Then let's see who is the real hunter. None of you can escape." The next second, he directly turned on the sky shuttle light in the space layer, and his speed suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The whole person turned into a meteor, chasing at an extremely terrifying speed. This is also something Han Xing discovered by chance. That is, Harlequin skin plus Skylight shuttle can allow him to move at high speed in the gap between spaces. Although it will also be suppressed by the gravity of this continent, it has been weakened a lot. What does this mean? This means that Han Xing's already terrifying movement speed will increase again. In this form, Han Xing has vaguely felt that he is about to touch an unknown realm. What this realm is self-evident. God's domain lord. But now is not the time to delve into these. Han Xing just wants to kill all these enemies first. Swoosh. The meteor passed through the gap between spaces. When it reappeared, it had stopped in front of a fleeing lord. Han Xing didn't waste any words and shot an arrow. The fleeing lord only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then stood there blankly. He lowered his head, and found that his chest had been pierced by an arrow. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and he said with difficulty, It's Killer Star. Boom. The violent energy contained in the arrow exploded, directly blasting the opponent into a blood mist. Successfully killed the participating lord and obtained killing points. 5. Your ranking in the killing points list has risen. Current ranking, 9,789th. After killing one person, Han Xing did not stop. His figure flashed again, chasing the next person. Swish. It was still a flash of light. The enemy was still pierced through the head without even seeing Han Xing's figure, and exploded on the spot. Bang! Successfully killed the participating lord, and obtained killing points, 5. Your ranking in the killing points list has risen. Current ranking, 9,765th. Then, Han Xing started to run straight to the next target. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. He was extremely fast, from chasing the enemy to solving the target, basically completed within a few tenths of a second. If it were in the outside world, a few tenths of a second would be enough for those lords to run a distance of several light years, or even dozens of light years. But in the competition continent, their movement speed was suppressed to a very terrifying level. So, this gave Han Xing the opportunity to kill. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The sound of flesh exploding continued to emerge. Those fleeing lords also felt that their companions were rapidly decreasing one by one. Moreover, they didn't know who the next target would be. It was as if there was an invisible death god who harvested life, waving his scythe. Successfully killed the participating lord. Killing points, 5. Your ranking in the killing points list has risen. Current ranking, 9,684. Successfully killed. When the screen refresh prompt appeared, Han Xing had shot and killed 10 lords in a row. However, this hunt has just begun. A few minutes later, Han Xing returned to Tu Gang. He exuded a strong aura, which made Tu Gang beside him feel his breathing stagnant, and a huge pressure surged in his heart. "Well, benefactor," Tu Gang asked in a trembling tone, "did you kill all those people?" Although he was not participating in the battle just now, Tu Gang also saw with his own eyes that those lords died one after another under Han Xing's arrows. The terrified expressions of the lords as they fled, and the confusion when they were shot and couldn't even find the enemy, were all clearly reflected in Tu Gang's eyes. At this moment, Tu Gang realized. So this is the killer star in full firepower. Under the extreme burst, he is simply a god of death lurking in the shadows, and there is no chance to resist at all. Asking himself, Tu Gang felt that he could not survive Han Xing's arrows without using that desperate fighting skills. He also realized that everyone underestimated the killer star. This young lord is simply a monster with no upper limit. Han Xing shook the bow in his hand, shook his head and said, "No, I let more than a dozen escape. These guys are not small. Each of them has the ability to save their lives. After I killed nearly 20 lords in a row, they also reacted and began to defend in advance to block my attack. I am too lazy to continue chasing." After listening, Tu Gang nodded suddenly. Although he let some of them escape, it still couldn't change his awe and admiration for Han Xing. After all, even in a one-on-one situation, Tu Gang didn't dare to guarantee that he could kill any of them. But in Han Xing's hands, it was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Even after experiencing these incidents, Tu Gang almost regarded Han Xing as his idol. Han Xing waved his hand and said, "Okay, give me the flag. After I killed so many of them, these guys should not come to us again until they are sure." After hearing this, Tu Gang nodded quickly and handed the silver flag to Han Xing. That feeling of weakness reappeared. However, Han Xing didn't care, but looked at his killing scoreboard. Killing scoreboard. 8,759th. Han Xing, killing score, 315. According to the calculation of 5 killing points for killing a lord, Han Xing entered the 4th round of the competition, and killed almost 63 lords in 2 days. This data is already quite good. After all, the lords here are not cabbages on the roadside, each of them is a demon-like figure. However, because each lord has 10 chances to revive, it is equivalent to everyone contributing 50 killing points. He ranked more than 8,000, which is not bad. Han Xing retracted his sight, and continued to run forward with Tu Gang. He was going to change places. At the same time, those lords, who escaped by chance, were madly fleeing everywhere. Although they no longer felt the locked gaze and invisible killing intent, they still rushed forward with all their might as if there was a terrifying existence chasing them from behind. They had to stay as far away from the killing zone as possible. Too scary. The female lord holding the long sword trembled violently, and her face was filled with disbelief. How could there be such a terrifying arrow? Is this really something a mid-level lord can do? She saw with her own eyes the terrifying scene when a lord known for his defense was shot in the head by an arrow. What's more terrifying is that she didn't see the enemy from beginning to end. On the other side, the lord holding the giant axe had a pale face, and a huge bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. Good, close call. If I hadn't avoided the vital point at the critical moment, I would have faced the same situation as the others. On the other side, Inyuan, the core member of this team, was hiding in the void. Although he was not discovered because of his excellent hiding ability, he also witnessed the terrifying hunting moment just now. We must reevaluate the threat level of the killer star. He actually mastered the power of space like me. Although he borrowed some props, his attack method is really weird. This kind of enemy is simply hard to defend against. I don't know, with my ability, is there any hope of killing him with one blow? In the void, Inyuan's body constantly released a strange power, as if he was deducing something. After a moment, he frowned slightly. Actually, no. What an exaggerated guy. It seems that I should not provoke him recently. With the defeat of Inyuan's team, the story of Han Xing hunting dozens of lords, and killing them to the point of abandoning their armor and weapons spread again in this area. Even the evildoers like Inyuan and Huang Tu were killed and left with nothing. The lords of this area reached a consensus without any prior agreement. That is, don't provoke that person easily. For the whole day that followed, Han Xing and Tu Gang were wandering around. His outburst was indeed quite amazing, and it directly shocked countless lords around. So, Han Xing also spent the most leisurely time since entering the 4th round of the game. Even Tu Gang looked incredible. He never thought that the game could be so easy. He did almost nothing all day, but got 24 points for nothing. So far, he is ranked 7,894th with 29 points. Obviously, if he can keep this trend, Tu Gang will be able to advance to the 5th round. Not only that, because there is no enemy to deal with him during this period, Tu Gang is also recovering from his injuries. After a whole day, his body has recovered to its peak state, and he feels full of strength. At this moment, the big guy looked at the back of the man in front of him, and gratitude appeared in his eyes. He couldn't help thinking in his heart, this benefactor is really a god. Fortunately, I followed this benefactor at the beginning, otherwise where can I find such a good opportunity? Han Xing, who was walking in front, didn't know what Tu Gang was thinking. He was looking at the current points ranking with a happy face. After a whole day of peace, Han Xing naturally got 120 points. In the current ranking list, he has entered the top 200 with a 165-point advantage. Just ranked 198th. This ranking cannot be said to be low, it can even be said to be frighteningly high, after all, except for those monsters holding golden flags, who can get so many points in a short time. Even Leng Dao, who defeated Han Xing in the 3rd round, is now ranked outside the top 500. From this, we can imagine how many people's attention Han Xing's 198th place has attracted. The lords outside have never heard of Han Xing's discussion. They speculated one after another, what ranking this killer star who rose, like a comet would eventually reach. Some people said that he could advance from the top 500, while others said that he would soon be eliminated by the top monsters. In short, there were many different opinions. But before the game was over, no one knew how high this only mid-level lord could reach. After waiting for a while, Han Xing and Tu Gang found that those lords turned around and left without hesitation after sensing their breath. No one wanted to contact them at all. It was as if Han Xing had become the incarnation of the plague, and everyone avoided him. Seeing this scene, Tu Gang smiled and said, "Benefactor, they seem to be afraid of you." Han Xing chuckled, "It seems that the residual power of my last wave of outbreaks, which killed dozens of lords in a row, is still there. Next, we should be able to relax for a while." Just as he expected. For the next 3 or 4 consecutive days, not many lords dared to attack them. Although they also experienced some sniping from the Lord Alliance during this period, most of them were shot and killed by Han Xing in the most powerful posture, turning them into his killing points. After a few times, these lords realized one thing. That is, Killing Star seems to have become stronger again. Compared with the previous 3rd round of the ring match, there are still obvious shortcomings. And now, he is simply an all-round monster. Lethality, speed, concealment, burst, endurance. There is almost nothing he is not good at. Those lords almost racked their brains to guess Han Xing's weaknesses. In the end, they came up with 2 points. The first point is Han Xing's physical ability. As a mid-level lord-level strongman, although his physical body is very strong. But compared with other high-level lords, it is not as good as a little bit. So as long as you find a way to attack the opponent, you can cause heavy damage with their attack power. But to complete this idea, there must be a prerequisite. That is, you need to attack Killing Star first. But unfortunately, his movement speed is so fast that it is desperate.